Alright, I understand. Go do your work. The person on the other side of the information talisman replied, Yes, Xianxing. Then, the information talisman automatically disappeared. Suddenly, Shu Xuan loudly called out in a certain direction, Xian prepare 2 more cups of tea. Hearing this, Shu Xian couldn't help but ask, Is there a guest coming? Shu Xuan replied firmly, That's right, they've arrived. Then, he turned to stare at the gate and said, Please come in and have a seat. Didn't you come to Nanzhao because you didn't want to meet me? As he spoke, the figure of a woman gradually appeared in the sky. She hovered in the air, encased in golden light true Qin like a protective flame, appearing arrogant, powerful, and majestic, but her face was gloomy. She stared at Shu Xuan below for a moment before gently landing in his courtyard. Acknowledging her decision to show herself, Shu Xuan wasn't surprised. In a natural tone, he asked, How should I address you, miss? The woman with neatly tied blonde hair and a ramrod straight back coldly replied, Hey Yue. At this moment, Shu Xuan had already investigated Hey Yue, and couldn't help but marvel internally, the identity and strength of an Emperor Realm 9th layer, moreover being in such a state of illness, and still being able to control the Black Moon Tower for several years. It seems this woman is no ordinary person. Seeing Shu Xuan's silence, Hey Yue directly cut to the chase, questioning, Why do you want to take over my Black Moon Tower? Suddenly being questioned like this made Shu Xuan feel awkward. He said, How about we sit down and have some tea first? He gestured toward the steaming cups of tea, then suddenly added, And there are 5 Shen Realm 5th layer friends who have also appeared. Let's sit down and talk. Afterward, Shu Xuan glanced up at a space in the sky. Ordinary people wouldn't see anything but the vast blue sky, but Shu Xuan saw an old man enveloped in turbulent, clear true Q. His long white hair resembled that of an immortal, and his face was gloomy as he looked down, thinking, This young man looks so ordinary, how could he see through my secret concealing technique? It seems he is no ordinary person. Feeling that he had already been discovered, he decided to reveal himself. He quickly landed next to Hey Yu, then Shu Xuan suddenly said, I don't like eyes filled with hostility. Hearing this, the old man frowned, gritting his teeth. What did you say? Looking as if he was about to attack Shu Xuan, Hey Yue quickly reached out and stopped him, saying in a low voice, Grandfather, don't be rash. At this moment, Shu Xuan looked at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. A grandfather protecting his granddaughter as she controls the Black Moon Tower. Truly an interesting combination. It seems the story behind this is quite unique. He Yue was born with a flawed divine soul, one of the great fortune bearers of the Central Region. From the Ji family of Central Zhuao in the Central Region, the family of the former human king, the illegitimate daughter of the current Ji family head, disliked, wanting to seek treasures to restore her divine soul, secretly seizing the Black Moon Tower in the northern region, leading the Black Moon Tower to rise step by step. At this moment, Shu Xuan nodded to himself. So that's how it is. She snatched the Black Moon Tower. She has very meticulous thoughts, and is also a great fortune bearer, a descendant of the human king. It seems my heavenly Dao plan already has someone to execute it better. Then, He Yu looked at Shu Xuan with an emotionless face and said, We have both shown ourselves as you requested, now please answer my question. What exactly is your scheme with the Black Moon Tower? Hearing this, Shu Xuan replied, From what I know, the Black Moon Tower wasn't built by you, right? Facing the truth Shu Xuan had spoken, He Yu didn't deny it but frankly answered, It's true that I didn't build it, but after I took over the Black Moon Tower, it became stronger, more complete than before, so the Black Moon Tower is mine. Hearing that, Shu Xuan chuckled. Is that so? Ji He Yu, and Shu Xuan's teasing attitude made He Yu's grandfather so angry that he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, What are you saying? Who exactly are you? But, surprisingly, He Yu exclaimed, Grandfather. At this moment, he couldn't help but be stunned, turning his head to look at He Yu shaking her head. Seeing this, Shu Xuan frowned slightly and said seriously, You were born with a divine soul. It's just a pity that your divine soul is flawed. This is also why you are stuck at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, unable to break through. Also, because your divine soul is flawed, your cultivation process is extremely difficult and painful. If you force a breakthrough to the God Realm, you will probably die. Is that right? He Yue and her grandfather were immediately stunned, speechless, and cold sweat poured down like a stream. They looked at each other, then at Shu Xuan, suspicion in their hearts. The matter of the flawed divine soul, only the two of us know in this world. Who exactly is this mysterious young man? At this moment, He Yu thought to herself, This person is too terrifying, as if he has seen through everything. What is his purpose in doing this? Meanwhile, Shu Xuan continued. You came to the northern region, taking control of the He Yu Tower, to find a way to fully replenish your divine soul. He Yue was slightly surprised when she heard this. Looking at Shu Xuan,
puzzled. Oh yeah, I also have a question. How did you find out that something happened to the Heiyu Tower? Facing Shu Xuan's question, Heiyu calmly replied, It's very simple. I know all the operations of the Heiyu Tower very well. I know any small changes in it very well, and I also have a better intuition than ordinary people.
Hearing this, Shu Xuan frowned and asked, So does your intuition tell you that the Heiyu Tower is about to undergo a change? Suddenly, Heiyu chuckled and said, I haven't cared about the Heiyu Tower for a long time. I'm giving it to you. I just want to know what your purpose is. At this time, Heiyu's grandfather seemed to have heard this information for the first time, so he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, You are. Shu Xuan suddenly changed the subject and reached out towards the steaming cups of tea, saying, After talking so much, let's have a sip of tea first.
Heiyue hesitated, then walked towards the wooden table. At this moment, Heiyue's grandfather behind her wanted to stop her, saying, You. But Heiyu glanced back at him and said, Grandfather, it's okay.
Heiyu approached the wooden table and picked up a cup of hot tea. No matter how hesitant and worried she was, Heiyu still raised the cup of tea and took a sip.
Then suddenly she was stunned, gaping, and unable to speak.
Heiyue put the empty teacup down on the table. Then she seemed to have changed into a different person. Her expression suddenly became much gentler towards Shu Xuan. Heiyu smiled and replied, Thank you, sir, for the tea. Hearing this, Shu Xuan also replied heroically, This tea only nourishes your divine soul. Fully replenishing your divine soul is as easy as flipping my hand for me. Hearing this, Heiyue cupped her fist to thank Shu Xuan.
At this moment, Heiyue's grandfather was stunned to hear her say that, and he was shocked in his heart. What? A cup of tea can nourish the divine soul? It can even fully replenish it. Then he saw Heiyu cupping her fist and bowing her head slightly to plead. Heiyu pleaded, Sir, please help this little girl fully replenish her divine soul. After it's done, I will definitely do my best to repay you. Hearing this, Shu Xuan immediately grinned and said,
Fully replenishing your divine soul is easy to say, it's just that I have a small request. Looking at Shu Xuan's secretive and happy appearance, Heiyu and her grandfather had the same thought but different reactions. Heiyue's grandfather was so angry that he was burning with fire, while Heiyu shyly covered her chest. Don't tell me this expression is seeing the shy expression, but ready to offer Heiyue's body. Shu Xuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed and coughed twice, then said, Don't think too much. It's to formally kowtow to become a disciple. Hearing this, she knelt down in front of Shu Xuan without saying a word, then placed her hands on the ground.
Heiyue bowed twice solemnly, saying, Disciple Ji Heiyue greets master.
Behind her, her grandfather was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing and thinking to himself, Yunair's intuition has always been very accurate. It has helped us overcome dangerous situations and find treasures countless times. This time, becoming a disciple is probably also through intuition that she has judged that this master in front of her is not an ordinary person. When Ji Heiyue raised her head, there was a small bruise on her forehead because she kowtowed a little too hard just now, but that didn't affect her happy mood when she called Shu Xuan master. Hearing this, Shu Xuan happily helped Ji Heiyue up, saying, Good, get up quickly. Then Shu Xuan waved his arm to summon the teleportation gate and said, Xiangxing, come out and meet your 7th junior sister. Immediately a young man's voice replied, Yes, master. From the dark space of the teleportation gate, Xiangxing stepped out and smiled as if to greet everyone around him. Heiyu's grandfather was so surprised that he exclaimed, How did a living person suddenly appear? It was like the first time he had seen the teleportation gate. Ji Heiyue also looked a little surprised and exclaimed, I also have seen your brothers. Xiangxing stepped forward to face her and cupped his fist, saying, Hello, 7th junior sister. I am your 4th senior brother, Xiangxing. Ji Heiyue also cupped her fist and replied, Hello, 4th senior brother. Then, Xiangxing rummaged in his pocket and pulled something out for Heiyu, saying, Oh yeah, I prepared a little welcome gift for my junior sister. Xiangxing produced a small wooden soldier figurine, telling Heiyu, This is a small puppet I made myself. Take it for self-defense. She happily accepted it, replying, Thank you, many thanks, 4th senior brother. Hearing this, Xiangxing smiled politely. No need. It's nothing much. Ji Heiyu held the wooden soldier figurine in her hand, carefully examining it. The wooden figure that 4th senior brother gave me is of heavenly rank. Senior brother can refine such a treasure with just Emperor realm cultivation. Isn't he invincible in a battle against those of the same level? Heiyue's grandfather also saw the wooden figurine, and was inwardly surprised. Xiangxing's talent is so heaven-defying. Then, as Yue's master, wouldn't Shu Xuan be? For a moment he couldn't imagine Shu Xuan's identity and kept it to himself. At this time Shu Xuan turned around and instructed Xiangxing, Xiaoxing, You must take care of your junior sister from now on, got it? Hearing this, Xiangxing nodded firmly. Definitely, Shifu. Suddenly the system's voice rang out.
instructing you to accept a disciple with an innate divine soul, the best choice. Execute the Heavenly Tao Plan, Reward, Heavenly Tao Sutra. Shu Xuan stroked his chin upon hearing this, smiling contentedly, thinking that even the system felt Yu was the best executor of the Heavenly Tao Plan. It seemed her future was wide open.
Then, Shu Xuan told her, Yu, now that you're my disciple, I will help you resolve the hidden danger to your divine soul. Yu was overjoyed, clasping her fists. Thank you, Shifu. Suddenly, Shu Xuan opened the space portal again and directly reached in with his hand, as if searching for something.
Very quickly, Shu Xuan took out a cyan fruit, the size of a small peach. All of Shu Xuan's actions obviously fell into the sight of Jihei Yue and her grandfather. They were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. A divine soul Dao fruit, the legendary soul-replenishing Dao fruit, just casually taken out from some space like that. Yue muttered to herself, looks like I made the right choice in becoming a disciple. Then, Shu Xuan pushed the divine soul fruit towards Jihei Yue, and the divine soul fruit entered Yue's body. Feeling the surging aura immediately, she was shocked. This is the effect of the soul-replenishing Dao fruit. I can feel a very strong vitality flowing within my body. This feeling is truly amazing. With the support of the divine medicine, returning to the Ji family in Central Domain to recover is just a matter of time. After thinking for a while, Jihei Yu hesitated slightly. Then suddenly she jumped up, flew out of the courtyard, and hovered in the air. Jihei Yue's grandfather couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? What happened to Yue?
Hearing this, Shu Xuan looked up to observe Yue, then he frowned, replying, Yue is too eager for success. She's desperately absorbing the Daso insights of the Daso fruit. But because her divine soul has been deficient for too long, it has now become damaged. He was immediately stunned, urgently asking Shu Xuan, then what should we do, mister? But contrary to his anxious worry, Shu Xuan calmly replied, don't worry. Even if my disciple, Shu Xuan's disciple, were to perish, I can still bring her back to life. Then, he decisively unleashed his true energy, stepped into the air and flew up, flying towards Yue, who was trembling and enduring, until she opened her eyes and saw Shu Xuan, then weakly called out, Shifu. Hearing this, Shu Xuan accelerated his approach to Jihei Yue. With Shifu here, there's no need to be afraid. He tapped a pressure point between Yu's eyebrows, and her face immediately lit up, looking at Shu Xuan with admiration. Both of them expressed their gratitude for Shu Xuan's rescue. Seeing them being so polite, Shu Xuan told them not to stand on ceremony. Yue is his disciple, so doing this is his duty as a Shifu. He added a reminder, Yunger, don't be so hasty in the future, understand? Yunger had learned her lesson, so she was very obedient. Disciple will follow Shifu's teachings. Shu Xuan seemed to have heard the words he wanted to hear. He gently replied, all right, tell Yue to go into the small world to cultivate first. Yue listened to Shu Xuan and obediently cupped her hands to bid farewell to Shu Xuan before leaving. Beside him, Yue's grandfather saw this scene and thought that perhaps Xiangxing would come out of this secret realm. After Yue left, Shu Xuan turned to invite Zhang Lao Xiansheng to sit down, drink a cup of tea, and discuss the matters of life. The old man saw this, and did not hesitate to accept, thanking Shu Xuan for inviting him. Then, the old man slowly raised the cup. After taking a sip, he was truly shocked, and couldn't help but exclaim, holy moly, this is too OP. Old me has been stuck at the 5th layer of the spirit-severing realm for ages, and right after drinking this cup of tea, I feel like I'm about to break through to the 6th layer. Just a cup of tea has this much power. Doesn't that mean this Shu Xuan fellow's cultivation is terrifyingly high? Shu Xuan, seeing that the old man's expression wasn't very relaxed while drinking the tea, asked, old-timer, how's the tea? Hearing this, the old man excitedly thanked Shu Xuan for bestowing the tea. This old one was impetuous earlier. Please don't blame me, Mr. Shu. Shu Xuan happily replied, you're too kind. Right, the Shiwangting is still short of someone to hold the fort. Please, Elder Zhang. Before Shu Xuan could finish his sentence, Elder Zhang knew what Shu Xuan wanted to say and interrupted. Yes, I'm willing to go back and hold the fort at Shiwangting. After that, Elder Zhang quickly bid farewell to Shu Xuan and flew straight back to Shiwangting. Seeing his hasty actions, Shu Xuan thought, looks like this old guy isn't that calm after all. Later, Shu Xuan was lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun, and discussing some recent changes in Shiwangting. Yue is improving rapidly. Although her divine soul isn't completely whole yet, she's not inferior to those Xiangxing dudes. Worthy of being a descendant of the human emperor. While relaxing in the breeze, our MC's 6th sense tingled. Sensing that something was about to happen, Shu Xuan sat up and noticed a divine light radiating from a distant mountain. He thought to himself, looks like a new ancient ruin has appeared. It seems the heavenly rules of Nanzhao are about to return to normal, and the war between the major powers is about to begin. But this time, with me, Shu Xuan, here in Nanzhao.
He was about to finish those ambitious words when he pulled out a mirror and said, "Gotta check on my disciples' cultivation progress. After all, I can't directly join the battle, I can only rely on these disciples."
Shu Xuan put on an innocent smile, donned the mask of a model Shifu, prepared some cheesy lines, and went to bother his disciples. The first person he sought out was Meng Chenghe. Meng Chenghe, you must intensify your cultivation. Don't let Shifu's expectations down.
Malphone, stop doing useless things. Just focus on cultivating. Don't spend all day physically converting the demons to the point they can't reincarnate anymore.
After that, he went to visit Qin Ying.
Qin Ying, how have you been lately? Are you eating and sleeping well?
After visiting all the disciples, the system gave a notification. Your disciple, Wang Luo, obtained the inheritance of the ancient Pill King. The void heavenly fire evolved, and his fortune transformed. The reward is the fortune Dao Law. Upon receiving the notification, Shu Xuan was overjoyed. He thought, this kid Wang Luo is truly a lucky star. He even triggered this heaven-defying fortune Dao Law reward. And here I am with 6 Dao Laws. Talk about feeling bad. But that thought was quickly dismissed. He wanted to quickly see his good disciples break through. Wang Luo was actively refining pills, with the ancient Pill King observing and guiding him. It was a crucial moment. Almost there, he frowned and shouted, "Succeed for me." Inside the pill refining furnace, a pill was taking shape. Wang Luo presented the pill. Shu Xuan, looking at the pill, wondered, is it a divine pill? The ancient Pill King, seeing Wang Luo doing so well, praised Wang Luo.
He said, "I didn't misjudge you. You actually refined a divine pill with your Emperor Realm cultivation. Truly a prodigy."
Wang Luo was happy to be praised, and modestly replied,
"I was able to achieve this level of cultivation thanks to your guidance." The old man stroked his long, silver beard and slowly said, "You don't need to be humble.
You are now one of the strongest alchemists in the 9 regions."
Wang Luo was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. "I'm already one of the strongest?"
The ancient Pill King couldn't help but praise Wang Luo a few more times,
saying that Wang Luo's alchemy talent was actually above his own, and that if he asked Wang Luo to become his disciple, Wang Luo probably wouldn't agree. Hearing this, Wang Luo frankly replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. I already have a Shifu. Regardless of talent, I won't change my origins."
The old man was a little surprised. This situation wasn't within his calculations. He asked again to make sure he hadn't misheard. "You already have a Shifu," Wang Luo decisively replied. That's right, he even flattered Shu Xuan a few times, saying that his Shifu was omniscient, and that his alchemy was at an unparalleled level. Shu Xuan watched everything through the lens and heard everything without missing a word. Seeing that this old Pill King wanted to snatch his disciple, Shu Xuan couldn't help but curse in his mind, "Damn that old Pill King, he's been dead for so many years and still wants to snatch my disciple." Switching the scene to the Pill King's side, seeing that Wang Lu Cao had a resolute attitude of rejection, he didn't make things difficult for Wang Lu Cao. After all, his inheritance had already been passed on, and he should end his lifelong wish.
Then, he asked Wang Luo to fulfill his last wish, instructing him, "If you go to the central region in the future, please deliver this letter to the palace master of the Tianxing Palace."
And if the Tianxing Palace is gone, then so be it. Wang Luo knew this was the last wish of the old Pill King, so he guaranteed to him, "Wang Luo here accepts your commission. I will definitely do my best." In the end, only a single good remained from the Pill King. Then, his divine soul dissipated. Shu Xuan, seeing this, thought,
"Looks like Wang Luo's got a main quest now."
Shu Xuan suddenly remembered the reward the system gave him earlier, so he happily put away the lens, not looking at it for the time being, deciding to comprehend the Qi Luk Dao principles first. That reward was more important. He walked towards his room, mouth full of anticipation, saying, "Qi Luk Dao principles, here I come." As soon as he entered his room, Shu Xuan hurriedly opened the Grand Dao of Qi Luk.
Upon stepping into the Grand Dao of Qi Luk, he asked in surprise, "This is the Grand Dao of Qi Luk. It's like being in the sky, with my feet on clouds of luck." The As You Wish scepter and the Town Luk Dao peak on his person resonated with the Qi Luk Dao peak here.
Shu Xuan was extremely surprised. The 2 Dharma artifacts suddenly flew out of Shu Xuan's body, Shu Xuan exclaimed. They actually automatically flew out to absorb Qi Luk. Could it be that these treasures are automatically upgrading?
But the system didn't give a notification.
After a while, when they seemed to have absorbed enough Qi Luk, both treasures returned.
Shu Xuan didn't bother with them anymore.
Since the system hadn't announced anything anyway, Shu Xuan looked down. Through the hazy clouds he could see what was below. Why does what's below look so familiar? The more I look, the more it seems like the 9 domains. Suddenly, Shu Xuan blurted out in surprise,
"It really is the 9 domains. No mistake, it's definitely the 9 domains. This Grand Dao of Qi Luk is truly miraculous. No wonder it feels like being in the skies. This Dao is looking down on the entire 9 domains. The qi luck of the entire 9 domains is under the feet of this Tao. If this Tao isn't here, the qi luck of the 9 domains would be 0. Qi luck without principles, all things will perish. If Shu Xuan grasped this Tao,
you could say he'd be invincible. Shu Xuan looked below.
A ray of light passed through this place. The location of this ray originated from the northern region of the southern continent. It seems to be from the ancient battlefield of war demons. Moreover, it's not just one ray, but 5 rays.
These 5 rays correspond to the 5 great Qi luck treasures of the northern region.
The 5 great Qi luck treasures of the northern region are gathered in the ancient battlefield of war demons in the southern continent. Looks like a big event is about to happen in the southern continent. An even bigger mess than the initial battle of the ancient battlefield of war demons. A voice called from outside the courtyard. "Sir, it's time for dinner." Shu Xuan heard this in his room, thinking, "I've been in the grand Tao of Qi luck for a quarter of an hour, and I'm grasping it. If I can successfully fuse it, I can unlock 2 grand Taos belonging to me." With that, Shu Xuan stretched out his hands, his face full of joy, and he closed his eyes.
"Shifu, Yue Er requests an audience." A voice came in, shattering his beautiful dream. His face fell. He thought, Yue Er wants to see me. Could it be there's a problem with her divine soul? Shu Xuan stepped out of the courtyard and went before He Yue. He called out, "Yue Er, what happened? Is there another problem with your divine soul?" He Yue smiled when she heard Shu Xuan ask. "No, Shifu, I have good news to tell everyone," Shu Xuan asked in surprise. "Good news? Is your divine soul fully replenished?" He Yue replied with a smile.
"That's right, Shifu. My disciple's divine soul is now more complete, and I even feel like I'm about to break through."
Shu Xuan was also happy for his disciple when he heard He Yue say this, replying, "That's wonderful." He had been worried that Yue Er was encountering difficulties. He congratulated Yue Er. He Yue smiled like a flower, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Shifu." Shu Xuan continued with a fake smile.
"Now that Yue Er has recovered, I can finally hand over the heavenly Tao plan for you to execute." He Yue's expression turned 3 parts surprise,
7 parts doubt when she heard about the heavenly Tao plan, asking, "The heavenly Tao plan?" Shu Xuan wasn't surprised when he heard He Yue's question. He naturally knew that ordinary people wouldn't know or think of these things. Shu Xuan gently replied, "Yes, this is the heavenly Tao seal. The contents of the heavenly Tao plan are within it. Take a look." Saying that, something like a moon-colored rhombus appeared in Shu Xuan's hand. He Yu took it and said, "This." Then she received a bunch of info about the heavenly Tao plans. He Yue was mind-blown, thinking, this heavenly Tao plan is seriously epic. Just how strong is Shifu to come up with something like this? Shu Xuan continued, "Now you go back to Yu Lu
and carry out the heavenly Tao plan. This plan is also to deal with the upcoming changes in the 9 regions." Hearing this, He Yue giggled like a girl with a new crush, replying, "Yes, Shifu. Please rest assured, I'll execute the plan perfectly." Shu Xuan, still with that fake smile, said, "I believe in Yue Shore's abilities."
"Go on. If you don't understand something or run into any obstacles, don't forget to send a message." He Yu cupped her hands in a salute
and respectfully obeyed Shu Xuan's arrangements. Time flew by, and a year had passed in a blink.
Shu Xuan was lying in the sun in the courtyard. He thought, in this past year, although I couldn't complete the fusion of Tao principles, I've touched the threshold of the 2nd realm, but breaking through will take quite a bit of time. Gotta remember that Yingwu Nai has already stepped into the 4th Tao realm
and has Longxiang giving him pointers. Even so, he's still far from breaking through.
Shu Xuan was about to reach for his cup of water when a white cat suddenly appeared. Seeing it, Shu Xuan asked, "Tianling Miao, what's wrong? Are you hungry?"
The white cat had already climbed onto the table from the ground. It seemed to understand what Shu Xuan was saying, meowing, meow, meow, meow. Shu Xuan seemed to understand it too.
He patted its head with a kind smile, asking, "Are you about to break through to the divine realm?" The cat wagged its tail and meowed 3 more times. Meow. Shu Xuan pulled out a white bag from who knows where, finally agreeing to Tianling Miao's request.
"All right, take these pills and go." The cat grinned and meowed a few more times. Meow, meow. Shi Linghua didn't know when it had appeared behind the cat,
shouting, "Bala, bala, bala." Hearing this, Shu Xuan looked over and asked, "Shi Linghua, what's wrong with you again?" Shi Linghua stuck out its long tongue, saying, "Bala, bala, bala." Shu Xuan wasn't sure if he heard right, so he had to ask again, "You want to go to Fengdu Ghost Realm to cultivate? If so, then it's fine." He knew Shi Linghua liked the Ling Qi there. "Go to Fengdu cultivate." Shu Xuan smiled kindly like a father. Shi Linghua shouted again, "Bala, bala." But before Shi Linghua went far, Shu Xuan still called out to remind, "But there's one thing, don't devour the ghost race, they're all his people." Shi Linghua left without looking back, but still left Shu Xuan with a few sounds, "Bala, bala, bala." Suddenly, the white rhombus-shaped object jumped up, emitting a voice. "Shifu, the forces of the northern region,
have decided to start the quota battle in southern continent in a month. Many famous rogue cultivators have already arrived in southern continent.
Hearing this, Shu Xuan smiled dangerously,
but he still wondered. Is the battle for the ancient battleground of war demons earlier than expected? Shu Xuan calculated in his head. The recovery of the heavenly Tao rules in southern continent is accelerating. At the same time, the recovery speed is constantly increasing. The participants from all sides of the ancient battleground of war demons layout should also be ready to appear.
Shu Xuan plotted with a sly smile. The battle for the quota, although loose immortals in Emperor Realm can participate, but the large forces in the northern region have set up obstacles. Only the team that breaks through the obstacles is qualified to participate in it. He glanced at the lens, showing the image of Ren Zhangha. Then he knew he was preparing to go to the northern region. At this time, Shu Xuan lay back on the chair. He wondered what the performance of his disciples will be, hoping to trigger the system's rewards in the battle for the quota. Then he closed his eyes to sleep with satisfaction. At this time, the arena for the quota battle, built on the grassland of southern continent, is far away from the cultivation area of the human race in southern continent. In the desolate area, the strong lives, and the weak lie dead on the ground. The arena for the battle was built by 3 sects and 3 countries in southern continent. Behind them are super powerful forces in the northern region. The road to southern continent is opened, and the first thing loose immortals face is to pass through the road to southern continent. Even if you can't get to southern continent, what qualifications do you have to participate in the battle for the quota? The major forces are on their way back to southern continent, arranging for strong people to block loose immortals from entering the country. If the obstacles have been set, rules will naturally be set as well. Those above the Emperor Realm cannot take action. A man with purple hair wearing a yellow robe. He pointed at Xiao Liang and said loudly, "As a loose immortal, you must have some awareness. Not everyone can participate in it. Young man, go away." He would not embarrass Xiao Liang anymore.
The young man was Xiao Liang. He was wearing blue clothes and holding a spear in his hand. Seeing that he didn't move, the guy sneered. Unconvinced, "It's best for a loose immortal to know his place. Don't you know that more than 12 Emperor Realm loose immortals have died here?" Hearing what the man said, Xiao Liang asked, "How old are you? What is your strength?" The man proudly boasted, telling Xiao Liang to listen carefully. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in 500 years. Now it's been 3,000 years. Cultivation in Emperor Realm 9th level. And he was once a peerless genius. Hearing this, Xiao Liang laughed contemptuously and said,
500 years to break through to the Emperor Realm. 3,000 years and still at Emperor Realm 9th level. Just a waste. A man standing next to him was angry and scolded. "Xiao Liang, are you looking for death?" Xiao Liang waved his spear, and one person fell to the ground. He said proudly, "Is there anyone else who wants to come?" The group rushed up together, but a few minutes later, no one was standing anymore. He pointed at the dude from earlier and said, "Him tanking 3 hits from Xiao Liang? That's gotta count for something, right?" Just then, someone from the crowd chimed in. "Xiao Liang, not bad. Rare to see a powerhouse like you among the rogue cultivators. If Xiao Liang can beat him, then he's basically cleared this gate." Someone else whispered, "That's Xiao Ping from the Xiao family, one of their top prodigies. This guy's gonna stop here for sure. Own it. And Xiao Ping's got a nasty streak. Lose to him, you're dead meat." Yet another voice chimed in, "Not necessarily. Xiao Liang's gotta have some big shot backing him." Someone asked, "So what if he has a backer? Xiao Ping ain't breaking any rules, and he's got the whole Xiao family behind him. Is a little rogue cultivator really gonna go up against the Xiao family?" Xiao Liang heard the gossiping and knew it was Xiao Ping talking smack. He chuckled and said, "Xiao Ping of the Xiao family? Just a useless, arrogant waste of space." Xiao Ping was naturally arrogant. He couldn't stand anyone trash-talking him like that. He lost it and yelled, "You've got a death wish." Xiao Liang saw how easily he got under his skin with just a few words. Xiao Liang couldn't help but mock, "Petty Xiao Ping coming out here looking to kill me. Even if he wins, Xiao Ping won't let him pass easily. Xiao Ping's little game is obvious, you know." As Xiao Ping charged forward with his spear, he roared, "Die." As the spear was about to hit Xiao Liang, he used the Man-Tang Time Force. Xiao Liang thought to himself, he wanted to use his maximum ability to defeat Xiao Ping, destroy Xiao Ping's mental state, and crush Xiao Ping's pride. Then, Xiao Liang bent down and punched Xiao Ping. Xiao Ping cried out in pain. The bystanders chattered amongst themselves after seeing that scene. "Xiao Ping's strength looks a little weak." Another person chimed in. "Not just a little weak, but very weak. I suspect his big reputation was created by the Xiao family." Another person joined in the discussion, arguing, "It's hard to say. The Xiao family is getting worse and worse, and it's possible that the top prodigies were just created for show." Xiao Ping's face was pale as he shouted at the crowd, "What are you standing around for? Attack together."
Or are you really going to let him pass? Xiao Liang, annoyed by him, struck Xiao Ping. Waste, killing someone, even makes my spear dirty. Cut to Shu Xuan. He was pondering some things. The quotas related to the treasure of the 5 continents of the ancient Bo region are also the focus of competition among the major forces. No matter who or which force obtains the treasure of luck, they will rise strongly. If the treasures of luck of the 5 continents are gathered, it is also possible to rise and be placed on the position of human king of the northern region.
The most important step in the heavenly Tao plan is also in it. The treasure of luck of the 5 continents must belong to my subordinates. The first human king of the northern region must also be my disciple, so I should inform Qin Ying and let him prepare early. The grand scheme of Nanzhao is about to unfold. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Your disciple, Zhao Liang, single-handedly battles the White Emperor with spear. His fighting spirit is soaring, transforming into a fighting war god. Reward is the battle of Tao rules. Shu Xuan couldn't help but praise, worthy of the name of the innate war bone, war heart, and war soul. Moreover, fighting the White Emperor alone is really incredible. Shu Xuan hurriedly opened the lens to look over. Through the lens, seeing Xiao Liang dancing with his spear, Shu Xuan sighed. This fighting power is equal to, or even stronger than, Da Huang Yu.
Really, Xiao Liang has passed the level. Then the scene cut to Zhao Liang, chasing down each powerhouse one by one. One of Xiao Liang's weapons suddenly flew up, cutting through the clear sky, along with countless streams of blue air that were as if hidden, and then dealt with those villains, neatly and quickly. Afterward, the weapon immediately flew back into Zhao Liang's hand. Zhao Liang was surrounded by strong streams of blue light, and just happened to catch it in time.
Seeing that he had defeated all of them without any difficulty, Zhao Liang laughed loudly without reservation. The undefeated Western Zhao Emperor realm, the entire Zhao family is a bunch of trash.
Another person who was on that mountain happened to witness the scene, and intended to teach Zhao Liang a lesson, because it was not good for young people to be too arrogant.
For that reason, he unhesitatingly reached out his hand and used his strength to strike directly at Zhao Liang.
Xiao Liang also felt a powerful aura above his head. For that reason, Xiao Liang hurriedly looked up and saw a huge hand approaching. Although he was facing an extremely dangerous situation, Xiao Liang did not have the slightest tremor or fear. But on the contrary, Xiao Liang's eyebrows furrowed and gritted his teeth in disparagement. Shameless old waste. How could Xiao Liang stand still and suffer? On the contrary, Xiao Liang used the hand holding the weapon and used all the strength in his body to unleash an extremely powerful blow to block the attack.
As soon as Zhao Liang's attack and that person's touched, they immediately exploded, creating an extremely loud noise. Because Zhao Liang had spent a lot of time and effort fighting those people before, after blocking the attack, he could not stand still, and took a few steps back before sitting down on the ground.
The man in red clothes floating in the sky, who was the one who had attacked Zhao Liang, was shocked by what he saw. His face darkened, and he completely dared not believe everything that had happened. He sighed. Too weird, fighting hundreds of Emperor Realm warriors alone, consuming too much, and being injured not lightly. In this situation, he was able to break his attack. After thinking carefully, the man in the red outfit decided to take stronger action to deal with Xiao Liang. Arrogant brat,
can't keep his life.
At the moment when the man was about to take action, a mysterious voice suddenly appeared and echoed loudly, asking the man, "What do you think you're doing, bullying my junior?" The man was very confident in his strength, but after hearing the sound he was immediately frightened, not daring to move at all in front of the strong aura, and his whole body trembled.
Sweat dripped continuously. In the man's head he felt that he was doomed. There is a strong man. The man desperately cried out for help. Knowing that it would be useless, he still said, "Save." Before the man could finish his sentence, the mysterious man who had just spoken quickly took action to teach him a lesson. In just an instant, smoke appeared behind the man, and spread continuously around. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred, and in the blink of an eye, the man's figure disappeared in the area. There was also a Heaven Realm powerhouse guarding another passage who was standing in the sky, and when he witnessed the scene he was shocked. His whole body stood still like a statue, without any reaction. The Heaven Realm powerhouse guarding the passage quickly looked around carefully, but did not get any results. The person who took action was stronger than him, but did not find any trace of the opponent. Too scary. The more he thought about it, the more worried he was about his safety. And so, that Heavenly Realm powerhouse guarding the passage didn't hesitate for even a second longer, turning tail and booking it out there. As he flew, he kept mumbling that his own life was the most important thing. After all, the dead guy wasn't from his sect, and definitely wasn't his junior. Well, dead is dead, right? The mysterious figure who just off that guy was none other than our main man, Shu Xuan. Seeing that everything was sorted, Shu Xuan stopped using the sky-gazing mirror to watch Xiao Liang, and just stashed it away. Even without watching,
Shu Xuan was totally confident that Xiao Liang would achieve awesome things, looking forward to his performance in the quota competition, in the ancient battleground, and even in the treasure hunt. Shu Xuan raised a hand, a huge grin spreading across his face, thinking to himself about how he'd gained a new understanding of the Dao.
Later, someone came to visit Shu Xuan at his place, bringing news that everyone was buzzing about. Apparently, Xiao Liang took on Bai Di by himself. The news of his success had spread all over the northern territories. He Yue, the head of the Black Moon Pavilion, rushed over to Shu Xuan as soon as she heard Shifu.
The Northern Hot Topics thing you mentioned last time is doing pretty well now. He Yue went on to share the new achievements, saying that at least 5% of martial artists now had the Hot Topic imprint. He Yue got more and more excited as she spoke, not even giving Shu Xuan a chance to speak, and continued to lay out her plans for the future. Moreover, her next plan was to start charging fees. Once martial artists became addicted to the Hot Topic imprint, unable to go a day without checking it, the Black Moon Pavilion would start charging monthly and yearly fees. Only those who paid on time would keep getting the news. Shu Xuan had been listening attentively, but when he heard that, he didn't know how to react. He couldn't help but think, no wonder she's called He Yue, she's totally ruthless, so many tricks. She's got the cutthroat mindset of a capitalist from his previous life, but hey, it benefits me, so...
Shu Xuan just raised his index finger to the sky, looked at He Yue, and smiled, telling her to go ahead with her plan,
and offered a few suggestions for creating a more complete system. Afraid that He Yue wouldn't fully understand, Shu Xuan put on his best old professor act, imagined some glasses on his face, pointed to an imaginary whiteboard, and began teaching. For example, for certain hot topics or important news, only reveal half the story. To see the full story, they have to pay extra.
Not stopping there, Shu Xuan continued to instruct He Yue not to be too rigid in her business practices and to be more flexible. Of course, to make things easier, they didn't have to run to the Black Moon Pavilion branch every time to pay. They could offer VIP perks, where they pay a certain amount of extra fees each month to view important news content. And it still wasn't the end. Shu Xuan even instructed He Yue to expand the Black Moon Pavilion's business methods. To reach more customers, you can also take advertisements, pushing news to everyone. If someone wants to become famous, they can find the Black Moon Pavilion and pay according to the number of people they want to see it. The more people, the higher the cost. Even though Shu Xuan had finished speaking a few seconds ago, He Yue hadn't calmed down yet, her eyes wide. Her mouth was gaping open, speechless, stuck in that pose for a short while before He Yue finally returned to normal. He Yue immediately looked at Shu Xuan with extreme admiration, gently touching her face, which had turned red, feeling endlessly joyful inside. She thought her business tactics had already maximized profits, and that she was black-hearted enough. But compared to her Shifu, she was just an innocent newbie. The more He Yue thought about it, the more she realized that she was still too kind, and hadn't been able to reap the greatest possible benefits. Therefore, she hurriedly wanted to consult Shu Xuan, her Shifu, asking, "Do you think we should cut the salaries of the Black Moon Pavilion staff and increase their working hours?" After carefully considering Shu Xuan's teachings, He Yue immediately thought of using labor, connecting rewards with work performance.
For example, they could only receive rewards for completing a certain amount of work. If they didn't finish the work, they would be punished. He Yue's mind was churning out plans that anyone would call overly exploitative. If they caused a certain amount of loss, they could even seize a portion of their cultivation as compensation for the Black Moon Pavilion. Hearing He Yue's words, Shu Xuan felt that his vocabulary was too limited to describe it.
Even though he wasn't one of the Black Moon Pavilion's employees, just listening made Shu Xuan tremble in his heart. Damn, capitalists would weep hearing that. Way too ruthless. Shu Xuan felt that he had to quickly change the topic, or he'd push He Yue further down this warped path. He couldn't share any more business experience with her. She was about to turn into a black-hearted female devil. Shu Xuan secretly resolved to correct He Yue's mindset and bring her back to the right path. He Yue, don't be so dark-hearted. Even to your own people? Do you even have feelings? Shu Xuan smiled on the surface but spoke with great sternness, urging He Yue to stop her evil plan.
Everything has to have limits. You can't go too far with your own people. A person's life can't be without affection, compassion, sympathy, and morality.
Just as Shu Xuan finished speaking, He Yue seemed to have been awakened, saying with great emotion, "Shifu's teachings are very correct." He Yue was confused. Seeing that He Yue was willing to listen, Shu Xuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, but on the surface, he remained very serious,
gently smiling in response. It's good to turn back when you're lost. The more He Yue heard Shu Xuan's words, the more she felt that she had made a huge mistake. But she was so grateful to be taught and corrected by Shu Xuan. Thank you, Shifu, for your guidance. He Yue knows what to do.
Seeing that He Yue was willing to listen, Shu Xuan was overjoyed. But he still had to continue instructing. Everything has to have a degree. Grasp it yourself. Hearing the person guiding her be so strict, He Yue quickly responded, "Shifu, I understand." Shu Xuan waited until this moment, before daring to let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if his little child had finally grown up. Luckily, he corrected her in time.
The scene has now changed from the familiar garden where Shu Xuan lived, to a different area. Here, there is a tall building being meticulously built, where beams of sunlight are shining through the tiles, creating an antique and elegant appearance.
There is a new signboard carefully being shown and displayed, making onlookers feel that this place is doing well in terms of business. The once peaceful scene was broken by the sounds of someone's footsteps. The one who caused the sound was a young man with purple hair, dressed in a very slick way. However, contrasting that, the young man's face had no vitality left whatsoever, and was extremely listless and bored, as he continuously muttered to himself, "Black Moon Pavilion is too evil." The young man took a look at the material that transmitted news in his hand. The more heartache he felt within, as he gazed at the mountains far away in front of him. The young man raised up his hand and clenched it shut, taking a deep breath and loudly lamented. Transmitting news of 100 million people yet charging 100 million lower-grade essence crystals, essentially one crystal for each person. How ridiculous. Although that may be the case, the young man wasn't discouraged whatsoever. Instead, he was increasingly determined. He had a large flame burning within, and opened his mouth to encourage himself. He could definitely do it. Just fighting against 10 Emperor realms alone should make him a little famous. That day was a beautiful morning, with a clear blue sky and light, cooling gales of wind blowing horizontally. It was right there on the position where the Black Moon Pavilion's building was currently sitting. Inside, there was a guest being hidden away, with long white hair. That guest was extremely contemplative as he was looking at the notice in his hand. Even though the guest's face was hidden, we were able to see through that the guest's expression was extremely unsightly, with tightly furrowed brows and sweat on his face. The paper that the hidden guest was looking at was covered in words. The heavenly genius Ha Zong charged alone into the southern continent guard post, fighting the 10 emperors alone, astonishing strength, truly deserving of being the ultimate heavenly genius of Ha Zong. After carefully checking the notice and still not seeing a single page mentioning himself, the white-haired guest raised his head to look at the person standing in front of him. Extremely puzzled, he opened his mouth to ask. He was fighting 2 emperor realms alone, so why isn't there any news related to me? The Black Moon Pavilion employee saw the guest in front of him asking that, and didn't panic at all, but instead, very leisurely, he gestured over to the Black Moon Pavilion's new service, and then, only after that, did he slowly shout out, "Young man, don't be hasty." Other than one person fighting 100 emperors, the rest of the news is all worthless. If you want people to know, then naturally you have to pay a little something. Each and every word from the man working for the Black Moon Pavilion hit right on what the customer was looking for. That was why he was both advertising and coaxing him. Our Black Moon Pavilion's news has always been well known and famous since ancient times, and we have released this service as we are thinking about the various heavenly geniuses. As soon as he finished speaking, the man working for the Black Moon Pavilion gestured over to the price list for the guest who was wanting to become famous. 100 million essence shards. Recommendation service. As if he knew what the guest was thinking inside, the man working for the Black Moon Pavilion immediately opened his mouth to tempt him again. Don't think it's expensive. Gotta know that these talismans only transmit one piece of info, but they use up a ton of spirit essence. Plus, once he's famous, he'll rake it in. Speaking of which, this Black Moon Tower guy wasn't rushing at all, just slowly sweet-talking step by step like, "What if your family elders think you're a genius and pour resources into you? You gotta pay to play, you know?" The white-haired customer was totally blown away by that, feeling like he'd just discovered a whole new world. He was hesitant to believe it at first, kinda doubtful. "There's even operations like that?" he carefully asked. The masked customer didn't realize he'd already fallen into a carefully laid trap, still furrowing his brow and contemplating. But the Tower Master's words made sense. If he gets famous and shows off his heaven-defying power and combat skills, he's bound to get even more attention. The more he thought about it, the more the Black Moon Tower guy's words made perfect sense. So, this customer, who wanted to be famous, didn't hesitate for another second. He immediately pulled out his coin purse and tossed it onto the counter, decisive as hell. Then, the white-haired customer raised his hand without hesitation, looked at the Tower Master, and declared, "Transmit 102 million pieces of info for me." The Tower Master was thrilled that he'd successfully sweet-talked the customer, and quickly and politely replied, "Yes sir, no problem." But he wasn't stopping there. Seeing that the masked customer had agreed to pay for the suggested service, the Tower Master wasn't willing to just stop there, and pulled out another service list, with the words, "Commentary, 1 million spirit stones." The Tower Master had a super friendly face, but inside he was calculating, squeezing every last spirit stone out of the masked customer. Our Black Moon Tower's reputation, you already know it, right? The geniuses we comment on get even more respect. The Tower Master meticulously explained the benefits of the service.
Does this esteemed customer want to bundle these services together to get some extras? You can immediately get the most accurate and detailed info, including secret info on various powers and any number of geniuses. Seeing the customer wavering, but still hesitating to agree, the Tower Master continued smoothly, step by step, leading the customer into the well-prepared trap. Finally, the Tower Master's words broke the masked customer's will, and he raised his hands in surrender, agreeing to the commentary service. Buy it all. Ending the transaction with the Black Moon Tower. The customer left immediately, feeling totally lost and unsure if what he just did was the right thing. As he left, he kept muttering to himself, feeling like he'd been scammed, but also that the spending was kinda worth it.
Remembering the amount of money spent on services, the masked customer felt sorry for his future.
But I'm so poor that I don't even have enough pills left to eat. As soon as the customer's figure disappeared,
the Tower Master, who had been standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quickly turned his head and said to the Black Moon Tower employees, "See that? You gotta push sales like that, understand?" The employees had witnessed everything from start to finish and didn't have any doubts. So, everyone responded in unison, "Understood, Tower Master." The scene changes to a mountain covered in lush green vegetation. Right there, Ding Yu was carefully reading the information on the notice. After carefully reading through the recent events that everyone was paying attention to, Ding Yu smiled, full of anticipation. Xiao Liang fought against 100 emperors alone. Such great power. Ding Yu, you can do it. The more he thought about it, the more confident Ding Yu became in his own abilities. Then he looked towards the distant mountains and forcefully proclaimed, "Ding Yue, there are no women in my heart. Drawing my sword, I can slay gods. How could I possibly lose to others?" In that instant, without Ding Yu's notice, a familiar figure of a girl appeared behind him. Seeing that after so much difficulty and effort, she had finally found Ding Yu but was not being paid any attention to, so the girl opened her mouth and took a deep breath. The person who came was none other than the Saintess Han Yingmeng. On Han Yingmeng's face, there was no longer the confidence from her exquisite beauty, but instead, a face full of anger. Her sharp eyes were terribly frightening, staring at Ding Yu. Her teeth gritted as she spoke each word. Ding Yu heard someone calling his name but did not react at all, but only continued to stare ahead. Saintess Han Yingmeng saw that Ding Yu still refused to look back, and quickly continued, "Ding Yu, finally found you." After Saintess Han Yingmeng finished speaking, Ding Yue now moved. Ding Yue still refused to turn around, but only slightly turned his head to see who had come. When he saw the Saintess Han Yingmeng, Ding Yue showed a slightly confused expression, and asked with some uncertainty, "She's Han Yingmeng of the Piaohua sect." Only after remembering who the girl was did Ding Yu become very happy, like he found a pillow when he was sleepy. Without hesitation asked the Saintess Han Yingmeng whether the girl could help him with something. Ding Yu was extremely curious about his own abilities. Just then Han Yingmeng appeared, so why not try? He had to test again to see how far he was from the third realm of Sword Dao. Han Yingmeng saw Ding Yu's beaming face, and in her heart she was determined to let Ding Yu know her might, and to thoroughly erase the humiliation from before. She was no longer the same as before, not someone who could be easily tossed aside. She would let him recognize the power of the Emperor realm in her heart. Although that was the case, on the surface Han Yingmeng was very calm, slightly raised her head, looked at Ding Yue, and agreed. "Okay. So, what do you want me to help with?" Ding Yu was extremely happy that Han Yingmeng was willing to help, and said with a smile and with sincere words from the bottom of his heart, saying that Miss Han, she was too kind, a friend like her, Ding Yu, he will accept. Before long, Ding Yu spoke up again. This time, Ding Yu agreed to tell Han Yingmeng his request, telling her to stick to him and try it out. After hearing Ding Yu's request, Saintess Han Yingmeng was extremely confident and quickly responded, "No problem." Since Ding Yu's dared to ask, and offered such a great opportunity to take revenge, how could Saintess Han Yingmeng refuse? In Han Yingmeng's heart, she was very sure that this time she would get back at Ding Yu, and definitely make this Ding Yu beg for mercy. The more Saintess Han Yingmeng thought about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the more excited she felt. That was why she didn't hesitate for even a minute, and with a slight use of force under her feet, she prepared to rush straight towards Ding Yu. In an instant, Han Yingmeng rushed straight into Ding Yu's chest, and with both hands, she reached out and used all her strength to tightly hug Ding Yu. Ding Yue was standing, and was caught off guard by Han Yingmeng's extremely sudden action, and was unable to stand still, and had to take a step back to stabilize his body. Saintess Han Yingmeng was using all her strength to hug Ding Yue tightly. Although on the surface she felt extremely embarrassed, and there was even a shy smile on her lips, and her face was as red as a tomato. In her heart she was extremely evil, and thought about how tightly she should squeeze him until he begged for mercy. Hugging with her hands was not enough, so Han Yingmeng lifted her legs, and prepared to clamp down on Ding Yu. although Saintess Han Yingmeng had used all the strength of her body. When she saw that Ding Yue was still standing upright as before, without any reaction at all, she was extremely confused. Ding Yu's body is too strong, she used all the power of the Emperor realm, and yet, although she was being hugged tightly by an extremely beautiful girl, Ding Yue was very calm, and was not moved at all. Ding Yu, who was in the arms of Saintess Han Yingmeng, suddenly looked closely at the girl in front of him and slowly felt his own level. There are no women in my heart. Drawing my sword I can slay gods, he understood. He was about to discover the supreme third realm of sword Dao. The Saintess was the one who took the initiative to rush over and hug Ding Yu, but when she looked at the extremely talented and handsome boy in front of her, Han Yingmeng's face turned hot. Although she was taking revenge on Ding Yu, Saintess Han Yingmeng felt extremely ashamed. If it were other men, just seeing the Saintess Han Yingmeng would not be able to help but look at her with great fascination, and gaze at every move, let alone being hugged tightly by Han Yingmeng like Ding Yu. The point is that Ding Yu was not one of those men. Ding Yu was only concerned about the issue of how strong he could become. Thanks to the help of the holy maiden Han Yingmeng, Ding Yu was able to accurately sense his own abilities, so he couldn't help but laugh loudly, declaring that Ding Yu was now the very person who would slaughter the gods. Just glancing at the scene between the holy maiden Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu, you'd think they were a couple in the throes of passionate love.
Han Yingmeng gazed at the extremely handsome Ding Yu before her with hazy eyes. Her face was already flushed, but seeing the incredibly beautiful smile on Ding Yu's face made her blush even more. In stark contrast to the holy maiden Han Yingmeng's infatuation, Ding Yu was staring intently at the exceptionally beautiful girl before him.
But there wasn't a hint of captivation in his eyes. Ding Yue chuckled softly, uttering words completely out of sync with the romantic atmosphere. Although the person Ding Yue is gazing at is the holy maiden Han Yingmeng, he's actually talking to Shifu Shu Xuan. He's almost there, the realm where he can draw his sword and kill gods, a heart devoid of women.
The holy maiden Han Yingmeng was stunned. Her face flushed. She had been hoping that Ding Yue would say some incredibly sweet words, but all her hopes were dashed immediately, so much so that she was surprised, and couldn't help but exclaim.
Before she could even finish her sentence, Ding Yue showed no gentleness towards the beautiful girl, but on the contrary,
he coldly reached out and brushed Han Yingmeng, who was tightly hugging him, off of himself.
The holy maiden Han Yingmeng, already stunned and unable to calm down, was caught off guard by Ding Yu's unexpected action. She was sent flying backwards and fell to the ground with a loud thud, sounding incredibly painful. However, on the other side, after pushing the holy maiden Han Yingmeng away, Ding Yu's face showed no remorse whatsoever. On the contrary, Ding Yu still had a faint smile on his lips. He looked at Han Yingmeng, who was sitting on the ground, clasped his hands together, bowed slightly in thanks, and said sincere words from the bottom of his heart. Many thanks to Miss Han for her help. Ding Yu's swordplay has taken another big step forward. He must go breakthrough and fight Baidi alone now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yue immediately exerted strength under his feet and quickly shot away, not giving Han Yingmeng any time to react. He decisively and quickly left, leaving only the holy maiden Han Yingmeng, who hadn't even had time to stand up, sitting on the ground in a daze. Seeing Ding Yu turn and leave so resolutely, the holy maiden Han Yingmeng spoke anxiously, wanting to call him back. Ding Yu, the holy maiden Han Yingmeng, saw that even though she had called him back, Ding Yu still didn't pay attention, didn't change his mind at all, but flew straight ahead, not even once looking back at her. Because of this, Han Yingmeng couldn't restrain the anger in her heart any longer. She closed her eyes, raised her face towards the high sky above, and cursed loudly with all her might. "Damn you, Ding Yu! Don't you go!" Someone pointed at Ding Yu and said to the people around him, "Look, another so-called genius is here. Judging by his attire, he's a rogue cultivator. These days even cats and dogs want to rush through the gate."
They laughed at Ding Yu. That's right, rogue cultivators with real strength all have big shots backing them.
One person continued another's words. "Yeah, just like that guy who fought the 100 emperors alone a few days ago.
His backer is a heavenly realm powerhouse rushing into the central province's passage. They have to go through the same route."
They said Ding Yu was that kind of phony. Don't even mention passing through the gate. They could scare Ding Yu to death just by speaking loudly.
Ding Yu sneered and drew his sword. Ding Yu quickly soared up, catching them off guard. One person was hit and another spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers looked at each other. This person seems very powerful. Although the ones blocking the way ahead are just some mediocre characters, they are still 8th or 9th level Emperor Realm cultivators after all. Looks like a tough one has arrived.
The green-haired man frowned. "Is this all the strength Central Province's geniuses have? Then let Black Moon Tower advertise for you a little."
Ding Yu raised his sword, and flames emanated from around him. "Don't run, you bunch of cowards."
Ding Yu wanted to fight 100 people. Seeing someone trying to sneak away, Ding Yu laughed and raised his hand,
instantly taking down dozens of opponents.
The remaining Emperor Realm cultivators were furious, gnashing their teeth and glaring. Ding Yue is too arrogant. Is he bullying Central Province as if we have no one?
A beautiful girl suddenly spoke. This arrogant brat? I want to see what kind of skills he has. It's Ling Yan Fairy from Piaohua sect. Ling Yan descended from the sky, surrounded by a refreshing green aura. The surrounding people cheered. Being hailed as invincible in the 9th level Emperor Realm, that brat is definitely dead this time.
Ding Yu waved his hand.
Girls from Piaohua sect, step aside. Your Miss Han once helped me, so I won't hit people from Piaohua sect. What arrogant talk.
Take this.
Ling Yan unleashed her attack, a large hand falling from above. This Ding Yu is really troublesome. Ding Yu frowned in disgust.
He channeled his spiritual ki and extinguished Ling Yan's attack with a single slash.
Ling Yan was shocked. She was even countered with just one strike. The onlookers were equally amazed. What kind of monstrous existence is this?
No matter how monstrous he is, he can't disrespect Central Continent, one person said sternly, face darkening.
Hearing this, the others glared at Ding Yu. Filled with anger, they simultaneously raised their swords. Came at just the right time, Ding Yu said. Today, let me, Ding Yu, become their nightmare. Heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. Myriad swords torrent. Ding Yu unleashed his technique, facing hundreds of people. But his momentum didn't falter in the slightest. A massive surge of power crashed down, creating a huge explosion. Disciple Ding Yue of Shu Xuan single-handedly battles 100 emperors. Myriad swords torrent shakes the northern domain. Reward is the Li Ji Dao Qize. Shu Xuan, who's been chilling, grinned ear to ear when he heard the notification, praising. Not bad, Ding Yu crossed the line too, and he's taking on 100 emperors solo. He's keeping up with Xiao Liang, and he's mastered this overbearing myriad swords torrent offensive sword technique.
Shu Xuan continued to comment.
Looks like Xiao Liang can't suppress Ding Yu, casually praising him in the process. Not bad. As expected of the eldest senior brother, Shu Xuan said, looking at Xiangxing through the mirror. He hesitated a bit. Should I let Xiangxing go stir things up a bit? With Xiangxing's current strength, fighting 100 emperors shouldn't be a problem. Just sending out a puppet is fine. But asking for such utmost effort, I'm afraid I can't trigger the system's reward. I also don't know if Wang Lu has gone to stir things up. Wang Lu's combat power is evenly matched, but a little bit weaker than the rest.
Anyway, his talent is in alchemy. Even though he hadn't found anyone to participate in the next stage, Shu Xuan was still grinning like a Cheshire cat. He thought of Shu Pingfan, and started analyzing. Shu Pingfan is a very strong fighter, but his cultivation is a little low. I'm afraid he can't stir the 100 Emperors stage in that land. Xiao Liang was standing. He looked at the wooden plank in his hand. That wooden plank was the message board of the Black Moon Tower. Like today's newspaper, he saw the news of Ding Yu.
Unable to restrain his excitement, said, there's another person whose strength is no weaker than him. He cultivates the boundless War Dao, an extremely powerful technique. I wonder who in the same stage can compare with him. Could it be one of the senior brothers?
Elsewhere, Wang Luo also looked at his hand, and at first glance knew it was senior brother Ding Yu. Seeing this, Wang Luo made up his mind. He sighed, I feel like I have to go cause some trouble too. Although his combat power is indeed not as good as his senior brother Ding Yu, but it is absolutely far beyond the same realm. Moreover, the power of Void Skyfire is extremely strong, and there is also the integration of formations and special alchemic pills. Relying on these methods, passing the 100 Emperors level is not difficult. It's time to go back. The self-created formation pill, Forbidden Pill, is also about to appear. We must let the entire Wang family, the entire northern region know that Wang Luo, I am a true alchemy genius, an imperialist monster who founded a new alchemy. Wang Luo's spirit of determination increased every moment. Wang Luo fired flaming alchemic pills. And as he walked, Wang Luo said, alchemy is not just about refining medicine. You people don't know anything about alchemy. Wherever he stepped, it exploded, Wang Luo thought to himself. Look at my formation pill, Forbidden Pill. Disciple Wang Luo asked after hearing this. Can pills be used like this? How can it be refined? Then, back at Shu Xuan's place, the system notification appeared again. Your disciple Wang Luo's alchemy shakes the northern territory. The reward is the fusion Dao Cheze. Shu Xuan smiled happily and said, these disciples of mine are doing their part. It's not in vain that I have painstakingly nurtured them. Shu Xuan turned around and accepted the Dao Qize, a way to open a miniature version of the great Dao, and the Dao Qize took another step forward. Shu Xuan sensed the Dao Qize. After comprehending the fusion Dao Qize, all the Dao Qizes can be fused into a small avenue, and fusing and dividing Dao Qizes will become easier. But Shu Xuan was also worried. Among the disciples, Xiao Liang passed, and Ding Yu and Wang Luo also crossed the line. There were no more disciples. Shu Pingfan's cultivation was a bit weak after all. If he had the 9th level of Emperor Realm cultivation, he could pass the tunnel, and also shake the northern territory.
With the accelerated recovery of the rules of heaven and earth, all parties have begun to enter the game. The ancient war demon land affects the treasured luck of the southern continent and the northern territory. All those who get the news are moved, and there must be other forces involved in it.
Passing through the tunnel to the southern continent is the first hurdle that rogue cultivators must face. Only by winning in the battle of distributing the number of places can they win the quota to enter the ancient war demon land. Zhao Liang, Ding Yu and Wang Luo will not participate in the ancient war demon land qualifiers. If they want to enter, then enter. What power can stop them? The battle for places in each round may have to wait several years. The geniuses of the major forces in the final round compete for the number of places. At Shu Xuan's place, Wang Luo and Ding Yu were both present, bowing cautiously, paying their respects to Shu Xuan, and bowing to their master in unison. Shu Xuan saw them being so respectful and told them to stand up. Come here and introduce you to Xiangxing and He Yu. Xiangxing and He Yu clasped their hands and greeted Ding Yu and Wang Luo. Wang Luo spoke first.
Hello, junior sister. Then ignored her. Ding Yu and Wang Luo scrambled to talk to Xiangxing. Wang Luo said, "These bottles of elixirs of mine are considered a gift." Ding Yu cut in. "This is a lot of treasures that I found in the secret realm of the Earth Spirit Clan." Xiangxing happily thanked them both. Wang Luo smiled when he saw Xiangxing being so polite and said, "We're family. No need to be so polite."
He Yue, who was being ignored, thought, Wang Luo and Ding Yue's attention are not on her. Is her beauty not enough? But that's right, if they were easily fascinated by beauty, if they flattered her like that, they wouldn't be worthy of being his disciples, and they wouldn't be worthy of being her senior brothers. After greeting Xiangxing, Ding Yu immediately had a question, and asked Shu Xuan, "Master, there is a very powerful person, and he feels that the person's strength is no weaker than him." Shu Xuan knew who Ding Yu was talking about, and replied slowly, "That's your junior brother, Xiao Liang." Ding Yu cleared his throat. "What? Is our junior brother?" Shu Xuan then explained, "In addition to you, I have also accepted a few disciples outside. There are 2 named disciples, and a servant. You will meet them later." Ding Yu was still wondering in his head. Could it be that Master has ever left this courtyard? Since becoming a disciple, I have never seen Master leave this small courtyard for another step. Master is strong and mysterious. I must work hard to cultivate. Absolutely can't let those junior brothers catch up. Ding Yu was determined. He was currently in Shu Xuan's small courtyard, where all the outstanding disciples had gathered, including Wang Luo, Ding Yu, and Xiangxing. The 3 of them stood before Shu Xuan as Shu Xuan began to speak. "Now that everyone's here, I'll explain the Tao of cultivation to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune." Shu Xuan stretched out his hands, and a golden halo appeared behind his upper body, emitting a dazzling light. He began to explain the Dao. As soon as he finished his lecture, Shu Xuan sat down in his chair, picked up his teacup, and sighed. "This is the first time I've lectured on cultivation since breaking through to the Tao realm. It's not like before. The lecture directly connects to the true meaning of the Tao realm. Of course, Ding Yu and the others are at a relatively low realm, so they can't comprehend the deeper aspects. Early exposure to the heavenly realm is already their limit, taking some time to gather the disciples and give a lecture. But this matter will have to wait until after the ancient demon battlefield." Shu Xuan suddenly thought of Aunt Duoa. Turning his back and waving his hand, Shu Yi immediately appeared from nowhere. Seeing Shu Yi appear, Shu Xuan slowly sipped his tea and ordered, "Xiao Liang has arrived in Nanzhao. Let him get acquainted with Ding Yu and the others. The 5 continents' wisdom treasure of Qi luck in the northern region, no matter what, must not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, Qin Ying will definitely leave a way out on the wisdom treasure of Qi luck. Shu Yi, take a trip and bring Xiao Liang here. Also, Du Yuan, who just broke through to the heavenly realm, should also meet him. Now that they've become my disciples, their aptitude isn't considered bad, so they need to be nurtured. At the very least, they must become God realm powerhouses." At the place where Xiao Liang was cultivating, behind him stood Lu Piao Piao. Suddenly, Shu Yi's appearance startled Xiao Liang and Lu Piao Piao. Shu Yi informed them, "The master has asked me to bring you on a trip." Xiao Liang broke out in a sweat, asking, "Who is your master?" Shu Yi used his hand to create a swirling smoke spell, enveloping Xiao Liang and Lu Piao Piao, and replied sullenly, "He is your Shifu." Scene changes to Du Yuan, who was sitting leisurely on a mat. Du Yuan involuntarily said, "The honored master is truly too powerful. Nurturing me a little, and I could become a heavenly realm powerhouse. The God realm isn't out of reach." Just as he finished speaking, Shu Yi appeared before Du Yuan. Seeing a stranger enter his room, he raised his guard and asked, "Who are you?" Shu Yi's white swirling spell enveloped Du Yuan, and he thought in confusion, "What level of powerhouse is this? I don't have the slightest power to resist. God realm, definitely a legendary God realm powerhouse." After a series of actions, Shu Yi finally informed Du Yuan of the reason. "The master wants to see you." Du Yuan heard this and asked,
Is it the honored master? At Shu Xuan's courtyard,
Shu Yi returned to report to Shu Xuan, Master, I've brought everyone. When Xiao Liang and Du Yuan saw Shu Xuan, they clasped their hands and bowed in salute.
Seeing this, Shu Xuan told them, rinse, everyone. Shu Xuan looked at Xiao Liang and said, Xiao Liang's senior brothers and sisters are still in enlightenment. Now that Xiao Liang has arrived, I will give a lecture to Xiao Liang. Hearing this, Xiao Liang was extremely grateful, and quickly thanked Shu Xuan.
Shu Xuan then looked at Lu Piao and Du Yuan and said, You guys sit too, and listen together. How much you can comprehend all depends on your own fortune. The two of them never thought they would get to listen in, and they quickly thanked Shu Xuan.
The sky flashed with rays of light emanating from the courtyard. Shu Xuan saw the expression on Du Yuan's face, as if he was about to break through.
Shu Xuan then said softly,
Little Du Ye, if you're going to break through, then break through. Don't disturb them. Yes, honored master, Du Yuan respectfully replied. As soon as Shu Xuan left, Du Yuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a super big shot, one lecture and I broke through. Du Yuan then looked at Lu Piao, who was practicing a spell. Du Yuan pondered this spell, which could restore the physical body for a period of time, but used a type of rule power to condense this physical body.
After finishing his cultivation, Xiao Liang slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was to thank Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan was now standing among his disciples. Shu Xuan told them, All of you, get to know each other.
Ding Yu was the first to step forward to get to know Xiao Liang. He said to Xiao Liang, Junior brother, let's have a spar.
Xiao Liang was not one to shy away from a fight, so he quickly agreed. All right.
Suddenly, Shu Yun stepped out from the mirror.
As soon as he arrived, Shu Yun immediately said, 13 Sis has returned to the Shu family ancestral home. Shu Xuan replied coldly. Go point out a few things for the younger generations to cultivate.
In the forest, Xiao Liang and Du Yuan were gawking, mouths agape, at the Namo Amitabha floating in the air.
Through the lens, Xiao Liang thought it was a Buddhist affair. His bro is kinda special. His cultivation is already at the spirit-severing realm. How far along? Who knows? Are all the servants spirit-severing realm? Xiao Liang was shocked at this new info. Du Yuan, on the other hand, felt ashamed.
He knew he was the biggest piece of trash among all the servants. If it weren't for fate, the master definitely wouldn't have taken him in. He promised himself that he would definitely try his best to cultivate, striving to break through to the spirit-severing realm as soon as possible.
Xiao Liang then remembered Shu Yi and asked curiously, Who brought them here? Wang Luo, hearing Xiao Liang's question, explained, He's even more special, created by Shifu. As for the specifics, we don't know. His name is Shu Yi, and he's at the peak of spirit-severing realm. Xiao Liang was shocked to hear that someone created by Shifu was at the peak of spirit-severing realm. He couldn't believe it and asked again, Shifu created him. In his heart he became even more curious about his master. He thought, just how strong is Shifu, to be able to create such a powerful being? Ding Yu butted in, interrupting Xiao Liang's train of thought, and urged him to hurry into the secret realm to spar a few rounds together. Standing in front of the myriad realms mirror, Shu Xuan was eagerly curious about the reward the system would give him after 20 years. In the group chat,
someone with a turtle avatar sent a message. Hello everyone, I'm Giran, a great Dao Xuan turtle. I accidentally got dragged into this group while seeing Long Jun go through tribulations. Here's a little gift for everyone as a meeting present. Below the greeting message were two small gift boxes sent by the user named Giran. Shu Xuan calculated. The beautiful Dao-imbued stone is becoming more and more numerous but still have a ways to go to be upgraded. Right now I'm still at the first gate of Dao realm. Background has not accumulated enough. The laws have not yet completed the changes, but I'm closer to the second gate of the Dao realm. Wait for the right opportunity to imprint the seal of the heavenly Dao above, replacing a portion of the existing rules of heaven and earth, and then slowly devour the entire rules of heaven and earth of Nanzhao, replacing the rules of the heavenly Dao, completely controlling everything in Nanzhao.
Through these words, we can see Shu Xuan's ambition to conquer Nanzhao is quite big, which is even more clearly expressed through his expression that looks very much like a pervert.
Suddenly, the system sent a new notification. Your ghost niece, UNHI, brought the 100 Ghosts Night Parade through the gate, shocking countless experts and causing a stir in the northern region. The reward is Transformation of Dao Thief. Shu Xuan heard the news that his niece went to scare the experts, but he said calmly, UNH. I brought the 100 ghosts through the gate again, causing a stir in the northern region. It seems this isn't the first time UNHI has done this. He regretted loving this ghost niece so much, yet she always used the 100 Ghosts Night Parade to scare people. Then he opened the Myriad Realms mirror. Inside the mirror was a scene of people running around in chaos, shouting, There are ghosts everywhere, why do you want to stop me? A spirit-severing realm expert stationed at the entrance of Dongzhao spoke up and asked,
Somewhere there was the scream of a young man and the roar of a red-clothed woman. Ling Zhen, pay with your life. I once said that even as a ghost I wouldn't spare you. Before she finished speaking, the red-clothed woman rushed towards the terrified man, screaming loudly, "Help!"
A streak of green light blocked the red-clothed woman,
followed by a loud shout. Absurd. Ling Baiyun successfully stepped forward,
blocking for his younger brother, Ling Zhen. Seeing his elder brother had arrived, he spoke confidently. "Big brother, quickly kill her." Ling Zhen was initially afraid and screaming for help, but now that he had someone to protect him, he became arrogant. The red-clothed woman kindly advised, "Ling Baiyun, do you want to protect him?
You can protect him for a while, but you can't protect him for life."
Ling Baiyun chose to avoid the topic. Despite hearing this, he asked the red-clothed woman, "Why did you become what you call a ghost? I'm very curious about ghosts. Why not come with me for a trip?"
The red-clothed woman simply replied that she was a vengeful spirit who had come to seek revenge, advising Ling Baiyun not to meddle in other people's business, as the ghost race was not easy to provoke. However, he didn't seem to take these words to heart. He wasn't afraid, and even provoked. "I don't know if you're easy to provoke, but you've alarmed the entire northern region. Soon, experts will come here, and I think they'll be very interested in ghosts. The one confronting the spirit-severing realm expert is from the Yu family, right? Does your ghost race have anything to do with Shu Pingfan?" Suddenly, Yunhi butted in and said to the red-clothed woman, "She clings to him, the red-clothed woman kills." Before Ling Baiyun could understand what was happening, Yunhi cast the Senluo ghost domain, causing Baiyun to panic. On this side, Shu Xuan was observing the battle taking place through the myriad realms mirror. Shu Xuan also explained the reason why the red-clothed woman became a vengeful spirit. The source of the matter was that she encountered the threat of Lang Zhen and directly exploded her fleshly body and fled,
during which she met Yunhi, and then Yunhi transformed her into a vengeful spirit and cultivated the technique.
Afterwards, Shu Xuan ordered someone to help the red-clothed ghost
also bring Yunhi back.
With Yunhi's strength, facing strong opponents is too dangerous. If the ghost clan is already showing itself, it should display some of its power, Shu Xuan said with a slightly suggestive expression. Yunhi, having fought so much, was sweating buckets from exhaustion. She thought, "This is bad. The ghost clan is already at a disadvantage. A strong heavenly realm cultivator is coming. I can't stop them. I must call for help." Suddenly, a burst of green light appeared. The ghost clan appeared immediately after. Fengdu Ghost King spoke first, saying, "We are the ghost clan. Those who have died unjustly, whose souls are not destroyed, can enter my ghost clan, transform into vengeful spirits to seek revenge." Hearing Fengdu Ghost King's words, a group of rogue cultivators couldn't resist the allure of immediate benefits. They clamored to join the ghost clan, wanting to transform into vengeful spirits. Witnessing the unfolding events, Shu Xuan felt that this situation was really not good. But not even a single divine realm cultivator showed up. He doubted whether the Bo region even had any divine realm experts. Shu Xuan immediately dismissed that thought, figuring it was because Yunhi, his granddaughter, was leading the ghost clan, and those people were all transformed from the souls of human race martial artists. That's why no one was intervening. After resolving everything, Fengdu Ghost King and his close subordinates appeared in Shu Xuan's courtyard. Fengdu Ghost King's subordinate spoke first, reporting to Shu Xuan, "This time, the ghost clan gained 100 new members, and there are a few with decent talent. We'll take them back to the Fengdu secret realm, teach them the ghost clan's methods, and increase their strength." As they were talking, Yunhi appeared out of nowhere. She rushed to Shu Xuan, chirping, "Grandpa, I'm back." Shu Xuan, doting on Yunhi, gently patted her head. He also praised Yunhi for increasing the ghost clan's membership. He thought to himself, "It's true that I haven't spoiled Yunhi for nothing. I'll appoint her as the holy maiden of the ghost clan." In terms of talent and potential, Yunhi is much stronger than that Fengdu Ghost King. Suddenly, Shu Xuan noticed that Yunhi didn't bring Shu Pingfan back with her, so he asked, "Yunhi, how could you bear to leave Pingfan and come back alone?" She honestly replied, "Grandpa, there's an old maiden who's clinging to Fanfan every day. Do you think I should turn her into a ghost or not?" Not stopping there, I continued, "Fanfan said he doesn't like the old maiden, but she's still trying to get close. It's really annoying. Plus, I heard she has a marriage engagement. She broke it for Fanfan's sake. Her fiancé is no pushover, very strong." Before Fanfan went to the Eastern continent, he was already known as the #1 prodigy of the Eastern continent. Hearing Yunhi's explanation, Shu Xuan's face twitched a bit. He also realized the relationship between Ping Fan, Yunhi, and that old maiden seemed complicated. Before Shu Xuan could figure out what was going on, I asked him if there was a way for Yu Bei not to be affected after she possessed her body. Hearing this, Shu Xuan just smiled, thinking that a 9th-level ghost emperor possessing her, even if she suppressed her ghost energy, would still have a slight impact. He asked curiously, "So,
UNHI? Did you go to all this trouble just to ask me about this? But UNH. I immediately denied it. She expressed her desire to have an uncle or something go to the eastern continent to make the ghost clan stronger, but she didn't want that uncle to control her.
Shu Xuan guessed that because she was a junior going to the eastern continent, UNHI would have to obey the orders of those people and wouldn't be independent.
He immediately agreed to her request, appointing her as the Holy Maiden of the Ghost Clan, a position second only to the Ghost King, but not under the Ghost King's control. Then, he gave the Holy Maiden bell to UNHI. UNH. I was overjoyed, happily thanking Shu Xuan. Now in her position as Holy Maiden, all the Ghost Clan members had to greet UNHI wherever she went. UNH. I seem to have adapted to this treatment.
Shu Xuan also instructed the two Ghost Clan elders to listen to Yuanhe's orders, and then ordered them to return to the small world.
Watching everyone leave, Yuanhe's face turned serious, as she asked Shu Xuan, "Grandpa, is there a way for Yu Bei not to be affected? Why do you have to possess her body?"
Shu Xuan was truly puzzled by Young Inhe's intentions. She's not only clinging to Fan Fan, but also very beautiful. I just like controlling her body to play with Fan Fan. It's so much fun. Yuanhe's face suddenly became unusually mischievous. Moreover, her fiancé is kind of annoying. I'll possess her body to help her escape the engagement and defeat that fiancé. Then, she can follow Fan Fan as an old maid in the future. Wouldn't that be great? Hearing this, Shu Xuan could only force a smile, secretly blaming Shu Pingfan for not rejecting that girl, and feeling that he was too old to keep up with the young people, but he had no choice but to let it go.
Under Yuanhe's expectant gaze,
Shu Xuan helplessly said, "Her strength is too low. She needs to reach the Emperor realm at least.
This pill can help her break through to the Emperor realm quickly. Also, I'll teach you a little trick." Then, he handed the pill to UNHI.
He also gave her some extra instructions, telling her that the other soul that will share her body wouldn't have any negative impact. Plus, he'd pass on even more profound secret techniques from the Huangshuan ancient scripture to help her upgrade her ghostly power.
UNH. I happily accepted the pills and bounced back to the eastern continent.
Speaking of her fiancé, Yu Bei, the top heavenly chosen, the child of destiny of the eastern continent. Suddenly, a look of terrifying calculation spread across Shu Xuan's face, even more so than usual. Just to test something out, let's shift the destiny of the eastern continent onto Shu Pingfan, making him the child of destiny of the eastern continent. If that happens, the 5 regions of the northern domain would only have the child of destiny of the central continent left. Wouldn't they all be under his thumb? He looked at the sky, looked at the ground, deep in thought, contemplating Shu Pingfan's situation. Right now, the feud between Pingfan and Ling Baiyun is already set to go. If you weigh them against each other, Ling Baiyun is a child of destiny, with natural advantages, while Pingfan carries the burden of an extreme and rebellious path. It should be enough to fight against Ling Baiyun. But according to Shu Xuan's words, Pingfan just broke through to the 6th realm of the Emperor realm. He's definitely weaker than Ling Baiyun.
So if he wants to completely crush Ling Baiyun, he still needs a key element, UNHI. If that's the case, as you wish, according to my heart. The destiny of the eastern continent is unstable, plus UNH's body. Although I can't completely manipulate the destiny of a continent, I can easily mess with it a little, which should make Ling Baiyun suffer, Shu Xuan said while holding his ruyi scepter and laughing, making the white cat scratch its head in confusion. Inside the palace, Xiao Hu Li was blocking Xin Yuefeng and Bai Xiaokong, preventing them from reaching the Shu family.
Xin Yuefeng confusedly said to Xiao Hu Li, "Little Hu Li, why are you being so stubborn? Him? Xiao Kong is who he is. The only one she fears is the Emperor realm."
Bai Xiaokong, hearing Xin Yuefeng say that, echoed, "Exactly. My third brother and I are better on the inside than the outside." Ignoring Xiao Hu Li's blockade,
Xin Yuefeng and Bai Xiaokong were still insistent on getting to the Shu family, making Xiao Hu Li angry but helpless. Back to Shu Xuan's side.
The white cat in the courtyard was still blankly staring at Shu Xuan when Yuefeng and Xiaokong arrived in front of the Shu family's gate.
Xin Yuefeng thoughtfully looked at the Shu family's residence.
Finally speaking up, "This is the place where they dealt with that mysterious person? Oh yeah, third brother." The Shu family initially dispatched 3 warriors to protect eldest brother. "Are they all completely dead?" Bai Xiaokong curiously asked. Yuefeng, Xiaokong, if you were severely injured back then, retreated to White Victory Mountain, you wouldn't have seen their tragic sacrifice. Moreover, it wasn't just the Shu family. The He and Zhao families were the same.
Hearing that, Bai Xiaokong anxiously asked Xin Yuefeng about eldest brother's whereabouts. Xin Yuefeng reassured him, "Relax, what kind of figure is eldest brother?" Nothing will go wrong, just patiently wait for eldest brother to return. Xin Yuefeng also clarified his own purpose for coming to the Shu family today. Actually, the real reason he wanted to come to the Shu family was to see if this mysterious person was someone from the Shu family. After all, Great Qin has been severely infiltrated by enemies.
If the mysterious person isn't from the Shu family, then just get rid of them, Xin Yuefeng said, frowning, looking quite scary. Suddenly, a white cat with blue eyes appeared on the roof. Bai Xiaokong was very interested in the cat, wanting to catch it as a gift for Xiaohu Li, but Yuefeng stopped him, telling him to catch it and give it to Sixth Sister, Hua Tianzi. While the two were talking, the cat had disappeared without them noticing, causing the two of them to look around. Unexpectedly, the cat that was on the roof a moment ago was now clinging to Xin Yuefeng's back. Xin Yuefeng, the one being clung to, didn't even realize he had an extra cat on him. Even more surprisingly, when the cat was still on Yuefeng's shoulder, he turned and saw it on Xiaokong's shoulder. This made both of them confused, curious about the origins of this strange cat. After that, the two shouted together and jumped at the small cat. Immediately, the small cat angrily flung Yuefeng and Xiaokong away. The two intruders into the Shu family were now lying motionless outside the gate. Inside, Shu Xuan was still leisurely tending to his flowers, and casually said, "This time, the Tianling Miao's got something to play with." Then, he called into the house. "Xian take these pots of immortal herbs back to the small world. Who cares about the smog outside?" Outside the Shu family's main house, countless massive explosions were happening.
Shu Xuan sat calmly in the courtyard, took a light sip of his tea, and sighed. It's already been 6 hours. Hasn't the Tianling Miao had enough fun yet? The explosions outside showed no signs of stopping but were getting bigger and more frequent.
Bai Xiaokong was getting wrecked outside and kept complaining.
The Tianling Miao held Bai Xiaokong in one hand and Xin Yuefeng in the other, spinning them around like they were in some love magic whirlwind move it just invented.
The white smoke merged into the swirling black smoke, forming a tall vortex like a tornado. The Tianling Miao seemed very satisfied and yelled, "Meow meow, not bad, this translation gig is really awesome."
Finally, the Tianling Miao got bored and stopped. Letting them both go, Bai Xiaokong said to Xin Yuefeng, "Brother Feng, I think I saw my grandpa." Xin Yuefeng gasped, "I saw my own grave." Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuefeng trembled, looking at each other. The Tianling Miao leaned down,
looking at them, and meowed, "Meow meow meow," which roughly translates to, "How's it feel, noobs?" The Tianling Miao gave a wicked grin and grabbed their heads. Bai Xiaokong, tears streaming down his face, asked Xin Yuefeng, "What is this Miao Lord saying?" Xin Yuefeng replied, "How would I know? Let's find Little Fox for help. I am afraid that even if the Fox Immortal Ancestor comes, he can't do anything."
The Tianling Miao didn't care what they were saying. It took out a comb and a fan, leaving Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuefeng confused. Bai Xiaokong cautiously looked at the two items and asked, "Miao Lord wants to." The Tianling Miao grinned
and meowed a few times, meow meow meow. Xin Yuefeng quickly realized and exclaimed, "I get it, Miao Lord wants us to groom it," and so Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuefeng became cat groomers.
Bai Xiaokong was fanning while instructing Xin Yuefeng, who was combing the Tianling Miao's fur. Yes, third brother, hurry up a bit, be quicker," Xin Yuefeng quickly replied.
Yeah. The Tianling Miao laid back comfortably, enjoying their service.
After grooming for a while, Xin Yuefeng asked the Tianling Miao, "Miao Lord, do you like this strength? Miao Lord, do you think I combed well? Does it hurt you?" The Tianling Miao also enthusiastically replied, "Meow meow meow," which roughly translates to, "It's okay, put some strength into it." Xin Yuefeng seemed to understand the cat language, and quickly nodded, yes. Bai Xiaokong held the fan, and asked, "Just what kind of deity is this Miao Lord? Even the fan is a divine artifact." The Tianling Miao lazily meowed once. Xin Yuefeng reminded him, "Xiaokong, be serious, you're being clumsy. Miao Lord is such a precious being, how can you?" Before Xin Yuefeng finished, Bai Xiaokong chimed in, Yes, third brother is right. I'll definitely try my best for Miao Lord." Shu Xuan inside overheard them, "Niece, it's been 3 days already.
And the Tianling Miao still hasn't let them go. So this is pretty much the cat slave of my previous life." Elsewhere, Little Fox angrily said, "What, it's been 3 days? And Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuefeng still haven't returned? Damn it, even the communication talisman isn't working." Little Fox unhappily listened to his subject report. "Yes, Your Majesty."
"Your Majesty, Emperor Realm experts from the Dacian Empire are attacking and are approaching our national border,"
Little Fox said in surprise. "What? Continue using the communication talisman to contact them both? And tell them to return quickly. Absolutely do not send anyone to find them, or they will be severely punished." The subject acknowledged this and promptly left to do so. Little Fox lowered his face and thought, "My Danqian is in danger." Late at night, at the Shu family,
Shu Xuan, seeing it was getting late, asked Su Xian to tell the Tianling Miao to let them go. Shu Xuan heir heard this and quickly complied.
No sooner had he left than Shu Xuan suddenly sensed something. He looked towards the distant, mystical mountain and said, "The ancient battlefield of war demons is finally revealing its true form."
Shu Xuan pulled out a chair and stood in the courtyard. He contacted Ren Chenghe through a divine artifact, asking, "Old Ren, have you reached Nan province yet?" Ren Chenghe replied,
"Disciple has already arrived at the northern region, and am heading towards Nan province."
Hearing this, Shu Xuan praised,
"Very good. After you arrive at Nan province, Ren Chenghe, go to the Black Moon Tower. I've arranged for someone to receive you, so don't reveal your whereabouts for now." Ren Chenghe quickly agreed to Shu Xuan's arrangement. Ending the conversation,
Shu Xuan gazed into the distance, pondering. Perhaps Qin Ying will also arrive at Nan province soon. In his previous life he harbored resentment and fled, but in this life, under my protection, revenge will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, several of Shu Xuan's disciples opened a spatial gate and arrived before him. Seeing his disciples arrive, Shu Xuan knew they had guessed something, and asked, "Have you guys also sensed the anomaly in Nan province?" He Yu quickly replied, "Yes, Shifu." Shu Xuan smiled slightly. He explained to them that the ancient battlefield of war demons was about to open. This is an opportunity. And also the beginning of the 9 regions war. Hidden within the ancient battlefield of war demons are the treasures and fortune of the 5 provinces of the northern region. Whichever one obtains the treasures will have the chance to contend for the position of human king of the northern region. Hearing this, He Yu was secretly delighted. Human king of the northern region. If I can obtain the position of human king, the Ji family of the central region would be nothing. Xiao Liang expressed interest.
The ancient battlefield of war demons is that miraculous, Ding Yue also exclaimed. This time, there's something to play with. Seeing his disciples so excited,
Shu Xuan reminded them. This is a layout spanning the primordial era. Originally, a certain human clan from the God realm wanted to lead the demon race in, and then make a move at a critical moment, trying to reverse the situation, hoping to seize the position of human king. But Emperor Zunda Qin, that's Qin Ying, exposed this conspiracy that year. Therefore, he joined forces with the major powers in the northern region to set up the board,
breaking the plot of that God realm human race. And the layout of various things has been extended to this day, and you all want to participate in this upcoming great battle. One is to train yourselves, and the other is to ensure that the treasures and fortune do not fall into the hands of others. But the position of human king is not that important, not to mention that the great changes in the 9 regions are coming, and the position of human king is not suitable for anyone.
Ding Yue looked at Shu Xuan with firm eyes, and said, "Shifu, disciple doesn't care about any human king. In Ding Yue's heart, there is only the sword. As long as my sword is strong enough, what is the human king?" Shu Xuan looked at Ding Yu with trust, thinking to himself, "This kid's obsession and persistence in practicing the sword is definitely top-notch." Wang Luo, who was next to him, said decisively, "Shifu, Wang Luo is not someone who can be a human king." Xiao Liang showed goodwill, and he also chimed in, "Shifu, disciple is different from the 2 senior martial brothers. Everything is up to fate." Hearing this, Shu Xuan couldn't help but praise them. "You all have your own thoughts. This is very good."
He Yu had been frowning and thinking from just now. Seeing her like this, Shu Xuan knew what she was thinking, and said, "He Yue, I know what you are thinking, but don't be limited by something."
After Shu Xuan said this, He Yue was enlightened.
That's right, she was really too stupid. How could she be fascinated by this thing of the human king, compared with grasping the heavenly Tao? Other things are nothing. Having been reminded by Shu Xuan, she finally figured it out, and said, "Thank you, Shifu, for reminding He Yue." Seeing that she had awakened, Shu Xuan nodded in praise. "Very good."
That's right. Emperor Zunda Qin, who was originally Qin Ying, has been reincarnated and will return to Nan province soon. Shu Xuan's words made everyone dumbfounded. Ding Yue sighed first. Shifu is a god. He even knows that the Emperor Zunda Qin has been reincarnated and returned, without explaining anything further. Shu Xuan continued, "He is now my nominal disciple, and I have agreed with him that he cannot interfere in the battle for treasures and fortune above the Emperor realm."
Wang Luo realized what Shu Xuan wanted to say, and interjected, "Does Shifu mean to let us help Qin Ying Shidi?" Shu Xuan looked up at the sky.
"Qin Ying has his own plans. Whether to help or not is up to you.
Moreover, Qin Ying is very strong, not weaker than you." Ding Yu smiled to himself. He thought curiously. Hearing Shifu say this, I want to see what this Shidi whom I have never met is like.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan laughed heartily, and told them, "You are all my proud disciples. You are all top existences in the Emperor realm. You only need to ensure that the fortune does not fall into the hands of others.
At that time, everyone will rely on their own abilities, and go all out to let those so-called geniuses and famous figures in the northern region see your style."
Shu Xuan's gang, Xiao Liang, He Yu, Ding Yu, and Wang Luo, We're all itching to take on that mission, you know. Shu Xuan and Shu Yun strolled by and saw them, so they started gossiping. Shu Xuan piped up, "Yun Gergije, what are those guys up to?" Shu Yun casually replied, "Oh, just yakking about the ancient battle demon land." Shu Xuan wasn't exactly thrilled, feeling a bit bummed for the others, and mumbled, "Oh really? No wonder Ding Yu and the gang are so hyped. Finally they get to go out and show off their skills."
As she was talking, she turned around and realized Shu Yun was gone. Totally confused, she wondered, where'd Yun Gege go? Then she spotted Shu Yun racing over to Shu Xuan and shouting, "13th Gege, I want to check out the ancient battle demon land too."
Shu Yun whined to Shu Xuan, "13th Gege, please let me go." Shu Xuan, helpless against his little sister, sighed. "Yun Jir, fine, you can go. But you absolutely have to take Tianling Miao with you for protection." Hearing that she could go, Shu Yun cheered, "Yes, 13th Gege, I'll go find Tianling Miao right away."
Then Shu Yun looked around, calling out loudly, Xiao Bai, let's go play."
When Tianling Miao didn't show up, Shu Yun frowned, annoyed, and grumbled, "Where the heck did that Tianling Miao run off to today?" Little did Shu Yun know, Tianling Miao was currently chilling, being waited on by two handsome dudes. "Miao, this is the life." Over on the other side, Bai Xiaokong whined, "When is this catmaster gonna let us go?" Xin Yuanfeng saw that Bai Xiaokong was totally bored, but he was helpless. All he could do was reassure him, "Just keep serving him well for now. Don't tick him off, or he'll scratch you." Just as he was getting comfortable, he sensed someone calling him, so Tianling Miao got a little bummed out. Realizing it was Shu Yun, Tianling Miao happily zoomed off. The moment Tianling Miao left, the two Dharma treasures it had conjured vanished. Totally shocking the two guys, Bai Xiaokong exclaimed. "The catmaster's gone. He took the godly fan with him too." Xin Yuanfeng started fanning himself furiously. "What are you fanning for?" "We're lucky he didn't take our lives." "What are you standing there for?" "The info charms are all Little Fox's SOS messages. Hurry up and go back to help." Hearing Xin Yuanfeng's reminder, Bai Xiaokong remembered the important matter and yelled, Right, let's go." Over on Shu Yun's side, she was totally flustered.
"Xiao Bai, stop messing around. Just come out already." She was in a total mess when suddenly Tianling Miao popped up, calming Shu Yun down a bit.
Shu Yun rushed over, spread her arms wide, and looked at Tianling Miao with affection. "So, Xiao Bai, you were here? I've been looking for you for ages. Come here."
Without hesitation, Tianling Miao jumped into Shu Yun's arms. Shu Yun cooed gently, "I can't do anything without you. Shu Xuan won't even let me go out and play. Later, I'm bringing you to the ancient battle demon land. We'll go take a stroll there." Tianling Miao meowed twice, showing its complete agreement. Then, Shu Yun waved goodbye to Shu Xuan and Shu Xuan. "I'm off, let's go."
After Shu Yun left, Shu Xuan turned and grinned at Shu Xuan. "Xian, aren't you going?" Shu Xuan replied, "Nope, I'm staying here with you." Hearing that, Shu Xuan chuckled. "All right, whatever you want."
A while later, the system announced, "You've stayed at home for 20 years, reward. A wisp of chaos aura." Shu Xuan drooled. "Finally, time to check out my 20-year reward." Chaos aura. The primordial chi within chaos can evolve Daos, fuse Daos, temper Daos. Shu Xuan marveled. This chaos aura is a perfect match for my undying chaos body. Not only will it speed up the tempering of my undying chaos body, but it'll also make the undying chaos body even stronger. Plus, it'll let me fuse Daos faster, temper them, even evolve new Daos. System, I love you to death. Outside, Shu Xuan called out, "Hasn't the master finished cooking yet?" Not hearing Shu Xuan's reply,
Shu Xuan huffed, muttering, "He's ignoring me again. I wonder what he's doing in his room, not even eating." Little does she know, Shu Xuan is currently cultivating like crazy.
The key is getting wilder and stronger.
This causes Shu Xuan to sweat profusely from exertion.
He thought, "I'm having an epiphany. Refining this chaos chi is about to break through the second level of the Tao realm. Moreover, the indestructible chaos body will gain a crucial layer, meaning I can dismantle and fuse Daos at will."
Later on, Shu Xuan cultivated so diligently that he didn't even notice it getting dark.
Only a sentence echoed from the room.
"So how far am I from being invincible?"
He. Shu Xuan's laughing voice startled Shu Xian, making her a bit suspicious. Has Master Shu Xuan's brain gone bonkers this time around? Has he been cooped up for too long and caught something?
Inside the room, Shu Xuan was ecstatic. He yelled,
"Success! The Chaos Chi has been fully absorbed. The second level of the Tao realm has been completely fused, eliminating the laws, completely realized." Outside, the weather was clear and bright, as if congratulating Shu Xuan. Suddenly, the communication stone lit up. The messenger reported, "The border of Great Qin is under attack by an unknown powerhouse from the Daiqian Palace, in critical condition." Hearing this, Shu Xuan wondered, "An unknown powerhouse, huh?" Meanwhile, Kaio Tianyi was grinning triumphantly.
He stood on a stone tablet
and asked, "Where is Qin Ying? Little Fox asked on her side. Your subordinate has not yet clearly investigated who the opponent is. Where is His Majesty? The soldier said anxiously. Little Fox's expression turned serious.
She seemed to be pondering something, and after a moment, Little Fox began to circulate her energy.
She decided to fight this guy. But first, she flew up to Kalio Tianyi and questioned, Who are you? State your name.
Kalio Tianyi not only didn't give his name but also looked at Little Fox with disdain. So you're that great Qin's female emperor. Tell Qin Ying to come out and meet me. The female emperor frowned at Cao Tianyi.
She flatly replied, You are not worthy. This triggered Kalio Tianyi's berserk mode. He unleashed a move towards Little Fox. Seeing him attack, Little Fox was secretly impressed by the speed of his move. This move forced Little Fox to summon her three tails, otherwise she would have taken the full brunt of the attack, Kalio Tianyi sneered. Barely blocking, how exhausting. Having just blocked that move, Little Fox looked at Kalio Tianyi thinking, This guy is really strong. That last attack forced me to activate three tails to defend, but I feel like he's still holding back, Kalio Tianyi smirked. Not bad, female emperor. You have some tricks up your sleeve. The female emperor sneered at him. Someone as insignificant as you wants to meet the emperor. Dream on. Cao Tianyi circulated his energy again. He threatened. What if he insists on meeting him? Feeling this guy's imposing manner, the female emperor muttered, Could it be that, with this kind of aura? Before she could finish her thought, Cao Tianyi rushed forward. He shouted, Qin Ying, Cao Tianyi has arrived. If you're a real man, come out. The female emperor yelled, You're Cao Tianyi, Nine-Tails guardian form, activate. Cao Tianyi sneered, and said, So you recognize me now. He then instantly appeared, in front of the female emperor. He sneered, You realized it too late. Then the empress's face changed drastically, as Cao Tianyi delivered a fatal blow to her. I'm afraid the empress will be more dead than alive this time. He laughed gleefully. He exerted a little more force, causing the empress to cough up blood and fly hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground. The empress thought in pain. Where are you, Your Majesty the Emperor? Seeing the empress beaten half to death by him, Cao Tianyi laughed like a maniac. A crowd of people, seeing this, began to rush over and surround her, shouting in unison, Your Majesty! In the middle was Little Fox, lying prostrate on the ground. Cao Tianyi stood beside her, laughing loudly. He said disdainfully, The great Qin has always been a bunch of useless trash. The crowd was enraged upon hearing this. Cao Tianyi, what did you say?
Cao Tianyi wore a smug expression, provoking them by waving his hand, causing the group to angrily charge towards him,
wanting to give him a beating. Bullying people too much. Brothers, kill him. Cao Tianyi was not only unafraid, but also arrogantly cursed. Ants. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Tianyi flicked his finger, and a beam of light appeared, causing the crowd to freeze in place before blasting them away, turning into fireworks that lit up the sky. Little Fox, seeing this, widened her eyes and muttered weakly from the ground. Speaking, Emperor, where in the world are you?
After speaking, tears welled up in Little Fox's eyes.
Cao Tianyi, seeing this, walked to her side and said, It is I. Cao Tianyi lowered his head, giving Little Fox a treacherous smile as he reached out and said, Here I am. Little Fox gritted her teeth and endured, knowing that she was probably about to meet her ancestors soon. Suddenly, a light flashed in the sky, and a voice echoed from somewhere. Cario thief! Your opponent is here!
Xin Yuanfeng rushed towards Cao Tianyi as he spoke. Cao Tianyi looked up at the sky in surprise, where a sword was, pointing straight at him. Cao Tianyi recognized that it was Xin Yuanfeng. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Yuanfeng plunged down, causing an explosion and shaking the entire ground violently. The surrounding crowd wondered, did it succeed? But unexpectedly, with the previous move, Cao Tianyi blocked Xin Yuanfeng's attack with one hand. Xin Yuanfeng gritted his teeth in anger. Cao Tianyi smiled, heh. Then, he used his strength to grab Xin Yuanfeng's sword with one hand and smiled evilly. Cao Tianyi looked at the scene before him and said with a smug expression, This time, there's no escaping, right? Xin Yuanfeng didn't understand what was happening. What do you think will happen? Why can't he move? Then Cao Tianyi once again used his power to launch a surprise attack on Xin Yuanfeng.
A series of lightning bolts came crashing down.
Scene change.
Up on the mountain, Ding Yu's group is watching the fight, commenting, That guy with the sword is toast, huh? But look at Xin Yuanfeng, still perfectly fine, not even a scratch on him.
Cao Tianyi sneers,
all sarcastic, garbage. Turns out, he's just trash after all. Xin Yuanfeng doesn't give a damn, doesn't even bother arguing with Cao Tianyi, just says, Fighting with your mouth is boring, if you've got the guts then just kill me.
Cao Tianyi sees his chance, immediately sends out a blast of power from his hand.
Alright, I'll grant you your wish, Xin Yuanfeng frowned slightly, sweating buckets, thinking, Big bro, Little Fox, looks like I'm heading out first.
Suddenly, another voice rings out from who knows where. Third bro, I'm here too.
Xin Yuanfeng hears that and whips his head around. Forget Cao Tianyi, this voice sounds kinda familiar.
Bai Xiaokong jumps out of the bushes, yelling, Kaio the bandit, don't even think about acting high and mighty. Your Bai daddy is here to deal with you. He charges straight at Kaio Tianyi
and puts his hands around Cao Tianyi's neck. Yeah, Cao Tianyi, is that all you've got? But no sooner has he said it than Cao Tianyi just poof, disappears. Bai Xiaokong's all shocked. What? A body double? Cao Tianyi says calmly. I originally thought you guys could give me a surprise, but now it seems like the word trash is praise for you guys.
Bai Xiaokong grits his teeth and says to Xin Yuanfeng, Third bro, let's go all out against him. From behind, two other people slowly step forward. Xiaokong, Yuanfeng, we're here. Cao Tianyi's jaw drops when he sees who it is. It's Peng Xinghai, originally of the Xinghai sect, and Peng Qiguang of Qiming Mountain. The two of them walk over to where Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Xiaokong are standing and say, Xiaokong, Yuanfeng, we're late. Xin Yuanfeng replies, Qiguang, Xinghai, you guys aren't late at all.
Xinghai excitedly starts reminiscing. Long time no see, you guys haven't changed a bit. Then Qiguang frowns and reminds him, let's not catch up just yet, we still need to deal with Cao the bandit. Cao Tianyi is pissed. He just says, so all the small fry from back in the day finally gathered together, huh? Guess that saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today I'll completely wipe you out. Bai Xiaokong pipes up, Cao the bandit, don't you go running your mouth, today is the day you die. Cao Tianyi isn't backing down from the challenge. Alright then, let's get started. On the other side,
right now, Ding Yu's standing on a cliff, watching everything, and comments, this Cao Tianyi is pretty strong. Xiao Liang beside him agrees. He really is strong. Taking on 4 at once, and still having the upper hand. Wang Luo smiles faintly. Yeah, you can't beat him, but he can't do anything to you either. Jiang Xing chimes in. You can't beat him either, but you've got your puppets. Ding Yu thinks to himself. These two junior brothers of mine, they're so modest. They've either got forbidden pills and arrays or heavenly soldier-level puppets. Dealing with Cao Tianyi would be overkill, He Yu thinks to herself nearby.
The senior brothers are all so strong. Seriously, I'm just relying on the Shifu-taught heavenly Dao arts, going all out.
I can suppress Cao Tianyi. Shu Yun frowns slightly.
With a fight this intense, she should just watch the fun. The cat in Shu Yun's arms hears that and meows, meow meow meow, but in its head, it's thinking, Miss Yunxie, what about me?
Scene change. Yu Bai is running and yelling, Big bro, wait for me. While running, Yu Bai suddenly stops.
He felt something was coming. He turned around to ask who it was, when some rando just stands there, arms crossed, leaning against a tree, and goes, Yu Bai Long, this road's closed. Yu Bai Long's like, who are you? Why are you stopping me? And the dude just shuts his eyes and says, since your Yu family chose the Ling family, naturally there will be a response. Hearing this, Yu Bai Long whips out his sword. If that's how it is, then let me see what the Eastern Continent's top genius is made of. Switching back to Ding Yu, up above, he sees a cloud of dust in the distance and wonders, someone's already throwing down. The peeps around start gossiping like crazy. Yeah, I heard the Yu family's golden girl, Yu Bei, has the hots for someone else, so the Yu family wants to ditch the engagement. That's why that key family trash is here. Yep, heard the same thing. Meanwhile, Cao Tianyi and Yuan Feng's crew are just standing there, fight on pause. Then, out of nowhere, Mo Liu Hong strolls in, thinking, haha, the southern continent is a real party. The gang sees him, instantly goes on high alert. TCH, Mo Liu Hong smirks. What's with the cold welcome? Ji Zi smiles and says, oh, it's just you, the mutt from the Heavenly Saint sect. Mo Liu Hong, hearing that, instantly changes his expression. Threatening, Ji Zi, you're asking for it. Ji Zi, without a flinch, continues. Everyone knows the Heavenly Saint sect of the Western Northern Continent is a mixed blood of humans and heavenly demons. What else could it be but a mutt? Mo Liu Hong then grins wickedly. Without another word, he grabs his sword and charges towards Ji Zi, shouting, die! Shu Xuan, watching everything through the mirror, comments, a demon race divine is showing up. The Heavenly Saint sect of the Western Northern Continent, a human force of heavenly demon blood. If Mo Hong Liu was a pure-blood heavenly demon, no matter what, he couldn't participate in the treasure contention of Qi Luck, so he reincarnated as the Heavenly Saint sect's holy son. Su Xuan standing beside him, sighs. Powerful. But Shu Xuan calmly says, they're all not ordinary people, their strength is also not trivial. Shu Xuan continues, Ji Zi is also some god realm's reincarnation. Unlike Cao Tianyi, it's some body. This wants to split the soul into a reincarnation, obtain the powerful treasure, and then merge with the original self. A single breakthrough to a higher realm, the conspiracy will be even bigger. Su Xian with a dazed face asks in confusion. They all are, Shu Xuan explains. You usually don't see the divine realm, but now they're all coming out. If the divine realm is not involved here, it feels not ordinary. After all, this is the 5 continents Qi-luck treasures of one realm.
From the current situation, the divine realm of one side Qin is at a disadvantage, but other forces of the Northern Territory are probably leaning towards Qin. After all, regarding Cao Tianyi's initial lead of the demon race to invade, the conspiracy of the human king position in the heart also has dissatisfaction.
Over there, Ding Yue asks Zhao Liang, "Do you think that Xinyin fellow is their match?" Zhao Liang replies, "Hard to say."
He Yue speaks up. As far as I know, when Qin was at his peak, he wasn't in the divine realm. Even if Master accepted him as a registered disciple, I fear that his strength is not as comparable to them, Xiangxing thinks.
"I don't know if I should make a move to help him," Wang Luo replies. "Let's observe the situation first. After all, Qi-luck treasures can only be ours," Ding Yu with a calm expression.
"A few Qi-luck treasures.
Shifu must have a few places to use them. We can't let them fall into someone else's hands." Wang Luo turns his head and asks everyone, "Do you guys think there's a god realm here?" Zhao Liang asks back. "Aren't we guessing that it's Senior Zhang?" Xiangxing then grins wickedly. "Whether it's a god realm or not, it doesn't affect us anyway. Don't forget that Master has said that those above the Emperor realm are not allowed to participate. With my abilities, who can compete with me?" The rest of the guys hearing this are speechless.
Back at Cao Tianyi's place, he flies high and looks down at Ding Yu's group, announcing, "3 days later, I will come to the Qin Kingdom again. If Qin is not here, then the Qin Kingdom will no longer need to exist."
Saying so, he turns around and leaves. Ding Yu wonders, "Big bro, that dude hasn't really had an accident, right?" Scene change to a large room. Little Hu Li sits on the throne up high, and everyone below is discussing heatedly. Someone says, "Qin really hasn't had an unexpected accident, right? Without core strength, how are we going to fight Cao Tianyi?" Then an elder of Nine Swords Mountain speaks up.
"The great Qin's emperor won't let people down. If there really is an accident, a few old friends will join forces to act, no matter what. We can't let that Kaio bandit seize the treasure, especially the southern continent's treasure." Suddenly, Xin Yuanfeng chimed in, saying that Shi Xianming would make a move. The sect leader of Nine Sword Mountain continued to ask, "Who exactly was the initial traitor?" Then Xin Yuanfeng recounted, "Initially, there were only this many people involved in the plan, and most of them are already dead. Only those of us who came into contact with the core secrets remain. Everyone else is gone," another person concluded. "If no one died,
then it must be the initial traitor who leaked the information. If it wasn't for a traitor, how could things have gotten this bad?" Hearing this, the sect leader of Nine Sword Mountain gritted his teeth in anger and said, "The Swordmaster has returned. Why not let the old man himself kill Cao Tianyi?"
Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed, "The old devil of the great Qian palace has returned, and there are several others at the same level. I can't make a move."
Upon seeing this, everyone immediately cupped their hands in respectful greeting. "Greetings, Swordmaster." The Swordmaster looked worried, closed his eyes, and sighed. "I can only hope Qin is all right."
3 days later, Qin Yuanfeng was beaten to a pulp. Cao Tianyi stood in the middle of the room, laughing gleefully. "Ha ha! I'll be back in 3 days. If Qin doesn't show up, then the war demon ancient land is off the table for you guys." Qin Yuanfeng, heavily injured with blood dripping from his lips, thought to himself, "We truly lack power. We can't even withstand a single blow." At this moment, Little Fox was sitting on a chair, crying and lamenting. "Master, where are you? Why haven't you returned yet?" Suddenly, a figure slowly approached Little Fox. Startled, Little Fox asked, "Who are you?" It turned out the person who came was Qin. He smiled gently and said, "Little Fox has grown up." Hearing this, Little Fox recognized Qin and joyfully exclaimed like a child, "Emperor Lord Master."
"It's him,"
Qin sighed. After all this time, they were meeting him again. Who wouldn't be surprised? Qin softly replied, "It is him."
Immediately, Little Fox embraced Qin tightly, crying, and completely losing the demeanor of a female emperor. Little Fox started to tattle. "Emperor Lord, you must avenge me." While pitifully crying and feeling wronged on the outside, Little Fox slyly thought on the inside,
"Where are the Emperor Lord's broad and sturdy chest muscles? Why is it so soft? Oh no, my mighty Emperor Lord isn't back." Finally, she realized something was wrong. Little Fox looked up and asked, "Qin, Emperor Lord Master, why are you?" Qin sighed. He knew Little Fox would ask this question sooner or later, and he had already prepared an answer, but this question was indeed difficult to answer. His eyes turned sad. Qin said 4 words, "Fate's cruel joke." Hearing this, Little Fox wondered, so should she call Qin Emperor Lord's sister from now on?
Qin immediately frowned and seriously instructed, "No, Little Fox is now considered his descendant. How can I call him sister? Continue to call me master." Seeing Qin say this, Little Fox obediently complied.
Then, she reached out and touched Qin chest, thinking to herself, "So big, incomparable." Seeing this action, Qin blushed,
and shyly reminded Little Fox not to touch randomly. Little Fox then remembered the important matter. She returned to her serious expression and asked, Qin Ying, Emperor Lord Master, Qin Yuanfeng Senior Brother, and the others, can't stop Cao Thief. Won't you show yourself?
Hearing Cao Tianyi's name again was like reopening an old wound for Qin Ying.
He angrily gritted his teeth and said, It's all because of that Cathio thief. Then, his expression changed in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and patted Little Fox's head, instructing, The news of his return cannot be leaked to the outside world. Don't tell anyone. If possible, he will act secretly. Little Fox already knew what to do and what not to do from the moment she saw Qin Ying, but she still happily replied, Master, I understand. I won't tell anyone.
Then, Little Fox looked at Qin Ying's assets, secretly admiring. As expected of the Emperor Lord, even being a woman, he's better than me. Next, Little Fox informed Qin Ying of the current situation. The current situation in Nanzhao and Beizhou. There's a guy named Shu Xuan from the Shu family.
Master, has Emperor Shu fallen? Little Fox suddenly asked. Qin Ying was a bit surprised and puzzled, asking her in return. Why do you ask that? Little Fox explained. He's very strong. I suspect he's also related to Emperor Shu.
Qin Ying then voiced his speculation. Shu Hezhao initially sacrificed his life force and soul to block an attack from Cao Thief for Qin Ying, and is completely dead. It's absolutely impossible for it to be him. Qin Ying went to meet him.
It's not a conspiracy by Cao Thief. Hearing this, Little Fox worriedly said, Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Xiao didn't make a trip. The result is already known. They don't want to mention it. I'm afraid they'll have to suffer a bit.
Qin Ying still calmly walked away step by step.
He had experienced so many things, he was no longer afraid of a little suffering.
Qin Ying waved goodbye to Little Fox, assuring her, Don't worry, he knows his limits. Switching scenes to Shu Xuan, he looked up at the sky and said, Qin Ying's brothers aren't bad, but Cao Tianyi is, after all, a spirit-severing realm powerhouse reincarnated. He doesn't want to meet Qin Ying right now. What if Qin Ying asks Shu Xuan for a way to become a man? How will he deceive him then?
Then, Shu Xuan turned his face and ordered, Shu Yi, go give them a little reminder. Shu Yi quickly executed the order upon hearing her master's command.
Very quickly, Shu Yi appeared, blocking Qin Ying's path. She coldly announced, This place is related to my lord. Do not disturb. Qin Ying frowned upon hearing this and asked, Your lord is? Unless it's Shu Xuan, Shu Yi's face remained unchanged. She knew Qin Ying had already guessed who her lord was, so she continued, That's right, my lord. If he agrees, he will definitely do it. Also, a word of advice, my lord has another disciple who is also in Nanzhao.
Qin Ying quickly understood the meaning behind these words. He wisely cupped his fist in farewell.
Behind them, Luo Ming observed this scene and thought to himself, I couldn't even detect that person's appearance just now. From that, I can see that the opponent's strength is even above mine. The entire Shu family, I can't see anything unusual. Where exactly is that person hiding?
Luo Ming muttered. The higher-ups of the Luo family know all about Qin Ying's identity. Although he is a reincarnated person, he still has the bloodline of the Luo family, the direct line of the Luo family. Once he rises, he can ensure the Luo family continues to prosper, even advancing to a higher level. He cannot have any accidents.
Moreover, Qin Ying also has a mysterious Shifu, a spirit-severing realm powerhouse on the other side. Shu Xuan chuckled on his end. Who even is that guy? Claims he's only deity realm 5th layer. Doesn't matter what he tries, Namo Buddha can easily put him down. Shu Xuan suddenly retracted his smile, his expression turning sly as he calculated. The ancient battle demon land is about to open. I must expend some effort on the heavenly Tao plan, and at the same time, increase the Tao laws. All the new structural rules must be forged into the heavenly Tao talisman.
Time flew by like the wind, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In a desolate land, Shanghai folded his arms and said, Cao Tianyi attacks every few days. Xin Yuanfeng also chimed in. The demonic spawn Mo Hongliu has also attacked twice, Shi Guang continued. Every time, we are suppressed. And the attacks are becoming increasingly oppressive.
Xin Yuanfeng became even more worried and said, Something might have really happened to Big Brother.
At this moment, Shu Xuan looked at the yin-yang harmony compass in his hand and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. The needle on the compass pointed to the yin side, he thought. A husband and wife. Perhaps this is love. The scholar husband read his book while his wife rested her head on his shoulder, creating a scene of happiness and harmony. Luo Jinbai, the second human king of the eastern region, cultivation at the Tao realm 15th stage, had received the inheritance of the Tao opener, Hun He. He became the human king of the eastern region, through great perseverance and great wisdom, forging his own path off the island.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan woke up and exclaimed,
It's the Luo human king again, Qin Ying's ancestor.
Hidden outside the Shu family's territory is the spirit-severing realm ancestor of the Luo family. I don't know how many generations of Luo Xinbai's descendants he is. What a coincidence. Moreover, Luo Xinbai is also a disciple of Hun He, the second human king of the eastern region. Then, Shu Xuan opened the system screen, extended his finger, and tapped the screen, revealing the information of the beauty Shu Xuan unconsciously praised after reading it. Worthy of being a human king, a total of 4 Dao companions. The one resting in the pavilion is probably the main wife, and also one of the most powerful. One Dao companion has a Dao realm first-level cultivation, and the other 2 have reached the limit of the spirit-severing realm, half a step into the Dao realm. They even have Dao essence born on their bodies. After reading all the materials about Luo Xinbai, Shu Xuan was very impressed by him. Therefore, Shu Xuan opened the primordial heavenly stone diamond and thought,
directly pull him into the great Dao group. In the distant horizon,
perhaps in a different timeline, Luo Xinbai suddenly froze. His wife beside him, seeing this, asked curiously, "Xinbai, what's wrong?" He smiled and replied, "I need some peace and quiet."
Then he directly opened the chat box, and the system notified him, Luo Xinbai has joined the chat group. Shu Xuan sent a message below explaining, "Welcome new member Luo Xinbai, Dao Realm 15th level." The people in the group immediately received the message, and an old man immediately sent a message asking, "Luo Xinbai?
Is that Luo Xinbai, the human king of the eastern region?"
Luo Xinbai sent a message to confirm, "It is I." The old man then sent another message, "I am Kun He. You can be considered my disciple. Being able to enter the great Dao group is your opportunity." So it turned out to be a Shifu, a high-level master. At this moment, Luo Xinbai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Shifu Kun He."
The message from Kun He appeared in the group, confirming, "It is I." Therefore, Luo Xinbai quickly sent, "Disciple Luo Xinbai greets Shifu Kun He." Then he sent, "No need for formalities. Being able to enter this group is your opportunity." At this time, Shu Xuan sent a message in reply, "He is a disciple of Taoist friend Kun He." What a fate. Seeing this, Shifu Kun He also politely sent a message, "It is a great opportunity for my humble disciple to meet Brother Shu." Then, Longjun and Giran also logged in. Longjun sent a message, "There's a new person. Call me Senior Longjun, and I'll give you a meeting gift." Giran, seeing this, quickly sent a message, "There's also me, Senior Giran." Immediately, Luo Xinbai sent a message, "Greetings, Senior Longjun. Greetings, Senior Giran."
At this moment, he thought to himself, as long as Shifu secretly approves, then they're a powerhouse worthy of my respect.
Suddenly, in the void opposite Luo Xinbai, 2 glittering golden treasures appeared. He was momentarily stunned, thinking, to think that even after breaking through to the Dao realm, I could still get such a great opportunity. One is a supreme treasure of time, and the other is a supreme defensive treasure. At that moment, Shu Xuan, on the other side of the message frame, twitched at the corner of his lips. Luo Xinbai, worthy of being called the human king, so clever. Just got the treasures, and he's already starting to flatter me. Motu also logged in and immediately messaged, "Luo Xiaoji, hurry up and greet your grandpa Motu." Seeing this, Kun He Zunxi replied, "Old devil, scram to the side." Looking at the message frame, full of high-level powerhouses, Luo Xinbai, in the distant horizon, sighed to himself. Everyone in the great Dao group is a Dao realm powerhouse. Among them, Shifus are the number 1, the legendary Dao openers. And the group owner is even more mysterious and unfathomable. Just then, Shu Xuan, in his own courtyard, rubbed his chin naturally and thought, being the mysterious and unfathomable group owner powerhouse doesn't quite suit me. To stir up trouble and scam people in the group, I definitely need to open a side account. After that, Shu Xuan quickly started creating a new account, Tongyuan Jing Xi Ying. He seriously pondered and muttered, "What alias should I use? Of course it can't be too strong, but it also can't be too weak, at least not weaker than Ying Kong. Let him continue to be the stepping stone. I absolutely must find out where these Dao realm powerhouses are hiding to cultivate, and why they're not active in the 9 regions. This kind of image is too difficult to cultivate to the Dao realm. How can it be so ordinary?" Coincidentally, Su Xian walked up to Shu Xuan and said, "Immortal sir, the young masters of the Shu family don't even know what it's like outside Shu Prefecture. They've been locked up by the Shu family for too long, and haven't experienced the world." Just like that, an idea suddenly flashed in Shu Xuan's mind. That's right, the alias can set up a super awesome background, an image of being locked up somewhere by the elders, someone who hasn't experienced the world. In his unconsciousness, he exclaimed, "Got it," causing Su Xian, standing opposite him, to look puzzled and ask, "Immortal sir, got what?" At this moment, Shu Xuan shook his head and said, Nothing, you go play over there, no need to bother with the Shu family's guys. Then, Shu Xuan directly turned to the shimmering primal stone diamond and set up the new account. He thought to himself, set the cultivation base to the 6th level of the Dao realm, a bit stronger than Yingkong. As for the name, just call it Shuaipo Tian. Then Shu Xuan muttered to himself. But now that Luo Xinbai just joined, the background of this side account is too strong. I need to find an opportunity to pull it into the group. After that, Shu Xuan turned around to look up at the blue sky, where an old man in reddish-brown clothes had appeared hovering in the air. He muttered. The Shen realm old ancestor of the Luo family. Luo Xinbai's descendants can be tricked a little, to run errands for me. That old man sensed Shu Xuan's aura and was surprised, loudly asking, where did that person come from? A visit from us would be nice too. Instantly, his body landed in the courtyard and felt Shu Xuan's superior and profound aura at a time that he got closer to the place. Hence, he could not help but sweat, he thought. Too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying powerhouse in the world? Even a peak Shen realm can't do this. With just a thought, he pulled me over to stand in front of him. It was Shu Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, a shimmering halo around him like Guanyin Buddha, smiling and saying, no need to be nervous. What generation are you of Luo Xinbai? Hearing this, he was stunned, thinking, Luo Xinbai is just a junior in his mouth. Therefore, he cautiously replied, reporting to senior, I am Luo Xinbai's 4th-generation great-grandson, named Luo Ming. Hearing this, Shu Xuan looked surprised. He casually said, so you're the great-grandson of that little rascal Luo Xinbai. Your cultivation is a bit lacking. Luo Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Shu Xuan's words, thinking, little rascal Luo Xinbai? My great-grandfather is just a little rascal in his eyes. This is definitely a super scary person, and he even knows my great-grandfather. Luo Ming quickly clasped his fist and bowed. At this moment he bowed and said, this junior's aptitude is dull. I am very ashamed, Shu Xuan replied, without any politeness. I can see that. You're far too inferior compared to your great-grandfather. Facing Shu Xuan's blunt words, Luo Ming couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, sighing to himself. This senior speaks too frankly. Shu Xuan started to reminisce back in the day that Luo Xinbai was clever, silver-tongued, and highly efficient. You, as his descendant, haven't inherited many of those good traits. It's a bit of a pity. Hearing this, Luo Ming was a bit embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and thought, perhaps this is my opportunity. Just a little guidance or a little benefit might be enough for me to break through to the 5th level of the Shen realm, right? Then Shu Xuan suddenly asked, where has Luo Xinbai's great-grandson gone? Has he broken through the Shen realm yet? Luo Ming replied softly, reporting to senior. The forefathers of my family have all been above the 7th level of the Shen realm for a long time, and have entered the desolate ancient domain. This junior hasn't seen them for a very long time. At this moment, Shu Xuan listened, and continued to ask, is Lufiel family left with only a managing Shen realm little rascal like you? Luo Ming shook his head slightly and replied, on the contrary, that's not the case. I have an uncle who has now returned. His cultivation is stronger than this junior, with an 8th level Shen realm cultivation. Hearing this, Shu Xuan smiled and nodded, secretly pleased in his heart. Worthy of being called the human king's family, their strength is far beyond imagination. This is the foundation of the human king. After that, Shu Xuan added, that little rascal Luo Xinbai was living a free life, and even had 3 women. Yet you know so much about his ancestral lineage. Luo Ming was slightly stunned, looked at Shu Xuan, and smiled awkwardly, thinking, aren't those my great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother? This senior is definitely not lying to me. He really is acquainted with my great-grandfather. Suddenly, Shu Xuan made a suggestion. Would you like me to pass on my regards to that little rascal Luo Xinbai? Hearing this, Luo Ming quickly shook his head and replied, I wouldn't dare. How could I dare trouble senior? Shu Xuan chuckled softly at Luo Ming's answer, and then said, for Luo Xinbai's sake, I will give you some pointers. The 9 regions will soon face a great change. You need to prepare early. Luo Ming was puzzled when he heard Shu Xuan's words, asking, could senior explain? Seeing Luo Ming's eager-to-learn appearance, Shu Xuan did not hold back, explaining directly, this is a heavenly secret. It doesn't matter if you know it. Qin Ying is fated with me, is my registered disciple, and is also the bloodline of the Lu Bao family. And you have ties with that little rascal Luo Xinbai. You can lead the Luo family through the great change. You need to know, the great change is coming. Dying in the God realm is normal. Only those with great fortune can survive the tribulation. Qin Ying is extraordinary. Shu Xuan nodded in realization, then respectfully cupped his fist towards Shu Xuan and said, thank you for your guidance, senior. If you have any instructions, the Luo family will jump into fire and water to fulfill them. Shu Xuan smiled in satisfaction and replied, you have a good heart. Then he took out a thin, wooden token and handed it to Luo Ming, saying, take this with you for now. If someone contacts you, you can provide some assistance. Luo Ming took the wooden token,
carefully put it in his pocket, cupping his fist again. "Thank you, senior." At this moment, Shu Xuan took out a bottle of medicine,
continuing, "This elixir is a gift for those in your family who cultivate." Luo Ming quickly accepted it and carefully put it away, then cupped his fist again. "Thank you, senior." Then he turned and used his light footwork to leap out of the courtyard. Behind him, Shu Xuan suddenly raised his voice and reminded, "Cultivate diligently." Luo Ming responded, "Yes, senior." Then quickly flew out of Shu Xuan's sight. In his heart he was already planning. The Luo family is destined to soar, it's decided. After this matter, Qin Ying will be the next head of the Luo family. After all, he won't marry off. And furthermore, we can rely on Qin Ying to climb into a relationship with this senior. At the same time, Shu Xuan stood in his courtyard, muttering. After the War Demon Ancient Land event ends, the Black Moon Tower can take this opportunity to expand to the eastern region. With the Luo family's strength in the eastern region, it will be enough to assist the Black Moon Tower in carrying out a series of plans, and the Heavenly Dao plan can be implemented in the eastern region, laying the groundwork first. Then, he clenched his fist and said decisively, "Once the rules of the northern region's heaven and earth are devoured and replaced by the heavenly Daoyo rules, the eastern region can be smoothly devoured. Then, the demon realm, with the demon Buddha as a fuse, can be implemented and expanded. The Yao region has Hu Tianya, so the problem isn't big. The key point is, in the southern continent, as long as the southern continent can be silently and smoothly implemented, then all subsequent plans will be smooth. That war will return from within the occupied space." In another development, in the distant horizon and scenic mountains, a group of martial arts cultivators gathered in the forest. Men, women, young and old were all present, chattering and breaking the tranquility of nature. The War Demon Ancient Land is about to open? I wonder whose hands the treasures and fortune will fall into. Not far away, Shu Yun held Xiao Baihu in her arms when a man suddenly harassed her, making her feel embarrassed. He said, "Beauty, how about coming to my great Qian palace to enjoy yourself?" With messy hair, a martial artist who looked to be around 30, wearing an elaborate hanfu, Shu Yun didn't want him to get close, so she quickly retreated and prepared to leave, but he shamelessly blocked her way. He smiled lewdly, saying, "Don't go, beauty. What faction are you from? It's an honor for your faction to catch the eye of my great Qian palace." And it seemed he wanted to get closer to Shu Yun, but, unexpectedly, a spear rushed over, protecting her from him. Another man stepped out, shielding Shu Yun. Then, with a cold voice, he ridiculed, "There are so many people who aren't afraid to die. It's Zhao Liang." He raised his spear and said, "Evil one, right? Get lost." Xinzi laughed coldly, courting death. Then he decisively unleashed the surging fireblood True Q in his hand to attack the opponent. Xiao Liang wasn't one to be bullied either, so he immediately used his green light True Qi's to break Xinzi's attack. The two men began to fight. Then the surrounding crowd began to gather and discuss. "It's Zizi. Who dares to fight him? It's not Cao Tianyi, nor Mo Hongliu. Who has such strength? I recognize him. This is the strong man who single-handedly passed the 100 Emperor's Gate. He won't survive this fight." Nonsense. He changed his appearance when he initially passed the gate, so this might be his real face. At this moment, a man suddenly exclaimed, "It's Xiao Liang. Of the Xiao family, Xiao Liang is so strong. Does the Xiao family not even need such a genius?" At this moment, Zhao Liang suddenly laughed coldly, saying, "Shizi, you're just so." Shizi sneered upon hearing this. "Well said. A genius. Single-handedly passing the 100 Emperor's Gate is just so. Let's determine the winner in the ancient land." At the same time, but at Yuan's residence, Shu Xuan was following Xiao Liang through the myriad heaven's mirror. Shizi actually dares to harass Shu Yun. He's courting death. He suddenly rubbed his chin and said, "So many years have passed, cultivating hard in the secret realm. Little Xiwang's fate and strength have increased very quickly. He's already broken through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. He can't break through to the Venerable realm for the time being. It's time for him to come out." Suddenly Shu Xuan smiled, as if he was preparing to watch a good show. He called him Shu Yun's lapdog, and Shizi was his enemy. Will little Xiwang let Shizi go? There's a good show to watch. In the horizon of the forest, a bright, green-gold light suddenly appeared, highlighting a region of the sky. Cao Tianyi and the others looked at it, and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene. They exclaimed, "The treasures and fortune of the War Demon Ancient Land have appeared. That's right, it's definitely a treasure of fortune. Normal Emperor Kier can't possibly emit such a light. Moreover, this type of treasure of fortune has undergone many years of nurturing. It has undergone degeneration." At this moment, Mo Hongliu said, "It's possible to derive some lower-level treasures of fortune beside it and lead the way." He looked at Cao Tianyi, silently curling his lips. He thought smugly, "It seems that even if I don't get the position of human king, I can still break through the shackles with these treasures of fortune." Unconsciously, Cao Tianyi muttered, "From then on,
I can come into contact with the mysterious, supreme realm that I couldn't initially penetrate. That year, under the coincidence of fate in the desolate ancient region, I obtained an incomplete scroll. The top of it recorded the God realm, and even more mysterious and powerful realms above it. It's just that I hadn't cultivated to the perfect God realm, so I could only obtain great fortune. I can reach a higher realm in that incomplete scroll. Therefore, I left the desolate ancient region,
secretly returned to the northern region, secretly led the demon race into the desolate ancient region, wanting, when the human race of the northern region was in trouble, to try to turn the situation around, pacify the crisis of the demon race, so that I could ascend to the position of human king of the northern region,
obtain the great fortune of the human race, assisting me in reaching that supreme high realm. At that time, everything was very smooth. The God realm in the 9 regions were all searching for the desolate ancient region. I was an invincible existence in the northern region, and at the same time I destroyed the great formation entering the region, quickly preventing other human race powerhouses from returning to rescue. I originally thought that everything was without any mistakes, but that guy showed up. Qin Ying ruined my grand plan of leveling up. If Qin Ying isn't dead yet, I'll definitely tear him to shreds, Cao Tian thought, a savage grin spreading across his face. Mo Hongliu, standing next to him, couldn't help but glance sideways, thinking, Lao Cao's looking extra vicious. Nothing good can come of this. Fighting for the human king position doesn't benefit a half-human, half-demon like me, but the treasure of fate, gotta snag that thing. It's about time to clean up these trash mobs blocking the way. At the same time,
Xin Yuefeng and Bai Xiaokong's group were also searching for the treasure, when suddenly Bai Xiaokong stepped forward and hesitantly asked Xin Yuefeng, "Third brother, the treasure of fate appeared here, and big brother." Suddenly, Xin Yuefeng interrupted Bai Xiaokong, glancing back and saying, "Don't say any more. No matter what, even if we die,
we absolutely cannot let Cao Tianyi and them get what they want." Hearing this, Bai Xiaokong was slightly stunned before stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xin Yuefeng, saying in a firm voice, "All right, then let's fight them to the death."
And in the next second, Xin Yuefeng's group and Cao Tianyi's group collided on the road to find the treasure.
Cao Tianyi looked at Xin Yuefeng's group and burst out laughing mockingly. "How ridiculous! If Qin Ying is dead,
then you guys will bear the responsibility of being the roadblock from his previous life."
As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere fell into a tense silence. We looked at each other, the murderous intent extremely thick.
Suddenly, Cao Tianyi said to Mo Hongliu next to him, "Mo Hongliu, you should put in some effort too. If Qin Ying is dead, his people should be dealt with. We'll talk about our business later." Mo Hongliu then took out his blade,
licking it with a bloodthirsty expression as he said, "I was just thinking the same thing." At this moment, Xin Yuefeng suddenly glared fiercely at the man behind Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. "It was Xi Zi," Xin Yuefeng said to him. "Do you really think Cao Tianyi and them won't join hands to deal with you?" Hearing this, Xi Zi laughed coldly, replying, "No need for sowing discord. Destroying the great Qin is more exciting than anything else." Unexpectedly, a pair of twin sisters appeared in the sky above.
From their clothes to their hairstyles, they were exactly the same. Together, they announced, "If you're from the Great Evil Palace, then you're an enemy of our Jiang family." The two of them flew down and landed in front of Xin Yuefeng's group. The elder sister of the Jiang family stepped forward and said, "Xianzi, you're our opponent." Hearing this, Cao Tianyi raised an eyebrow,
asking, "So the Jiang family has chosen a side?" The younger sister then spoke up to explain, "Our Jiang family is only targeting the Great Evil Palace." Cao Tianyi snorted coldly, saying, "You guys better be." After that, he unleashed his true energy, and flickering flames wrapped around his feet. Cao Tianyi smirked. "Now's the time to deal with the trash."
Xin Yuefeng and Bai Xiaokong's group also drew their swords and prepared to fight. Xin Yuefeng said in a low voice, "Keep dreaming." Indeed, Xin Yuefeng's numbers were slightly overwhelming compared to Cao Tianyi's 4.
But they weren't afraid or timid at all, because on the battlefield, strength and power were what determined everything.
Cao Tianyi slightly raised his chin and said,
"Then we'll have to see about that." Then, he roared with momentum and charged forward. The Emperor Realm battle instantly erupted, and everyone rushed at each other, throwing punches and kicks, a chaotic mess. Cao Tianyi disdainfully provoked Xin Yuanfeng, saying, "Is that all you've got? Put some more strength into it."
Xin Yuanfeng was furious, but could do nothing. He could only yell, "Kao, you won't be arrogant for long."
While fighting intensely, the two suddenly paused for about 2 seconds when they saw Yu Beilong lying on the ground. Xin Yuanfeng looked over worriedly and asked, "Lao Zi, what's wrong?" Yu Beilong's mouth was already overflowing with blood. He reluctantly replied, "I'm fine, I won't die." Although Yu Beilong was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be easy for Hongliu to kill him. The Hongliu, who came out of the white smoke, said disdainfully, "Yu Beilong, that's all you've got? Where did your special skills go?"
Just at this moment, Hua Ganzi appeared from the sky above, flying down with a threatening voice. "Mo Hongliu, don't even think about acting arrogantly."
When Xinghai saw Hua Ganzi, it was like seeing a ray of light in his life. He excitedly yelled like a child. Sixth sis, Hua Ganzi didn't even acknowledge Xinghai's shout.
She continued. "Even if senior brother Qin is dead, I, Hua Ganzi, will risk everything to complete his plan." Finishing her words, she raised her hand towards the sky. The people below temporarily stopped fighting to see what she was going to do. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Shu Xuan, who was watching the live broadcast of the battle through a lens, couldn't help but exclaim at the explosion, "This battle is too exciting." The situation is getting more and more intense. Just then, Su Xian suddenly appeared and said to Shu Xuan, "I want to go find the Su family." Shu Xuan wasn't surprised by this proposal. He had known for a while that one day Su Xian would return to the Su family. Shu Xuan turned around and asked, "Can't take it anymore." Hearing that, she honestly replied, "That's right, mister." Then she turned and started begging, "Can you send a bald guy to protect me? If things really get out of hand, I'll at least have a way out." Shu Xuan wasn't stingy, and quickly agreed to let Zuo Foshi go with her. His cultivation was already at the 8th level of the spirit-severing realm, enough to deal with the Su family. Hearing this, Su Xian happily thanked Shu Xuan. Switching back to the battlefield, an old geezer was watching the chaotic fight from above. Seeing the smoke billowing from the explosion, he mused, "Looks like it's time to go down and play." The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Such a grand show wouldn't be fun without Dan Tangzi Lao." Xin Yuanfeng and Cao Tianyi were in the middle of a fierce fight when they suddenly realized something was flying towards them. Xin Yuanfeng recognized this aura as Dan Tangzi's. He ignored Cao Tianyi, who was wearing a sinister smile. Dan Tangzi rushed towards them at an incredible speed, shouting as he approached, "Yuanfeng, old Dan is here to help." Xin Yuanfeng was overjoyed to hear this. "Brother, you've come at just the right time." A violent explosion rang out. Everyone who was fighting realized that the explosion came from Xin Yuanfeng's location. Xin Yuanfeng was unexpectedly attacked from behind by Dan Tangzi. He turned around to look at Dan Tangzi and realized that he wasn't here to help him, but to stab him in the back. Seeing that Xin Yuanfeng wasn't miserable enough, Dan Tangzi added, "Xin Yuanfeng, so sorry, I only have one big brother, and his name is Cao Tianyi." Hearing these words from the old man, Xin Yuanfeng was furious. He couldn't believe that he had been tricked so badly, but it was these words that finally helped him understand what had happened years ago. Xin Yuanfeng said, "So you were just a traitor back then?" Cao Tianyi smiled smugly at Xin Yuanfeng. He mocked, "Dan Tangzi has always been my man." Then he burst into a fit of mad laughter. Ding Yu, who had been eavesdropping from above, saw the whole scene and sighed. Their relationships are so messed up. Han Yingmeng came up from behind and called out to Ding Yu. Hearing someone call his name, Ding Yue turned around and was surprised to see it was Han Yingmeng. Why is it this woman again? Despite his doubts, Ding Yu still went up to her and asked, "Miss Han, is there anything I can help you with?" The girl pleaded with Ding Yu. "Can you lend a hand and stop Cao Tianyi?" Ding Yue agreed. No problem. She had helped him twice already, and they could be considered friends. Besides, he had been annoyed with Cao Tianyi for a while now. Han Yingmeng hesitated. "But if you make a move, what if you offend those people?" Ding Yue reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of offending others, especially some old geezer." After saying that, Ding Yu flew in front of Cao Tianyi and announced, "I'm joining the fight." Ding Yu swooped down from the cliff, ambushing with 2 against 1. "Do you two have any shame?" Hearing this, Dan Tangzi was furious. He pointed at Ding Yu and cursed, "You little brat, say that again if you dare." Hearing this, Ding Yu smiled faintly, mocking him. "The master hasn't even opened his mouth, but the dog has already started barking. Can't you even manage your dogs?" Dan Tangzi was so angry that he wanted to rush up and deal with Ding Yu, but Cao Tianyi stopped him. Cao Tianyi calmly said, "This little brother, I really like the kind of arrogance that Ding Yu has. Interested in going with someone like me to deal with these useless trash. You'll have your chance to shine." Ding Yu smiled disdainfully. "That old geezer's running his mouth a bit too much, huh? He's telling Cao Tianyi to bring himself and his dogs. Ding Yu says he ain't backing down until Cao Tianyi begs for mercy. Nobody likes getting dissed, and Cao Tianyi's no exception, you know." He roars at Ding Yu. "You got a death wish, Dan Tangzi." Scared Cao Tianyi's gonna do something stupid chimes in quick, "Big bro, hold your horses. It's a lure the tiger from the mountain kinda trick." Cao Tianyi looks at Dan Tangzi, totally lost, and asks, "Lure the tiger how?" The old dude hears Cao Tianyi's question and starts explaining, "Duh, he's obviously trying to piss us off, so we all jump Ding Yu at once. Then someone else can sneak in and rescue that badly injured Xin Yuanfeng." Cao Tianyi, hearing his junior brother's breakdown, figures it makes sense, so he decides, "Alright then, let's off Xin Yuanfeng first, then stomp that little beast."
Dan Tengzi waltzes over to Xin Yuanfeng.
Totally playing the villain role, he's got a monologue. Before he offs the guy, he goes, "Xin Yuanfeng, bet you never thought you'd be meeting Xin Ying this way, huh?" Xin Yuanfeng, hearing his big bro's name, gets pissed and spits, "Traitor. You're gonna die a horrible death," the old coot replies.
"Don't worry about my problems, Xin Yuanfeng." Then he raises his hand to finish Xin Yuanfeng off. As he's attacking, he says a pitying send-off. "Rest in peace."
Suddenly, Xin Ying ambushes from behind. It all happens so fast. Xin Yuanfeng, who was about to die, is surprised that he is actually not going to die.
Completely surprised, Dan Tengzi, getting hit unexpectedly, turns around. Who knew that an assassin like him would be assassinated one day? He falls down, and before he goes, he asks the most important question. Why would you do this?
Xin Yuanfeng stared dumbfounded at the girl standing in front of him. Is. He started to stutter out of disbelief.
With tears gushing out, he stares at the girl holding the spear. It's his big brother Qin. What's going on here? Qin Ying just looks down and scoffs. Cao Tianyi's mind stops. Hold on, is that Qin Ying? Ding Yu, however, is completely clueless. That's Qin Ying, my disciple. But with this design,
should be junior disciple. Ding Yu scratches his face. Cao Tianyi then starts maniacally laughing, not forgetting to mock Qin Ying. This is truly hilarious. Qin Empire's famous general Qin Ying became like this. Qin Ying hears this and shouts, "Shut your mouth, cow dog!" Hua Tianzi, who was hugging a youngster, heard Qin Ying scream and looked back. That's senior brother Qin. During this moment, Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi started clashing. The two looked like elementary students. Qin Ying shouted, "I am going to kill you, cow dog." Cao Tianyi still continued to taunt. "Not bad, Sister Qin." The two were at a stalemate. Qin Ying continued, "Cow dog, all you know is to verbally fight." Cao Tianyi didn't even try to answer Qin Ying. He continued to find enjoyment. His past life wasn't good, Qin Ying angrily thought. The reason why he is like this is because of that bastard. I need to chop off his Johnson so he can know how it feels. Cao Tianyi, whilst taunting, had his own calculations. Qin Ying, who is now a woman, has more power than his past life. Hua Tianzi heard that the person fighting was Qin Ying
and bawled like a baby. Whilst running over to him, big brother, Qin Ying saw Hua Tianzi. "Is that Hua Tianzi?" Cao Tianyi comments to himself. Hua Tianzi has incredible burst speed. Before Qin Ying could react,
Hua Tianzi pushed away Cao Tianyi and started crying. "Big brother Qin?" She thought that he was gone. Hua Tianzi started to tell Qin Ying how much he misses him. "We were supposed to have gray hairs together." As Hua Tianzi was talking, she felt something was wrong and questioned, that felt wrong. Big brother Qin's chest is bigger than mine." Hua Tianzi's face turned white. She couldn't believe what happened. Hua Tianzi said with tears in her eyes, "Big brother Qin." Qin Ying looks at Hua Tianzi and said with teary eyes, "I also didn't want this either." Everyone fighting paused and started saying, "No way, the great general of Qin became a girl." If you look closely at the design, the body, there are no words to describe it. Wang Luo, Xiangxing, Heyu, who were spectating from above, Wang Luo even seeing this, can't accept what happened, and questioned Xiangxing and Heyu. Qin Empire's famous general became a woman. Xiangxing didn't answer, and just sighs. Disciple brother is now a disgruntled sister. Heyu couldn't understand this. What is going on? Cao Tianyi's team commented on Qin Ying's situation. "Old Liu, look. She is beautiful. A fairy has descended. She is more beautiful than everything." Hua Tianzi continued to cry. Qin Ying, seeing Hua Tianzi cry, and everyone talking about him, became agitated, muttering curses under her breath. That blabbermouth. Those gossiping busybodies are just begging for a beatdown. Seeing him, Qin Ying's junior martial brothers quickly hurried over. Peng Xinghai was the first to speak, still a bit unsure, asking, "Big bro, is that really you, big bro?" Qin Ying then correctly called out the names of all four of them, one by one, Lao Bong, Lao Peng, Bai Long, Xiao, ignoring Hua Tianzi. Though they didn't want to believe it, they had to accept the devastating truth. She really was their Qin Da Ji. The whole gang exploded with emotion. It really is Da Ji. Qin Ying, tears welling up, admitted, "It's me, Qin Ying." Qin Ying opened her arms wide. "I'm back. I'm sorry I made you guys suffer." They all wanted to rush in for a group hug, Bai Xinghai added. "And what about him? He wants a hug too." Xin Yuanfeng chimed in. "Who doesn't want a hug? I want one too." But, that's because Qin Ying is no longer a towering man, but a stunning beauty. Qin Ying got even angrier, she thought. "It's all that bastard Cao Tianyi's fault. I swear I won't be human if I don't kill him." After making that silent vow, Qin Ying declared firmly, "Cao Tianyi, get your ass out here." But after she spoke, no one answered. It was then that Qin Ying realized Cao Tianyi had vanished. Qin Ying roared, "Cao dog, where are you?" Qin Ying yelled loudly, "Cao Tianyi." Qin Ying's scream echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Cao Tianyi was sweating bullets, calculating to himself, I really didn't expect this to happen. My brain is working overtime today. I need to adapt, or else when I face Qin Ying, I'll get distracted by that female body and die a stupid death.
Cao Tianyi's group huddled together to discuss the situation. One of them spoke first. Qin Ying's offensive power is crazy strong right now, Mo Honglu added, recalling the powerful man from back then. To think he's become a beautiful girl, just imagining it is.
Qinzi didn't let Mo Honglu finish.
He jumped in. So hot. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Seeing Shinzi's face, the others couldn't help but jump him and beat him up, adding one more comment.
What a pervert. The news of Qin Ying's transformation into a girl shook the entire region. The gossiping masses had a field day. Have you heard? Great Qin's emperor, Qin Ying, is back, and she's become a woman. Someone was shocked. Is that true?
Great Qin's emperor turned into a woman, the other person replied. Would I lie to you? It's precisely because she's become a woman that the various factions don't know which side to take.
Someone else jumped in.
What does her being male or female have to do with which side to take?
The first person explained. You don't get it. Qin Ying turning into a woman probably means her strength has dropped. But I heard her strength hasn't just not dropped, it's actually increased. She directly killed the traitor Dan Zhengzi. That's why the big factions are confused and don't know how to place their bets. In my opinion, they're all fence-sitters, going whichever way the wind blows. At critical moments like this, you can't trust anyone except your close confidants and your shifu.
The listener agreed. That's right, that's exactly it. Shu Xuan, hearing the news, was also surprised. He had only thought Qin Ying's return would cause a big stir, but I didn't expect it to be even more shocking than he imagined. Right now, Qin Ying is probably having a headache. As for Cao Tianyi, with him around, she won't be too worried. The biggest headache right now is probably how to turn Qin Ying back into a man, right?
Hua Tianzi, on the other side, was still crying, wailing helplessly. Qin Da Ji, why did you turn into this?
Wah, what am I supposed to do? Qin Ying, seeing her crying so miserably, tried to reassure her. Tianzi, don't be like that. Maybe I'll turn back into a man eventually.
Hua Tianzi blinked, immediately stopping her tears.
Really? Bai Shaokong spoke up, trying to help Tianzi.
First, stop worrying about that. The urgent matter is to deal with Cao Tianyi's forces expanding in the battle for the Qi treasure and our Qi luck. Tianzi was silent for a few seconds.
Then she pounced on Shaokong like a lioness, beating him while yelling,
You want Bai Shaokong to win?
You want Bai Shaokong to unify? Does that mean Qin Ying's big problem isn't important anymore? Is my happiness for the rest of my life not important anymore? As she spoke, Bai Shaokong was in immense pain, begging for mercy.
It's not like that, sixth martial sister.
Listen to me first. Please, stop hitting me. Hua Tianzi ignored Bai Shaokong's pleas. I'm not listening. Not listening. Qin Ying stood watching, unable to intervene. And even if I could, I wouldn't know how. This is karma, Qin Ying sighed.
Shu Pingfan said, After cultivating for so many days, I'm now at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. It's time to go find Ling Baiyun and settle the score. Beside him was Yu Er, and they were already in Nanguan. Yu Er, hearing Shu Pingfan's words, quickly advised him, Pingfan, your body still isn't strong enough to fight him. He is, after all, the favored one of Deng Zhao, and his strength is extraordinary, way beyond your average geniuses. Shu Pingfan just shrugged and said, What's the big deal? I still have you, don't I?
UNH. I blushed like crazy at that, all shy and stuff. Pretending not to get it, she asked. What do you mean?
Shu Pingfan teased her. Embarrassed, huh? UNH? I sped up a bit, then turned back to retort. No way, we should hurry and find Ling Baiyun. Scene changed to outside someplace. From inside, Elder Shu's voice rang out. Which side should we choose, damn it? Inside the room, a few people were arguing. One guy piped up. It's too risky to pick a side right now. Qin Ying is strong, sure, but Cao Tianyi might have a spirit-severing big shot from the Daiqian Palace backing him. Suddenly another dude jumps in. But Qin Ying's got the moral high ground, at least.
Yet another one chimes in. So much discussion, but what should we do in the end?
Elder Shu, seeing they weren't getting anywhere, turned around sternly and said, All right, enough arguing. Let's stay neutral for now. The others immediately started objecting. Elder Shu, staying neutral means we won't get any benefits from this treasure and fortune battle. Someone agreed. That's right. If we don't get anything this time, we'll fall behind other factions too much. Elder Shu, think it over carefully.
Elder Shu frowned and said, Then what do you suggest? Everyone went silent, no one spoke up. Scene changed to another location. A purple crack appeared in the sky. Ding Yu and the others stood on the mountaintop and said, Looks like the ancient battlefield of demise is about to fully reveal itself, Su Xianxir said at this moment.
I don't care about the ancient battlefield of demise or anything. In my eyes, there is only the Su family. Xiangxing butted in.
Confused, he asked, Sister Su, aren't you from the Su family? Why would you want to target them? Su Xianxie didn't explain,
but told him to ask Wang Luo why he wanted to target the Wang family. Xiangxing smiled. He finally understood. Then he resolutely said, "When my strength increases, I also want to go back to the Xiang family and vent my anger on them." Wang Luo then discovered something interesting.
He exclaimed, "That's right. When you guys say it like that, I discover a problem." He was kicked out of the Wang family. Ding Yu's senior martial brother was abandoned by the Nine-Sword sect. Su's sister was forced to the point of eloping. Xiangxing laughed and commented, "It seems that the disciples master accepts all have something in common."
Xiaoliang touched his chin
and pondered. "It really is so. Huh." Ding Yu joined in the discussion after listening to them for a while. Ding Yu started to guess. Could it be that Master has a special preference? He likes to foster disciples who have been expelled?
"After we become stronger and rise up, we'll go back to the clan and slap the faces of those who did us wrong," Wang Luo suddenly interrupted to explain.
This is also a little strange, isn't it?
He Yu spoke the truth. After seeing everyone guessing quite a bit, it's great fortune. Xiaoliang had a face full of question marks when he heard the term great fortune for the first time. Ding Yu asked again with a silly look, "What is great fortune?" He Yu continued to explain. They really do have a lot in common. Being kicked out of their families, being abandoned. But most importantly, they all have special talents, special luck. At the same time, they are also gradually evolving into the Sons of Fortune in a different region. Furthermore, Shu Xuan has mentioned more than once that the 9 regions are about to usher in a great change, and those Sons of Fortune like them must have appeared to cope with the 9 regions. Xiaoliang spoke for He Yu as if he had figured it out, which is to say that they are the main characters of this major event, and Shu Xuan is the guide for them. He Yue said after hearing this, "Shifu is probably—" Suddenly, a shocking sound interrupted He Yue's train of thought. That Cao Tianyi said to Qin Ying, "Get out here and meet him immediately." Someone from Qin Ying's side shouted, "It's Cao Tianyi, he's back." Qin Ying stepped forward to declare, "Qin Ying is here." In his head he thought, "Perfect timing." He continued, "You bastard. You dare to come back and rebel. In the beginning you betrayed the human race for your own benefit, leading the demon race into the pass, entering and slaughtering innocent beings. Your heinous crimes are unforgivable. Today, let me fulfill my mission from that year, kill the wicked, and console the souls of those past lives." Cao Tianyi struck a badass pose, one that caused everyone to flinch, said, "Qin Ying, don't talk like that. You and I have fought for so many years, aren't we both trying to break through our bottlenecks, reaching higher realms or something? What will happen if we continue to fight? Wouldn't we both be injured?" Qin Ying didn't want to hear his roundabout words of the 3 kingdoms, and directly asked, "You bastard, what exactly do you want to say? Say it quickly, and then prepare to die." Cao Tianyi grinned evilly, stretching all the way to his ears, and said, "I want to join forces." Qin Ying was surprised to hear this. Shu Xuan, on the other side, looked through the lens. Stroking his chin, Shu Xuan wondered, "Cooperation? What the hell is Cao Tianyi thinking? I can't even see through him this time." The surrounding crowd overheard and couldn't believe it. They had to ask again, "Cooperation? Cao Tianyi wants to cooperate with Qin Ying. Did Cao Tianyi take the wrong medicine today? What kind of crazy plot is this? This news is definitely going to be the hottest scoop for Black Moon Tower tomorrow." He quickly circulated his spiritual power to return. Qin Ying's side heard Cao Tianyi's words like they were listening to a joke. "Everyone knows they've been enemies for 1,000 years. Xin Yuanfeng shouted. "Cao Tianyi, what the hell is wrong with you? How could our big bro cooperate with trash like you, Cao Tianyi? Quickly come down here and accept your death." Qin Ying calmly spoke up. "Cao Tianyi, stop acting mysterious. I and Qin Ying are arch enemies." Mo Hongliu, afraid people would think he was mute if he didn't speak, chimed in. "Can't lie, Qin Ying. Your angry expression combined with that woman's body of yours is actually kinda hot." Xin Zi on the side chimed in. Hard to disagree. Cao Tianyi was still dreaming of cooperating with Qin Ying, so he started reasoning and trying to persuade him. He told Qin Ying not to be so stubborn, that he and Cao Tianyi should bury the hatchet, shake hands, and cooperate now. He was a woman, so why not just become Dao companions with Cao Tianyi? They could reach the peak together, cultivate the great Dao together. Wouldn't that be amazing? Even the birds flying by looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. Ding Yu and the others were dumbstruck, their faces like something out of a circus. Deng Cheng said, "What the hell is he saying?" Cao Tianyi's side felt like this guy was too shameless. And they all sighed. "That's way too shameless." Shizi sighed in regret. He lamented, "Someone beat me to it." Qin Ying's 2 junior brothers saw Qin Ying's anger reach the roof and hastily asked, "Big bro, what's wrong?" Qin Ying's face was now pitch black. He tossed his spear. Suddenly, a hand emitting spiritual power held the spear in mid-air, stopping it from flying towards Cao Tianyi. A person appeared in the sky. He looked older and looked at Qin Ying, then
showing the attitude of someone superior to him. Young people are too hot-tempered. Bai Xiao didn't see the person appear, his face turned pale. Bai Xiao didn't think, oh no. Xin Yuanfeng knew instantly that the person was a spirit-severing realm expert from the Daqian Palace. The others present, just there for drama, were also calculating. The war demon ancient land hasn't even opened yet, and they're already using the power of the spirit-severing realm. Looks like Cao Tianyi wants to completely flip the table this time. Hua Tianzi also realized that the appearance of this person would cause them big trouble, and couldn't help but call out, "Big bro Qin, we should."
Qin Ying was now extremely disgusted with Cao Tianyi, silently cursing his name 800 times in his head. Cao Tianyi, relying on the spirit-severing realm expert backing him up, wasn't afraid of anyone. He declared to him, "Qin Ying, since you don't want to cultivate the great Tao with me, then you will completely disappear in this life." Qin Ying sighed, because of the old man's appearance and Cao Tianyi's declaration, couldn't help but scream in fear and panic. "It's a spirit-severing realm expert from the Daqian Palace. We're screwed. This time something big is really gonna happen. What are you guys still watching for? Find a place to hide first. If a spirit-severing realm expert makes a move, we'll be crippled, even if we don't die from watching the show." At this moment, the old sword master of the Nine-Sword Pavilion stepped out from somewhere
and mocked. Are the people of the Daqian Palace all this shameless?
The war demon ancient land's treasure of destiny, the spirit-severing realm can't interfere. Does your Daqian Palace want to break the rules? Cao Tianyi snorted coldly at this,
and arrogantly said, "Break the rules, what can you do about it?" The woman walking beside the old swordmaster saw the crowd of Cao Tianyi, and the old man appeared, then whispered, "To negotiate with the old swordmaster, it's the Heavenly Saint Palace's spirit-severing third realm old ancestor, and another spirit-severing first realm expert from the Daqian Palace." The old swordmaster sighed. "This is troublesome."
Shu Xuan saw this and commented, "These rookies want to start a spirit-severing realm war in South Continent. But judging from the current situation, Cao Tianyi's strength is a bit stronger.
2 spirit-severing third realm experts, and 1 spirit-severing first realm expert. But on Qin Ying's side, only the old sword master of Nine Sword Mountain is an Emperor Realm third realm expert.
The people from Floating Flower Pavilion and the Yu family are all Emperor Realm first realm experts." Shu Xuan was a bit curious.
I wonder what Qin Ying's plan is this time, besides me.
Shu Ying stepped forward, showering Cao Tianyi's group with praise. HMPH. Figures some people would be so shameless. Betraying the human race for personal gain. Truly cunning bastards, biting the hand that feeds them. Despite the harsh words, Cao Tianyi, with his face thicker than a brick, remained unfazed. "Qin Ying, no need to be so dramatic. What can you possibly do to me now?" Hearing this, Qin Ying narrowed her eyes, scolding ignorance. Then, she turned her gaze towards Mo Hongliu.
Wait a sec. The demon race's divine elder from before was from the Mo family, she wondered. Mo Hongliu chuckled. That's ancient history. In this life, I am the holy son of the Heavenly Saint sect.
Qin Ying shifted her gaze to the remaining figure, guessing. "And you must be the evil lord of Southern Continent from back then." Tan Qin nodded slightly.
"Indeed. And not indeed," the old geezer said. "Back then, I greatly admired Qin Ying, but a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do."
Hearing this, Qin Ying brought up the time when Ji Xie was chased out of the northern region by her, then said, "Now that so many years have passed, your strength must have reached the deity realm, right?
But that Zhenxing can manifest in Emperor Realm form now, and is going to fight for the supreme treasure, he probably used some kind of secret technique."
Shi Xixin, seeing that he was figured out, fell into contemplation, exclaiming, "This Qin Ying is truly extraordinary. Others thought that he had reincarnated, but he used his split divine soul to reincarnate. This is just one of his Emperor Realm avatars." Cao Tianyi, feeling that there had been enough trash talk, said to Qin Ying, "You're saying all this in the hopes of making them feel ashamed and ridiculed under the banner of righteousness, aren't you? But what can that change?
Today is the day Qin Ying dies, isn't it?"
Even if Qin Ying gathers a few so-called righteous people, trying to stop Cao Tianyi is like an ant trying to stop a chariot, just digging their own graves. Cao Tianyi smiled triumphantly. Qin Ying, seeing that they were unrepentant and showed no restraint, also didn't hold back anymore? If that's the case, Qin Ying called out her ancestral grandfather to appear.
Luo Ming made a super cool appearance, his aura blazing fiercely, causing everyone to be stunned and dumbfounded. The big shot has arrived. Luo Ming, as soon as he appeared, listed a series of crimes, convicting Cao Tianyi. "You initially led the demonic race into the pass, intending to harm our human race's compatriots. I, Luo Ming of the Luo family, the human king of the eastern region, am here to eliminate you. If you are still stubbornly deluded, and follow Cao Tianyi, a traitor of the human race, you will be shown no mercy." Cao Tianyi smiled slyly. Asked Qin Ying, "This is your trump card. Just a 5th stage deity realm cultivator wants to fight Cao Tianyi, me." Suddenly Cao Tianyi laughed loudly. In the past life you ruined my good deeds. You still want to stop me in this life.
Then he started channeling his power. In this world strength speaks. Cao Tianyi isn't lacking in strength. Immediately he put his hands together, and a ray of light appeared.
Cao Tianyi said confidently, "What can the family of human kings do to me?" Then laughed loudly, and immediately a flame appeared, along with a giant figure behind him.
Luo Ming realized that Cao Tianyi's current strength has already reached the 8th stage of the deity realm. Seeing the Qin Ying group surprised and not understanding Cao Tianyi's deity realm body from back then, what kind of secret technique did he rely on to maintain the existence of the original body?
Qin Ying asked, "This is your escape route, right?"
Mo Hongliu charged forward aggressively.
"And me." Then Mo Hongliu channeled his power, revealing his terrifying cultivation base, along with a huge Dharma body standing parallel with Cao Tianyi.
Qin Ying was shocked. Even Mo Hongliu used some kind of secret method. Cao Tianyi is determined to obtain the supreme treasure, and Shiluk, Luo Ming pointed and said,
"Cao Tianyi, you are stubbornly deluded. I, human king of the Luo family, will definitely issue the human king's order, and unite with other human king families to hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Cao Tianyi narrowed his eyes. HMPH, human king's decree. Cao Tianyi, I am now a god of southern continent. Anyone who dares to stop me must die.
Meanwhile, back in the little courtyard, Shu Xuan was glued to the Kuitian mirror, watching the whole shebang go down. Seeing all this, he couldn't help but sigh. The human king families can last this long, not just because of the human king's blessings, but also because of how the world works. Even when targeting a human king family, nobody dares to think about wiping them out completely. Otherwise, if all the other human king families team up, that's a force to be reckoned with. Shu Xuan kept staring intently at the mirror, then started analyzing the situation. Unless a human king family loses its righteousness and gets a bad rep, like they're asking for it, they can avoid being ganged up on by the big shots of the human race. Shu Xuan, remembering all the messed up stuff the human king families had done in the past, felt a twinge of sympathy. But yeah, human king families aren't exactly saints, and usually the bad eggs are the ones who pay the price. Dying and all. Then Shu Xuan locked eyes on the figure of Luo Ming, the human king of the eastern region, muttering to himself, "The Luo family doesn't have any bad eggs." Right after, Shu Xuan shifted his gaze to Cao Tianyi, standing opposite Luo Ming, recalling all the stuff Cao Tianyi had pulled, even leading the demon race to invade and betraying the human race. Plus, going after the Luo family. That's your golden ticket to the human king's hit list. On the other side, Cao Tianyi was face to face with Luo Ming. Seeing the human king's decree activated, he didn't look panicked or anything. Instead, he confidently stared right at Luo Ming, scoffing. Human king's decree? So what if he got the Shiluk treasure? What can Shiluk do when it's just floating around him? What good is the human king's decree against a deity realm cultivator? Luo Ming knew, even without hearing the rest of Cao Tianyi's rant, that the human king's decree meant diddly squat to him, and he started getting a bit anxious. Usually the human king's decree is just for rallying strong guys to fight the demon race, or for punishing traitors. Thinking about how high Cao Tianyi's cultivation level had gotten, Luo Ming realized the decree was totally useless now,
especially since the threat of it against a deity realm cultivator is pretty weak. Especially since the human kings have all but disappeared, and the human race has been without a human king for so long.
Mo Hongliu, standing behind, saw Cao Tianyi was still holding back, and slowly stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face. Cao bro doesn't dare to mess with the Luo family, but Mo Hongliu doesn't give a damn. Qin Ying, on the same side as Luo Ming, saw that Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu weren't even flinching, and started to sweat. Teeth gritted, he desperately racked his brain for a plan. Even the human king families can't scare Cao Tianyi. How are we supposed to fight this? Even if they team up, I doubt they can stop him.
The more Qin Ying thought about it, the more he realized they were in completely different leagues. The gap was just too huge.
But Shu Xuan, as always, had already calculated everything in advance. That's why, even though the situation was getting real tense, he didn't lose his cool. Shu Xuan kept watching the scene in the Kuitian mirror, secretly hoping that Ren Changhe would show up already. Shu Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I promised Qin Ying, I gotta follow through. Plus, an Emperor Realm brawl, that's where he's got the biggest advantage. The more he thought about it, the happier Shu Xuan became with his master plan.
A grin spread across his face as he declared, "The Heavenly Tao plan can finally kick into high gear. We can quickly take over the heavenly laws of all 8 regions. The Shiluk treasure is the key. Once the heavenly laws of the 8 regions are replaced, even if a Tao realm cultivator attacks, we can use the heavenly power of the 8 regions to suppress them."
Shu Xuan couldn't contain his joy, thinking about the goal he had been striving so hard to achieve, and that was finally within reach. For a better life at home rather than dominating the 8 regions, it's crucial that Ren Changhe gets his message across, that cultivators above the Emperor realm aren't allowed to participate in the battle. Even an idiot could see that those guys wouldn't easily listen to some rando who showed up out of nowhere and started making rules.
That's why Shu Xuan was already preparing for that scenario. Shu Xuan immediately pulled out the soul-chasing bow.
If I want Cao Tianyi, a deity realm cultivator, to listen, I might need to give him a little persuasion. Ren Changhe, tasked with delivering Shu Xuan's message, arrived right on cue, hands clasped behind his back, striking a dignified pose. A cool breeze gently swept past him. Ren Changhe, floating in mid-air, looked down at everyone present and announced with imposing authority, "By the order of the eternal, undying, peerless, unrivaled, great might, great virtue, supreme saint, anyone above the Emperor realm is forbidden from participating or interfering in the battle for the Shi Luck treasure, disobey, and be killed without mercy." After delivering the message, Ren Changhe grinned. He didn't give a rat's behind what level those guys had reached. All that mattered was that they listened, and didn't dare argue with Shu Xuan's words. Who dares to disobey master's orders? That's a death wish. So what, if you're in the 8th layer of the divine realm, you're just taking on some form in a state of existence. Cao Tianyi, who had been super confident about his victory, was taken aback by Ren Changhe's words and looked at him like he was a total moron. What's Supreme Saint's decree? You're sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong, aren't you? Cao Tianyi was getting seriously annoyed by Ren Changhe's sudden appearance. But before he could say anything, some random guy with a buzz cut stepped forward,
glared at Ren Changhe, and sneered, "Great might, great virtue, Supreme Saint's decree. What a load of crap. If they want to interfere, just say so. Why make up such a long-winded title?"
Shu Xuan, back in his little courtyard, heard those words and sighed in frustration. Is this old man trying to get himself killed? Even though the first to object wasn't one of the targets he had in mind, Shu Xuan didn't panic. On the contrary, he seized the opportunity, grabbed the soul-chasing bow and an arrow, and immediately took care of the loudmouth. Shu Xuan assumed a ready stance and said, "I thought Cao Tianyi or Mo Hongliu would be the first to speak up. Since this guy from the Heavenly Saints sect wants to play, I'll use him as target practice." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shu Xuan knocked the arrow, didn't hesitate for a second, and fired it straight at the pesky guy from the Heavenly Saints sect. The arrow shot out of Shu Xuan's hand like a lightning bolt. In an instant, it pierced through the Kuitian mirror and suddenly appeared in the clear sky, right above the head of the Heavenly Saints sect member. The arrow hurtled towards him at near light speed. The Heavenly Saints sect guy had just finished dissing Ren Changhe and was still wearing a cocky grin when he suddenly saw an arrow flying towards him at blinding speed. He panicked, his face contorted in terror, and he screamed, practically begging for mercy. No. The Heavenly Saints sect guy barely managed to say one word before the arrow mercilessly pierced through his skull. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu, standing nearby, watched the whole thing unfold. From the moment the arrow appeared to the moment it went straight through the guy's head, they were frozen stiff, drenched in cold sweat. Unlike the shocked faces of those two, Ren Zhanghe, seeing that the guy who opposed Shu Xuan was dealt with instantly, couldn't help but grin. He was totally in awe, thinking, "That's my Shifu." But even a slight offense gets you a tribulation right away. Ren Zhang. He quickly switched his expression to a super solemn one and boomed, "How dare you fools use language that disrespects the all-powerful, all-virtuous, most holy. Those who face a great Dasho tribulation will be killed if they disobey." Ren Zhang. He then reiterated the rules. The battle for the Supreme Treasure's Qi Luck on the Emperor Realm stage? No participation, no interference. Death to those who violate. As soon as he finished, Ren Zhang, he glanced down at those two, Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu, and repeated the warning. "Your old bodies are not allowed to participate, not allowed to interfere, or you will be annihilated." Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu, having witnessed Shu Xuan's ridiculously overwhelming power, felt the massive gap in their levels, so of course, they wouldn't dare to object even a little. On the contrary, they smiled like crazy and agreed to the rules, grinning like fools on the surface, but inside, Cao Tianyi was shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't calm down after what just happened. He muttered to himself, "This is terrifying. Is this what a god-level being is like? Lucky I didn't lean either way, or how could I even compete?" Even with such a huge threat hanging over him, the Cao Tianyi still refused to give up. He kept smiling like before, but his eyes were darting around, making contact with Mo Hongliu and Qin Ying. "There's still a way out. We gotta team up." Then, Cao Tianyi looked at Shi Zi, hinting, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can join forces." Shi Zi understood Cao Tianyi's intentions with just a glance, so he nodded without hesitation. Ren Zhanghe, hovering in the sky, didn't give a damn about what those guys were doing. He looked at everyone present and asked loudly, "No participation or interference on the Emperor Realm stage. Anyone have any objections?" Of course, after witnessing Shu Xuan's incredibly powerful and decisive actions, nobody dared to speak up. Even the Eastern Region Human King, Luo Ming, quickly and eagerly agreed. "We have no objections." Cao Tianyi, seeing Luo Ming's reply, chimed in without hesitation. "We have no objections either." Ren Zhanghe, seeing that no one dared to object anymore, smiled and ordered, "In that case, all those at the God Realm level and below, leave now,
and he wasn't done yet. Ren Zhang. He loudly warned Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu again, especially those two. If they dared to pull any sneaky tricks or use the power of their god bodies, he would personally chop them up.
Cao Tianyi wouldn't dare argue with Ren Zhang. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Even though Cao Tianyi was plotting up a storm inside, he had to find the right opportunity to strike Ren Zhang. He was carefully watching the unqualified people leave, when suddenly a wooden puppet dressed in green, looking like a maid, appeared beside him, shocking Ren Zhang. As soon as the wooden puppet showed up, it glared at everyone present without any regard and warned in a chilling tone, "No need to reveal yourself, and no need to show yourself at all. Anyone who secretly interferes will be killed without mercy, God Realm Peak, or even above God Realm." As soon as the puppet finished speaking, 2 more wooden puppets dressed in red suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A powerful aura suddenly erupted around the green-clad puppet, and it opened its mouth, delivering its warning in an icy tone. "Everyone below the Emperor Realm must leave before the battle at the ancient demon burial ground. Do not step within 1,000 miles or you will be killed without mercy." Ren Zhang, standing nearby, felt the aura clearly, and couldn't help but marvel. Are these Shifu's servants? They're seriously strong. The Eastern region human king, Luo Ming, seeing that the situation, once unfavorable for his side, had now shifted to a balance, instructed Qin Ying. Don't disappoint the predecessor. Qin Ying, who knew that Shu Xuan was helping, showed a determined expression and promised firmly, "I won't let Shifu down." Cao Tianyi, while waiting for the battle at the ancient demon burial ground, didn't forget to glance at Qin Ying on the opposite side and provoked, "Don't think you can win the Emperor Realm fight." While the atmosphere between the two sides was incredibly tense and dangerous, a super handsome young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The young man quickly rushed straight to Qin Ying, flattering her happily. "Cousin, your cousin is here to help you." The newcomer was none other than Zhu Yuanbai, one of Qin Ying's cousins. Qin Ying was completely flustered when she saw Zhu Yuanbai. She didn't know what to do, and her mind was in a chaotic mess of worry and hope. Why is he here? But Zhu Yuanbai is really strong, so he's kinda helpful. As soon as Zhu Yuanbai arrived beside Qin Ying, the sound of another person's footsteps could be heard. The young man who arrived always wore a gentle smile on his face. He politely greeted everyone there and solemnly introduced himself. "Feng Shaoqing greets everyone, and hello Miss Luko." Qin Ying, seeing that the person who came to help was Feng Shaoqing, was a little uncertain, and hurriedly asked, "The human king of the northern region Feng family of Nanzhao." Feng Shaoqing smiled so brightly that his eyes narrowed as he replied patiently, "That's right. I came uninvited. Luo brother, forgive me." Cao Tianyi, seeing Feng Shaoqing travel all the way here to participate in the battle at the ancient demon burial ground, couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "He wants to help Qin Ying, right?" Feng Shaoqing, hearing the question, didn't rush at all. He put one hand behind his back and slowly replied, "No, I will not interfere in your feud." As soon as Feng Shaoqing finished speaking, Cao Tianyi's expression became even more unsightly. He could vaguely guess what the Feng family human king, Feng Shaoqing, was planning. I get it, he wants to sit back and reap the benefits, huh? Suddenly, a person from Cao Tianyi's faction, after hearing Feng Shaoqing's words, confidently stepped forward. He smiled on the surface but not in his heart, and provoked. Another human king's family. These years the human king's family's reputation isn't that useful. The battle for the supreme treasure relies on strength. The guy spoke more and more enthusiastically, curious about what level Feng Shaoqing's strength had reached, and eagerly wanted to see his power. "It's just a casual check. I can learn a little of the human king's descendants' methods." On the opposite side, Feng Shaoqing, hearing the person's intention to make a move, didn't react at all. He replied very slowly and patiently, "It's strength. I am ordinary, a little ashamed of the human king's descendant. This brother is strong, and I feel that I am not as good as him." The guy, after hearing those words from Feng Shaoqing, didn't think that Feng Shaoqing was just being modest. He thought that Feng Shaoqing was really not as strong as him. So without any restraint he loudly laughed and mocked. "So, the Feng family human king's name is not as good as it seems. It's just a reputation for show, no real strength. What human king's family is it?" Feng Shaoqing originally intended to be humble, wanting to give people a way out. But there was someone who was extremely stupid, and didn't know how to cherish it, just like to poke a hornet's nest. And that's why Feng Shaoqing decided to teach the person who had just spoken, as well as those who were looking down on the Feng family human king or the human king's family, a serious lesson. Feng Shaoqing still had the same gentle expression as before, but his words were spoken in an icy tone, as if he was talking to someone who was already dead, without any warmth at all. "He sees that you are tired of living, and I will fulfill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shaoqing quickly raised his hand, gently used some force, and then swung it forcefully, and in an instant, a figure that looked like a phoenix appeared.
Its entire body was made of purple flames, looking both beautiful and dangerous. The phoenix rushed forward without any hesitation. Without any hesitation, it went ahead and taught that person a lesson, swiftly and decisively, catching them completely off guard. Although that person had drawn their sword, they couldn't even block a single attack from the purple phoenix, and could only stand there and take the full brunt of it. Soon after, that person couldn't take it anymore and let out a piercing scream, a scream that would make anyone feel the gut-wrenching pain that person was enduring for their stupidity. Feng Shaoqing doesn't attack unless he has to, but when he does, he's incredibly decisive and fast, giving his opponents no time to regret their actions. Therefore, in the brief moment that person was attacked by the purple phoenix, they turned around, and immediately, purple flames appeared, the same color as the phoenix. The more it burned, the more violently the fire raged.
No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't extinguish it. As if knowing that the person was in excruciating pain, the flames quickly spread, engulfing their entire body, and burning everything to ashes, also freeing that person with a huge body but a small brain.
As soon as everything was over, Feng Shaoqing still wore his usual approachable smile. If people hadn't witnessed it from beginning to end, no one would believe that the person who had just acted so quickly and brutally was Feng Shaoqing. Indeed, those who are always smiling are always very dangerous. One must be careful. Feng Shaoqing was extremely calm after finishing, reacting as if he wasn't the one who had just attacked, and slowly said to everyone, "Why so serious? Feng Mu here has never liked killing people."
Mohang Liu, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, felt extremely excited listening to Feng Shaoqing's words. He thought to himself, a strong enemy, with strength no weaker than his own, worthy of being called a heaven's chosen from the Renwang family. Wang Luo also arrived just in time and witnessed the astonishing power of Feng Jia's Renwang, Feng Shaoqing, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "So strong." Wang Luo saw the flame that Feng Shaoqing had just used, and immediately felt extremely fond of it. That guy's flame isn't weaker than his void heavenly fire. Xiang Xing, who was standing behind, quickly nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Luo praise Feng Shaoqing. But not wanting to be outdone, he replied, "Indeed very strong, but when it comes to playing with fire he won't lose to him."
Wang Luo heard Xiang Xing's confident words, then turned around to look, and burst out laughing.
Having just finished fighting, Feng Shaoqing didn't want to get involved in the world's affairs anymore, so he found a secluded spot and sat down to cultivate. While doing so, Feng Shaoqing didn't forget to inform everyone that he would be waiting here for the battle demon ancient land to open, no matter what happened around him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi remained tense, ready to start fighting at any moment. Qin Ying stood with one hand on her hip and taunted, "Cao thief, dare to fight a battle? Wasn't he wanting revenge? This lady is waiting." Cao Tianyi saw that Qin Ying had spoken first, issuing the invitation, and couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. How could Cao Tianyi refuse such a good opportunity? Therefore, Cao Tianyi didn't waste another second and pulled out his weapon. After firmly gripping it in his hand, Cao Tianyi looked straight at Qin Ying, revealing an extremely confident smile, and replied, "Good. Cao Mao here would like to experience the style of the great Qin's emperor." On this side, Qin Ying also quickly pulled out his weapons, gripping the spear tightly, slamming it hard into the ground, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared around him, continuously emitting astonishing power. Just witnessing a little of it, Cao Tianyi suddenly felt that he had encountered a tough opponent. Constantly worrying and restless, his face turned incredibly ugly, his eyebrows furrowed, secretly assessing Qin Ying's strength. His physical body is so terrifying, not weaker than his own world-extinguishing golden body, even more domineering. On this side, Feng Jia's Renwang, Feng Shaoqing, was quietly sitting in the distance, not interfering in anything, but when he saw Qin Ying reveal such strength, he couldn't help but take a few more glances, closely observing the aura enveloping Qin Ying. In his heart, he couldn't determine what kind of training method Qin Ying had used. And it wasn't the secret technique of the Liu Yao family either. What kind of technique is this, so extremely domineering? Is it the method she cultivated in her past life? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Jia's Renwang, Feng Shaoqing, felt unable to find an answer. And instead, more and more questions arose. That's not right, her past life was a special physique, the overlord body. This life she's a daughter, she shouldn't have such an overlord aura. Ding Yu was observing from afar, and when he saw Qin Ying's aura was so amazingly powerful, he was extremely surprised. He looked at Wang Luo beside him, praising Qin Ying but also asking in confusion, "Wang Luo, his physical body is truly domineering. Is Qin Shidi cultivating body refinement art?" Wang Luo was standing there witnessing. After hearing Ding Yu's words, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. This kind of body refinement art is too suitable for Qin Shime. Ding Yu heard Wang Luo's way of addressing Qin Ying and couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly correcting Wang Luo. Perhaps Qin Shidi. Wang Luo saw that Ding Yu didn't agree with his way of calling her that, and wanted to change it, so he immediately retorted, "Senior brother, he's a girl now, of course she's a shimei." The more Ding Yu heard those words, the more he couldn't agree with Wang Luo, and for that reason, Ding Yu continued to explain in detail, "Shidi, you're wrong. Cultivators of the great Tao like them have no women in their hearts. In his past life, Qin Shidi was a man. Even if she turns into a woman, we should still see her as a man. Him seeing Qin Ying as a woman shows that in his heart, he has too many thoughts about women." After listening to Ding Yu's detailed analysis, Wang Luo no longer held firm to his opinion, and immediately agreed with Ding Yu. "Senior brother is very right. Perhaps Qin Shidi's realm is still not high enough." He Yu had always been very confident in his speaking skills and vast vocabulary, but when standing behind listening to Ding Yu and Wang Luo's conversation, he felt like his skills weren't as great as he thought they were. There wasn't a single word that He Yu could use to describe this extremely abnormal conversation. While Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi hadn't had time to start fighting, Xianzi was seen with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly walking from behind Cao Tianyi, smiling as he said, "If there's no one to answer the challenge, he'll join forces with Brother Cao." Cao Tianyi smiled upon hearing Xiazi's words, because his plan was about to succeed. One of Qin Ying's brothers was unhappy when he saw Xiazi and Cao Tianyi joining forces to fight Qin Ying. Upon hearing that extremely unreasonable request, he couldn't stay calm and coldly laughed. Shizi only glanced at the person who had just spoken and immediately spoke with disdain. "He can't. They, the brothers, joining forces, are useless. Without joining forces, how can they possibly kill him?" While Shizi was being extremely arrogant and laughing at others, suddenly, from the sky above, a voice full of anger erupted, cursing Shizi, saying that he deserved to die. Shizi was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the voice that had just rang out, so he immediately turned his head to search for the source. Without making Shizi have to rummage through everything to find the person who had just spoken, the person quickly revealed himself. It was a person with long pink hair, who was staring at Shizi while smiling happily, because he had finally found his target. But immediately after, the person with the pink hair revealed an extremely serious expression, angrily looking at Jinzi on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word. "Jinzi, didn't expect it, right? I'm not dead. I've come back to take revenge on you." After hearing each and every word spoken by the pink-haired man, Shizi was now able to identify who the newcomer was. Because of this, an expression of extreme panic appeared on his face. Shizi was so surprised that he couldn't control himself and had to shout out, not daring to believe his eyes. "It's him!" The person who had come was none other than Little Xi Wang. Seeing that Shizi had recognized him, Xiao Shi Wang feigned an expression of utter terror, while inwardly he was ecstatic. He extended a slender hand with sharp claws, and replied with an extremely sinister smile, "That's right, it's him." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shi Wang didn't give Shizi even a moment to react or say another word. He leaped into the air, flying straight towards Shizi with lightning speed, and in that instant, Xiao Shi Wang immediately used his slender fingers to unleash countless red threads that were extremely soft, yet incredibly agile. At the tip of each red thread was attached an extremely sharp needle, capable of piercing through anything in its path. A sinister look quickly appeared on Xiao Shi Wang's face. While attacking Shizi with the red threads, he said maliciously, "Shizi, meet your end." Shizi had struggled to regain his composure after Xiao Shi Wang's sudden appearance, but now he was even more shocked by Xiao Shi Wang's decisive and swift actions. He didn't have time to react and block Xiao Shi Wang's attack. Xiao Shi Wang's fighting style followed the principle of being fast, precise, and accurate. Because of this, Xiao Shi Wang could only stand rooted to the spot, enduring this unique and bizarre fighting style. Xiao Shi Wang had never witnessed anything like it before in his life. What kind of technique is this? Xiao Shi Wang's strength was increasing at a dizzying pace, making it unbelievable for Shizi. He was already shocked by Xiao Shi Wang's appearance, but now he was even more horrified by the achievements Xiao Shi Wang had made in such a short period of time. Xiao Shi Wang's strength, how could he have advanced so much? Now, Shizi could finally calm down. Therefore, he immediately adopted a posture that was both offensive and defensive, carefully watching Xiao Shi Wang's movements to quickly find an opening. From there, he would break through Xiao Shi Wang's attack. It was easy to think, but difficult to execute. Not only is the technique strange, but the afterimages are hard to distinguish from the real thing. In just a split second, when Shinzia wasn't paying attention, a thread flew over and quickly pierced through his arm, creating an extremely long wound. As soon as the needle grazed him, the wound immediately began to bleed profusely. Seeing that he had been injured from just a moment of carelessness, Shinzi was furious. Damn it! At this moment, Shinzi was being continuously tormented by Xiao Shi Wang, and his anger only grew.
He desperately wanted to deal with Xiao Shiwang like he had before. However, before he could act, he was stopped by the red threads and needles that were constantly flying towards him. Even though Shi Zi tried his best to dodge Xiao Shiwang's attacks, the weapon seemed to have eyes, quickly changing direction and flying to slice across Shi Zi's face, creating an extremely painful wound. Along with that, fresh red blood poured out continuously. Shi Zi was so angry at being continuously attacked by Xiao Shiwang that he gnashed his teeth. When he tried to struggle, he realized that he didn't have enough strength. He, a reincarnated soul, was being suppressed like this. Then, the group of people standing there witnessed the huge difference in strength between Xiao Shiwang and Shi Zi, and were so shocked that they could only stand there and watch. No one dared to step forward to help, and even if they did, it wouldn't make a difference. The more intently one person observed the scene, the more unwilling they became. They clenched their teeth tightly, extremely unwilling to believe the truth that was being displayed before their eyes. Why is the gap between people like them so large? The more they thought about it, the more despair they felt, growing increasingly resentful of this inequality. The great Dapio is unjust. Far away, with a clear sky and fresh air, on a towering mountain peak, Shu Yun was standing and observing everything that had just happened below. The more Shu Yun examined the suddenly appearing Xiao Shiwang, the more confused he became. He couldn't possibly determine if this person was the one he knew. A pensive look appeared on Shu Yun's face. His brow furrowed as he raised his hand and pinched his face with his index finger and thumb, wondering in his heart.
After disappearing for a while, has Xiao Shiwang become this strong? Carefully observing Xiao Shiwang, who was both familiar and strange in the distance, as he was intently exacting revenge on Shi Zi, Shu Yun always felt that Xiao Shiwang wasn't quite the same as usual. It's just that he felt that he was strange. Something seems off. Shu Yun was still standing there like a statue, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly he realized the thing that caught his eye the most was Shi Wangting's weird outfit. Like, seriously, what's with that flashy robe? It's like he's trying to be both a man and a woman at the same time, so freaky. Shu Yun stood there pondering for a good while. Then his attention shifted to Shi Wangting's super strange fighting style, with those red threads and needles. And, vaguely through that, Shu Yun kinda guessed the reason, unless he cultivated some weird technique that made him like that. Whatever was going on didn't seem to bother the sky at all. It was still all blue and fresh as ever, just chilling. Totally the opposite of the peaceful sky. The ground suddenly erupted in a huge bang that shook everything. And with that sound came a cloud of dust spreading everywhere. The culprit? None other than the not-so-fair fight between Cao Tianyi and Qin Ying. Cao Tianyi was all cocky at first, wanting to go mano-a-mano with Qin Ying. But now he was getting his butt kicked so hard he couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't just Shi Zi and little Shi Wangting spilling blood. Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi were going at it just as fiercely. Cao Tianyi was gritting his teeth like crazy,
but he couldn't stop the blood from seeping through and pouring out. Damn it! Even the Dimier divine fists were defeated.
Even though Cao Tianyi and Qin Ying were fighting, it was a one-sided beatdown. Cao Tianyi was looking all roughed up, while Qin Ying was standing tall without a scratch on him. Far away, Zhu Yuanbai, after witnessing Qin Ying's overwhelming power that easily crushed Cao Tianyi, wore an extremely fascinated expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly ran to Qin Ying's side. The more Zhu Yuanbai looked at Qin Ying, the more he couldn't restrain the love in his heart. Because of this, he immediately spoke to express his love to his cousin, saying that she was too beautiful.
As soon as Zhu Yuanbai finished speaking, he immediately felt a chill run down his back, which was extremely confusing. Why did he feel this way? When the weather was so beautiful, he didn't know if he was sick, so Zhu Yuanbai quickly turned his head back and showed a questioning expression. As soon as Zhu Yuanbai turned his face, in an instant, a fist flew as fast as lightning to greet him.
The ones who threw the punch were none other than Qin Ying's younger brothers. The three of them were furious when they heard Zhu Yuanbai dared to treat their eldest brother like a daughter and praise him. The three of them unanimously agreed to teach this Zhu Yuanbai a lesson he would never forget. Each of them used all the strength in their bodies to beat Zhu Yuanbai, to the point where his parents couldn't recognize him. While moving their hands and feet, they also moved their mouths, cursing continuously.
How can we let that guy talk about Big Brother like that? Before this person could finish speaking, he heard another person speak up. What do you want? Among the three of them, suddenly the boy with the hat on his head seemed to sense something.
So he hurriedly stopped his movements, then turned his head and looked in another direction, observing. The boy's face still held an angry expression, and his eyes were as red as a devil's. Regardless of the conflict between Zhu Yuanbai and Qin Ying's three younger brothers, the battle between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi did not stop, continuing as normal. Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi did not hesitate for a second, and rushed towards the other side as fast as lightning. Both Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi simultaneously gathered their strength and raised their hands to punch towards the other. In the moment when the two fists touched each other, an extremely loud noise appeared again. This time, the noise was even more violent than the previous time. The boy with the hat witnessed Cao Tianyi's powerful strength, and felt worried in his heart. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Cao Tianyi is, after all, a god realm powerhouse, so his strength is naturally extraordinary. Seeing that Cao Tianyi was so difficult to defeat, Qin Ying's 3 younger brothers huddled together. One of them hurriedly thought of a way to step forward to help Qin Ying. Are they going to help big brother? Before he could finish speaking for a few seconds, he heard someone else's voice quickly ringing out to stop him. Helping is not a good idea. It would implicate big brother. They can't cope with battles at this level. Let's see the battles of the other 2 people. Those red threads and little Shi Wangting's extremely sharp needles were still twisting and turning non-stop. Finding someone, they immediately turned and pounced to attack. The unlucky person targeted this time was none other than Cao Tianyi. Cao Tianyi hurriedly reached out to cover the wounds that little Shi Wangting had just caused. Although he immediately realized little Shi Wangting's intention to attack, Cao Tianyi was unable to react in time to avoid it, and he was extremely angry. But there was nothing he could do. Damn it, this needle is as fast as a ghost. Weird attack. Cao Tianyi suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something, and immediately opened his mouth wide, then kept screaming non-stop. His eyes widened, as if they were about to fall out. Shi Zi was still fighting fiercely with little Shi Wangting. This guy could be pulled over. A little bit of the enemy's enemy can cooperate, at least to deal with the people of the Danshijia Palace. What Blackhair said is indeed a rare combat power. But is he a little too crazy? Bluehair continued. Bluehair wondered, are you really not helping their big brother? Blackhair smiled. Qin Ying is fighting very hard with the spear. Cao Tianyi barely avoids the move. Qin Ying continues to swing his spear towards Cao Tianyi. He jumped up, and the 2 continued to face off. Behind them, Shi Zi and little Shi Wangting were also fighting each other. It seems that it will be difficult for these 2 groups to determine a winner in a short time. Blackhair examines the situation, analyzes. Then take advantage of this time. Wouldn't it be a win if they secretly helped their big brother? Bluehair wonders. Blackhair continues. Look at the 2 people over there. Bluehair curiously looked at the battle taking place. Dust flying everywhere. Bluehair asked, who is that person? Mo Hongliu, the old god of the demon race. His strength is deep and unpredictable. Since just now, he has been watching the battle between their boss and Cao Tianyi. There are 2 possibilities. One is that he is observing the situation, looking for which side has a greater chance of winning in order to form an alliance, Blackhair replied. The second is that he has colluded with Cao Tianyi and is looking for an opportunity. No matter which type it is not beneficial to them, so what they need to do now is to be able to stand behind and protect their big brother. As for the duel, let big brother solve it himself, Blackhair said. A stream of Hongling Qi flickered. Feng Shanqing smiled in the hazy white smoke. Descendant of the human king Shu Xuan. The review was not as expected. Besides the Mohongliu family, powers from the outer region got involved, and on top of that there were also the human king families. The Black Moon Tower's influence hasn't expanded into the southern region yet, but Xiangxing is from eastern continent of the southern domain, so he might know a bit more. Shu Xuan glanced at Feng Shanqing. Forget it, no need to worry about such trivial matters. Shu Xuan turned away, and a heavenly Dao talisman appeared in his hand. Adding more rules to the new heavenly Dao talisman is the key to winning this setup. A beam of light shone straight down, carrying the talismans with it. Qin Ying gritted her teeth. I'll let Calio thief off for now, but one day, his head will definitely be rolling on the ground. Spare me the flowery words. Who's letting who off is still up in the air, Cao Tianyi retorted angrily. It's just that you both need to conserve your strength for the coming of the ancient battle demon grounds. Shi Zi, on the other hand, smiled as he dodged little Shi Wang's moves. Shi Zi said, Little Shi Wang, implying he's already used to little Shi Wang's unpredictable moves. Shi Zi chuckled. Even though I can't unravel them just yet, little Shi Wang doesn't have the upper hand either. Little Shi Wang, annoyed, pulled the string, saying, Annoying, Shi Zi. Little Shi Wang raised his hand to recall his Dharma artifact. Don't think you're in the clear just yet. Little Shi Wang turned to leave, but still warned Shi Zi behind him. Shi Zi will always be watching little Shi Wang. Suddenly, the guy with green hair stepped forward, blocking little Shi Wang's path. Please hold on, little Shi Wang, he asked with a smile. Forgive my boldness, but may I have a word? Little Shi Wang frowned and scoffed. Xiang Shanghai, standing behind, asked. Xin Yuanfeng left. What did he say? Did he agree? With his current strength, he can't kill Shi Zi, so he probably has no reason to refuse, Xin Yuanfeng said. Rest assured, we'll protect our big brother, Peng Xinghai scolded. Enough with the roundabout talk. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Peng Xinghai said, Looks like the descent of the ancient battle demon grounds is getting closer and closer, Xin Yuanfeng, sweating profusely, said. Let's get out of here first. We'll go and seize a favorable position, Peng Xinghai instructed. Don't be hasty.
The guidance of the ancient grounds isn't just something we're interested in, there must be even more forces arriving by now. On the other side, Ling Baiyun sensed danger as he walked. He thought to himself, too much. Then, he threw a small dagger into the bushes. He said, come out and fight.
Yu Bailong caught the dagger and praised, HMPH. As expected of Ling Baiyun, the Eastern Continent's #1 heavenly talent. Truly domineering, Ling Baiyun said loudly,
spare me the nonsense. With your cultivation, you're not qualified to compete with me.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind.
What if it's me? Ling Baiyun asked.
Who else could it be? Ping Fan held his sword. He said, Ling Baiyun,
your opponent is me, Yu Bailong.
Recognize you? You are the abandoned son of K family, 16-year-old and already in Emperor realm. Ling Baiyun gritted his teeth.
All right, very well. Then let's have a fight. In the bushes.
Shu Yun, seeing this, asked, what's wrong with Ping Fan? Does he have a grudge against Ling Baiyun?
Shu Xuan said, don't worry, nothing will happen to Yu following him.
Shu Yun continued asking, how did he become enemies with Ling Baiyun? Hey Yu, standing on a branch, called out, Yu Bei from the Yu family and Ping Fan. Kinda, how should I put it? Maybe it's Yu Bei, together with Yu and Ping Fan, the three of them.
Anyway, their relationship isn't normal.
And Yu Bei used to be Ling Baiyun's fiancé. Hearing this, Shu Yun was surprised. Huh? How old is he even? Does Ping Fan actually like that girl?
Hey Yui replied. I don't know if he likes her or not.
Their relationship is a bit of a mess. I can't figure it out either, Shu Yun thought in confusion. My grandnephew.
His image has completely collapsed. Is he even the kid I knew? On the other side, Ping Fan immediately swung his sword at Ling Baiyun.
Ling Baiyun blocked Ping Fan's attack, and the two exchanged blows rapidly. Cao Tianyi, who was observing, said, such a young Emperor realm cultivator.
Mo Hongling frowned and said, what's even more terrifying is the cultivation technique he's practicing. That devil recognizes it as the legendary extreme Dao.
Mo Hongliu watched and said, perhaps, the devil asked, does the current 9 regions even have an extreme Dao existence? And a young one at that, Mo Hongliu answered.
I don't know, someone cultivating the extreme Dao once appeared in the chaotic region. The devil continued to ask, and then, Mo Hongling continued, after killing a god he disappeared. There are many rumors, but since then, there hasn't been any news about extreme Dao. It seems to have been lost in the 9 regions.
Cao Tianyi asked Mo Hongliu.
Did he die in the end or not? Mo Honggliu frowned and replied.
It's hard to say.
Cao Tianyi was surprised. You don't even know. The rumor is that after entering the demon realm he vanished without a trace, Mo Honggliu continued. I had just entered the heaven realm back then. How would I know these secrets? The devil spoke up and asked.
Who are you guys talking about? Mo Hongliu pursed his lips and didn't answer.
The devil continued. We're allies now. Don't you even have this much trust? At that moment, Cao Tianyi replied. It's a lunatic who cultivated the extreme Dao before. The devil gritted his teeth.
If you're gonna say it, why not say it clearly? Mo Hongliu continued to remain silent,
while Cao Tianyi cleared his throat, cough, and then said, all right, let me tell you. It's a story from 5 million years ago. The devil was shocked to hear that. 5 million years. Just how long is the lifespan of a God realm cultivator? Mo Hongliu replied.
There isn't an exact answer to that. You just need to know it's definitely more than 500,000 years. Cao Tianyi glanced at Mo Hongliu
and continued. 500,000 years ago was just the end date. The start date might have been over 1 million years ago, so very few people know about it now, Mo Hongliu said, annoyed.
If you're being so vague,
why not just spit it out? Jin Zi called from behind.
Who said it isn't the main point? What exactly happened? Mo Hongliu countered.
Kingslayer. Jin Zi was so surprised he just gaped.
Cao Tianyi said calmly. This event shook the entire 9 regions back then, Mo Hongliu continued.
A crazy extreme path cultivator killed the human king, Yao King, and demon king, Shi Zi. Hearing this, exclaimed, the 3 kings of the strongest races of the 9 regions. Isn't that equivalent to offending every powerhouse in the 9 regions? Just how strong and confident would someone have to be to do that? Cao Tianyi, with a grim look, told Shi Zi, offending all the powerhouses isn't worth mentioning. The real impact of this event lies in the flaws the 3 kings created in the layout of the 9 regions that exist even now. Only a madman would do something like that. Shi Zi's face was 3 parts shock, 7 parts no way, Mo Hongliu agreed.
Exactly. Everyone back then thought the same, so they joined forces to kill this madman. Extreme path cultivation is also considered a heretical art and is strictly forbidden, but now it has reappeared. Then he looked towards Shu Pingfan, who was fighting Ling Baiyun. Xie Zi seemed to realize something.
His face flustered. So he's also cultivating a forbidden art.
But Cao Tianyi immediately dismissed Xi Zi's thoughts with a disdainful tone. Yeah, a prohibition from 1 million years ago. Do you think anyone still cares? It's like the 3 kings from 1 million years ago. Who even remembers them? As he spoke, he, Shi Zi and Mo Hongliu observed the fight between Ping Fan and Bai Yun. Xian Zi suddenly realized Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's intentions. So you guys teamed up to seize the Human King's position.
Now we'll see if this extreme path guy becomes a new madman, Cao Tianyi smirked.
Ignoring the three still chatting, Ling Baiyun and Xu Pingfan were still going at it hammer and tongs. And it seemed like Ling Baiyun was encountering some kind of problem.
Damn it, why is there a feeling of not being able to fully unleash my power? It seems to be related to the woman behind him.
Baiyun had also noticed the appearance of Yong Er, and began to suspect that someone was meddling in the battle between him and Pingfan, with demonic power secretly helping him.
Ling Baiyun had recognized Yu as the saintess of the demon race. He clenched his fist. Otherwise, how could he close the gap in cultivation realm and be on par with me, damn it, over at Shu Xuan's place? He was stroking his smooth chin. Getting wrecked isn't scary. Whoever's cultivation is higher will be embarrassed. He stretched out his hand, reaching for the green staff. Ru Yi, follow my will. Quickly manifest your power. While things were still intense between Shu Fan and Ling Baiyun, from somewhere, a glittering golden light appeared in the sky, slowly taking away fortune, gradually moving and disappearing. This time it was quite long. The child of fortune of Dongju would sooner or later become Shu Pingfan.
Shu Xuan said, while yawning widely.
Done, he went to sleep.
At this time, Shu Pingfan sheathed his sword
and said very arrogantly, looks like it's hard to tell who's winning today. This little lord is tired too, so I'll spare you, Ling Baiyun resentfully replied. HMPH, you little brat, stop talking big. Then he declared, if there's a next time, he would definitely make sure Shu Pingfan never returned. But it seemed Pingfan didn't care much, turning his ass and leaving, ignoring Baiyun's grumbling behind him. Suddenly someone stepped out.
He was determined to make sure Chu Bingfan never came back. But Bingfan didn't seem to give a damn, just turned tail and left, letting Bai Yun grumble behind him. All of a sudden, a person emerged.
Hey there, Shu Pingfan, hold up a sec. Looks like we're heading to the same place. He barely got the words out,
but Shu Pingfan just waved him off, like, nah man, no thanks, don't even start. Not looking to team up. The other guy looked like he still wanted to try and convince him,
but Shu Pingfan cut him off again. Don't want to hear the offer, not even a little bit, even if it's super sweet. But nothing could make Shu Pingfan change his mind. Not even a tiny bit of interest. LOL, well, that's that. What do you think? Cao Tianyi asked Mo Hongliu, looking for his opinion.
He's definitely a gotta go all the way kind of guy, but who knows if he's trying to stop us from nabbing the human sovereign spot, he said, still a little doubtful. Then, he continued, but to be safe, I think we should focus on grabbing the treasure first. That seems like the safest bet. Meanwhile, deep in the thick forest, there was this huge cave on the side of a desolate mountain. Inside, it was all dark and gloomy.
Cao Tianyi frowned, asking tensely, Mo Hongliu, can you feel it yet?
Yeah, been feeling it for the past 2 days, but
it's getting stronger today. Ling Baiyun's chi luck. Why is it so weak anyway? Wonder if it's got something to do with the ancient battleground. They kept chatting like that, standing back to back.
But Cao Tianyi wasn't buying Mo Hongliu's idea. He argued that if it was the ancient battleground, it wouldn't just affect Ling Baiyun. After hearing Cao Tianyi's thoughts, Mo Hongliu came to a conclusion. Then there's only one possibility. The extreme path. They both thought back to when Ling Baiyun and Shu Pingfan were duking it out.
Right, Ling Baiyun hasn't done anything to weaken himself, except fight Shu Pingfan, and his chi luck started tanking a few days ago. Which means,
the extreme path can steal other people's chi luck. Cao Tianyi looked kinda anxious and snapped at Mo Hongliu, all pissy.
Mo Hongliu was starting to think the same thing. That their guess was probably spot on. In his opinion, fighting someone like that, win or lose, was a total loss.
Cao Tianyi's face was getting more and more serious, and he started connecting the dots to the madman who killed the sovereign years ago. He was starting to understand why. It made sense that the madman killed the sovereign directly to steal his chi luck.
The two ancient battlegrounds are about to show up, Mo Hongliu predicted. So the future of the 9 regions is going to be in the hands of this ruthless dude, and not us, he muttered to himself. Outside, the sky had been clear. But then, bam! A lightning bolt split it in two.
Cao Tianyi stared into the distance.
The ancient battleground is getting closer.
The clang of weapons echoed through the mountains. Shu Pingfan and Ling Baiyun were back at it again, fighting like they never get tired of it. Just like before, Shu Pingfan was the one who called it quits. The ancient battleground's getting close. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you live for now. Hearing that, Ling Baiyun lost it, and yelled right in Shu Pingfan's face. You double-teamed me, and you have the nerve to say you're letting me live. Aren't you embarrassed? But honestly, Shu Pingfan didn't give a damn. He just tossed out a snarky line and vanished. Keep that mark of death on your head for a few days.
Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was grinning like a Cheshire cat. His grand plan was so close to work, how could he not be happy? He confidently held up the heavenly Dao charm and declared triumphantly,
with this heavenly Dao charm, I'll control all of southern continent. Holding the charm tight, he went on.
Once the heavenly Tao charm completely replaces the heavenly law rules of southern continent, I don't care what level your cultivation is, you'll all be bowing down to me.
Shu Xuan was so hyped up he couldn't wait any longer. The smile on his face wasn't as dorky as it used to be. It was getting kinda sinister. Alright, let's test out this reality-altering machine. He channeled his inner power into the heavenly Tao talisman. Starting the experiment. Let me think. Lower the difficulty by 15%. Increase the speed by 0.3%. That way, the heavenly and earthly treasures will mature faster, and there will be more vitality. Breakthroughs will be easier, and cultivation levels will rise faster. The key is here, Shu Xuan emphasized. The important thing is that the flow of qi will still be according to my will.
Ling qi is still upgrading, as expected. This trip wasn't in vain. Earned with my life, I thought my life would be like this forever. But I didn't expect to encounter such a huge opportunity, Shu Xuan cheered, in the form of a successfully cultivated martial artist. Someone came over and asked, "Is it really Ling qi?" Shu Xuan calmly replied, I can feel it too. Suddenly, Luo Ming wondered. Indeed, is it related to the restoration of the laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhao? Luo Ming's suspicion deepened. Strange. The 9 regions should be a whole. Recently, this place has shown light many times, and the tremors are constant. I'm afraid it's been affected by the ancient battleground of demons.
Thinking about the strange lights that often appear here, Luo Ming guessed that this might also be the cause of the incomplete laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhao, which led to the change in the flow of qi in this place. The blue sky appeared.
Shu Xuan grinned. Finding new methods, hee, let me see if there are any new discoveries. What is that red light falling to the ground, so red?
Xuan speculated. Blood tide. Although not strange, it is very strange.
A desolate land like this has a blood tide? Weird. But after thousands of years, it hasn't dried up. This is very strange. This place shouldn't be visited, but I'm thinking of something very suitable. Let's check out the others first.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan saw something strange. A corpse rose from the blood tide.
A demon race corpse.
Shu Xuan saw it. Shu Xuan worried. The murderous aura of this blood tide can actually make the corpse move. Truly terrifying.
But after all, it's just a corpse. Even if it inherits the previous cultivation level, it will only be at the Emperor realm at most.
The demon race corpse slowly walked beside the blood tide.
4, 5, large and small. There are 7 blood tides in total. I'm afraid the variables in the fight for the supreme treasure will occur in these 7 places.
Shu Xuan pointed to the map, looked at it for a while. Shu Xuan seemed to foresee something and said, "Pray for yourself."
That light appeared again.
Shu Tianming shouted. "Everyone in the Shu family, listen to my orders. The frequent appearance of light proves that the supreme treasure is about to appear. All members of the Shu family must strive to cultivate, seize the opportunity, and quickly upgrade their cultivation levels."
The people of the Shu family raised their hands in unison and replied, "We will follow the orders of the family head. We will follow the orders of the family head." Nanzhao is about to change. I wonder how Qin Ying is doing.
At this moment, I have to sit guard in the Qin kingdom. This damn imperial power, it's both freedom and a cage. This guy gritted his teeth and said in the imperial palace. Shu Xuan shielded his eyes, squinting at the blue sky.
Alright, bright sunshine, what a truly fine day. Any choice is good, but today's the best.
Better start now, Shu Xuan thought, stating the obvious danger.
A black hole appeared in the sky,
swirling in circles, making people anxious about this anomaly.
When the black hole stopped swirling, that's when Shu Xuan knew his chance had arrived.
Immediately, Shu Xuan used a spell to soar into the sky,
the spell path shooting straight up, and when it touched the threshold of the sky, it created massive bolts of lightning.
The lightning wrapped around the talisman,
so huge the lightning spread from one area to another. The talisman in Shu Xuan's hand became stronger for a moment. Shu Xuan made up his mind. Today, I will definitely find the ancient battle demon land. The lightning wrapped towards the area where Cao Tianyi and Qin Ying were standing.
2 people who had no clue what was going on. Shu Xuan was still transferring magic to the talisman, and he immediately pulled up the replacement rules. Shu Xuan pulled out the primordial star path, absorbing the power of light from the flower. The primordial star path was successful. It was glowing. Shu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the light is here, and things have finally calmed down a bit. Looks like the crucial step is complete. Next, I just need to wait for the moment the heavenly dasho opens. I wonder what kind of reward the system will give this time. The people stood dumbfounded when they saw a land floating in the sky. Qin Ying was extremely worried. "Get ready, it's coming soon. Are you ready?" Cao Tianyi was even more worried about Qin Ying. HMPH, worry about yourself.
The sound of rocks falling, followed by a roar from a strange beast. When she heard that sound, Qin Ying guessed, "It's here. The ancient battle demon land."
Cao Tianyi was nonchalant when he heard Qin Ying's words.
PSH, do you really need to be so dramatic?
Shu Xuan continued to transfer magic to the primordial star path with the heavenly Tao talisman. More than half of the 108 replacements were done. Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. Shu Xuan said nothing, silently gazing. enjoying this novel but wonderful feeling. So, this is the situation, when the Lord grows stronger.
But I still can't do it right now. After all, my encroachments on the heavenly law of the southern continent are only piecemeal. Only by encroaching upon the entire heavenly law of the southern continent step by step, and transforming it into the heavenly Dabo, can one change the fate of all living beings in the southern continent with a single thought.
Shu Xuan reached out his hand. System, activate.
No one's home. Opening the heavenly Dabo. Replacing the heavenly law of the southern continent. The heavenly law rules are initially established. The reward is the sky-opening brush.
Immediately, a divine writing brush appeared. Shu Xuan carefully took it. Sky-opening brush. Holding the brush in hand, Shu Xuan wondered. Opening the sky and establishing the earth. Could it be a treasure to use with the silent earth tome? Shu Xuan ordered the system. System, show me the sky-opening brush reward. Use the brush to draw a region of the sky, draw out rules, draw out all living beings. It can open the sky in nothingness, it can open the sky in chaos. Synchronized with the silent earth tome, it can open up a world, creating all living things. Shu Xuan, eyes glued to the info panel, mumbled. Called it. Just like I thought.
One stroke of the brush to create the heavens, one book to set the earth, opening up a world on its own, creating all living things.
This is definitely a treasure of creation. Shu Xuan chuckled triumphantly.
He clenched his fist, saying, "Looks like my plan might just be working perfectly." Then, he turned to the system. "But creating heaven and earth, you gotta be at least in the Kai Dao realm to withstand that kind of power, right?" The system immediately replied, "It could be creation within chaos, or creation within nothingness."
Shu Xuan, confused, asked, "Where is the chaos then? Besides the Great Tao, there is also chaos.
Is chaos also within the Great Tao? Besides the Great Tao, is there also chaos?"
Even those Hongyuan-era founding Tao experts probably didn't know. Did those two great Tao beings, Longjun and Giran, somehow know about what's beyond the Great Tao? That's why they are searching for the Great Tao.
Gotta reach the Kai Dao realm eventually, but this step-by-step encroachment is a bit slow. Gotta speed things up.
Shu Xuan paused for a moment, pondering something. The ancient battle demon land.
The treasure and fortune of ancient Nanzhu will be key. Using it as a fuse might just accelerate this encroachment.
Right now, the only ones involved in this battle for the treasure and fortune besides my own disciples are Cao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and Feng Shaoqing. These three are the strongest.
And of course, the male leads. Gotta analyze them carefully. That evil spawn is already being targeted by Little Evil King, so his chances of snagging the treasure aren't looking too good. Cao Tianyi and Xin Ying both have escape routes, so it's still too early to predict who will win or lose. While Ding Yu, the favored child of Nanzhao's fortune, definitely has an advantage. Wang Luo and Xiao Liang too, they are the same.
Shu Pingfan, who is now half a favored child of Dong Zhao's fortune, also has a certain advantage.
And so does this ghost race you,
Shu Xuan grinned. The chance of those 5 supreme treasures falling into my hands is a whopping 99%.
That treasure and fortune has gotta be mine, vroom vroom. The sound of battle shattered the peaceful air. Shu Xuan wondered.
The rules of heaven and earth used to be like that, like having emotions and intelligence. Unless it's because the rules have just recovered recently, is that why?
Mo Hongliu and Cao Tianyi, locked in fierce combat, exchanged a knowing glance. Then, they gathered their energy and took off, planning to flee together.
Xin Ying below watched them, scoffing. Cao Tianyi turned to look at Xin Ying and said, "Xin Ying, we'll settle this on the battlefield." Xin Ying frowned.
"I'll gladly take you up on that, brothers. Let's move out." Elsewhere, Little Evil King was zigzagging rapidly. He came close to Evil Spawn. He said to Evil Spawn, "With me here, you can forget about getting any treasures. Over by Ding Yu."
Shu Yun, He Yue, and Wang Luo were also getting ready to move.
Little did they know, their every move was being watched by Feng Shaocheng.
He snorted coldly with disdain
and turned back to Little Evil King and Evil Spawn's location. The two were fighting fiercely, unleashing their strongest moves at each other, desperate for victory. Damn it, Xin Zi regretted it. Should have known better than to stick around here.
Before Ji Zi could even book it, little Ji Wang pounced, throwing a punch his way. "Come on, another round? This little daddy ain't taking no breaks." Unlike the tension crackling between little Shi Wang and Shi Zi, Ding Yu's side was chill as heck. Ding Yu was polling everyone about whether to move together or split up. "Hey, you suggested splitting up. Better odds that way, you know. Our strength is practically unmatched in the Emperor realm. Even if Wang Luo runs into Cao Tianyi or Mo Hongliu, they can handle it." Hearing He Yu say that, Wang Luo in the back was sweating bullets. Xiang Xing's actually the strongest. His heavenly weapon-grade puppet can unleash heaven realm combat power. Shu Yun's the weakest, though she's still top tier even in the Emperor realm.
Plus, Shu Yun's got that heavenly spirit cat, the strongest spirit realm existence in the battle demon ancient land.
Shu Pingfan and Yor are like shadows, sticking together so they aren't scared of any Emperor realm experts. Shu Pingfan also has a trump card to protect himself.
After listening, Ding Yu spoke. "Alright, let's split up then." And with that, The 5 of them split into 6 directions. Suddenly, Hey Yu stopped. Ding Yu. Hold up, Hey Yu reminded him. Be careful of the Feng family guy. He's not as simple as he seems.
Feng Xiaqing, up in the tree, overheard their entire conversation and just smiled.
Ding Yu seriously replied to Hey Yu. Enemies are enemies, and if they become enemies, so what if they are descendants of the human emperor? They can be killed. No dilly-dallying, let's roll. It's getting dark.
Suddenly, someone called Shu Yun back.
The one who called Shu Yun back was Shu Xuan.
Shu Xuan asked Shu Yun,
"Are you coming with me or going by yourself?"
Shu Yun said with a smile. "I'll just wander around on my own." Hearing that, Shu Xuan turned and left. "All right, see you later then."
Then, Shu Xuan also circulated her qi and flew away.
Twilight was falling. Shu Yun was just standing there stamping her foot, watching Shu Xuan fly off.
Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept past, startling Shu Yun.
It was a sword, and it looked like good stuff. Looking at the sword, Shu Yun's eyes went wide. This is an emperor weapon blessed by providence, perfect for becoming the Shu family's heirloom.
With that, Shu Yun grabbed the sword, ready to pull it out.
Suddenly, a voice cut in, telling Shu Yun, "Leave the emperor weapon." Shu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said firmly, "The emperor weapon chose me, so it's mine. You guys go find some other treasure."
These 3 threatened arrogantly. "You're asking for death,"
Shu Yun said lazily. "I don't want to fight, so you guys better not go looking for death."
The bald guy didn't know his manners, and postured, saying, "Enough talk, senior brother, kill her."
Swish, swish. The heavenly spirit cat's scratching echoed throughout the mountains. Seeing that, Shu Yun reminded
Xiao Bai, "Stop playing around." The heavenly spirit cat immediately stopped, looking at Shu Yun with its silly, harmless, smiley face.
Shu Yun said, "The folks hiding behind the tree should come out too, you know."
Feng Xiaqing chuckled. "Just passing by, didn't mean to intrude."
Then he cupped his hands respectfully and said,
"Miss Shu Yun,
farewell." That baldy was pissed and unwilling. "Boss, are we just leaving like this? The emperor weapon is in her hands." Feng Xiaqing didn't let him finish, cutting him off and telling him to shut up, whispering to him, "Didn't you see how strong that cat is? If we all charge in together, we're just asking for it. Let's bail first."
Meanwhile, back at Shu Xuan's place, a warm pot and a cup of hot tea were already prepared. "Not bad. Got the inheritance. Things are looking up, fortunately." Sigh. "Still, that ancient battlefield ground is risky after all." Saying that, Shu Xuan took a sip of tea. Looking down below, those guys fighting over treasures, just entertainment for Shu Xuan to watch. These guys are killing everyone they see. Are they crazy? Taking a closer look,
Shu Xuan saw a red aura radiating from them, blood tide. So that's what's up. They must have absorbed the blood essence from the blood tide and got backlashed. Shu Xuan chuckled,
watching the scene and thinking, "Not bad, but the execution is still lacking. I guess I should take this blood essence." With that, Shu Xuan summoned the spirit-devouring flower.
Tossing it down to the ancient battlefield ground, devour this blood essence, and breaking through to the spirit-severing realm will be a piece of cake.
The spirit-devouring flower started sucking it up, slurping the blood essence so hard that Shu Xuan had to tell it, "Take it easy, no one's gonna steal your food."
Thinking for a bit, Shu Xuan said, "Anyway, this is a battle for treasures and luck. It won't be over in a day or two. Elsewhere, kill."
Kill. Xiang Jing was getting hammered by the gang, dust flying everywhere.
Seeing that Xiang Jing was still unharmed, standing firm after the thick dust,
they exclaimed in horror. "What? He's not even injured? Even an emperor weapon can't do anything? This is impossible." While they were distracted, Hey Yu jumped up, charging towards them. A few hits, and she'd almost taken out all those small fries. They were squawking like chickens getting their throats slit.
Xiang Jing harumphed, blaming Hey Yu for sticking her nose into other people's business. Hey Yu didn't bother arguing with this idiot, turning away and muttering, "Don't waste time here, it's better to be careful." Xiang Jing sneered, "HMPH, even emperor weapons can't damage my armor. What can these small fries do to me?" Not wanting to argue with this nutcase any further, Hey Yu flew away, reminding, "Take care of yourself, and don't drag everyone else down with you."
Left. On another side of the ancient battle demon ground, Wang Luo has to deal with some ugly bun-hair dude. "With me here, you can forget about snatching the supreme treasure. Save your breath. Getting the treasure depends on your own skills. How could a treasure fall into the hands of someone as evil as you? How could the people suffer?" Whoa. A zombie suddenly rises, staring intently at the 2 of them, its eyes looking so deep they seem to suck you in. That ugly bun-hair guy panics, and so does Wang Luo, who blurts out, "What the heck? This zombie is not only ugly as sin, but it's also balding. Makes you want to run 8 meters away." The ugly bun-hair dude freaks out, thinking, "What the heck is this ghostly power?" He thinks that, and immediately bails, leaving Wang Luo alone to face this hideous zombie. The zombie opens its jaws wide, ready to devour Wang Luo whole, when suddenly it freezes, unable to move a muscle. Someone is ringing a bell. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. It's Yu-er. Ringing the bell, Yu-er says, "Lonely ghosts and wild devils, quickly obey my command. Lingering souls, roar with all your might." It suddenly stops at the sound of the bell. Turns out, Yu-er appeared, took out the bell that Guinzu gave her, and shook it. Now that she has a bell that can control the lonely ghosts and wild devils, she commanded them to obey her. The lingering souls clutched their heads and screamed in pain. The bell in her hand kept ringing, suppressing all evil and demonic forces. Hearing the bell, they fall into silence. Yu-er immediately put her hand on its head and chanted, "Forget everything. Cut off all lingering thoughts of the past life. Let go of attachments, and start anew." Bing Fan was utterly astonished. "You can do that? What kind of strange trick does Yu-er have to suppress the ghost soul?" Yu-er explains, "These are just lingering souls, left behind in the mortal world because of resentment before they died. Just suppress their attachments, and they'll be harmless. Once the attachment is resolved, the lingering soul will not turn into a vengeful ghost. Without memories of the past life, there will be no attachment to harm people. There are so many lingering souls in the ancient battle demon ground, and with all the killing aura here, it will make them more vicious." On the other side, Ling Baiyun doesn't know what that evil thing was, but all he needs right now is 36 stratagems. Running is the best option. He is still flying around, scouting in the air, not knowing that there are a pair of eyes watching Ling Baiyun's actions from behind. Just that. And you're already running scared. Turns out it's Shu Xuan, using the myriad mirror to spy on this Qi-Luck child running away from the battle. So the role of the Dong Zhao Qi-Luck child officially ends here. If that's the case, Shu Xuan pulls out the Jade Rui, chants a spell. "Rui, Rui, follow my heart, quickly show your power." Qi-Luck shifts, doubling the speed. Elsewhere, a certain emperor realm is severely injured by someone from the Su family, coughing up blood. Shu Xuan. He eliminated 2 people to get back an emperor artifact that he had just stolen, and then stood there cursing. If it weren't for Su Xian, that disgrace of the family, the treasure would not have flown away like that. Forget it. After that, he reached out to take the emperor artifact's Qi-Luck. If the Su family has this emperor artifact's Qi-Luck, then it seems that the Su family's Qi-Luck has not been cut off. Suddenly, a rope came towards him. Shu Xuan. He recognized it, but it was too late to dodge and got hit. His face changed, and he turned his head and shouted, "Who the hell dares to go against the Su family?" Behind him, Su Xian held the whip in her hand and pulled it back. Su Xuanha glared at Su Xian, fuming. "What do you want to do? Trying to ruin things, huh?" Xian coldly retorted. "Su Xuanha, bet you didn't expect this, did you? But now you don't have the right to talk to me." Xian said, "Let your whip do the talking." Then she continuously attacked Su Xuanha with her whip, forcing him to only evade. With his current strength, he was no match for Xian. Su Xuanha was utterly shocked. Is this Xian current strength? Looking at Xian now, her strength wasn't weaker than Cao Tianyi's. He was simply no match for her. Xian lashed out with her whip, again and again, creating thunderous explosions. Su Xuanha knew he couldn't beat this little sister of his, so he resorted to a different tactic, starting to harp on about being blood relatives. Her own big brother, Xian remained ice cold. "Big brother, since when have you considered me your little sister? If there had been even one person in the Suwa family who would take me in, I wouldn't have left home." Su Xuanha excused himself. "Good little sister, you know those elders of our family. I cared about you, but I didn't dare show it on the outside. Actually, I've always told the elders that Xian has extraordinary talent, and is bound to achieve great things in the future. Little sister, the emperor weapon is a matter of great importance. After all, you're still a member of the Su family. You can't just disregard the safety of the Su family, right? Moreover, with your current strength, if you go back, the elders will be overjoyed." Xian, upon hearing this, angrily slammed her whip into the ground. She scoffed. "The moment I stepped out of the Su family, I was no longer a member of the Su family. Furthermore, I'm not looking for him. Because of the emperor weapon, Xian didn't care about the emperor weapon, this trashy weapon. She came here to vent her anger." Su Xuanha, seeing his little sister's strength increase significantly, decided to put on a melodramatic family act. "Dude, you're totally owed an Oscar. You don't care about blood relations, familial affection. Today you're gonna beat me to death, aren't you?" Xian remained heartless. "Fine then." Saying that, she swung her whip, sending the young man crashing down in pain, his hand turning to stone. Then, sensing that the situation was not good, with such terrifying freezing ice power, if he wasn't beaten to death, he'd be frozen to death. Suddenly, the rope released fire. Xian relentlessly whipped Su Xuanha, causing him to scream in agony. "It's burning hot. Is she trying to roast me alive?" How could he withstand being hit with extreme heat, then ice? Su Xuanha had to cry out for his parents to save his life. After a while, Xiancare finally stopped hitting it.
Shu Xuan was now lying face down on the ground. He endured the physical pain and said, "Luckily, Xianxie doesn't need the Emperor weapon."
Getting the Emperor weapon now is what's important. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan was about to reach for the Emperor weapon when Xianxie turned around to leave, not forgetting to take the Emperor weapon with her, causing Shu Xuan to unexpectedly shout, "Su Xianxie, you're not a woman of your word."
Xianxie remained cold.
"Did I ever say this was for you? Moreover, does the Su family have the right to talk about keeping their word with me?" Inside Shu Xuan's courtyard, the system announced again. Users made, Su Xianxie, whipped a chosen one, creating Ice and Fire Twofold Sky, reward as Ice and Fire Dao rules. Shu Xuan was quite surprised. This Xianxie can create Ice and Fire Twofold Sky, she's really got some skills.
The chosen one being whipped, if Shu Xuan wasn't guessing wrong, it was probably Su Xuan, a member of the Su family. Shu Xuan pressed to receive the reward.
Immediately, 2 streams of ice and fire slowly flowed into Shu Xuan's hand, and he placed them inside his chaos chi,
proceeding to fuse them together, forming a sphere with fire and ice. Shu Xuan felt incredibly refreshed, with 2 more types of Daos added, becoming more and more complete. Shu Xuan cracked another mysterious smile, "Lucky you guys," from the ancient battle demon Bamboo. Meanwhile, a magnificent demon clan group made a grand entrance. Bing Fan and Unhi were happily sitting on a palanquin carried by the demon clan. Bing Fan was enjoying himself, praising Unhi's amazing abilities. Maybe this place was created just for you, but the 2 of them were still vigilant, because there were quite a few experts here who had died without a trace. But that didn't stop them from enjoying their free trip. Somewhere else, the figure of Cao Tianyi flashed past towards some kind of gate. Qin Ying and her companions were approaching. She guessed, Cao Tianyi must have gone this way. As soon as she finished speaking, Cao Tianyi landed on a rooftop. Qin Ying gritted her teeth in anger. Cao the bandit, Cao Tianyi, heard this, laughed triumphantly. "Qin Ying, you should have stopped me from getting here. I know you've got some tricks up your sleeve, but you think your tricks can compare to mine," Qin Ying provoked. "Bring out all your backup plans." At this moment, Mo Hongliu had also arrived beside Cao Tianyi. Qin Ying pointed at Mo Hongliu and said, "Mo Hongliu, you were the one who colluded with the demon race, making a secret deal.
Now the situation is clear. You and Cao Tianyi are on the same side." Cao Tianyi chuckled. "Those are all things of the past. Does it even matter anymore? We did kill those Divine Realm experts at the start." Hearing this, Qin Ying was furious. "To achieve your goals, you colluded with the demon race and killed human Divine Realm powerhouses. Are you trying to become an enemy of the human race?" Cao Tianyi smirked sinisterly. "Why does it have to be just the human race's Divine Realm experts?" Qin Ying continued. "If not the human race, then the demon race. Don't tell me you guys are the great heroes of the battle demons," Cao Tianyi replied. "This world isn't just made up of humans and demons."
Qin Ying was shocked and asked, "Could it be the earth spirits?"
Cao Tianyi burst out laughing. "Qin Ying, I really admire you, but your cultivation has ultimately limited you. Cao Tianyi, I was a powerhouse in the Divine Realm. You plotted against me once,
secretly setting up a plan to stop my Dacio. Even if you succeeded, how could you know that I, Kagyo Tianyi, didn't have a plan too? Then he reached out his hand and said, "The treasures, the luck, will ultimately be mine. Even without the position of human king, what's wrong with having more luck? I've been reborn, my old body has merged with this life's body, and I'll eventually break through again."
Even if you have the backing of a human king family, so what?
Qin Ying pointed directly at Cao Tianyi and said, "Qin Ying has many enemies, and the geniuses who died at my hands are countless, but the one I look down on the most is you, Cao Tianyi. Even if you are in the Divine Realm, so what? Slaughtering the lives of the human race to break through your bottleneck, no matter how strong your power or high your cultivation? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash." Cao Tianyi coldly looked down. "HMPH, what an arrogant great Qin emperor. No wonder you dared to stop my Dao." Saying that, Cao Tianyi cast a spell, Divine Blood as Guide. The sky was now dyed a brilliant coral orange, but the scene was not peaceful at all. On the contrary, the ground was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu stood on the roof of a Vietnamese-style pavilion with cruel expressions, looking at the ground as if it were about to collapse. He shouted, "Divine Blood as Guide, fortune is with me." Suddenly, creatures like will-o'-the-wisps flew out of the cracks in the ground, emitting pure origin energy. In the distance, Qin Ying watched with a grim face. A warrior beside her exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, it's Divine Blood." Cao Tianyi sneered. Shua, giving a sideways glance, Mo Hongliu got the signal. With a whoosh, he leaped off the roof, catching the wind. He landed right in front of the little pavilion. Cao Tianyi stood there, hands clasped behind his back, all arrogant. Mo Hongliu sneered, "If you want to lay a hand on her, you gotta get past ME first." Cao Tianyi suddenly broke into this creepy, self-satisfied grin. He stretched out his hand, cracking his knuckles.
Come on then, he drawled. Those divine artifacts hovering on the ground twitched, starting to move towards Cao Tianyi. Then suddenly, they started wobbling like they were being pulled in 2 directions. He froze, eyes wide in disbelief. What the? A faint smile played on Qin Ying's lips. A golden Dao Qi energy had appeared, subtly absorbing the divine artifacts.
Cao Tianyi's face twisted in disbelief. Dao soldier imprint, he exclaimed.
Qin Ying let out a mocking laugh. Looks like you're not a complete idiot after all. Don't you know, a treasure with the aura of a Dao soldier will eventually recognize its master, so there's no need to fight over it anymore.
After absorbing the divine artifact's blood essence qi, the Qian Kundao ring slowly floated toward Qin Ying, who was reaching out to claim it. Seeing this, Cao Tianyi flipped his lid. He instantly tensed his arm, yanking the Dao ring back with all his might. Recognizing a master is about refining it. It has nothing to do with aura. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? He roared. Qin Ying wasn't about to back down. Stubborn as a mule, she retorted. Then let's see whose skills are better.
A split second later, a black shadow with a silver scythe dove towards Qin Ying.
It was none other than Mo Hongliu, radiating a murderous aura, intent on attacking Qin Ying. But she was stuck in a tug-of-war with Cao Tianyi, and could only glare. Mo Hongliu's figure loomed larger and larger. Damn it, she cursed.
Suddenly, another figure lunged toward Mo Hongliu.
Xin Yue Feng. He just barely managed to block Mo Hongliu's attack with his sword. Mo Hongliu, wanting to keep all his limbs intact, spun around, using Xin Yue Feng's sword light as a springboard to retreat.
Mo Hongliu landed gracefully, glanced up at Xin Yue Feng, and sneered, "Not bad, those are some impressive moves from Nine-Sword Mountain. Powerful, but the cost is way too high. Let's see how you block my next attack." He looked at Xin Yue Feng, who was panting, but Xin Yue Feng just grinned. "Too bad for you, like you said, I can't really counterattack after that move, but unlike you, I have heaven on my side."
Instantly, a mysterious hooded figure appeared behind Xin Yue Feng and started raining down explosive pellets.
Mo Hongliu was caught completely off guard.
The ground trembled as a series of explosions ripped through the area, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the sky.
Yet Mo Hongliu maintained his haughty demeanor, standing firm. He coughed a few times and said, "Amateur, you've used up half your tricks already. Your death is at hand." Mo Hongliu tightened his grip on his blade, ready to strike, when he suddenly froze. His eyes widened. "What?" He stared at the falling peach blossoms and the woman behind Qin Ying, who was conjuring a transparent shield.
Hua Tianzi and the others. They had appeared out of nowhere. Bai Xiaokong and the 2 martial artists smiled. "We're here too."
"No way is today your death day." Mo Hongliu silently lowered his head. Then, he suddenly grinned like a maniac. "Sorry, I underestimated you. Guess I need to get serious." Mo Hongliu unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, lifting him into the air. "Come on," he cackled. The martial artists fighting alongside Bai Xiaokong were stunned. Caught off guard, they didn't have time to react, when Mo Hongliu suddenly appeared in front of them, and shattered their shield with a single punch. The sound like shattering glass. Qin Ying and Hua Tianzi's defenses were broken. Hua Tianzi was blasted away by the demonic energy. At that moment, Cao Tianyi soared into the air, channeling his qi into his fist.
"Resistance is useless. Maybe you should know how great the difference between cultivation base is."
At that instant, the silver light on the spear flashed, and Qin Ying tightened her grip on the spear.
She lunged forward. Cao Tianyi growled, "Cow thief, let's settle this today." The 2 of them started fighting. Fierce and relentless, they quickly became isolated from the rest of the battle. Qin Ying's Qian Kun treasure ring and the divine blood seemed to be fusing, hovering in the air, gently twitching as if 2 forces were battling fiercely. Meanwhile, from the thick bushes on the other side, a gloomy eye appeared, and whispering sounds grew louder. "So that's a treasure," a sturdy man confirmed. "That's right, it's a treasure." Hearing this, another hesitated. "So do we act?" The first man decisively replied. "No, there are only top-tier experts here. We need to wait. Wait for them to exhaust each other." At this moment, outside the battlefield, Hua Tianzi was heavily injured, blood spilling from her mouth and spreading across her lips. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" She watched the tense battle between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi, the distant, sporadic bursts of light exploding like fireworks. "Hua," Tianzi muttered, as if telling herself. "But their boss's fight is really something I can't get involved in. I can still see how the other side is doing." At this time, Cao Tianyi and Qin Ying were evenly matched, one striking and the other blocking. They completely forgot themselves as the cultivators and martial artists hiding in the bushes discussed their plans. "Opportunity, I just need an opportunity. When will Big Bro be exhausted? Don't rush. Even if we go out now, do you think we have a sure chance of winning?" Besides, before the man could finish, the bushes where they were hiding suddenly exploded, and the guy screamed, "What? It's a black demonic true QI attacking," sending them flying into the air. Mo Hongliu, in a demonic and bloodthirsty state,
coldly laughed as he watched the low-level martial artists fall to their deaths.
Fresh blood formed large pools, causing chills, he sneered. Let's clear the battlefield first. Don't worry, you're next.
Mo Hongliu summoned a strange scythe blade and continued. Warm-up's over. Let's get serious. After summoning the mirror, reflecting the mysterious universe, the hooded teenager curled his lips upon hearing this and grunted. This is actually our same idea. That's rare to see. At this moment, Bai Xiaokong also began to circulate his energy.
Several other martial artists transformed into beastmen.
Hua Tianzi chanted incantations, summoning the lotus petal treasure in her hand. A moment of tense silence followed before someone yelled, and both sides charged forward simultaneously. Mo Hongliu faced Hua Tianzi and Bai Xiaokong's group alone. A sky-shattering explosion resounded. After a long while, amidst the earth-shattering battle, a moment of stillness appeared, which was when both sides were exhausted. Shu Liu Mo Hongliu slightly showed his sharp fangs.
His eyes darted around,
with streaks of blood running down the corner of his mouth. At the moment, Mo Hongliu was no less tired.
Traces of battle remained all over his body and face, yet he could still laugh and say, "You injured me again, worthy of a little praise."
But this one sentence was indeed exchanged for the team Hua Tianzi's strength. They were almost exhausted, and some even unconscious people were supported by Hua Tianzi. But Mo Hongliu could still stand on the ground. She angrily glared at Mo Hongliu. He raised his head slightly, and then shouted threateningly, "No matter what, I am also a Saint Realm expert, and you combined are not my opponents. The enemy your boss is facing now is the same."
At this moment, Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi were constantly attacking their opponents, and the way they fought showed a completely different level from Hua Tianzi and Mo Hongliu's group.
Cao Tianyi swung his divine hammer.
Qin Ying blocked the blow with his powerful spear. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared from the void, and a male voice resolutely shouted.
Now, instantly, a streak of cold sword light shot out like a cannonball. Cao Tianyi startled. What? Seeing this,
Qin Ying's eyes lit up. She called out, "Yue Feng!" A huge explosion went off. In the smoke and dust, two skillful figures landed safely.
But if you looked closely, you'd see the guy was a bit wobbly on his feet, while the girl next to him was as steady as a rock. Xin Yue Feng gritted his teeth, gripping his blade tightly and panting for breath. Just then, a horrifying bloody gash appeared on Cao Tianyi's shoulder, the blood soaking outwards. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort.
"Not bad,"
Cao Tianyi said. "If I hadn't dodged in time, I'd probably be on the road to the Yellow Springs by now. Too bad you didn't get your wish." Hearing this, Xin Yue Feng frowned, secretly worried. Then, Cao Tianyi suddenly roared, "You'll have a hard time following up after using that move, but I have endless reserves."
With that, Cao Tianyi roared and darted toward Xin Yue Feng like lightning, swinging his axe in a merciless strike toward Xin Yue Feng's chest. Xin Yue Feng, caught off guard, took the full force of Cao Tianyi's deadly blow. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth as his body was sent flying backwards. Qin Ying witnessed everything and cried out in panic, "Yue Feng!"
Then, as if acting on instinct, Qin Ying raised her spear to block another axe strike from Cao Tianyi.
She snatched the weapon away, knocking it out of his hands. Quick as a flash, Qin Ying thrust her spear through Cao Tianyi's body,
causing him to stagger backwards.
Qin Ying hurriedly turned to Xin Yue Feng, asking anxiously, "Yue Feng, how are you?"
But all she got in response was a terrifying silence.
Suddenly, Qin Ying felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her, turning her ice cold. She approached Xin Yue Feng, kneeling on the ground, and realized that his life force had completely vanished. Qin Ying cried out in anguish, "Yue Feng!" Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Then, a strange sound broke through the air, grabbing Qin Ying's attention, especially in this chaotic battlefield. She turned to glare at the spear piercing through Cao Tianyi, realizing it was just a replacement puppet. Cao Tianyi himself stood to the side, smirking, and said, "This body-double secret treasure was originally meant to block a fatal blow from you, but I had to use it so soon. Oh well, the sooner we decide who lives and dies, the sooner I can clean up." Qin Ying gritted her teeth, glaring at Cao Tianyi as if she wanted to tear him to shreds. She growled, "This time I'm gonna make you pay blood for blood."
Qin Ying gripped her spear, ready to attack.
Cao Tianyi couldn't keep letting Qin Ying push him around like this. He absolutely had to get that treasure. Next, he was gonna use his full power. He looked at Qin Ying with a sneer.
"Please, enlighten me." Suddenly, a dark shadow came flying in. Cao Tianyi turned around. Someone was trying to take advantage of his distraction to snatch the treasure. Cao Tianyi launched a soul attack.
Zhu Yuanbai staggered and knelt down, stunned.
He wanted to hide and focus on dealing with Cao Tianyi, so that he could take the opportunity to take the treasure. But a spirit-severing expert's soul attack was not something Zhu Yuanbai could withstand. Qin Ying was extremely worried now.
Cao Tianyi had already charged up his attack. But then, a surge of power blocked his soul attack, taking him by surprise.
Ding Yue appeared. using immovable as a mountain to block the attack.
Cao Tianyi was even more surprised. He didn't expect immovable as a mountain to be this powerful. It was time for Shu Xuan's disciples to act. People were fighting tooth and nail,
and these guys were only just showing up now. Xiao Liang and He Yu flew towards the treasure. He Yu got it.
That thing Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi fought over for like 4 whole chapters? He Yu just casually yoinked it?
Cao Tianyi saw the treasure snatched away and was like, seriously, I've been fighting my ass off, and someone else just steals it. Ding Yu just folded his arms.
Senior, you've been fighting for ages and haven't even touched the treasure. Seems like it's just not meant for you, huh? No need to force it.
Cao Tianyi glanced at Mo Hongliu. Old Mo, someone's poaching our fish. Cao Tianyi looked at the 3 people. Where the heck did these guys even come from?
He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Behind him, Qin Ying was still brandishing his spear, ready to skewer anyone who gets too close. Cao Tianyi looked at Qin Ying. We're fighting to the death for this treasure, and you're just gonna let them steal. Qin Ying chuckled. As long as Cao Tianyi doesn't get the treasure, I don't care who takes it.
Cao Tianyi completely lost his cool and cursed, frick, everyone's against me. Well, bring it on then. Ding Yu unsheathed his sword. Think I'm scared of you. And then the brawl between Ding Yue and Cao Tianyi started. But when did He Yue reappear next to Cao Tianyi? He Yue used the heavenly Dao art, freezing Cao Tianyi for a split second, sealing all his power, making it impossible for him to dodge the attack. Mo Hongliu witnessed the terrifying scene and thought, a divine realm expert just got completely shut down like that. What kind of terrifying techniques are these people using? The 2 divine realm cultivators, watching these emperor realm cultivators, couldn't help but tremble.
Cao Tianyi clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he asked, What kind of technique is that? It can take me down in an instant. Hey, Yu frowned and answered, telling you isn't a big deal. It's called the heavenly Dao blood.
Mo Hongliu, standing behind Cao Tianyi, smugly smiled. I'll deal with him, you handle the guy with the sword. One side, He Yue duels with Mo Hongliu. On the other side, Ding Yu holding his sword said, finally, I don't have to be a busybody anymore. Why, might as well test out the supreme treasure I just snatched up. Cao Tianyi frowned and gritted his teeth. You're still wet behind the ears. Do you even know who you're talking to?
Suddenly, Qin Ying charged from behind. Old thief, have you forgotten your situation?
Mo Hongliu, who was blocking He Yue's attacks, seeing this said, damn it, always popping up. Ding Yu stood nearby and said, I still can't attack. What use do I have for your supreme treasure anyway? Mo Hongliu attacks He Yu to threaten. Hand over the treasure immediately.
He Yu threw the treasure to Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang quickly catches the supreme treasure. Suddenly, a burst of power grabbed the supreme treasure from Xiao Liang's hand.
Feng Shaoqing said smugly,
Hey, everyone wants this treasure. Feng here wants to grab a piece too. Then, Feng Shaoqing hung the supreme treasure on a tree branch.
Xiao Liang asked, where did you pop out from? Feng Shaoqing smilingly replied, HMPH. If I'm not mistaken, you've just joined this fight for the treasure, right? Snatching treasure relies on your own abilities. What's with the order of who came first? Xiao Liang picks up the weapon to prepare to fight. Looks like I have to get my hands dirty. Feng Shaoqing, holding the red jade with strength, calmly replied, that's right. Then, a stream of red light shone out. Then a beam of red light shot out.
Feng Shaoqing said, worthy of being a world of human kings, to actually possess a treasure of this level. Xiao Liang replied seriously,
HMPH. Is it too late to regret it now? Feng Shaoqing's expression didn't change as she retorted,
if I were afraid, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. Xiao Liang saw Feng Shaoqing's power and wondered what it was.
Then a whole bunch of monsters appeared. Feng Shaoqing shouted loudly, Xiao Liang, He Yu, Ding Yu.
Ding Yu suddenly yelled,
fall back. Shu Ping Fan strode out from somewhere. Hearing this, someone asked in confusion. Feng Mu said smugly. Oh, another one's come to die. Watch me kill all of you. Right after, the red jade of Feng Shaoqing cracked in 2.
Seeing this, Feng Shaoqing's eyes widened.
What? My secret treasure. Shu Ping Fan, holding the supreme treasure in his hand, said, now the supreme treasure is in my hands. Riding on the back of a tall, sturdy guy, giggled along. I still have a ghost lord to back me up, Feng Shaoqing cursed angrily.
Damn it, this cook duck's flying away. At this moment, Shu Ping Fan continued.
Does anyone else have any objections to the outcome of the supreme treasure competition? Cao Tianyi's face was sullen but helpless. He couldn't do anything.
Xiang Xing and Wang Luo jumped out, blocking in front of Shu Ping Fan. Wang Luo suddenly exclaimed,
ah, divine blood. A pool of red blood floated in midair. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing launched their attacks at the same time. Wang Luo summoned the sealing wind pill, and Xiang Xing shouted, Qi refining void seal. They launched the pill to block the pool of blood from moving, pushing it into the Qi refining furnace. Cao Tianyi's face scrunched up like a monkey's butt as he said, what? You guys want to monopolize everything? Ding Yu widened his eyes and retorted, we snatched it, It's not like we're dividing it amongst ourselves.
Hearing this, Cao Tianyi's anger reached its peak. He clenched his fist and said, "Damn it! If that's the case, we'll all perish together."
A pool of blood appeared above him. He waved his hand, and the blood splashed onto the supreme treasure. Someone asked, "What is this?"
Feng Shaoqing and He Yu said at the same time.
"Filth blood," Shu Pingfan said. "Just what exactly is this, He Yu?" Ding Yu also chimed in. "Seems like there's even more now."
Cao Tianyi snorted coldly and said, "Not bad, you actually know about filth blood. So, He Yu on the other hand."
"I only saw it in ancient texts," He Yu replied. "Legend has it, it's the resentment of powerful experts on their deathbeds, mixed with their unwilling essence blood. So the resentment is super potent. Once it starts rotting, there's no way to fix it."
Wang Luo heard this and said, "So this treasure is basically garbage now. Even Cao Tianyi couldn't get rid of the Black Moon," replied, "That's right, that's why he said they'll perish together. Let's get out of here quick, the corrosion will spread."
Cao Yitian grinned, showing off all 8 of his teeth. "Well, this round's a draw. Nobody wins." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Casio Sr. "It's a bit early to nail the coffin shut, don't you think?" Ding Yue saw the figure descending, and exclaimed, "Xian when did you get here?"
Su Xian'er's eyes sharpened. "I've been here the whole time, but that's not important. What I want to know is there a cure for this oozing blood stuff or what?" Ding Yu perked up at the mention of a cure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Could it be that the immortal has a way?" Su Xian'er replied, "No need to trouble the immortal.
Look at the sky." A light appeared in the sky, and a spirit-devouring flower descended. Cao Tianyi saw this. "I don't know what that weird thing is, but a cure for the oozing blood? Never heard of it."
Su Xian'er said, "It's called the spirit-devouring flower. It specializes in cleaning up the world's pollutants, and has a big appetite."
"You haven't heard of it? That just proves how limited your knowledge is." The spirit-devouring flower opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the treasure like a shrimp.
Cao Tianyi watched this. His face twisted like he was losing his true love, and reached out, saying, "That is,
it just ate it like that." Then, the spirit-devouring flower pursed its petals and spat out the treasure, brand new like it had never even met the ooze.
Cao Tianyi saw this and sighed.
"It really has this purification ability? What the hell kind of power is that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is forbidden blood refined in the desolate, ancient domain." Feng Shaoqing saw this, smiling like the real villain he is. "If I can get this flower, I'll be immune to all poisons. Little flower, come with me. Follow me to the sect leader early." He rushed forward, reaching out his hand, afraid of losing her. But the little flower waved a branch,
wrapping it around Feng Shaoqing's entire body,
lifting him up, and throwing him 10,000 miles away. Cao Tianyi was sweating bullets. "This is beyond anything we can understand. The treasure is yours.
Farewell." At this moment, Qin Ying, standing behind him, shouted, "Cameo thief, don't even think about running."
But Mo Hongliu just glanced at Qin Ying, forming a hand seal, and a cloud of black smoke appeared, and Cao Tianyi's group disappeared. Someone next to Qin Ying said, "Big brother, they ran away." "Chase them," Qin Ying exclaimed. "No need. Our goal was to stop the KO thief from getting the treasure, and we've succeeded. You guys have worked hard. Go back and heal."
Ding Yu watched Qin Ying's group leave and said, "They're all gone. What do we do now?" Shu Pingfan calmly replied, "Find the remaining treasure, return and serve the immortal."
"Let's go." A few days later, Shu Xuan said, "You're back so fast?" Someone said, "Immortal. The treasures of the 5 continents are all here."
Shu Xuan heard this and smiled happily.
"Great. Now I can upgrade my domain's luck."
Shu Xuan looked at Shu Pingfan, Ding Yu, and He Yu and said, "You're all ready to break through, right?"
He Yu and Ding Yu said, "Yes, Shifu." The two turned to leave, but Shu Pingfan remained. He hesitated, saying, 13th uncle.
Shu Xuan, like he's reading minds or something, said, "You want to go to Dongzhou, don't you? Go on." Shu Pingfan exclaimed, surprised. 13th uncle. You always knew there was nothing in the Shu family for me to miss."
13th uncle. "I'll come back to visit you often." Scene changed to another manner. A voice echoed, "Should I address you as senior brother?"
"Ren Chang." He replied humbly, "I wouldn't dare. My aptitude is dull. I'm merely a registered disciple of Shifu." Qin Ying, finding common ground, happily continued, "Then senior brother doesn't need to be so modest. I'm also just a registered disciple."
"May I ask for senior brother's esteemed name?"
Ren Chang. He seemed uninterested, replying,
"This lowly one is surnamed Ren, named Chang He."
Qin Ying, upon hearing this, stumbled up, repeating each word, "Ren, Chung, He, Chung He. Heavenly Lord, Ren, Chung."
He calmly admitted, ashamedly, "Yes." Qin Ying immediately retorted, "How could Chang He, Heavenly Lord, be dull, Ren Chang He?" As if anticipating this reaction, gently explained, "Before meeting Shifu, I did have some innate talent. Young and arrogant, I charged alone into the demon realm. The result? If I hadn't met Shifu, I would have died long ago.
Qin Ying, hearing this, continued to ask, "Does senior brother have any recent news of Shifu?"
Ren Chang. He only answered what he could. Shifu has never appeared. We should still await Shifu's orders.
Back at Shu Xuan's place, a massive light shone throughout the courtyard. Shu Xuan was highly focused, probably increasing the qi luck for Bo Yu.
Time passed quickly. A month later,
Shu Xuan sprawled wearily on the bed, his voice lazy. "It's morning already. Pick up the Heavenly Dao Talisman," Xuan said contentedly. "Great. All the treasures have been put into the Heavenly Dao Talisman." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Your demonic Buddha disciples' propagation of Buddhism seems to have broken through the 10 million mark. The reward is the illustrated compendium of myriad races," Shu Xuan exclaimed, startled. "What? 10 million? Nan Zheng immediately examined the situation of Jingwan Tian,
connecting with the demonic Buddha. But suddenly, from within the space, came the voice of Hongyuan Chu. "Shu Dao Yu." Shu Xuan unexpectedly realized, "Who's that, Yuan Chu Dao Yu?"
Hongyuan Chu, on the other side of Jingwan Tian, asked, "I wonder what you think of the Great Tribulation of Dao origin." Shu Xuan thought, "What the heck, how would I know?" But he still replied politely, "I sit and watch tribulations come and go."
Hongyuan Chu, on the other side, hearing this, said, "That's right. The Great Tribulation of Dao origin doesn't affect us. We don't need to pay too much attention to it."
Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Jingwan Tian has connected with another person."
Ma Luan Tian. This Great Tribulation of Dao origin is definitely the time for my demon race to rise. Hong Yuanchu's face was all smiles, but his words were like thunder. No matter who rises, it won't be the demon race. Ma Luan Tian didn't back down, retorting, "What do you know?" Shu Xuan suddenly raised his hand and commanded, "System, reject all notification messages."
Shu Xuan thought with a headache,
"Damn it, this is really troublesome. Why are they asking me? Should I cultivate a side character so the main character doesn't have to be online later?" Then, Shu Xuan seemed to see something, and cursed again. Damn it, weren't they supposed to be rejected? But it was the system's notification, talking about the reward. The Illustrated Compendium of Myriad Races. The Illustrated Compendium of Myriad Races records the races that exist, including those extinct from the history of the 9 regions to now, their years of existence, and their influence.
Shu Xuan saw the book suddenly appearing on the table and was extremely curious. He immediately went over and picked it up to look at it. Illustrated Compendium of Myriad Races. This reward is another book. Looking at it, it seems to contain many secrets and interesting things. Therefore, Shu Xuan unintentionally told the system, "Put it carefully in storage so I can sit down and read it later when I have free time." The system was about to speak when Shu Xuan suddenly fell silent, not saying anything more. "Take advantage of being free now, and open the Illustrated Compendium of Myriad Races, and read it right away." Shu Xuan had one hand clasped behind his back, and with the other, he carefully flipped through the pages of the book, his eyes skimming over the words. Whatever. The treasure-snatching contest just ended. Nothing too important going on for now. Might as well use this to kill some time.
As soon as he opened the first page, Shu Xuan was bombarded with a detailed explanation of the great Dao epochs, including the structure and distinct stages of each. 9 origins make one great Dao epoch, and the duration of each great Dao epoch isn't fixed. Then, in the following lines of the Compendium of Myriad Races, the great Dao epochs were meticulously annotated with their operational rules and intimate connections. 9 times experiencing the great calamity of the Dao origin will usher in a great Dao calamity. The end of the Dao calamity leads to the next great Dao epoch. The more Shu Xuan read, the more intrigued he became. Like he was unearthing a long-hidden secret of the world, curiosity gnawed at him.
He found himself asking, what about 9 great Dao epochs? Even after careful consideration, Shu Xuan couldn't find an answer to this question. So, Shu Xuan continued to reread that page, scrutinizing each word and carefully contemplating. 9 times experiencing the great calamity of the Dao origin will usher in a great Dao calamity, representing the end of a great Dao epoch, about to enter the next great Dao epoch. It was this reread that allowed Shu Xuan to vaguely grasp the operational principle of all the great Dao epochs. From this, Shu Xuan could conclude, does each great Dao epoch ending mean the great Dao opens again, creating new sentient beings and myriad things? In the moment that Shu Xuan was lost in his thoughts, something suddenly flashed through his mind, allowing him to see through the long-held secret. Shu Xuan's face revealed a look of astonishment, his eyes widening slightly. Even Shu Xuan had to be taken aback by this truth. Wait, he gets it! The undying chaos body and the chaos bell are called Dao Calamity Defiers, meaning they defy the great Dao calamity. The more Shu Xuan thought about it, the more marvelous it seemed. If that's the case, I just need to focus on leveling up my strength, and won't have to worry about the so-called great Dao calamity anymore. Shu Xuan, still with surprise plastered on his face, turned to the next page. Shu Xuan carefully focused on reading each word on that page. What was first mentioned was none other than the God race. Sure. Shu Xuan carefully read the annotations about this astonishing race. God race rose in the Third Great Tao epoch, experienced ups and downs, and eventually became known as mighty, revered by all living beings. However, the constant emergence of talented individuals couldn't avoid the fate of annihilation.
The following lines stated: At the end of the 8th Great Tao epoch, vanished from the 9 regions.
Shu Xuan was utterly focused, so serious that he didn't even notice his brows were tightly furrowed. The compendium of myriad races started cataloging races that once existed from the end of the previous Great Tao epoch. After reading all the important information, the protagonist asked himself with a hint of confusion, so, this is the 9th Great Tao epoch. If Shu Xuan's calculations are correct, what will this world face in the future? Even Shu Xuan couldn't answer that question. What great calamity will follow the end of the 9 Great Tao epochs? That was a question with no easy answer. But fortunately, luck was still on Shu Xuan's side. Even though it was the end of the Great Tao epoch, there was definitely still a long time before the Great Tao calamity arrived. Immediately, countless preparation plans popped into Shu Xuan's head. So there's still enough time to get stronger at home, strong enough to survive the Great Tao calamity, and after 9 Great Tao calamities, the Great Calamity will arrive. Shu Xuan began contemplating important matters for the future. The primordial Tao star must be upgraded quickly. The transformation must be completed quickly. This is the primordial origin of the Great Tao.
Then, Shu Xuan furrowed his brows and thought of others. If that's the case, those Hongyuan who opened 2 Tao origins are considered juniors. Next, Shu Xuan flipped to the next page, races. This time, it was the immortal race. The immortal race rose from the 3rd Great Tao epoch, overcame challenges, and eventually became supreme, receiving the reverence of all living beings. At the end of the 8th Great Tao epoch, vanished from the 9 regions. This race, like the God race, no matter how overwhelmingly powerful, couldn't escape the fate of annihilation. The next page talked about a new race. The protagonist attentively read each line. The demon race rose from the 3rd Great Tao epoch, survived the Crusades, earning the respect of all living beings. Pure-blooded demons vanished from the 9 regions at the end of the 8th Great Tao epoch. Those who remained were not pure-blooded demons, rising in the 9th Great Tao epoch. After reading the records of these past races, Shu Xuan immediately discovered a common point.
Shu Xuan lightly placed his hand under his chin. They all vanished from the 9 regions in the 8th epoch. Although the 3 races were no longer recorded, Shu Xuan could infer the situation. Vanishing from the 9 regions doesn't mean complete annihilation.
As soon as he thought about it, Shu Xuan couldn't quite believe it, and hesitantly said, "Does that mean the 3 races exist somewhere outside the 9 regions?" He needed more information and decided to read on. The Yao race survived in the 3rd Great Tao epoch, with many types. There were also overlord races, dragon, phoenix, Quilin, and other overlord races. At the end of the 8th Great Tao epoch, vanished from the 9 regions.
Reading this, Shu Xuan became increasingly suspicious. Vanished at the same time, at the same location. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't find an answer, and instead it only made people more curious, including Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan's heart was filled with doubts, and his hand quickly flipped to the next page. So the next race is still the same. Shu Xuan read something so special that he couldn't utter a complete sentence.
What is it? Shu Xuan looked at the content carefully recorded in the compendium of myriad races, hesitantly saying each word. What is it? Again, large, clear words on the white page. Shu Xuan slightly opened his mouth, then softly read, as if whispering, human race. After calming down, Shu Xuan immediately focused on reading the lines recording the human race. This race was recorded very briefly and concisely in the compendium of myriad races. Human race. A race that appeared in the middle of the 3rd Great Tao epoch, in the lower ranks, oppressed by all races, but resilient, and ultimately undying. Around the time that other races like the God race, immortal race, demon race, and Yao race began to disappear from the 9 regions, it was also when the human race developed the most rapidly, beginning to rise. At the end of the 8th epoch, thriving in the early 9th Great Tao epoch.
Becoming the overlord of the 9 regions at the end of the Tao origin, Shu Xuan reached out and turned to the next page to continue reading.
But the surprises hadn't ended on the pages behind. The records of the human race were left blank, without a single word or character. Shu Xuan flipped back and forth, repeatedly searching, but only one thing happened. The record ended here. Unlike other races, which recorded from prosperity to destruction, there wasn't a single more note about the human race in this compendium of myriad races.
Meaning the fate of the human race was currently extremely ambiguous.
And this felt like a huge, heavy rock pressing down on Shu Xuan's heart. This proves that the future of the human race is unpredictable. Because it's impossible to accurately determine what will happen, it's also extremely difficult to find and establish the most reasonable prevention plan. Even so, Shu Xuan was not deterred, but became even more determined. Let's see. Other races, which seemed to be the end, but the races in this world are diverse. Therefore, the human race is not the last race. Shu Xuan then continued to turn to another page to see other races. On this page, a race is described as extremely evil, and can also be considered the eternal enemy of the human race, the Yu race. Flourishing in the 5th Dao Yuan, they used the human race as puppets, had a hobby of possessing humans, and manipulated the human body. This is truly a hateful race, but fortunately, thanks to the rapid development of the human race, the Yu race was finally dealt with, and at the end of the 7th Dao Yuan, they were defeated by the strength of the human race, their qi weakened, and they remained silent in the 9 realms. Currently, they are heading towards extinction, turning into ghost clans.
After reading the records about the Yu race in the illustrated handbook of myriad races, Shu Xuan was immediately surprised.
His eyes widened in surprise. The illustrated handbook of myriad races even recorded the changes of the Yu race, but the record stated that the Yu race was still heading towards extinction, not completely extinct. After carefully and meticulously reviewing everything, Shu Xuan immediately closed the illustrated handbook of myriad races and neatly placed it back on the table. After thinking carefully, Shu Xuan came to a conclusion. It seemed he needed to deal with the Yu clan's Dao realm ancestor, Yu Su, right away. Suddenly, the communication from the myriad heaven's mirror beside Shu Xuan connected, and 2 voices argued inside.
Demon head, have some decency in your words. Before the person could finish speaking, the other immediately retorted, refusing to be outdone, No, what can that guy do to me? Immediately after, the first person's voice was heard, extremely angry, shouting for the other to wait. The other person, hearing these threatening words, showed no fear at all, but instead provoked, If you have the guts, come here.
Shu Xuan originally intended to use the halo to listen in on the situation, but couldn't help but laugh out loud and exclaim,
This group is really lively. Thinking about it, Shu Xuan felt that using his current identity to gather information wasn't ideal. Suddenly, the corner of Shu Xuan's mouth slightly curved up, and an idea immediately came to mind. It's time to get a side account to go in and listen to the Dabio Tribulation's affairs. After all, asking with his main account would damage his invincible image. While Shu Xuan was pondering, in the chat group, Da Dao Hongyuan Chu and Ma Tu didn't stop their argument because of Shu Xuan's sudden appearance. They cursed even more vigorously. Ma Tu was extremely angry with Hongyuan Chu, constantly opening his mouth to criticize. Hongyuan Chu, don't hide behind the youngsters anymore. Come out and say a few words. Completely contrary to Mao Tu's loss of composure on this side, Hongyuan Chu was extremely calm on the other side. Even ignoring the constantly jumping Mao Tu, this old man doesn't talk to rude people. Ignoring the 2 arguing, Shu Xuan sent an introductory message to everyone. Hello everyone, let me introduce a new friend, Shuai Pu Tian, Yingkong. At home, was carefully reading books while also training to increase his strength. When he heard Shu Xuan announce a new member in the group, he immediately stopped what he was doing, and a hint of expectation sprouted in his heart. Another new person is coming, but hopefully a noob, so he can escape from the bottom spot. Hu Tai, on the mountain, was leisurely lying on a large rock. After hearing Shu Xuan's words, he felt a bit of disdain in his heart, then put on a disdainful expression. How good can Shuai Po Tian be? More handsome than me. The scene suddenly shifted to another place, where Mob Chutu was concentrating on training to improve his strength in a very deep cave. However, as soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Kai Dao Realm's attention was immediately diverted. To be personally introduced by fellow Taoist Shu Xuan, it seems this newcomer has some skill. Right now, in Shu Xuan's house, Shu Xuan was standing in the small courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, clearing his throat slightly, then solemnly but very slowly saying, Hello everyone, let me introduce myself a bit. His name is Shuai Po Tian, 3,000 years old, 6th level Dao realm. His aptitude is considered mediocre in the family. Quote, as soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, the first person to react was none other than Ma Tu Untu. Ma Tu was utterly bewildered by Shu Xuan's introduction of Shuai Po Tian. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted in shock, 3,000 years old and in the Dao realm? What kind of concept is that? And this aptitude is considered normal in the family? Thanks to the shout of Kai Dao Realm's Ma Tu, everyone was now able to calm down a bit. The next person to speak was the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Clan, Hu Tai. Even Hu Tai couldn't believe Shu Xuan's words as Shuai Po Tian, 3,000 years old and in the Dao realm? Are you kidding me? Following that, Yingkong immediately opened his mouth to lecture Shu Xuan as Shuai Po Tian in a very stern tone. Fellow Taoist Shuai, you can't talk nonsense in our group. Among all of them, not one dared to believe the words were true. Ma Tu continued to speak in a very agitated tone, scolding Shu Xuan as Shuai Po Tian in extreme anger. You brat Shui Po Tian, don't you dare brag. 3,000 years old and already in the Dao realm, do you think Ma Tuke is a 3-year-old kid? Shu Xuan was standing in the small courtyard, carefully listening to every word they said, and when he saw them so shocked by the words he had made up, he was extremely happy, laughing secretly in his heart. These people have all been tricked. Although Shu Xuan put on the facade of Shui Po Tian and successfully tricked them with words, he felt no guilt in his heart at all, because this was the best plan. The more Shu Xuan thought about it, the more reasonable he felt his actions were. But he had no other choice. If he didn't trick them like this, how could he dig out the secrets of the 9 realms' Daddio tribulations? Seeing that the preparation for his plan to dig up and gather information had been successful, Shu Xuan didn't waste another moment waiting, and immediately proceeded to carry out the next step. Shu Xuan gently placed a hand under his chin, then slowly opened his mouth to inquire. I remember that the last 3 races, God, Demon, and Immortal, recorded in the illustrated handbook of myriad races, ultimately disappeared in the 9 realms. Without saying they were completely extinct, Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian, said this and suddenly clapped his hands together, pretending to be innocent, smiling very happily as he said, "That's great, I can use this as an essay topic." Seeing that the group of people in the Great Tao discussion still didn't believe his strength, Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian, continued to pretend to be naive and retorted, "What I said is all true. Moreover, there are quite a few Kai Dao realm experts in this Great Tao group. Haven't they seen a 3,000-year-old Dao realm cultivator before?" Immediately after Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian, finished answering, a female member in the group couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes widening in shock. How can this new person see that there are Kai Dao realm cultivators in our group? Following that, another member with dark purple hair was also utterly shocked by Shu Xuan's words as Shui Po Tian. They hadn't revealed any of their Kai Dao realm strength. Moreover, the group didn't display their cultivation levels. What's more, even Ma Tuhua was stunned for a few seconds by Shu Xuan as Shui Po Tian, and couldn't help but carefully observe this new member. Ma Tu couldn't determine how Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian, had been able to discern the true strength of all the other members. Could he have used some kind of secret technique? But I've never heard of a secret technique that's this heaven-defying. Not only Mao Tuna, but even the leader of the Heavenly Tiger clan, Hu Tai, who initially thought it was just the boastful words of a child, also began to doubt the truth. He sat up and scratched the back of his head, contemplating. Could it be that what this new person said is true? Even Hong Yuan Chu, who was always calm and rarely lost his composure, was now stunned for a moment by the new member, Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian. Only when he was able to return to normal did Hong Yuan Chu open his mouth hesitantly. The person with the most exaggerated reaction was none other than Ying Kong. His brain seemed to be overloaded, unable to process the information. No matter how much time passed, Ying Kong still couldn't calm down, his eyes wide as if they were about to fall out, his mouth unable to close in shock, stammering, "No way! Is he really a 3,000-year-old Daogou realm cultivator?" He called him Little Shui earlier. Seeing that no one replied to his message even after waiting for so long, Shu Xuan, as Shui Po Tian, continued to send an even more shocking message to them. 3,000 years old in the Dao realm is normal, isn't it? His father and the Nuum were all in the Dao realm at 1,000 years old. His aptitude is really ordinary. Seeing the group of people in the Great Dao discussion being spun around by him, Shu Xuan was extremely satisfied. The more he played, the more fun he had. Not giving them time to react, Shu Xuan continued to land another blow, giving those people a bit more surprise. You guys are so surprised. Could it be that you all broke through to the Dao realm at 10,000 years old? Seeing that message, no one dared to reply in the chat. Not even that hot-headed, never one to back down Qi-refining realm Ma Tu. But even he was struggling to find the words, unsure how to argue back. Were they being mocked right now? Hong Yuan Chu kept rereading Shu Xuan's messages as Shui Po Tian, totally in disbelief. Turns out he'd been overlooking something huge. He'd dismissed Shui Po Tian's family this whole time. If there was such a terrifying clan, why hadn't anyone in the 9 regions heard of them? The scene suddenly shifted to a void space. Long Wang quietly pondered. Could this guy be Hong Yuan Chu? After thinking it over super carefully and racking his brains but finding absolutely no info, he started to get suspicious. He sent Shu Xuan a heads up. Little friend Shui Po Tian, there's no such clan as yours in the 9 regions. It's not cool to trick your buddies in the group. No sooner had Hong Yuan Chu sent that message than everyone else in the group suddenly woke up. They chimed in, one after another, to agree. And who was the first to jump on the bandwagon? None other than Ma Tu. Exactly. We've never heard of such a heaven-defying clan in our 9 regions. Even Ying Kong, who was feeling hopeless, snapped out of it after seeing Hong Yuan Chu and Ma Tu's messages. He quickly reminded Shu Xuan in his Shui Po Tian persona. Don't push it, man. Everyone was advising him. Come on, little Shui fellow, just tell the truth. Next up was the head of the Heavenly Tiger clan, Hu Tai, who quickly voiced his support. No need to make it hard for him, why lie like that? Shu Xuan was having too much fun messing with these guys to stop now. So, with a beaming face, Shu Xuan dropped another bombshell. He's not even from the 9 regions. The moment Shu Xuan, as Shuai Potian, finished speaking, Hong Yuan-chu couldn't believe his ears. He blurted out in shock, with a tone of bewilderment. What? Next, the voice of the Qi refining realm Matu boomed, confirming carefully, in an extremely serious tone. Not from the 9 regions. Hu Tai, the head of the Heavenly Tiger clan, was utterly stunned by Shu Xuan's prank as Shuai Potian. Hu Tai was so stunned by Shu Xuan's prank as Shuai Potian that he couldn't calm down, repeatedly stuttering the first letter of the alphabet, unable to utter a complete sentence. Over on the other side, in the room where Ying Kong was standing, after reviewing what he'd said to Shu Xuan as Shuai Potian, Ying Kong trembled and shuddered uncontrollably, as if all the life had been sucked out of him. He felt utterly hopeless. I'm done for. I called him Little Shuai. This is clearly the Shuai family. Hong Yuan-chu carefully pondered Shu Xuan's words as Shuai Potian, and felt like he'd just discovered a whole new world. He was hesitant to believe it, and asked cautiously, could there be other heavens and earth besides the 9 regions? Shu Xuan was about to burst out laughing. He poked at the glowing orbs and pretended to be shocked and puzzled. You guys didn't know. The moment Shu Xuan, as Shuai Potian, said that, Hong Yuan-chu, Ma Tu, Ying Kong, and Hu Tai in the Great Tao chat group all fell silent. Not one of them dared to answer, all so astonished that they couldn't speak. In contrast to their awkwardness, Shu Xuan was gleefully grinning from ear to ear. He casually stuck his pinky finger up his nose and wiggled it around, looking ridiculously silly, and then slowly and mysteriously continued, yeah, they really don't know, nor should they. With that, Shu Xuan paused, pulled his finger out of his nose, and blew on the fingertip. Then, pretending to be clueless, he curiously asked about the situation, urging them to quickly tell him how the 9 regions were these days, saying he was very interested in the 9 regions. As he was speaking, Shu Xuan, as Shuai Potian, suddenly stopped and switched to a complaining tone. If that old fogey back home didn't say I couldn't go out until I broke through to the Qi refining realm, I would have gone to the 9 regions to play long ago. On the surface, but inside, Shu Xuan was laughing his head off, thoroughly enjoying the utterly bewildered reactions of the group. He was loving his prank. He just loved the feeling of making others look like fools. Meanwhile, Ying Kong, who had just been disappointed and then found a glimmer of hope, was now in complete and utter despair. Ying Kong was completely lifeless, muttering to himself, this isn't the Shuai family. This is the Shuai ancestor. The more Ying Kong thought about Shu Xuan's family background as Shuai Potian, the more terrified he felt, but mixed with a bit of curiosity. He hesitated and asked, is his entire family in the Qi refining realm? Shu Xuan, as Shuai Potian, was having more and more fun. He'd been talking a lot. So he grabbed a glass of water and slowly drank it all. After that, Shu Xuan continued to embody Shuai Potian, and with a sly grin, dropped another massive bomb. Yeah, except for me, everyone's in the Qi refining realm. I'm the lowest in the pecking order, and my talents are just average. Hong Yuan-chu, hearing this, still couldn't believe what Shu Xuan, as Shuai Potian, had just said. His face became thoughtful, and he muttered to himself, besides the 9 regions, could there really be other space exist? Just as everyone in the Great Daddio chat group was lost in their own thoughts, another person suddenly appeared and joined the conversation. Anyone could guess that the newcomer was Long Jun. This Long Jun was indeed an experienced individual, and he didn't lose his composure when faced with Shu Xuan's surprises as Shuai Potian. Long Jun recalled past events and slowly started recounting. If that is so, a long time ago, I met someone on the Great Tao who had an otherworldly and transcendent aura. He said that he was not from the 9 regions, nor would he enter the 9 regions. Thanks to Long Jun's words, Ma Tu was now able to conclude something. He said, in a deep voice, expressing his guess. If Long Jun has heard of someone from outside the 9 regions, then what Shuai Potian is saying is true, and his family is indeed monstrously strong. Meanwhile, in a little garden, Shu Xuan raised a hand and pinched his face with his thumb and forefinger, thoughtfully pondering. Remembering Long Jun's words, Shu Xuan could vaguely guess that the races mentioned in the illustrated compendium of myriad races were, indeed, still alive. It seemed his guess was correct. Although some races had disappeared from the 9 regions, it didn't mean they were completely extinct. They had simply changed to another space to continue existing. The more he thought about it, the more Shu Xuan couldn't understand their actions of leaving. His face darkened, and he spoke with an extremely heavy tone. But why aren't these races entering the 9 regions? On the other side, Hong Yuan-chu had calmed down slightly, but he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. So, he cautiously inquired of Shu Xuan as Shui Potian, is your whole family unable to enter the 9 regions? Shu Xuan, who was acting as Shui Potian, pretended to be completely clueless, scratching his head and replying in an innocent tone, I don't know why the elders in my family won't let me go to the 9 regions. They just won't let me. I only know about the existence of the 9 regions from the records of my family.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan couldn't hold back anymore, laughing joyfully, until he forgot himself. He felt extremely satisfied in his heart, praising his own cleverness and intelligence, this time tricking them to get himself some profound points.
Hong Yuanchu on the other end was disappointed that his question hadn't been answered, but he didn't give up so easily. He quickly calmed down and asked, So that's how it is. Does Shui fellow cultivator know how one can leave the 9 regions and return to the space where he is? Shu Xuan heard Hong Yuanchu's repeated question clearly. But Shu Xuan was in the 9 regions just like everyone else, so how would he know the answer? He couldn't possibly reveal the truth. So Shu Xuan, as Shui Potian, immediately promised, I don't know, but I can find an opportunity to ask my elders to help him. On the other side, Hong Yuanchu had no idea he was being tricked,
and instead felt that Shu Xuan, as Shui Potian, was extremely kind-hearted. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he happily said to Shu Xuan, Then I'll trouble Shui fellow cultivator. The more Shu Xuan messed around with the people in the Great Tao chat group, the more fun he had. And he couldn't stop this game. In the process, he completely forgot his original purpose.
So the male lead stepped up to mention the main topic.
So polite. So where do those Dao realm powerhouses cultivate in the 9 regions?
Hong Yuanchu wasn't shy about giving Shu Xuan and the others a detailed answer. They mainly gather in the desolate ancient initial ground of the desolate ancient region, one of the 9 regions. Of course, some top-tier Great Tao beings, like Longjun, cultivate within the Great Tao itself. Hearing Hong Yuanchu's words, a question mark popped up in Shu Xuan's head. He'd never heard of such a place. So, Shu Xuan, in his guise as Shui Potian, immediately asked, Desolate ancient initial ground, what's that?
Hong Yuanchu still believed that Shui Potian wasn't from the 9 regions, hence his unfamiliarity. That's why Hong Yuanchu described the location even more meticulously.
Yes, the desolate ancient initial ground is covered by a layer of mysterious spatial power. It's a place completely isolated from the surrounding world.
It's like a towering mountain, but much smaller. To reach the desolate ancient initial ground, one must meet its requirements.
Hong Yuanchu knew that Shu Xuan, as Shui Potian, was now extremely curious about the rules governing the desolate ancient initial ground. So, he patiently explained, There are 3 things I want to remind you. Shui Potian, first and foremost, only those in the Dao realm can enter, because it's the closest place to the Great Dao. If you're not in the Dao realm, you're not qualified to sense the Great Dao. After a slight pause, Hong Yuanchu continued. Moreover, the Great Tao will automatically attract Dao realm powerhouses to the desolate ancient initial ground. Dao realm powerhouses also follow their intuition to get there.
Next, and finally, the desolate ancient initial ground is even larger than the 9 regions, and also repels all kinds of mysteries and terrifying events. Even though I've opened 2 Dao realms, Yunyan, I don't understand the desolate ancient initial ground. After a long time spent inside, the only thing Hong Yuanchu dared to confidently assert to Shu Xuan, as Shui Potian, is the superior benefits that can only be obtained by training there. Those who train there can quickly advance their strength. All I know is that, in the desolate ancient initial ground, one can comprehend the Great Datho at a closer distance, to temper one's physical body and soul. At the same time, the desolate ancient initial ground contains high-level treasures, more precious and powerful than any treasure in the 9 regions. Hong Yuanchu explained everything to the protagonist with utmost dedication.
So seizing the opportunity, Shu Xuan continued to inquire. So, can those people come out of the desolate ancient initial ground and return to the 9 regions? After Shu Xuan's words, as Shui Potian ended, Hong Yuanchu, standing in the room, with his hands clasped behind his back, stared intently at the rings of light before slowly answering, Yes, but no one easily comes out, because Dao realms, after entering the 9 regions, will be contaminated by dirty qi. After a slight infection, they will be rejected by the Great Dao, and it will take a long time for their Dao path to cleanse the qi. Hong Yuanchu paused, thinking of those less fortunate. A hint of regret flashed in Hong Yuanchu's heart, and his face turned serious, his brow furrowed. After a short moment, Hong Yuanchu's voice continued.
Those severely infected cannot enter the desolate ancient initial ground again, and are completely rejected outside. Over here,
right in the small courtyard where Shu Xuan was, after carefully sorting through the information he had just gathered from Hong Yuanchu, Shu Xuan could now vaguely guess the truth of everything. Shu Xuan looked towards the distant, sun-drenched sky, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly voiced his guess. So that's it. No wonder there are no Dapo realm beings in the 9 regions. The Great Dao attracts Dao realms to the desolate ancient initial ground, and restricts them from leaving, thereby preventing Dao realm wars and causing irreversible damage to the 9 regions. The more Shu Xuan pondered the world's rules, the more he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is both protection and a form of control, maintaining the balance of the 9 regions."
Having analyzed this much, Shu Xuan understood many previously inexplicable things. The fact that he couldn't be affected by the Great Tao was probably due to the system. Shu Xuan was overjoyed that he didn't have to follow the world's age-old rules or be bound by any principles. His eyebrows furrowed so much that wrinkles appeared, but his eyes were full of determination as he looked ahead. So, can I slowly develop without worrying and execute my grand plan?
Thinking of a future where nothing could stop him, the corners of Shu Xuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch upwards, and he laughed out loud in delight, eagerly anticipating the time ahead. The story didn't end there, Hong Yuan Chu continued. However, during special periods, Dao realms can enter the 9 regions without being contaminated by dirty qi, and he heard some new and useful information. Shu Xuan was so surprised that his mouth dropped open in question. Huh, really? What special period are you talking about? Shu Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, listened intently to Hong Yuan Chu's words from the other side. The special period refers to the Dao origin Great Tribulation, developing to a certain point, starting from the Dao origin Great Tribulation. The Dao meaning of the Great Dao enters the 9 regions. Heaven's chosen ones use Qi luck to rise up and break their shackles. The more Qi luck a Heaven's chosen one can obtain, the more they will be favored by the Great Dao, and they will surely become peerless powerhouses. Moreover, in the later stages of the Dao origin Great Tribulation, there will appear lights of Qi luck and great Dao treasures to command Dao realm powerhouses to enter the tribulation. Usually, those entering the tribulation are powerhouses below the 16th Dao realm. Dao realms above the 16th Dao realm are rejected by the great Dao when entering the tribulation. They will either die or be injured. The Dao origin Great Tribulation seems more complex, Shu Xuan thought. It's because I read that illustrated manual of the myriad races. Shu Xuan had to stroke his chin in thought. So that's what the Dao origin Great Tribulation is like. It's not the same concept as the Great Dao Tribulation. I know. It's much less threatening than the Great Dao Tribulation. Shu Xuan was silent for a while as thoughts raced through his mind. The Great Dao controls sentient beings. Once the 9 regions reaches a state of saturation, it will begin to destroy certain things to achieve a certain balance, while also avoiding the existence of the transcendent Great Dao. It's just that, in the process of the Great Dao, higher-level Qi luck will be produced, and those who obtain this level of Qi luck will usher in a great transformation. Shu Xuan needed more information,
but it seems there's too little information about the Great Dao Tribulation. However, these things are not important to me. The most important thing right now is the Great Dao Tribulation. It's a pity that Hong Yuan Chu's realm is still too low, and I can't get news of the Great Dao Tribulation from him. The protagonist tapped on the communication device, searching for the name Long Jun. I should open the private chat function and ask Long Jun. But perhaps the hope isn't too great. Long Jun, who was elsewhere, suddenly saw a notification pop up. Shu Xuan invites you to join a private chat.
Long Jun was quite surprised to be suddenly invited to a private chat, but he accepted the invitation. Huh. You can even chat privately.
Connection successful, Long Jun asked first with a curious tone. Shu bro, what's up?
Without beating around the bush,
Shu Xuan said directly. Long bro, I'll be straight with you. Have you ever known about or experienced the Great Dao Tribulation? Long Jun was surprised. The Great Dao Tribulation. Long Jun paused for a moment upon hearing that unfamiliar name, Shu bro. I've never heard of or experienced this Great Dao Tribulation. What exactly is this Great Dao Tribulation?
Having anticipated this outcome, Shu Xuan wasn't too disappointed. Figures, Long Jun was born in the 9th Great Dao era. He wouldn't know about the Great Dao Tribulation. Back to his convo with Long Jun, the main character just shared a bit of info he knew. This Great Dao Tribulation is a long story, and I haven't fully figured it out yet. I just know it appears after the Dao Origin Grand Tribulation. Long Jun asked back, quite surprised. Huh. Even you, Shu bro, don't know the ins and outs. Long Jun's face was all gloomy and worried, his eyebrows drooping to show his mood. Shu bro, this Great Dao Tribulation won't affect me, right? Hopefully. Shu Xuan could only comfort Long Jun a little, since he himself didn't know what the future held. I don't have all the answers right now, but Long Jun, as a being of the Great Dao, you should keep an eye on the changes in the Great Dao. The tribulation always has signs before it hits. If you notice anything, tell me first. Hearing those words from Shu Xuan, Long Jun cheered up. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Shu bro. The chat had to end there. Shu Xuan, before hanging up, kept reminding Long Jun carefully. Alright Long bro, you take care, I still got stuff to do. Once I figure out the details of the Great Dao Tribulation, I'll let you know. Sorry to trouble you, Shu bro. Su Xian suddenly called from outside. Shu Xuan, sir, it's dinner time. But he was still preoccupied with the Great Dao Tribulation, so he couldn't come out right away.
Just leave it outside for now. I'll come out to eat later. Shu Xuan was still thinking it through in the room. Even if the Dao Origin Grand Tribulation is no big deal for me, It's a different story for my disciple's advancement. If I can grab some high-level Great Tao luck, reaching the Saint Realm in 100 years would be a piece of cake.
Shu Xuan felt that this issue was not to be taken lightly. He frowned, plotting a perfect plan for his disciples. Still gotta use the chaos deduction scene. When is the Dabio origin Grand Tribulation gonna hit anyway? Shu Xuan clicked on the yin-yang box, opening a scene of a lake, with red water and red mist rising from it. Shu Xuan saw the blood river, and his face darkened. This is a lake formed from the blood of countless dead experts. Zoom in to observe the surrounding movements.
A sea of blood. The blood lake of the ancient war demon land. Compared to this blood lake, that one is basically nothing.
Suddenly, there was a tremor from deep within the lake, causing the water to ripple violently.
Moreover, to be exact, this isn't just a blood lake, it's a sea of blood.
Saying this, Shu Xuan couldn't imagine just how fierce and bloody a battlefield had been here. He frowned, wondering what kind of intense battle could have left behind such a terrifying battlefield. Suddenly,
fierce black shadows with red eyes appeared in the middle of the lake. There were 5 of them.
Shu Xuan's gaze immediately locked onto them.
These are the resentment aggregations of the 9 Dao origin bloodslayers, born from the sea of blood, sublimated in battle, resurrected on the battlefield, possessing immortal bloodthirst, the Bloodlust clan.
Shu Xuan recognized what clan this was. The Bloodlust clan. This isn't as easy as it seemed anymore. These guys, who shouldn't even be involved, are now popping up and giving me a headache. Their eyes were even soulless, their mouths hung open in a desire that couldn't be controlled. A bunch of bloodthirsty, kill-crazy blood fiends is the perfect way to describe them. Looks like this is gonna be tough, Shu Xuan assessed. Shu Xuan was still standing in front of the myriad manifestation mirror, carefully observing the actions of the Bloodlust clan. The Bloodlust clan is an existence of pure bloodlust, a clan that can't die, and bloodlust is spread throughout the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is spread throughout the 9 regions. That means there's nowhere in the 9 regions that isn't affected by the Dao origin Grand Tribulation. Every missing detail was now falling into place, foretelling a not-so-great future for Shu Xuan. Looks like this Dabio origin Grand Tribulation is definitely going to break my peaceful days. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the yin-yang box. The Dao origin Grand Tribulation will officially begin in 10 years. That's too soon.
This was beyond the main character's expectations, shocking him. 10 years. That's way too fast. There's no way I can break through to the Dao opening realm in 10 years.
Looks like I underestimated the power of the Dao origin Grand Tribulation.
But in 10 years, I'll use the Heavenly Dao plan to monopolize the rules of the 8-region heaven and earth, to reduce the infection of the Dao origin Grand Tribulation on Nanzhao. Shu Xuan had no choice but to hurry. There were only 10 years until disaster struck. Looks like I need to step up my cultivation progress. Even if I can't break through to the Dao opening realm, I can still level up enough to overwhelm the cultivation level of the Dao origin Grand Tribulation.
However, Shu Xuan alone was too much. He had to borrow the power of his disciples to manage, but before that he had to meet with Ren Zhang. He and Qin Ying, the Heavenly Dao plan, also needed the help of the Luo family. Ren Zhang He and Qin Ying were summoned and greeted him respectfully. Shu Xuan greets Master. Good, no need for formalities.
Due to the seriousness of the matter, Shu Xuan directly told them what he needed to say. The Master called you here because there's an important task I want to give you.
Qin Ying and Ren Zhang.
He also became serious. Master, please instruct us, your disciple will never refuse.
Good, listen up. The 9 regions are about to face the Dao origin Grand Tribulation. You too must quickly increase your cultivation progress to ensure you grab the luck in this Grand Tribulation competition. Whoever gets the great luck will have their cultivation progress further and further, and reaching the Saint Realm in 100 years will be a piece of cake.
Ren Zhang. He was very surprised because it was probably the first time he had heard of the Dao origin Grand Tribulation, while Qin Ying was very excited and clasped his hands together, laughing. 100 years to the Saint Realm, is that true? Shu Xuan also pointed out how they should proceed. Ren Zhanghe, the yin-yang harmonious spirit palm you cultivate, can help you comprehend the Tao of life and death in this great tribulation, allowing you to unleash your full potential. If you can seize great fortune, you might directly break through to the Tao realm.
Ren Zhanghe understood, but still had some doubts. Yes, Shifu, but how do I seize this great fortune? Could it be by killing enemies, defeating geniuses, or vanquishing the tribulation response race and the bloodshed race? When the time comes, you'll sense it.
Yes, Shifu. Shu Xuan instructed Ren Zhanghe with some methods that would benefit him. Your alliance with several spirit realm experts is to prepare for the bloodshed race, and you also need to pay attention to the desolate ancient domain. On the other hand, Shu Xuan also called out Ren Zhanghe's name again.
Zhanghe, you may leave first. Qin Ying, stay behind. I have another task for you.
Yes, Shifu.
This disciple takes his leave. After Ren Zhanghe left, Shu Xuan assigned Qin Ying her task. Qin Ying, I have some connection with the Luo family. Return to the eastern domain first, manage the Luo family, and assist your senior martial sister in her work." Qin Ying clasped her hands respectfully and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, He Yue arrived. He Yue greets Shifu. Her arrival seemed to please Shu Xuan. "You've come at the right time, I was just about to look for you." Qin Ying greeted He Yue politely. "Greetings, senior martial sister." He Yue was very happy.
She cheerfully replied, "Junior martial sister? No need to be so formal." Shu Xuan interrupted their greetings and said something they didn't expect. "Save the reminiscing for later. Both of you, leave a drop of essence blood here so I can safeguard your lives. Even if you encounter unforeseen circumstances in the future, you can be reborn."
He Yue and Qin Ying were suddenly bestowed an enormous privilege, filled with surprise and joy.
"This is too heaven-defying, Shifu. Just how powerful are you? You can even let us be reborn. Does this mean we disciples can be arrogant and fearless in the future?"
Knowing Qin Ying's thoughts, Shu Xuan had to remind her, "Just because you have an extra life doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Don't lose your reverence." Hearing Shu Xuan's words, He Yue and Qin Ying didn't ask any further questions and obeyed. Shifu's teachings are correct. This disciple will remember. Shu Xuan specifically instructed He Yue, have the Black Moon Pavilion pay attention to any abnormalities in the 9 regions. Report any situation to me immediately. At the same time, strive to cultivate the heavenly Tao art to face the upcoming Tao Source Great Tribulation.
He Yue, like the others, was stunned and full of question marks upon hearing this for the first time. Tao Source Great Tribulation.
Shu Xuan seriously explained it to He Yue and Qin Ying. Yes, the Tao Source Great Tribulation represents the end of an era. Various races will rise or perish, but at the same time, various treasures and fortunes will appear. Those who seize supreme treasures and fortunes can be reborn and reach the pinnacle. He Yue immediately grasped a key point in Shu Xuan's words, and couldn't help but eagerly ask Shu Xuan, "Shifu, you mentioned entire races being annihilated. Are you referring to?" Shu Xuan reassured her, "No need to be alarmed. I have my own arrangements. You only need to focus on seizing supreme treasures and fortunes, and don't worry about anything else." With Shu Xuan saying this, everything was temporarily settled. He Yue and Qin Ying both firmly assured him, "Yes, Shifu, we will definitely seize great fortune in the Tao Source Great Tribulation and live up to Shifu's trust." Before they left, Shu Xuan took out some Tao artifacts that he thought they needed to assist them. "I have also prepared some Tao soldiers to help you refine Tao soldiers." He Yue seemed to rarely use weapons, so she only asked in confusion, "Tao soldiers?" Qin Ying was very surprised. These are existences even more high-grade than divine weapons. Concluding the meeting, they both said in unison, "Thank you, Shizun." Now Shu Xuan had the demon domain, the Buddhist clan, and the ghost race, these 2 trump cards. In his hands, Shu Xuan walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, thinking. The Buddhist clan's abilities are quite effective in restraining the bloodshed race. For example, purifying bloodshed power can prevent the bloodshed race from reviving. The ghost race can allow members of our forces, whose souls remain after their physical bodies are destroyed, to join the ghost race, which can then be used to nurture combat power. It seems that the 2 races Shu Xuan created in the dark may achieve outstanding accomplishments in this Tao Source Great Tribulation, Shu Xuan thought. But if I think about it carefully, could this be some kind of underhanded operation by the system? Shu Xuan frowned. Forget it. No more thinking. Even if there are tricks, it's not something he can interfere with at this stage. He should get some sleep to replenish his energy. Tomorrow morning he still has to work with the ghost race. Someone announced, "The Ghost King of the Ghost Race has been summoned." Shu Xuan greeted him. "Good morning, Ghost King." He summoned the Ghost King because he wanted to ask him if he could contact other members of the underworld race. "Luo Ming greets you." "Good morning, Ghost Ancestor." He said that he would find a way to contact them. Shu Xuan agreed, telling him to seize the time to do this. Because the Tao Source Great Tribulation is about to arrive, it's a good time for the rise of the ghost race and the underworld race. Let it completely disappear. The ghost race will continue to inherit all the fortune of the underworld race and rise strongly. Luo Ming deeply sighed. "I really didn't misjudge him. Ghost Ancestor is truly a living god." Luo Ming smiled. "Please rest assured, Ghost Ancestor. This subordinate will definitely do his best to do this well." "Okay, go and do your work with peace of mind." Luo Ming flew up to receive his orders. With rustling branches and leaves, Namo Buddhaya, Shu Xuan had already taught him the latest Buddhist Dharma, and now he could go to the demon domain to help the demon Buddha completely convert demons into Buddhas, Shu Xuan said with a smile. Namo Buddhaya was sitting in meditation with his hands clasped. Buddha commands. The Namo Buddha of now has completely Buddhified. I wonder what kind of fire this trip to the demon realm will spark with the demon Buddha. Shu Xuan looked up at the sky and sighed. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Shu Pingfan and UNH. I went together to ask 13th uncle, wanting to go out and explore a bit. Looks like our little Pingfan has really grown up, knowing how to make requests himself. Shu Xuan watched them. UNHI chimed in. And there's also this auntie, Grandpa Devil Ancestor. Shu Xuan chuckled. These two little devils are like two peas in a pod.
She's just afraid Pingfan will get bullied outside. She wants to protect him, that's all. UNH. I smiled shyly.
Shu Xuan laughed. All right, you two go and have some fun. What are you saying, Ancestor Grandpa?
Pingfan. Remember, your extreme Tao had great gains in this great tribulation. Just follow your instincts. Yes. 13th uncle. Farewell.
Xiao Li, summon the top 10 pavilion lords to gather at the eastern region border. He Yu sat high above, issuing orders to his subordinates. Xiao Li clasped his hands together and replied, Yes, sir.
He Yue added. Also, send 2 more Zenith Heaven Pavilion Lords to the eastern region border. The subordinate hesitated, stammering. But. He Yue's face turned stern. No buts. Execute the order. This time, they must fully assist Qin Ying and the Luo family in building the Black Moon Pavilion in the eastern region. Xiao Li obeys. Grand Pavilion Master. The experts of the Black Moon Pavilion have assembled at the border of the eastern region, awaiting Miss Qin Ying's command. The system notified. Shu Xuan lay leisurely on his chair, listening.
He Yue is truly loud and impressive. Shu Xuan can temporarily let go of the eastern region's affairs. Shu Xuan picked up his water glass. He took a sip and looked up, saying, It would be great if he could come out. I wonder when I can become invincible in the world. Shu Xuan suddenly noticed that the Heavenly Tao's rules of Nanzhu would soon be completely occupied by his Heavenly Tao plan. It seems like it will be completely replaced in just another year. I wonder what mysterious reward the system will give then. Really looking forward to it. At the gates of the Great Qin Palace, a group including Bai Xiaokong, Xin Yue, the little fox girl, Qin Keiyun, Hua Tianzi, and Peng Xinghai wore slightly sad expressions, waiting for Qin Ying. Seeing this, Qin Ying had no choice but to speak up, trying to explain to everyone.
Don't be like this, you guys. I know what you're thinking. In the previous life, you followed me, Qin Ying. Without complaint or regret, not retreating even when facing life-threatening danger, Qin Ying's face turned serious as she looked at each person in the group. Brothers, will you endure glory and humiliation with me once more in this life?
Steadfastly resisting the bandits, Qin Ying will never forget the brotherhood of these 2 lifetimes, and I won't let you down. Hearing this, Hua Tianzi couldn't hold back his tears, which began to flow. Qin Ying's mood wasn't much better.
But this time I'm going to the eastern region. It's not like I won't ever come back. No need to sigh anymore. However, Qin Ying was only met with silence, and the familiar faces looking as glum as if they were attending a funeral.
Seriously, what do you guys want? Say something, Qin Ying asked anxiously. Hua Tianzi started sobbing even harder, whimpering, I don't want my big brother Qin to leave, wah. The atmosphere around them sunk, with Hua Tianzi's crying, Big brother, we finally reunited.
Why are you in such a hurry to return to the eastern region? Peng Xinghai, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but speak up, followed by agreement from the others. That's right, big brother, don't go. Isn't it good to stay here? Then Peng Xinghai clenched his fist and said resolutely, We brothers really don't want to be separated from you. Having come to this point, Qin Ying had no choice but to reveal a secret related to the real reason for going to the eastern region. I'll tell you the truth. The entire 9 regions are about to face a great tribulation, and we need to make full preparations. Great tribulation?
The 2 words Great Tribulation caused everyone present to widen their eyes in shock.
Right. The Great Dabio Source Tribulation. Qin Ying's confirmation further proves that they didn't mishear. The Dao source in our place is about to end. The Great Tribulation is coming. We must prepare well, fight for the luck in the Great Tribulation, and protect the hegemonic status of the human race in the 9 regions. Every word of Qin Ying shows that this is definitely not a normal thing. My return to the eastern region is my Shifu's arrangement.
Precisely to respond to this Great Tribulation. Originally, my Shifu didn't want me to reveal this news to you, fearing that the brotherhood between us would hinder our future development.
But, since we are brothers, I must make it clear to you. Qin Ying confided his difficulties. If we can't cope with this Great Tribulation, not only will us brothers suffer, but the human race of the entire 9 regions will also face disaster, and may even disappear completely. Hearing this, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and the immeasurable consequences that this Great Tribulation would bring. Everyone there couldn't maintain their composure. So, I ask you,
do you want a happy gathering for a moment, or a joyful celebration in the future? Now, no one insisted on Qin Ying staying anymore, because perhaps they all understood Qin Ying's difficulties. Our big brother, we understand now. We will go back and strive to cultivate. When the Great Tribulation comes, we will definitely not embarrass our big brother. Big brother, we'll wait for you and meet again, big brother. Rest assured and go to the eastern region. This is what Qin Ying's good brothers should be. One by one, they spoke with respect. Qin Ying declared clearly, When I return again, it will be the day to welcome the Great Tribulation. It will also be the time for us to settle the score with Cao Zhe completely. Qin Ying clenched his fist, burning with fire.
Yes, big brother, Bai Xiaokong. spoke on behalf of everyone.
As Qin Ying was about to leave, he didn't forget to tell Qin Keiyun, "Little fox, I leave the Qin kingdom to you. Nanjuao is now unified, and with my brothers stationed here, there will be no chaos. Master, rest assured."
Little fox expresses that she will govern the Qin kingdom well. After saying goodbye, it was time for Qin Ying to leave first. When leaving, he didn't forget to turn his head and remind his brothers, "Let's say goodbye here. We will gather again another day."
Qin Ying stepped out of the gate of the Daqin Palace, heading to the eastern region. "Big brother, we will meet again another day." The group bid farewell to Qin Ying, promising that the brothers would reunite one day. At this time, Nanzhu, along with the forces of all sides, had learned of the existence of the Great Dao Source Tribulation through various channels. They were all trying to upgrade themselves to cope with the upcoming Great Dao Source Tribulation, except for 2 people, of course.
Somewhere in the 9 regions, majestic mountains, clear skies, but the vegetation was sparse. Not even a single leaf could be found, only bare tree trunks remained. Some kind of terrifying red liquid
dripped from the pistil of a purple flower hanging down. The entire flower seemed to want to fall to the ground.
Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, looking truly terrifying. Wei Linghua, after a few days of absorbing the blood tide, has reached the spirit-severing realm.
Shu Xuan, with that indifferent look on his face, continued. The blood tide of the ancient battle demon land has also been completely absorbed, and the blood demon race embryo condensed in it has also been taken. But according to the rules of heaven and earth that I used to observe,
Nanzhu is not the only ancient battlefield. There are blood tides in it, and the blood demon race may have been conceived. Saying that, he glanced at the illustrated book.
According to Shu Xuan's words, the illustrated book contained records of the blood demon race, which proved that they had appeared before. But until now, the blood demon race has not yet appeared, so he speculated that they are still accumulating strength and have not yet met the conditions to become overlords.
Shu Xuan raised his hand and stroked his chin. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. If so, there is still time. There is still time to prepare. The heavenly Dao talisman was floating in the blue sky. The heavenly Dao talisman could completely replace the rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhao. At most, there's about 3 days left. After a while of calculating and thinking, he concluded, "There's still time." Suddenly, from outside the gate came a voice calling into the house. "Uncle Shu Xuan, are you there?" Even Shu Xuan wondered who would come at this hour. Shu Xuan was also cautious. He didn't open the door for strangers outside immediately, but spoke from inside. "Who's making a racket?" It turned out to be the little fox, Qin Keiyun. "Uncle Shu Xuan, I'm Keiyun. I came to visit Uncle Shu Xuan especially." It seemed that Shu Xuan had seen through her intentions, with a completely dazed expression, muttering, "Qin Keiyun, what is she doing here? She must have something to ask me to do, right?" Even so, he still agreed to let Qin Keiyun come in. Shu Xuan didn't even bother to greet her. He said with a sarcastic tone that really begged for a beating, "Well, look who it is. What wind blew the great Qin Empress here, little fox? You just have to force a smile." Shu Xuan blamed her. "Shu Xuan Shushu is so annoying, using that flattering tone to greet me. Qin Keiyun misses Shu Xuan Shushu day and night. If I wasn't so busy, I'd want to be by your side every single day." Shu Xuan, with one eye closed and one eye open, glanced at Qin Keiyun, then probed, "Perhaps these matters are precisely the reason you've come today, right?" At this point, Qin Keiyun had no choice but to reveal her purpose. Hey, nothing can be hidden from you, Shushu," she whined, grabbing Shu Xuan's shoulders and wailing, before finally explaining the situation. "Shushu, Qin Kingdom is in chaos both internally and externally right now, and my strength is so weak, what am I supposed to do? So that's it. The little fox came here to ask Shu Xuan to help her become stronger." Shu Xuan's face clearly showed the words annoyance and boredom, but he had to agree, on the condition that the little fox shut her mouth. Afterward, he waved and called Qin Keiyun closer. Shu Xuan touched the little fox's head, then closed his eyes and exerted his power. A beam of green light descended from the sky and struck Qin Keiyun's head, making her dizzy. Her head spun, and she collapsed straight to the ground, showing none of the composure of an empress. "All right, get up." "Thank you, Shushu." At that moment, the little fox's face was still pale, not having recovered from the blow to the head. "Oh right, there's one more thing I want to tell you." He started to leave, but noticed that, so he had to turn back to say to the little fox, Shu Xuan now had the empress sit inside the house instead of standing in the yard. An ancient battlefield in Nanzhao is about to appear. Prepare some people. Shu Xuan calmly assigned the task to the little fox, but her face wasn't as calm as Shu Xuan's. Instead, she was surprised. With her mouth agape, a battlefield is about to appear. What? Keiyun seems to have never heard of this before. Other than the ancient demonic battleground, is there another ancient battlefield in Nanzhu? After Keiyun's seemingly ignorant question, Shu Xuan confirmed. "That's right. When the time comes, I'll send someone to deliver the token to you." The little fox's expression, which had been a little dazed, became filled with sparkling stars when she heard Shu Xuan's words, and she foolishly asked,
"This time, will the Qin kingdom be completely prosperous, right?" Hearing this, Shu Xuan waved his hand. Spare me, Qin Yun." Having achieved her wish, thanked Shu Xuan and immediately took her leave. But Shu Xuan didn't forget to add,
"Go back and wait for my news, yes."
Yun bid farewell and left Shu, returning to the great Qin palace.
After seeing Qin Yun off, it was time for Shu Xuan to start working. Ugh, I also have to hurry. Then he stretched out his arms and legs, summoning the Heavenly Tao Talisman. Heavenly Tao Talisman, come forth. And so, Shu Xuan toiled diligently from the time the sky was still bright, until the waning moon rose high, without stopping.
Time flies. Before you knew it, 3 days had passed. The sleeves of Shu Xuan's clothes were torn, and his hands were covered in scratches and bruises. He adjusted his breathing. Finally, this moment had arrived. Shu Xuan confidently declared
that he was truly the master of the rules of Nanzhao.
He summoned the Heavenly Tao Talisman, and a pillar of golden light shot from the courtyard straight into the clear sky, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing.
On the first day, heavy rain began to fall, with each drop pattering. But by the third day, it seemed the rain still hadn't stopped, and the water level had risen to its peak.
By the 5th day,
floods occurred, and landslides happened everywhere.
So, on the 7th day, bam, fire everywhere, disaster on top of disaster. Seriously, what a week.
But finally, after that crazy 7 days, the sun peeks out. A peaceful dawn starts creeping in from the horizon. The people are all hyped, looking at the sunrise, telling each other, "The sun's finally back, baby."
Shu Xuan lets out a breath. Phew, done deal. He's smirking, checking out his miniature version of Nanzhu.
Because he messed with the rules, Nanzhu went through a whole week of crazy weather. But thankfully, nobody got hurt too bad. Now all of Nanzhu's luck is hanging on his every breath.
He's also wondering about that thing he told Qin Yun to do. Where's that little fox gal at anyway?
Meanwhile, in the Daqin Palace, Empress Qin Yun standing all majestic in front of a bunch of soldiers in iron armor. "You're all warriors. I handpicked myself.
This next mission is going to decide the future of Daqin for the next few decades. Maybe even 100 years worth of luck." Qin Yun's words sound chill, but they're packing a serious threat and a ton of pressure. Peaceful skies.
The shadow of Song Yiming slowly walks out from behind the rocks. Song Yiming is looking up, puzzled.
The battle for the treasure's over. Is someone still hanging around here?
Shu Xuan figures it out. Looks like someone from the Ji Gong. Could they have stayed behind to back up the Ji Zi? Song Shiming walked away.
Shu Xuan continued his thoughts. His cultivation base is probably around the deity realm's 2nd layer, not too low. Might as well consider him an assisting force for the Heavenly Tao. Shu Xuan's voice still echoes in the rosy sky.
Once they become Heavenly Tao fuel, the Heavenly Tao is going to slowly suck them dry until they're toast.
Shu Xuan keeps watching Song Shiming, continues. He's a demonic cultivator, so maybe he kinda deserves it. But even so, he ain't got nothing to do with me. Messing with him out of nowhere seems a bit much. Shu Xuan raises his hand. Nah, forget it. You became a homebody with the ultimate cheat. Become the daddy of Nanzhao's Heavenly Tao, the overlord of Nanzhao. Reward is Tao Realm 1st level cultivation. Then Shu Xuan smirks like he's about to find something awesome. Hee, took you long enough. But better late than never. Shu Xuan waves his hand, conjuring a Tao Realm 3rd level cultivation technique.
Over at the royal palace, that peasant guy is still grinding away. He's pissed. Damn it, still can't do it. Even with the help from above these past few days, I managed to reach Emperor Realm quickly, but my cultivation can't go up any further. Guess I still need help from a big clan, but I'm just a peasant. Suddenly, the peasant guy notices something weird.
A piece of paper flies at him from the distance and smacks him right in the face, making him jump and yell.
The peasant guy takes the paper off and reads it, realizing the Empress of Daqin is personally recruiting guards, no matter your background, no matter your clan, as long as you're talented. He reads the content.
He chucks the paper and runs towards his goal. Isn't this my chance? I gotta head to Qin Kingdom ASAP. Over in Qin Kingdom, the little fox walks out and excitedly says, "Generals, today is considered the day we depart. I've noticed all of everyone's hard work."
Little fox raises her hand and shouts out to everyone. "The honor of Qin Kingdom belongs to you. On this secret realm trip, I wish everyone a victorious return sooner." The little fox thinks to herself, I didn't think Nanzhao could recruit this many high-level martial artists. Could it be that cultivation has become easier already? Little fox sees the soldiers step by step, all those peasants. When he arrives, he giggles. Hee, I've only just arrived, and there's already such a big action. This is really fortunate. No problem, because this is also a good thing for us. The little fox is watching the generals hand off at the place. At Black Moon Tower, a voice of speculation echoed.
Recently there has been news related to the sudden increase in the cultivation of martial artists in Nanzhou. More and more, Black Moon appeared normal and replied, normal. Before, the rules of Nanzhou weren't complete. But after the ancient demonic battle, the rules returned, so naturally, cultivation became a bit easier. He Yu's servant worriedly asked, Master, why are you so calm? More powerhouses appearing isn't a threat to us, is it? He Yu explained. He Yu Pavilion isn't standing firm in Jianghu based on brute force. He Yu's words only made the servant even more worried. But still, we need to take some action, right? He Yu casually said, that's not wrong, we should do something. While the situation is good, let's publish books. The servant was puzzled. Publish books. A week later, everyone lined up at He Yu Pavilion to buy He Yu's books. People bought books one by one, and a man stepped forward, pointing at what he wanted to buy. I want this and that too. Okay, 35 spirit stones. Here's your change of 2 spirit stones. 35 spirit stones, thank you. The shopkeeper said. Thank you. The shopkeeper was He Yu's servant. Standing high above, he looked down at the crowd rushing over, their faces showing desire for the books. It's really popular. Seeing this, the servant turned to praise, He Yu, boss, you're truly like a god. He Yu was happy to be praised like that, but she still acted normal, and scoffed. He Yu smugly lectured, the purpose of us opening He Yu Pavilion is to make money. Making money relies on taking advantage of the times, not fighting and killing. Hearing this, the servant admired He Yu's teachings, and thanked his big brother for the lesson. But the servant still had worries. But big brother, these books are all quickly written by failed scholars we hired. What if the people buying the books find out the cultivation methods are ineffective? He Yu calmly replied. I actually hope that person's enthusiasm is enough for them to finish the whole book. How can someone with a 3-minute attention span succeed? In the land where the sky still had the afterglow of the sunset, a hateful voice rang out, followed by the sound of coughing up blood. It turned out that the Evil One was fighting with Little Evil King. Evil One's mouth and collar were covered with blood. He knelt down, stabbing his sword into the ground for support, and gritted his teeth. Damn it, are you ever going to stop? Little Evil King was winning with blood. I once said I wouldn't let you off, Evil One asked. What exactly are you here for? You don't even care about fighting for the Supreme Treasure, Little Evil King replied. Yeah, even without Supreme Treasures, I can still become stronger. What do you need a Supreme Treasure for? These words made Evil One angry, and blood started to come up to be ready to kill Little Evil King at any moment. In anger, Evil One blurted out, You! Evil One gritted his teeth. I can't stay here for long, I must escape. My support must still be here. After thinking, Evil One flew up to escape, but Little Evil King was still able to fight against Evil One's trick. Seeing this, Little Evil King smiled contemptuously. Still obsessed with the delusion, Little Evil King released red strings from his hands. At the end of the strings were arrows that flew straight towards Evil One. The red arrows pierced straight into Evil One's feet, causing Evil One to scream in pain. Little Evil King moved as fast as lightning and flew to where Evil One fell. Evil One fell and groaned. My legs. Little Evil King appeared behind him and delivered a sentence that made Evil One turn around to look. You think you can escape? Evil One laughed triumphantly. You better take a look at where this is, Little Evil King replied. The border of the ancient land. You still have other tricks. As soon as Little Evil King finished speaking, Evil One shouted, Kill him! Suddenly someone flew up to attack Little Evil King. Oops. Hee hee. How's it going, Feng bro? Surrender yet. Old Feng was beaten into disbelief. How is this possible? Clearly a month ago my cultivation was 20% higher than yours, and I haven't been lazy this month either. Damn it, you must have used some tricks, you little brat. The brown-haired youth smiled like a flower and said, Don't blame me, Feng bro, it's just that Lil bro here is still in Nan province. Old Feng frowned and snapped. So what? If you're in Nan province, big deal. Well, Feng bro, you wouldn't know this, but after the battle for the Supreme Treasure, the world's rules in Nan province have been perfected. The chi flow has accelerated, and the cultivation speed of martial artists has surpassed other regions. Is that so? Forget about those guys. Shu Xuan's at home thinking, it's still too slow. The cultivation speed in Nan province is probably 3 times faster than other continents. Too slow. Should I just make those Jiwang Ting's God Realm experts into helpers? Speaking of which, Shu Xuan had a seizure. Hang him up. The people from Jiwang Ting deserve to die. No need to be soft-hearted. Then, suddenly he turned into a saintly maiden. But they haven't done anything to me. What reason do I have to harm them? And then Shu Xuan yelled, This is so annoying. Then, suddenly, Shu Xuan was surprised to see that Xiao Shi Wang was about to be chopped up by Xin Yue Feng. Xin Yue Feng said, Xiao Shi Wang got a lucky break in a secret realm I set up so he can be considered one of us. Hey, so there's a reason already. Then Xin Yue Feng snapped his fingers, and the whole chain burst open. Unfortunately, instead of attacking Xiao Shi Wang, it wrapped around Xin Yue Feng's neck and wrist. Xiao Shi Wang, waiting to be beaten, finally opened one eye to peek and saw that the one tied up was Hong Yuan Chu, not him.
Xiao Shi Wang was stunned, but then smirked triumphantly and mocked Xin Yuefeng. Is this karma? Heaven's punishment has arrived? Xin Yuefeng frowned and said, a Lungtu God realm expert who has 1 foot into the heavenly Dao. How could heaven's punishment fall on me? Xiao Shi Wang stroked his chin, looking at Hong Yuan Chu helplessly.
So it seems that in the time I stayed in the ancient land, the rules of Nan province have changed quite a bit.
Over there, lightning was striking down. What the heck is going on? Such a big commotion, but I don't care. Good luck, you guys. The others were also stunned. The Fin. What's going on? Go see what's happening. What kind of power is the God realm? It can actually burn a god. And without any resistance, that old guy got whipped to death by the chain.
Shu Xuan watched and smiled.
Now the power and insights of the God realm have been affected, and they're spreading out in Nan province, leading to upgrades in cultivation levels. System notification. Someone has joined the chat group. Teng Jiao Wang, a Yao race enlightenment realm expert.
Shu Xuan looked and said,
a Jiao race expert? Huh? That's rare. Kinda interesting. Seems like there are still many things worth searching for in this world. A year later, in the secret realm of Nan province, the soldiers. One person raises their hand. It was Zhao Hu Li.
She raised her sword and declared, this secret realm belongs to her and her brothers under her command.
The soldiers below shouted, Great Qin! Great Qin! Anything is fine. Zhao Hu Li happily thought, if we continue at this pace, my Qin dynasty will definitely dominate the 9 realms. Elsewhere, someone was laughing heartily.
This person was the Shu family head, Shu Tianming. He was happy because he had finally broken through to the emperor realm, so he praised himself as a true genius. Shu Xuan was bored. Please, Grandpa just reached the emperor realm and you're making such a fuss? It's only worth being happy when your cultivation matches his. Shu Tianming sighed. Too bad my favorite third son's kid didn't see this. If only he were here. Shu Tianming wanted to visit his beloved grandson from his third son, but little did he know that his precious grandson didn't really care about his current cultivation level. Even though Shu Xuan rejected going home last time, making Shu Tianming so angry he almost kicked the bucket, how could he hold a grudge against the younger generation? Arriving at Shu Xuan's place, Shu Tianming for some reason snapped. Does Shu Xuan even consider me his grandpa anymore? Shu Xuan remained indifferent, which irritated Shu Tianming even more, so he told Shu Xuan, just stay here your whole life then, he huffed.
Don't anyone try to persuade me, he said, calling Shu Xuan ungrateful, then stormed back to the manor with an angry face.
Shu Yun also found Shu Xuan's attitude strange, asking, why didn't you just go back with Grandpa? Shu Xuan explained that he and his grandpa were like oil and water, and he didn't want to anger him even more by going back.
Hearing this, Shu Yun understood, telling Shu Xuan to take care, while she went to see how angry Grandpa was. Grandpa, slow down, wait for me.
Only after they were all gone did Shu Xuan let out a sigh of relief
and summoned all his disciples.
Shu Xuan instructed, you have all reached the peak of the saint realm. The next step is considered breaking through to the celestial realm. Breaking through the celestial realm is a major threshold. Now that the Great Tribulation is coming, the rules will change, so return first.
Wang Luo clasped his hands. As you command. Watching the 3 figures leave,
Shu Xuan muttered to himself,
those guys who weren't valued back then are now all capable masters in their own right. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, there's bound to be a storm in the martial world. A little kid pointed to the sky, asking doubtfully, Mommy, is there someone flying? The mother, not wanting to disappoint her little one, replied, yes, there is someone who can fly. When you grow up, you can fly like that person too. The kid asked again, is that true? The person they were talking about just now was Jiang Xing.
Xiang Xing thought to himself about what Shu Xuan had said before leaving. Reminiscing about a beautiful day in the past, Shu Xuan called Jiang Xing over to talk. Asking if Xiang Xing knew anything about his mother, Xiang Xing blankly replied,
my mother left when I was still a baby, and after that she was never heard from again. There are rumors. Before he could finish, Shu Xuan cut him off, telling Xiang Xing not to pay attention to those ridiculous rumors. But Shu Xuan suspected that Xiang Xing's innate firebone was definitely related to his parents. Xiang Xing's father came from a prestigious family, so it probably wasn't related to him, which meant it might be related to his mother.
Xiang Xing's mother had a very mysterious identity. Shu Xuan advised Xiang Xing to investigate a bit when he returned this time. The firebone was no ordinary thing. Shu Xuan thought there must be a grand connection within it. Here is a drop of rebirth essence blood that can be used as a precaution if needed. Back to the present, Xiang Xing wondered, is my mother really not an ordinary woman?
This time, I must get to the bottom of it, the system announced. Disciple Hu Tianya of yours defeated one of the Sons of Destiny in the Heavenly Pride Tournament in the Yao domain. Luck decline, strength increase. Reward is 4 Spirit Star Sand. Hearing the announcement, Shu Xuan, who was putting on a face mask, was stunned. Who is Hu Tianya? Then Shu Xuan realized who Hu Tianya was. He thought it was some mysterious character, scaring his face mask.
After removing the mask, Shu Xuan summoned the myriad sky mirror to display where Hu Tianya was right now.
The myriad sky mirror showed a mountainous forest area. Hu Tianya opened his mouth wide and loudly proclaimed, "Is there anyone else who dares to oppose me?"
The people of the Jiao race got so angry. Before, Hu Tai was clearly a nobody, but now he's like this. No way that's possible. One of Hu Tai's elders sneered. Tian Ya truly lives up to being a fine young man of our Tianhu clan.
Hu Tai cleared his throat, acting all intimidating.
30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't go bullying a young Tan, Hu Tai said, then glanced at the dragon princess.
This made Shu Xuan burst out laughing, thinking Hu Tai was super petty. Still not over the dragon princess's broken engagement, Hu Tai asked arrogantly,
"Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" The dragon princess resolutely declared she would fight Hu Tai. Hu Tai just stared at the dragon princess, his face darkening. "Hu Tai won't show mercy just because the dragon princess is a woman," the dragon princess said coldly.
"I don't need it. She and he are both fighting for their clans. If she slacked off, how would she be worthy of the elders of Jiangdong?" With that, she raised her sharp claws, ready to fight.
The two charged at each other,
the air thick with tension.
Hu Tai threw a punch, but the dragon princess dodged it with skillful ease. She spun around and made her move, intending to scratch Hu Tai's face, but he dodged it. Hu Tai prepared to throw another punch at the dragon princess.
The dragon princess was hit and flew away. Hu Tai said proudly, "Give up, you've tried your best."
The dragon princess refused to accept defeat
and transformed into a water dragon, flying into the sky.
Hu Tai mused, "Interesting. The Yao race is naturally stronger in their true form."
Hu Tai also began to transform into a giant tiger. The dragon princess said, "Hu Tianhai, I am sorry for what happened, but I can't help but think of my clan."
Hu Tai didn't bother listening to what the dragon princess was saying. He said with an assertive voice, "HMPH, if it's a duel, then let your fists do the talking." A loud bang, smoke filled the air, obscuring everything. Several seconds later, the one standing tall in the hazy smoke was Hu Tai. The dragon princess had fallen to the ground and had fainted for a while. Hu Tai felt a little sorry for the dragon princess's clan, saying, "To think that the final dignity of the clan is being protected by the princess in her female form." Hu Tai dejectedly left, adding, "A pointless struggle." The Hun clan's leader could only throw his hands up helplessly, not knowing what to say, and said, "This little brat is concealing the faint bloodline of the white tiger immortal." Shu Xuan, who was watching, chuckled and said, "This kid's not bad, no wonder even the system noticed him." Shu Xuan opened a two-way connection, calling Shu Tianhai. Hu Tai saw this and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Immortal Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." Shu Xuan didn't seem to care much about formalities, waving his hand dismissively and saying, "Cut the formalities, cut the formalities."
Hu Tai stood up and said, "Immortal Master has come to visit in person, surely there's something you want to task Tianhai with, right?"
Shu Xuan smiled gently, saying, "You're a quick learner, that's right. I'm here this time partly to give you a transmission talisman,
and partly to teach you how to revive the Yao race." From the two-way connection, Shu Xuan gave Hu Tai a talisman. Hu Tai reached out to receive it, saying, "Yes, this disciple will definitely remember the Immortal Master's teachings."
6 hours later, Hu Tai bowed his back, clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Disciple has memorized it, and will definitely practice diligently. I will also try my best to do what the Immortal Master has entrusted to me."
Shu Xuan happily said, "Good. In that case, I will return." Shu Xuan cut off the two-way connection. On Shu Xuan's side, he sighed and talked to himself. "Phew, that's great. With Hu Tianya, the Yao race will sooner or later be under my control."
So now let's see the reward from the Four Spirits stellar chart.
Shu Xuan opened the system panel. In the demon realm, the sky is always dark purple. Among the dark clouds, a temple was established.
Warmly congratulate the establishment of the Great Yongin Buddhist Temple,
offering a 3-day discount for those who convert to Buddhism, and a free sandalwood fish drum.
The demon king heard that a temple was built in his territory and said,
"What? Has that bald donkey's branch opened in the demon realm?"
General Mo Lai said, "Yes, demon king. So what, your majesty? Give me 3,000 elite soldiers and I will flatten their temple." The demon king laughed and said,
"HMPH. General Mo Lai, calm down. How could people from the demon domain possibly join the sect? Once they realize there's no show to put on in the demon domain, of course they won't stick around for long." On the temple side, the Buddhist monks felt that this place was not right, and muttered to themselves, "The baleful aura here is too heavy. It has turned the sky purple. We should probably pay attention to this sooner. Forgive us, Om Mani Padme Hum." The sound of the wooden fish echoed.
The Buddhist monk wondered, someone is willing to convert to Buddhism. The Buddhist monk went to the door to invite them in.
"Esteemed benefactors, would you mind coming inside to talk?" The demon cultivators chuckled and said, He's calling for people. A demon cultivator with a broken horn said, Dazhuang, go. Look, you were born with a monk's hairstyle. Dazhuang was hesitant and said, I'm not going. A figure came from behind and said, but wait a minute. It was Moji. He knelt down and said, Master, please accept me. The Buddhist monk looked at Moji and said, Amitabha, Amitabha.
The other demon cultivators felt confused and asked each other, what? How is this possible? It's him again, in the Demon King's palace.
Clang, the sound of a cup falling and breaking. General Mo Lai clasped his hands to the ground and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The Demon King angrily said, HMPH, Mo Lai. Real sneaky move, and then you preach determination to me. I didn't expect that the first person to enter that bald donkey's religion would be your precious son. General Mo Li begged, Your subject failed to teach my son well. I am willing to redeem myself by capturing this rebellious son. On the other side, Moji was carrying 2 buckets full of water back to the temple. After he finished, he went in to report, Master, I have brought back the water. Is there anything else you need me to do? Moji's face was covered in sweat. The Buddhist monk was brushing his teeth, raised his hand and said, Not bad, Moji. How about you enlighten yourself? I have an important task for you today. To serve the Buddha. Clean the golden body of the Buddha thoroughly. The merit is immeasurable. I won't compete with you. The Buddhist monk pointed to a gray statue covered in dust and cobwebs. Moji clasped his hands after listening. Yes, Master. I will definitely clean it thoroughly, rest assured. A few days later, Moji was still cleaning the Buddha. The Buddhist monk called out, Moji, turned around and asked, Does Master have any instructions? The Buddhist monk walked over,
saying but holding a large axe behind his back. This humble monk, through observation over the past few days, has discovered that you truly have wisdom roots, and have a connection with me. I have decided to officially accept you as my disciple, Moji said fearfully.
Master, what are you holding in your hand? The Buddhist monk raised his hatchet and said, You mean this? This is for shaving heads. From inside the temple, a cry for help rang out. Help! Inside the room, the master held a hatchet. Panting, he said, Moji, don't run. Don't you want to convert to Buddhism? Let this humble monk shave your head. Moji hid behind a pillar. Frightened, he said, Master, I haven't read much, don't fool me. Does shaving heads really require a hatchet? Besides, I don't even have hair, the master explained. Moji, how could Shifu deceive you? You don't have hair, but you have horns. As the saying goes, discard the horns, and instantly become a Buddha. Moji tearfully clutched his horn. Is there really such a saying? The master chuckled sinisterly, enticing him. Come out, Moji. If I find you, it's fate, Moji screamed in fright. Mommy, that scared the devil out of me. The master grabbed Moji.
Hatchet in hand, he said, Come on, Moji, chop off this horn. One strike to sever the mortal world. Moji lay beneath the master, crying and yelling, Mommy, I want to go home. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside. General Ma Li broke through the wall, followed by a group of people. General Ma Li shouted, You rebellious son, get out here now. General Ma Li glanced through the curtain. Seeing a glimpse of the scene inside, he realized the sound of the axe. He cried out, I knew my son wasn't willing. Bald old man, I'm gonna fight you. Then he flung the curtain open. The master saw General Ma Li and asked, Donor Ma, have you also come for a shave? Buy one, get one 50% off. Before he could finish, General Ma Li sent him flying with a palm strike. He said angrily, Old monk, I swear I will never coexist with you under the same sky. I will definitely level this temple. Then General Matsuli turned to Moji behind him. Moji, let's go home and recuperate. Complete your marriage with the Alliance Master soon, and be a good pony, Moji said with a dark face. Father? No one is forcing me. I willingly want to convert to Buddhism. I don't want to go back. I must complete this head shaving. With that, Moji directly broke off his own horn. General Ma Li broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He shouted, My son, why must you suffer so? Moji's head was covered in blood. But he still insisted. Suffer? Did you think I've always been happy? Ever since I was young, your words have been like imperial decrees. I can only listen to be a good child. Everything of mine has been arranged by you, General Ma Li explained. This is me, your father, using my connections to pave the way for you. Isn't this what a father should do for his son? Moji gritted his teeth. Then am I wrong? Is it wrong for me to have my own thoughts? Is it wrong for me to want the power to choose my own life? Only then did the master speak. Amitabha. Moji's body is given by his parents. The kindness of his parents must not be forgotten. It's just that you are no longer a child. Donor Mom may not have accepted the fact that his son is grown up. General Ma Li gritted his teeth. A master continued to say, Today I officially accept Moji as my disciple, making him my first disciple.
If you don't mind, you are welcome to stay and participate in the disciple acceptance ceremony, including calorie-free and oil-free vegetarian meals, which are healthy and nutritious.
After that, Ma Li returned to the palace. The Great Might Temple is becoming more and more powerful in the demon realm,
accepting more and more worthy disciples. On the other side, Shu Xuan laid leisurely sunbathing, smirking.
This monk really has some brains. He doesn't go to peaceful places, but insists on converting demons and ghosts.
Over there, Xiangxing returned home, thinking with a dark face, I must endure, I must find out about my mother. Behind him, the crowd started buzzing. Hey, isn't that the killing star? Is he back? Looks like him. Why is it him, though?
Should have just died out there. Let's get out of here. Seriously bad luck. Don't look him in the eye, Xiangxing frowned, thinking,
if it weren't for my mother, you guys wouldn't even survive another second. Then, his father's voice boomed from inside the house. Xiangxing, rare guest, are you staying or just passing through?
Staying. You're not welcome. Passing through.
Then move along. Xiangxing frowned and said, Father, I'm here to ask about mother. His father snorted. HMPH. You knew everything when you were a kid. What's there to ask? Have you ever even considered this place home? Xiangxing replied, Father, if we're talking like that, have you ever considered me your son? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Xiangxing. Oh, who's this? Isn't it that little monster?
Here to fight for inheritance,
Xiangxing said. Xiao Ming, this doesn't concern you, I advise you not to meddle, Xiao Ming angrily shouted.
Shut your mouth. Don't you dare talk to your elder brother with that tone. You're not worthy. Get lost. You're not related to us at all.
Get lost. Or don't blame me for being impolite, Xiangxing replied, unfazed. Fine, not related then, not related. Once I get the answer I need, I'll leave.
Xiao Ming rushed at Xiangxing, yelling, so stubborn, court death. Xiangxing immediately dodged his attack,
and then, with one move, sent Xiao Ming flying.
Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and said, damn it!
Then, he waved his fan at Xiangxing, releasing a barrage of small blades. Seeing this, Xiangxing gritted his teeth. What the? Playing dirty. Has the younger generation of the Xiang family fallen this low? Just as he was about to touch Xiao Ming's neck,
Xiangxing's father, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Stop, Xiangxing.
If you kill him, I guarantee you won't get anything from this trip. You'll never get the answer you want.
Hearing this, Xiangxing released Xiao Ming's neck and said disdainfully, forget it. He's just a useless piece of trash. His life or death makes no difference. Then, he turned to his father and said, old man, a promise is a promise. I can guarantee I won't kill anyone from the Xiang residence, as long as you tell me what I want to know. Xiangxing's father immediately ordered. Come in. Xiangxing walked into the house, step by step. Xiangbang sat arrogantly on his chair, looking at his son and laughing. Ha ha, my son, long time no see. Xiangxing knew his father never wanted to see him. Just now, he even wanted to chase him away.
Spare me the pleasantries. I just want to know about my mother's background. Hearing this, Xiangbang just shook his head and said, young people are so impatient. I already told you before, your mother was just a normal maid. But Xiangxing didn't trust the father in front of him at all. He was furious. You're lying, father. You've always been like this, never caring about me, still looking down on me even now, he asked. If that's the case, why didn't you just kill me when I was little, huh? You had so many chances. Do you think I'm some 3-year-old? You could fool that easily? If I didn't have proof, did you think I'd just come back and ask you? Xiangxing was still calm.
Proof? Where's the proof gonna come from? You caused this mess yourself, you don't trust me, and instead you go looking for proof outside. Xiangxing questioned him.
This fiery constitution of mine, if it wasn't inherited from my mother, then is it from you? Does the Xiang family even have the firebone bloodline? At this point, seems like he can't fool Xiangxing anymore, but he said, I really don't know where your mother is. And that firebone thing you have isn't firebone, it's a fire source body. Xiangxing didn't believe it. How could it be a fire source body? My master couldn't possibly be wrong. But still, gotta hear what this old geezer has to say first. He asked again, fire source body. So my mother is also a fire source body, what else? But the old man just glossed over it, not wanting to say more. He used the excuse that he's old and weak, not as good as the Youngsins, and needed medicine to chase Xiangxing away, seeing he wasn't getting anywhere.
Xiangxing got pissed and stormed out without looking back. Didn't need to be chased, he'd leave on his own. He went to the library to look for information related to his mother.
The Feng family of the southern domain, descendants of the direct line of the human emperor's bloodline, are fire source body types. He was surprised. Another human emperor family, that his mother's full name must be Feng Ruping. Looks like he's got to take a trip to the southern domain. It's getting late, might as well stay and rest for the night, and set off early tomorrow. Coming out of the library, there was a group of people waiting, holding weapons. Xiangxing was taken aback. Are they waiting for me? Turned out it was Xiang Ming, the guy Xiangxing beat up before. Now he's come looking for payback, wanting to teach him a lesson. Xiang Ming and his buddies surrounded Xiangxing, Looks like it was a mistake to let him off easy this morning, no thanks, just biting the hand that feeds.
But even with a couple of extra guys, could he win against him? Xiang Xing was now decked out in VIP-level armor and weapons, and he's Men Zheng's disciple on top of that. No way Xiang Ming could touch him. This guy still acted fearless, and started insulting Xiang Xing and his mother. He knew why he came back, plus the family head wouldn't let him lay a hand on you. Hearing someone curse his mother, Xiang Xing yelled, "Watch your damn mouth." Then, he'd show them what manners were all about.
Then, Xiang Ming gave the signal for his goons to charge, but before 3 seconds passed, all you could hear was bang, boom, crash. Luckily, a mysterious figure showed up to help him out.
Xiang Xing was wondering who it was, when the strange fellow introduced himself as Huo Ying. Xiang Ming pointed.
"Old man, you're helping this bastard's son? Make it clear, whose word counts in this family?"
Huo Ying only listened to the family head, who told him to help cover this up if Xiang Ming came back. The family head definitely wouldn't be happy if he knew.
Xiang Ming left angrily, threatening before he left. "You just wait."
Xiang Xing spoke up. "Did the old family head send you to monitor me?" Huo Ying replied. "From what I see, it's more like protecting you from becoming a real target in this family."
Xiang Xing narrowed his eyes. "HMPH, you stinky old man."
Back at the residence, Xiang Bang was pacing back and forth, finally approaching a pillar.
On top of it was a sphere, probably a design for some secret chamber. He turned the sphere on top of the pillar, and a secret passage appeared right in the middle of the floor. Xiang Bang walked down below, step by step.
Shifting to another voice,
"Haha, so you're here." A figure with a face, just like Xiang Bang, is chained down below. That person opens his mouth to ask, "So, have you thought it through?" Xiang Bang replies, "The body is ready, but
I should still wait a bit longer."
The other person laughs. "Haha, you can't be indecisive when it comes to great things. You've thought it through, so let's merge. After you go up there."
Xiang Bang closes the secret passage and walks outside.
He sighs. "Bearing the fate of the entire clan, how can I not hesitate?" Just then, Huo Ying returns. Xiang Bang asks, "How is it?"
"Xiang Xing hasn't done anything rash, right?" Huo Ying replies. "No, the young master hasn't done anything special, he's just been in the library."
But he has discovered that the fire origin body is a special physique of the Renwang family.
Xiang Bang is certain Xiang Xing will definitely make a trip to the southern region. He tells Huo Ying to give Xiang Xing some travel money for his trip to the southern region. Early in the morning, Xiang Xing leaves the house.
This is his home, but leaving home gives him a much more comfortable feeling. Huo Ying suddenly appears. "Young master, please wait. Young master, the master sent me here."
Xiang Xing replies,
"No need, Huo Ying, thanks. I already know my father's good intentions. But I don't want to become his weakness in the family. Farewell." Huo Ying sees Xiang Xing wanting to leave. He tries to stop him. "Please don't let the master's good intentions go to waste." Xiang Xing uses the Aurora technique and disappears in a flash, leaving Huo Ying behind.
Huo Ying is shocked that he could escape so quickly even with his defensive abilities active. Just how much has the young master grown in these years? Returning to the Xiang family estate, Huo Ying reports Xiang Xing's matter to the family head. "I didn't do a good job," the young master refused. But Xiang Bang had already expected this result. No one can stop Xiang Xing from leaving. He lets out a mournful sigh.
Alas, it seems the relationship between father and son cannot be restored. This is also his fault. When Xiang Xing was young, he couldn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father because of the family. Now it's too late to make up for it, Huo Ying says again. "It's not like that, master. The young master doesn't want to accept, because he doesn't want you to be hindered by others in the clan for favoring him." Xiang Bang's expression changes in surprise. "He really said that?" Huo Ying replies, "Exactly. The young master doesn't want to become your weakness in the family." Xiang Bang chuckles.
"I didn't expect that the little monster from back then would now think of others."
But his mother's background is extensive. "I'm afraid it's not safe for him to go alone." Huo Ying witnessed the young master's strength with the move just now. It can be seen that the young master is probably stronger than you imagine. Hearing this, Xiang Bang is stunned. "What? Even you couldn't keep up?"
Huo Ying replies, "That's right, master. The young master has truly grown up and surpassed our imagination." Xiang Bang is curious.
"Who has this kid been following these past few years? It seems we can't help anymore. Let's just wait for news."
Over on this side, Xiang Xing's face is getting darker and darker. Feels like someone's throwing shade his way,
Suddenly, a weird sound like someone whacking a drum rings out.
Xiang Xing's regretting things now, thinking, "Damn, should have just taken that old geezer's money. The road to Nanzhao is still long, man." Xiang Xing suddenly remembers his awesome Big Sis is nearby.
Might as well go mooch a meal off Big Sis's place. He's heading to Tianqi Tower, which is basically the info-leaking front for Black Moon Tower, he thinks.
Who knows, maybe I can even pick up some intel here. Suddenly, Big Sis bursts out the door, making a grand entrance. "Well, well, look who it is. You're back for days, and only now remember to visit your dear sister. It's getting late."
And Shu Xuan suddenly busts out his heavenly fate mirror, saying, "Let's see what Xiangxing's up to." But when he sees the image in the mirror, he's stunned. He blurts out, "This kid actually has a good friend." The mirror is showing a scene in a study. There's a beautiful girl clinging to Xiangxing like she's glued to him. She's whispering, "You heartless thing. Why only come visit your sister now?" Hearing this, Xiangxing awkwardly laughs.
"Sis Hua, get down first. We can talk slowly, okay?" The Hua girl pouts at that.
HMPH-ing. Even more annoyed, "You jerk." Just like that, she lets go of Xiangxing, turns around, and goes straight to the window. While admiring the moon, she asks, "Spit it out, you're definitely here for something, right?" Xiangxing listens and replies, "Sis Hua, I won't lie, I really need a favor." Seeing Xiangxing's anxious look,
Hua girl frowned slightly as if unhappy and then replied, "All right, speak. What big matter is worthy of you to come find me here at this time?" Xiangxing says seriously, "I want to ask about Feng Xiaocheng's whereabouts." Then girl Hua turned around, looking at Xiangxing with a puzzled look, and asked, "Who?" Xiangxing was slightly stunned when he heard the surprise in the other party's voice, and explained more clearly,
"Feng Xiaocheng." Hearing this, girl Hua doubtfully asked, "What are you looking for him for? Do you have a conflict with him?" Xiangxing shook his head and replied, "No, I have other things to find him for. You tell me his whereabouts is enough." Hearing this, girl Hua fell into silence for a while, then smiled and said, "Okay, but how are you going to repay me?" Xiangxing couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard this. And at this time, girl Hua suggested happily, "How about giving me your bones?" This sounds half joking, half serious. Xiangxing had already assumed that girl Hua's words were a joke, so he smiled wryly, while rummaging through his pockets and said, "Stop joking, sis Hua. I have prepared a gift for you."
Hearing this, girl Hua couldn't help but be slightly surprised.
"A gift?" Xiangxing hummed in response, then took out a wooden figurine and handed it to Lady Hua. Hua Gongniang curiously asked, "Where did you get this puppet?" Xiangxing shook his head slightly and replied, "I made it myself." Hearing this, Hua Gongniang looked at the meticulously carved wooden figurine in her hand, then fell silent. Eventually, she said with suspicion, "Little rascal, you've learned how to lie. I know what you're capable of." Then, she glanced at Xiangxing and continued to question, "Tell me the truth. Where did this come from?" Seeing Hua Gongniang's doubtful expression, Xiangxing found it a bit funny and said, "Sis Hua, I'm really not lying to you."
Suddenly, Hua Gongniang moved closer to Xiangxing, as if wanting to press her body against him again. But this time, she only raised her hand to his burning cheek. Xiangxing looked at her flustered appearance.
Hua Gongniang said in a low voice, "Really, my sweetie?" And as if she couldn't bear it anymore, Xiangxing let out a sharp cry and quickly backed away to avoid Hua Gongniang. Looking embarrassed, she looked at Xiangxing, found it a bit funny and said, "You've even picked up bad habits." Hearing this, Xiangxing quickly replied, "Huaji, I really didn't mean anything by it. It's just that I..." Suddenly, the language system in Xiangxing's brain stopped working. Therefore, the words that came out of Xiangxing's mouth were all fragmented.
He awkwardly looked away and stammered, "That thing." Seeing the other party's distressed and embarrassed look, Hua Gongniang sighed.
Then she smiled gently and said, "All right, I'll trust you for now. But you have to tell me what exactly you're looking for Feng Xiaoqing for. The human King Feng family is not someone you can easily mess with, you know." Xiangxing smiled faintly and replied, "I understand, Huaji. I just want to find him to ask about someone." Hua Gongniang burst out laughing as if she had heard a joke and replied,
"Looking for Feng Xiaoqing to ask about someone? It's not that simple. He's a very arrogant person. He probably won't care about you. He's already made a vow to become the third Renwang of the Feng family." Feeling a knot in his heart, Xiangxing then asked, "The third Renwang? Who were the first two?" Hua Gongniang suddenly turned around, looking somewhat carefree, and mockingly replied, "They're all dead. The Feng family is in a lean period right now. Feng Xiaoqing wants to ascend to the position of Renwang as soon as possible to straighten out the Feng family." At this moment, Xiangxing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then that's good. The more arrogant someone is, the easier it is to make them fulfill their promises." Hua Gongniang accidentally heard these confusing words from Xiangxing and couldn't suppress her curiosity. She immediately turned her head, frowned, and asked, "Little brat, what are you planning, exactly?" Unexpectedly, Xiangxing replied sternly,
"I want to challenge him." Hua Gongniang was stunned upon hearing this.
"Huh."
Hua Gongniang said sternly, "Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your head? You want to challenge Feng Xiaoqing? Do you even know the gap between you two? Take my advice. Don't go looking for death. Moreover, Feng Xiaoqing will definitely not accept your challenge. Who are you looking for? Tell me, I can help you find them."
Xiangxing was momentarily silent in the face of Hua Gongyang's somewhat fierce and decisive reaction, then calmly replied,
"This whole thing is super complicated. I don't want you getting involved, sis. Just find Feng Xiaoqing for me, he'll agree. Also, spread the word about this thing. I want him to regret it, even after he loses." Xiangxing slightly curled his lips. It'd be best if he could bet even the reputation of the Renwang family. Ms. Hua was stunned when she heard this. Then she placed her hand on Xiangxing's shoulder and said, "You're really going crazy?" The little monster heard this. Xiangxing's eyes darkened a little. He seriously replied, "I'm not crazy. I must find Feng Xiaoqing." Suddenly, Xiangxing circulated his energy, creating an aura of true Qi light, as if to prove his strength to the other party. Ms. Hua, who noticed Xiangxing's powerful aura, was surprised and doubtful. "What? How is this possible, little baby? How old are you to have cultivated to the 9th level of the Emperor realm? Let me see if your bones have mutated. Let me dissect you to see. You're really fast." Ms. Hua suddenly approached, touching all over Xiangxing's body. He panicked and shouted, "Sister Hua, take your hands off me! Don't touch me there!" At this moment, in the Phoenix family's mansion, enveloped in silent darkness, only in the study was illuminated by lanterns, where a man wearing a dark purple hanfu, standing straight as a pine tree, was gazing at the moon outside the window. Suddenly, a subordinate stepped in to report,
"Young Master, Tianqi Tower has sent a letter." Listening to the subordinate reporting the contents of the letter,
young Master Feng slightly turned his head, questioning. Xiangxing on the other side, in another study, an old man who looked somewhat similar to Feng Xiaoqing was also gazing at the moon outside the window. Then he secretly sighed, "It seems like I need to take a trip."
At this moment, several people sitting at the conference table hearing this couldn't help but be doubtful and surprised. One person after another spoke up and discussed.
"What?" young Master agreed. "A child of a concubine in a small clan dares to be so presumptuous. Isn't this an insult to us? Third elder, with a word from you, we will realize the entire Xiang family." Hearing this, the third elder slightly turned his head and said in a low voice,
"Just observe. Don't act rashly. At the same time..."
But at the Xiang family's mansion, a subordinate clasped his fists and reported to the Xiang family head, "Master, the Elders' Council has just discussed wanting to kick Xiangxing out of the house. What do you think?" The Xiang family head sighed helplessly and replied, "I didn't expect him to act so quickly. I'm helpless now. Let's see what fate has in store."
The next morning, the people surrounded the gate of the martial arts field, trying to look inside, and then discussing animatedly, "Look, Feng Xiaoqing has really arrived. It really is him. I wonder what this Phoenix family's chosen one is thinking, accepting the challenge of a child of a concubine. Do you think the Xiang family wants to piggyback on the Renwang Feng family's popularity? What's there to piggyback on? The Phoenix family is already very low-key. They don't have any popularity in the 9 regions. If you want to piggyback on a higher reputation. Look, Xiangxing has arrived too." They were all surprised when they saw Xiangxing, but when they saw that Feng Xiaoqing had actually agreed and really went to meet him, they were so surprised that they were stunned. Xiangxing walked up to Feng Xiaoqing and smiled. "Hello, Brother Feng." Seeing that Xiangxing had really shown up, Feng Xiaoqing couldn't hide the surprise in his heart and replied, "So it's you. I didn't expect the little monster of the Xiang family to be you." Hearing this, Xiangxing didn't dwell on it and confirmed,
"It is indeed me. The reason for today is that I heard rumors that Brother Feng has always been arrogant, and I just happened to have some questions that need to be asked, so I came up with this plan. Please forgive me." Feng Xiaoqing smiled and replied,
"Feng's arrogance is probably nothing in the eyes of Brother Xiang. During my trip to the northern region, I saw some of Brother Xiang's methods." Whether this was sarcasm or praise, only Xiangxing knew in his heart. But he laughed and clasped his fists in reply. "Brother Feng is too kind." Then he listened to Feng Xiaoqing continue to say, "According to Brother Xiang's way of saying questions, Feng will of course say what he knows. But since I've accepted this challenge, then let's fight a battle, and let me broaden my horizons with Brother Xiang's great arts." Then, coincidentally, Xiangxing and Feng Xiaoqing said at the same time, "Please." Immediately, in the second, true Qi aura exploded, illuminating a region of the sky. At this time, Shu Xuan was happily fertilizing his potted plants in his courtyard, muttering, "I didn't expect Xiangxing to suppress his realm, wanting to fight Feng Xiaoqing at the same level." Then Shu Xuan thought about it, then shrugged and said, "But even so, this battle is meaningless. I won't watch it anymore. Let's go eat." Just as Shu Xuan was about to turn around, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Knowing that your heavenly Dabio plan has taken another step forward, monopolizing the northern region and western continent, the reward is Dabio Realm First Level Cultivation." Hearing this, Shu Xuan stopped in his tracks and looked at the system screen in surprise, but suddenly he frowned and rubbed his chin and said,
Next up is the Eastern Continent. The system's voice continued to report, your disciple Xiang Xing has defeated the descendant of the Ren Wang, making a name for himself in the southern region. His luck has been upgraded, the reward is Chaos Quan, and the luck of Dao's work is upgraded.
At this time Shu Xuan was inside the study illuminated by oil lamps. Shu Xuan scratched his cheek and muttered to himself, "What a series of surprises. First, Xin Zhao was included in the Heavenly Dao plan, and now Xiang Xing has given me such a huge gift. Not bad, not bad."
Then Shu Xuan directly opened the system interface, smiling happily as he clicked. Finally, I can take this opportunity to break through to the fourth gate of the Dao realm. The system accepted Shu Xuan's command and immediately helped him unlock the fourth gate of the Dao realm. Shu Xuan's whole body was enveloped in true qi, and he excitedly shouted, "The fourth gate of the Dao realm? Here I come," Shu Xuan said after ascending to the Dao realm's fourth gate. He could clearly feel his aura becoming much stronger. He happily said, "This feeling is amazing. It's like every pore is filled with power. Absorbing the system rewards feels great," Shu Xuan naturally blurted out. "System, I love you so much. Finally, I'm no longer a low-level existence in the Great Dabio group."
Shu Xuan was so excited that he laughed loudly, his laughter in the middle of the night bringing a creepy, ghostly feeling. Su Xian, who was outside the study, heard it and wondered, "Shifu, why are you acting crazy?" At this moment, the diamond ore essence suddenly trembled, reporting, "You have a new introduction message from Black Moon Tower. The heavenly Dao rules of Zhizhao have changed. To quickly gain insights into the new rules, please go to the designated Black Moon Tower store to purchase related books. First come, first served. While supplies last. Buy now." Hearing this, Su Xian was slightly stunned, then pouted and complained, "Is Black Moon Tower doing some kind of promotion lately? Recommending things to me too? When Black Moon has time, I should ask her to help me cancel this sales promotion service. 12 hours a day of sales pitches. I can't take it anymore." The next morning, the common folk of Xinjiao City were buzzing with discussion. "Lao Liu, our Xinjiao is really famous now,
isn't it? Recently, martial artists from all regions have been flocking to our place to cultivate, all because of some new and different rules." Hearing this, the man sitting across the table from him replied,
"That's right. I heard it's something about heavenly Dagyo rules."
Seeing the other party sharing his viewpoint, he excitedly said, Yes, it's this heavenly Dako rule, it's very powerful. I heard that an old dying celestial realm martial artist, because of this heavenly Dao, gained new insights, and his lifespan was extended. He's preparing for a new breakthrough soon." The man across from him couldn't help but be a little surprised, saying, "Really? That powerful? Should we go take a stroll around Black Moon Tower too?" Hearing this, the man named Lao Liu said, "It's too late to go now. My friend said that all the enlightenment books for today have already been snatched up. Let's wait for tomorrow morning then." The other party nodded in agreement and said, "All right then, Lao Liu. You have to wake me up tomorrow morning, our relationship, right?" The man named Lao Liu decisively replied, "Definitely." 5 years passed by in a hurry. While our Shu Xuan was quietly reading a book,
the diamond ore essence suddenly announced, "Dong Zhao and Bei Zhao have been integrated into the heavenly Dao." Shu Xuan wasn't impressed anymore, and nonchalantly said,
Not bad." Then he smiled and muttered to himself, "In these past few years, I've already reached the 6th gate of the Dao realm. I wonder if my strength has improved a lot. If I had heard news like this before, I would have been very excited. Now I don't feel anything anymore. But speaking of which, Black Moon Tower's contribution to the heavenly Dao's takeover of Dong Zhao is huge. She's really a talented entrepreneur implementing this heavenly Dao plan. In the northern region, only Zhong Zhao remains to be integrated into the heavenly Dao."
Shu Xuan thought for a moment and said, "It seems I have to let Black Moon speed up the next step, and strive to take over the entire northern region as soon as possible. In the future, I'll cultivate Black Moon as the first-generation heavenly Dao Supreme, unifying the large and small forces of the entire northern region. Let's leave the matter of the heavenly Dao Sawa like that for now. I should still use the myriad heaven mirror to find some joy." As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking,
he threw the book aside and summoned the myriad heaven mirror. He tapped on it a few times, and the image in the mirror revealed a scene inside a dark cave where a peerlessly beautiful young woman was quietly meditating and cultivating. Shu Xuan raised an eyebrow in question, looking at her. Why doesn't this woman look like any of the 3 races, human, Yao, or demon?
So it turns out, Bing Luo Xing was born in the 4th era of the Dao Yuan
as one of the
progenitors of the Ice Silkworm race, pioneering the Dao at the end of the 6th Dao Yuan. Shu Xuan was amazed. No wonder this woman feels extraordinary. So she's the progenitor of the Ice Silkworm race, maybe even more influential than those Hongyuan Chu people. Let's say hello first. Myriad Heaven Mirror quickly switched to communication mode. Then he transmitted Shu Xuan's voice across thousands of miles to Bing Luo Xing. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Shu Xuan, and I have established a great Tao group. Those with fate can enter the group. Would you be willing to communicate and join the group?
Unexpectedly, the other party indifferently replied, "Not interested." Hearing this, Shu Xuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "This is the first time I've met such a cold person. Interesting." Then suddenly he smiled confidently. "But I know too well how to deal with this kind of person," Shu Xuan chuckled.
Shu Xuan was plotting to lure his little sis into the group again. Fellow Taoist, after you join, you don't have to pay attention to all the news. It won't disturb your quiet cultivation.
Yuan Yu Bing Luo Xing replied, "This Taoist friend, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Please take back your Ling Qi."
Shu Xuan continued, "Fellow Taoists, don't say that. The Great Tribulation is coming. You should make some preparations. Joining the group and chatting will be helpful." She replied, "Great Tribulation? What does a tiny Dabo origin Great Tribulation have to do with me?" Shu Xuan dropped an even more shocking bombshell. No, a Daio origin Great Tribulation is just a small tribulation. I'm talking about the real Great Daio Tribulation. The scary thing about this tribulation is that even a Daio opening realm cultivator could die in it.
Bing Luo Xing was utterly shocked when she heard that. "What, is that true?"
Of course. Guiding the conversation, then striking with a move that catches the opponent off guard and lures them in. The ultimate technique of a multi-level marketing master. How could he not conquer her? The girl agreed to join the 8 Daos Great Daio group.
Even though he knew everything about her, he still teased her a little.
"We still don't know this Dadio friend's name," she replied.
"Bing Luo Xing. Let's welcome Taoist Bing Luo Xing to the group."
Taoist Bing Luo Xing opened her Dao even earlier than those Hong Taoists. She's also the first person to open her Dao in our Great Dao chat group.
Everyone was stunned when they heard that. This is a true big boss. Hong Yuanchu was surprised. Even earlier than me, the demonic cultivator had never met someone who opened their Dao earlier than him.
Shu Xuan seemed like he needed to update his dedicated multi-level marketing knowledge. Some basic information about the Dao origins. Those Hong Taoists opened their Dao in the 7th Dao origin, while Taoist Bing opened her Dao at the end of the 6th Dao origin. Also, Taoist Bing was born in the mid-4th Dao origin. The group felt truly horrified. Born so early, so she's been driving the celestial plane for a few 100,000 years. She looks so beautiful, but she's just an old hag.
Bing Luo Xing was shocked. Who is this group owner that knows so much accurate information about me?
Bing Luo Xing asked. "May I ask in which Dao origin Shu Xuan Taoist is?" Shu Xuan replied, "I don't calculate based on Dao origins."
What, could this group owner, Shu Xuan, have existed since the beginning of the 9 domains?
To avoid exposure, and to give the impression of a mysterious expert, Shu Xuan used the excuse of having something to do, and quickly logged off,
leaving the group bewildered, and wondering what this group owner was always so busy doing. But little did they know, Shu Xuan's work was just eating and sleeping. Shu Xuan felt it was time to open a Dao opening realm group. After all, there were too many secrets about the Dao opening realm, and it wasn't convenient to discuss them with the newbie Dao realm group. Plus, it could quickly speed up the advancement of his primal origin Dao star. Just as he was pondering when to create the group, Shu Xuan sensed the sky changing. The Dao origin Great Tribulation had finally arrived. Thunder rumbled outside, and the sky changed. Xian asked, "Shifu, what's happening? Why is there such a shocking thunderstorm?"
Shu Xuan replied, "It's nothing. Just the Dao origin Great Tribulation is here." Xian was surprised. "Then what should we do?" Shu Xuan told her not to worry. It was just a small tribulation. Entering the tribulation could even bring great fortune. Shu Xuan asked Xian if she wanted to enter the tribulation to challenge it, knowing she would use it, no matter how many opportunities were out there. Clinging to Shifu's golden thighs was true love. She resolved not to go. Staying home and cooking for Shifu was better than any opportunities out there. Shu Xuan also thought she was right. If it weren't for Xian he'd only have cold rice brought by Shu Ru, so she should stay home and cook. Xian feels that Shifu understands her so well. Xian skills are getting even more awesome. Shu Xuan is worried about getting fat from eating too much, which would mess up his plan to lure chickens. But, after a good meal, that's when ideas start flowing. He has a pretty wild thought. The Great Dadio Tribulation is coming, so the rules of heaven and earth in the 9 regions are definitely going to be chaotic. He can use this chance to let his heavenly Dadio plan exploit the loopholes. If he plays it right, he could quickly take over the 9 regions. Plus, the heavenly Dao mainly relies on the primal Dao essence to nourish itself, and that primal Dao essence is linked to the Great Dao. So could he wait until the 9 regions are fully integrated into the heavenly Dao, and then snatch the Great Dao? If he could even grasp the Great Dao, what kind of reward would the system give him then? But right now, there are still some important problems to solve, and that's the ancient desolate region. The heavenly Dao has absolutely no foundation there, and it's closest to the Great Dao. If he wants to pull off his plan, he has to get the ancient desolate region first. Time to go lure those Hongyuan Shu guys. Inject a few more things into them, making them the foundation for deploying the heavenly Tao in the ancient desolate region.
Also gotta hit up Ren Shanghe and Luo Ming to have them go to the ancient desolate region to keep an eye on things. The heavenly Dao is changing drastically. Lightning fills the sky. The show's about to start.
Xian Er, Bao Shifu, Qin Ying's little sister, has arrived and is waiting to report outside. Shu Xuan has been working around the clock lately, busy eating and sleeping. How would he have time to rush over to Thailand to find a gender reassignment surgery for Qin Ying, and now he's here to find him?
Qin Ying is standing outside, paying respect to Shifu.
Shu Xuan avoided the issue of Qin Ying becoming a man again, and claimed that he was busy in closed-door cultivation. If there was anything, just tell Xian Er, and he would solve it after he was out of seclusion. Qin Ying asked Shifu for permission to return to training the Great Qin army, and restore the glory of Great Qin of the past. Scared me. I thought he wanted to be a man again. Shu Xuan allowed Qin Ying to go to train the army, and then return to the eastern region to await for assignments.
Qin Ying knelt down and bid farewell to Shifu, and then bid farewell to Xian Er, and left.
Shu Xuan told Xian Er to take the 2 Dao fruits in the small world and give them to Du Yuan, and then go to the chaotic territory with Little Evil King to deploy the heavenly Dao talismans there. Xian Er has never eaten Dao fruits since she was little, and now she is giving them to 2 errand boys, Shu Xuan replied. The natural treasures that you eat in the small world are not much worse than Dao fruits.
Moreover, cultivation must be done step by step, and you cannot ascend to the sky in one step, Xian Er coquettishly said. I just want to taste what a Dalio fruit tastes like, Shu Xuan said. No way. Wait for you to break through the heavenly realm. H will give you one to eat just for fun. On an open space, a person appeared in a battered and tattered appearance. He offended a grandson of an elder in the sect, so he was hunted down to here. Maybe today is his last day. I don't know if that old beast will come here immediately. He thought about his life.
He was born in a small village. After leaving the village, he desperately joined the sect. This is also a point of pride for ordinary people.
Until he met the eldest grandson of the sect's old ancestor. That beast broke all his beautiful dreams. It turned out that the other party wanted to play with him, so he asked a senior sister to pretend to have feelings for him, luring him into the net. Then, he appeared and said that this was just a play he created to play with him. It's true that idle people often play tricks. He wanted him to live like a dog. I thought that, if he became the laughingstock of the whole sect, that guy would let him go. But unexpectedly, that beast felt that playing with him had become boring, so he came up with a trick to kill him, to satisfy his perverted animality. So, you, a regular Joe, pinned your hopes on joining a sect to change your life, huh?
But wouldn't you know it, you ran into a pervert. But you didn't just roll over, you fought back and off that beast, didn't you?
Now you've got the guy behind him hunting you down. Looks like you're running on fumes. That old geezer is coming. Today might be your last day, huh? Finally, the old ancestor behind the guy shows up.
He's barreling straight towards you.
You're completely out of juice to fight back. Bring it on. I ain't scared. Shu Xuan looks up at the sky and shouts, "Man, I've been so bored lately." Then he sighs. He says, "Now besides breaking through to the Dafio opening realm, I don't need anything anymore." Then, he points at his face, head full of thoughts. He sighs to himself, so bored. Then he says, "Maybe I'll use my myriad heaven mirror to find some fun. The child of destiny from the 9 regions. I'm still missing the western and central regions. I wonder if I can snag anything good this time."
Through the demon-revealing mirror, nah, just kidding, the myriad heaven mirror, Shu Xuan sees a guy in tattered clothes, all beat up, sitting and cultivating in a desolate forest. It's Qianming, the child of destiny from the central region, rising from obscurity. After facing hardship, Shu Xuan, seeing he's found what he's looking for, smiles with a hint of mischief and a lot of calculation. He says, "Ask and you shall receive." But looking at his situation, it seems like a figure with a blade is appearing behind Qianming. Rushing towards him, Shu Xuan grits his teeth and says, "There's an old bastard trying to kill my child of destiny." The guy rushing over yells, "Pay for my grandson's life." Qianming doesn't dodge. He just says, "It's over." Suddenly, Shu Xuan's image appears through the myriad heaven mirror. He says, "Where did this old geezer come from? Die for me, you old coot." Qianming's face is a mask of stunned surprise, and the other guy, hearing the voice, says, "Is this old coot talking about me?" But then poof, he explodes. Qianming's jaw drops like he's seeing Super Saiyan for the first time. He says, "Just one shout." But before he can finish, Shu Xuan cuts him off, saying, "Don't be afraid, young friend." Qianming, scared stiff, says, "Senior." Shu Xuan introduces himself, even though no one asked. "I'm just passing through the 9 regions out of boredom." Qianming mutters to himself, "Someone with such heaven-defying abilities, a single shout could wipe out a heaven realm martial artist. If he directly attacked, would I be killed by the aftershocks?" Shu Xuan can still hear what Qianming is saying. He immediately radiates the light of a father and teacher, saying, Young friend, I already know your fate. I saw your life was in danger, so I stepped in to help. No need to be afraid.
Qianming, buying Shu Xuan's bullcrap hook, line and sinker, says, Senior, you can see my life. Shu Xuan starts spinning a yarn with authority. Young friend, you managed to enter a small sect, hoping to rise above the rest. But you were trampled on by a lowlife. You fought back, risking your life to kill him. It wasn't easy to get this far. Today's events are fate. I see your talent is decent. Would you like to become my disciple? Qianming clasps his hands and bows, saying, Senior, I'm not worthy, Shu Xuan says sternly. You don't agree? Qianming hurriedly retorted. No, I agree. It's just a bit hard to believe at first, Shu Xuan continued.
Since the opportunity has arrived, just accept it, Qianming obediently replied. Yes, senior, yes, Shifu. Then he grinned like a silly fool. Shu Xuan was stoked to see how easily this guy was fooled.
He happily clapped his chest and said, Good. This master will now impart the cultivation technique to you. Then, Shu Xuan pointed towards the mirror and said, This master has already placed all the techniques of this sect that are suitable for you into your head. Cultivate diligently. Qianming bowed his head low. Thank you, Shifu, Shu Xuan replied. No need for formalities. Go. This master will also bestow upon you a heavenly Tao talisman of this sect. Find an opportunity to set it up in the central domain. Also, this master has set up a formation within this mountain valley, so no one can disturb you. You can cultivate in peace here.
Then, Shu Xuan changed his tune. Today is truly a joyous day. Time flew by swiftly.
And the assessment came. 1 month later. Shu Ming sighed in the mountain valley. I didn't expect to break through so quickly. My talent is truly not bad, but it's all thanks to Shifu, or I wouldn't be where I am today. Through the myriad realms mirror.
Shu Xuan's image appeared again. He called out twice. Qianming happily looked up and said, Shifu, you've arrived.
Shu Xuan inquired.
How has your cultivation been lately? Any progress?
Qianming joyfully reported. Shifu, this disciple has already broken through to the imperial realm. Triple layer. Shu Xuan continued to ask, Do you plan to descend the mountain? Qianming firmly replied. This disciple feels that my cultivation is insufficient, so I want to temper myself a bit, Shu Xuan said. Such a teachable kid.
Break through to the divine realm, triple layer, then descend the mountain, Qianming obediently replied. This disciple understands. In a distant desert region,
Mo Hongliu spat out blood. Cough. Cao Tianyi, on the other hand, stood in the flowing water, laughing gleefully. Mo Hongliu shouted, Cao Tianyi, you will definitely die, Cao Tianyi with a venomous gaze said.
Brother Mo, there's no need to say it like that. I'm just taking the first step and making the choice you wanted to make. If I didn't act today,
the one lying on the shore would be me, and you would be standing here.
He approached Mo Hongliu's divine body
and said, I'm just a little faster, that's all. Your divine body, I'll accept it. Then, a suction force appeared in his hand, drawing out Mo Hongliu's divine body. Mo Hongliu, lying on the shore, said, I guess you are ruthless. I can't believe I trusted you anymore. Cao Tianyi smirked and said,
Brother Mo, why do you say it like we've ever trusted each other before? It's just that the situation at the time required us to unite and help each other. Mo Hongliu stood up and said, You're absolutely right. We were just using each other. Cao Tianyi smirked and said,
Rest assured, Brother Mo, I will kill all your enemies, Mo Hongliu replied. Brother Mo is truly thinking of me. Then he looked up and said,
No need for formalities, Brother Mo. This is what I should do. Then, Mo Hongliu flashed an even more cunning smile.
But please worry more about yourself, Brother Cao Tianyi. Upon hearing this, said, What? His eyes were bloodshot, as he unleashed a palm strike towards Mo Hongliu, saying, Don't even think about ruining my good deed. Suddenly, Mo Hongliu's entire body blurred,
transforming into a spirit, saying, I'm still a step too slow this time. Cao Tianyi howled in agony.
The spot where he stood exploded in a cloud of dust. Cao Tianyi was roaring, his soul being torn apart, creating an underwater explosion. His screams echoed throughout the cave.
Ren Zhanghe, who was nearby, muttered to himself, What's that sound? Is someone here? He held a short blade in his hand.
Looking at it and sighing, Shifu sent me here to retrieve a treasure, but the quality here is hardly presentable. With that, he tossed the short blade onto the ground.
Forget it. I should still take a stroll.
But he suddenly heard someone shouting, Kill! He looked over, startled. The person kept repeating, Kill Mo Hongliu, kill Mo Hongliu.
Ren Zhanghe hurriedly said,
Cao Tianyi. But he just kept repeating the same sentence,
Kill Mo Hongliu, then lunged towards Ren Zhanghe, his hand glowing with purple light,
the power tightly binding Ren Zhanghe. He said, So strong, how is this possible? But Ren Zhanghe waved his hand, and the power turned around, controlling Cao Tianyi instead. Ren Zhanghe said, We are both in the spirit-severing realm, And I am about to reach the peak, Cao Tianyi continued to roar, kill Mo Hongliu. Until he was spitting out blood, Ren Zhanghe lightly replied, looks like he really has gone mad. Then, he held his sword and said,
no choice, I have to. Ren Zhanghe swung his sword,
emitting golden light, as he chanted an incantation.
Dao Geo treasure activate. Summon all the lost souls. Then the golden light shot towards Cao Tianyi, who was still roaring, causing an explosion and rocks to fall down, burying Cao Tianyi's body.
Ren Zhanghe said, damn it, even using a Daddio treasure doesn't give me an overwhelming advantage. Running is the best option. Even after reaching outside the cave, Ren Zhanghe could still hear Cao Tianyi shouting, kill. Ren Zhanghe left behind a sentence, an undying vengeful spirit, and quickly left. Back to where Shu Xuan was, he was opening a Dharma artifact saying, the Tao unfolds. On the other side appeared a scene of ruins,
corpses piled high. The scene was extremely eerie and terrifying,
and the desert was so barren that no vegetation could survive.
What was worth noting was that in such harsh living conditions, there was actually a person sitting proudly here. However, one must pay close attention. What the mysterious person was sitting on was not a large rock, but a stack of bones, creating a very firm seat. The man sitting on the pile of bones suddenly sensed a very powerful presence that had just appeared, his eyebrows furrowed together, and he closed his eyes to concentrate, not daring to neglect it in the slightest, and that presence gave people a feeling of pressure, and was extremely dangerous. After carefully sensing it, the mysterious person opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards his sword. What caught people's attention was that the weapon was piercing through a skull. How much force must one use to keep the skull intact? Even when enduring the sword being deeply inserted into it, the mysterious person, even after carefully examining it, was still not certain about his feelings. This aura is extreme.
On this side, right here in the small courtyard, our protagonist, Shu Xuan, is standing in front of the karma mirror. Looking at the person in the mirror, who felt completely unfamiliar, Shu Xuan politely inquired, hey, karma mirror bro, who's this dude?
Before Shu Xuan had to wait long, the karma mirror instantly found the answer and displayed it on a blue screen. Tu Wang Dao killed extreme Dao realm martial artists up to the 12th level, and has killed 3 kings, making him unwelcome in the 9 regions. As soon as Shu Xuan saw this information about the mysterious man, he was utterly shocked,
completely unable to believe it was true. After a few seconds of stunned silence due to those lines of information, Shu Xuan still couldn't calm down. The more he looked at the mysterious man in the mirror, the more he couldn't help but shout, slaughtered 3 kings! This mysterious figure called Tu Wang Dao, with such outstanding abilities, is truly rare. Tu Wang Dao just sitting there was enough to make others feel constant pressure. After carefully observing Tu Wang Dao, Shu Xuan immediately understood something. The 9 regions don't have kings from the 3 races anymore, so he's the mastermind. What a bad habit. Looking at Tu Wang Dao,
because of his past actions, he now has to live a life of wandering everywhere. Shu Xuan couldn't help but sigh at Tu Wang Dao's fate. Such talent is rare. Extreme Dao has banned him. A pity. But so what? If Extreme Dao doesn't accept him, we still have our protagonist, Shu Xuan. Using the karma mirror to link his home space with the space where Tu Wang Dao is sitting,
the moment it succeeded, Shu Xuan didn't hesitate for even a second, and immediately called out, Tu Wang Dao was sitting alone in an extremely desolate desert with no one around, when suddenly a voice called his name, startling him greatly. He immediately jumped up, constantly looking around to find the voice, extremely anxiously. Who is it? Tu Wang Dao? Feeling that someone dared to scare him like that, was extremely angry, and immediately reached out to grab the hilt of his sword, then forcefully pulled out the sword that was stuck in a skull, threatening furiously, does he want to become a member of this pile of bones too? After finally finding the fearless guy who dared to speak,
Tu Wang Dao immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to react in time if Shu Xuan made a move. After staring intently at Shu Xuan, who had suddenly appeared so strangely in the sky, Tu Wang Dao asked tentatively, is he also here to hunt down Extreme Dao, right? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Seeing Tu Wang Dao's reaction, Shu Xuan couldn't help but burst out laughing, then slowly replied, no. Shu Xuan gave a mysterious smile, staring intently at Tu Wang Dao, who was waiting on the other side of the karma mirror. Then, Shu Xuan's face immediately turned serious, and he said very slowly, quite the opposite. I'm here to give Extreme Dao a chance to flourish. Seeing that Tu Wang Dao was clearly a little shaken by his words but still unwilling to believe it, Shu Xuan persisted in asking, right now, he's stuck at the final 12th level of the Dao realm, unable to progress, right? The moment Shu Xuan finished speaking, Tu Wang Dao was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Shu Xuan, half wanting to believe, half not wanting to believe. How does he know? No, he's lying to me. Seeing Tu Wang Dao's reaction, Shu Xuan wasn't in a hurry at all, but instead calmly watched Tu Wangdao gradually lose his composure in front of him and carefully comforted him. "Don't worry, tell me slowly." After seeing that Tu Wangdao had stabilized his emotions, Shu Xuan didn't wait another second, and quickly continued. "He slaughtered 3 kings in a short period. His cultivation level has risen greatly, but this is an extreme method." Immediately afterwards, Shu Xuan asked Tu Wangdao, "Extreme cultivation after all is not stable, and there are even some things you can't control, right?" However, every sentence, every word that Shu Xuan spoke, was exactly the situation Tu Wangdao was currently facing, without the slightest mistake. Seeing that Shu Xuan could clearly state everything about himself, Tu Wangdao immediately felt nervous, his eyebrows furrowing, making the already aged face of Tu Wangdao now have even more wrinkles. His teeth clenched so tightly that the person opposite could vaguely hear the sound. Seeing that Tu Wangdao didn't respond, Shu Xuan didn't urge him, still maintaining the serious expression of an experienced person, luring him, slowly revealing the secret that Tu Wangdao had been hiding in his heart for so long, because he didn't want to face it. One Dao rule of his can't be controlled, proving that he has suffered from rejection, or even backlash. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Tu Wangdao no longer wanted to struggle to deny it, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. After calming down, Tu Wangdao asked Shu Xuan for help. "Senior, do you have a way to resolve this?" That question from Tu Wangdao was exactly what Shu Xuan wanted. After seeing that the fish had smelled the delicious bait, Shu Xuan immediately reeled in the fishing rod without any hesitation. Shu Xuan answered very leisurely, without any hurry. "Of course there is a way to resolve it, but he and I are not related. If he's willing to follow me, become my disciple, then I can teach him." Tu Wangdao originally thought that he was lucky to have met a kind person to help him, but he never expected that the person who came had the intention of taking advantage of his predicament. Because of this, Tu Wangdao's heart immediately burst into anger, gnashing his teeth and roaring out word by word, "What, you?" Seeing that Tu Wangdao had refused and was so angry, Shu Xuan wasn't flustered at all. Anyway, the one suffering the loss wouldn't be himself. He quickly opened his mouth to comfort him. "Don't be angry. Everything must value fate. If he has any worries, it's okay not to agree." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan pretended to prepare to leave, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Tu Wangdao, who was constantly hesitating below, "We'll meet again if we're fated." Seeing Shu Xuan turn around and leave so decisively, Tu Wangdao's heart immediately became flustered, hurriedly reaching out to stop him, anxiously calling out, "Shu Xuan, don't leave, senior, wait." Shu Xuan had just turned around. When he saw that Tu Wangdao couldn't bear it anymore and had to surrender, his heart was so happy that he wanted to laugh out loud, but on the surface he was very calm, his face showing a slightly surprised expression, and he slowly asked, "What's the matter? On this side?" Seeing that Shu Xuan was willing to stop his steps, Tu Wangdao was overjoyed, not daring to refuse Shu Xuan anymore, and immediately knelt down, clasped his hands together, and bowed down, very sincerely, and even his mouth didn't hesitate to agree to Shu Xuan's request that he was willing to acknowledge Senior as his master. Shu Xuan, who was standing in the small courtyard of his home, saw Tu Wangdao was afraid that he would leave like before, and immediately agreed through the karma mirror, didn't hold back anymore, and immediately showed a sly smile, overjoyed, because that fish, because it couldn't bear it anymore, had automatically jumped ashore. "Couldn't bear it anymore, huh? Still dared to be cautious with me?" But when facing Tu Wangdao, Shu Xuan immediately put on a serious expression, carefully thought for a while, and then agreed. "Good, if there is fate, I will accept him, but in the future, everything must be subordinate to me." Tu Wangdao didn't dare to offer any more opinions, looked up at Shu Xuan, and replied very respectfully, "Yes, disciple will obey." Seeing that Tu Wangdao was determined to be loyal to him, Shu Xuan didn't make things difficult anymore, and the more he looked closely at Tu Wangdao, the more satisfied Shu Xuan felt. But the thing that was an eyesore here was the pile of dry bones stacked high. He still couldn't get used to looking at it. Because of this, Shu Xuan instructed Tu Wangdao to take care of these things. "Very good. The first thing, clean up the pile of bones in his cave. Handle it properly." After speaking, Shu Xuan continued to speak with a very majestic tone, asking him if he had any doubts. Tu Wangdao was originally regretting the pile of bones that he had accumulated for so long, but when he heard that question he was startled and shuddered, hurriedly dispelling the intention to resist, and didn't dare to hesitate and respectfully replied, "Disciple wouldn't dare." Seeing that Tu Wangdao was obedient, Shu Xuan was very satisfied, and then ended the conversation and left. Suddenly at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out with a very polite tone. "Xiang Xing requests to see the family head of the Feng family." The scene has now shifted to another dimension. Here there is a sky full of white clouds, and along with that are warm rays of sunshine shining down, spreading warmth everywhere, and in this place there is a building, built very meticulously, looking very dignified, is located. The person who had just spoken was none other than Xiang Xing, who had come alone to the residence of the great Feng family. Very respectfully, he clasped his hands together and politely stated the reason why he came here today. Xiangxing requests to see the Feng family head, right in front of the main gate of the building where the entire Feng family lives.
It was none other than Xiangxing, who was standing and waiting. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone appear, Xiangxing wasn't in a hurry, but still politely stated the reason once again. But this time the sound was even more resounding than the last time. Xiangxing requests to see the family head of the Feng family. Suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, and then the tightly closed door suddenly opened wide. The person who came looked like he was the manager here. The person saw that Xiangxing was still persistently talking and refused to leave, and was extremely angry. As soon as he saw Xiangxing's face, the manager didn't treat the person who came as a guest, but instead treated Xiangxing very rudely, constantly roaring and questioning, "What's all the noise about? Who are you?" On this side, although Xiangxing was treated like this, he wasn't angry at all.
Still maintaining his polite demeanor, Xiangxing replied to the steward, stating that he was Xiangxing and had a matter to discuss, requesting an audience. Even though Xiangxing was being perfectly proper, that annoying steward didn't change his attitude one bit. What's worse, the overbearing steward didn't even let Xiangxing finish his sentence before putting on a super unpleasant face and rudely shooing Xiangxing away,
saying, "The master isn't here, you can go back." Feng Shaoqing just happened to be strolling around the estate at that moment and witnessed the whole thing.
Seeing his family's steward hastily chasing Xiangxing away, Feng Shaoqing hurried over, fanning himself with his fan, and slowly said, "Hold on, a guest is still a guest." The steward was stunned to see Feng Shaoqing and couldn't understand what he was up to, so he quickly asked, "Young master." Feng Shaoqing continued to fan himself, secretly thrilled that his chance for revenge had finally come. On the surface, he made no attempt to hide his amusement, and openly laughed, seeing Xiangxing come alone to his door. He immediately taunted Xiangxing. "He actually came after losing last time. Didn't expect him to deliver himself to my doorstep." Xiangxing didn't react to Feng Shaoqing's words,
but closed his eyes and clasped his hands together politely, slowly reminding Feng Shaoqing of their previous agreement. "Young Master Feng, about the news you promised after our last fight, it has yet to be fulfilled."
As soon as Xiangxing finished speaking, Feng Shaoqing understood why Xiangxing had come. He immediately put on a disdainful expression, not taking the promise seriously at all, and said casually, "You came all this way just for this? Tell me that. What important news do you want to know?" The moment Feng Shaoqing finished speaking, Xiangxing didn't hesitate,
and immediately stated that he wanted to find his mother's whereabouts. Feng Shaoqing tilted his head slightly after hearing that he was looking for someone.
Looking puzzled, he closed his fan with his right hand and gently tapped it against his other palm, looking directly at Xiangxing as he voiced his confusion. "That's strange. What does your mother have to do with my Feng family?" Xiangxing knew that if he wanted to find his mother, he needed to explain things clearly,
so without hesitation, he immediately revealed the information. He knew, father said that mother is a woman from the Feng family, a daughter of the Feng family.
Feng Shaoqing was slightly surprised to hear those words, but quickly recovered and continued to press him with a smile. "If that's the case, what's your mother's name?" Xiangxing answered all of Feng Shaoqing's questions completely with everything he knew, without hiding anything, and it was the same this time. "I never met my mother since I was little. I only heard people call her Ru Ping." As soon as Feng Shaoqing heard the name Xiangxing had just said, he immediately knew who it was. Feng Shaoqing stood on the steps, looking down at Xiangxing below, and said with a laugh, in a seemingly familiar and affectionate tone, "Feng Ru Ping, I know her, she's my aunt." Even Xiangxing couldn't have foreseen this turn of events. Feng Shaoqing's words had ended, but Xiangxing was still standing there dumbfounded, staring at Feng Shaoqing. After a short time, when Xiangxing was finally able to calm down and realize that he and Feng Shaoqing had such a close relationship, he quickly clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, respectfully and politely, and said, "Feng, since that is the case, then I should call young Master Feng cousin." Feng Shaoqing was secretly plotting how to deal with Xiangxing, but on the surface, he accepted this form of address in a very friendly manner. Whatever. Xiangxing didn't seem particularly happy or have any other reaction. After learning about his relationship with the Feng family, he only wanted information about his mother. Next, Xiangxing carefully continued to inquire about Feng Shaoqing. "May I ask, cousin, can you tell me the whereabouts of my mother?" Seeing Xiangxing stubbornly wanting to know about Feng Ruping, Feng Shaoqing immediately took this opportunity to make things difficult and take revenge for his previous defeat against Xiangxing. Feng Shaoqing gently raised his folded fan, then looked intently at the anxious expression on Xiangxing's face. After a long while he cracked a sly smile, and slowly began to speak. "This is a bit difficult. Even though she is your mother, it's still a matter within my family. You're still from another family after all." Hearing Feng Shaoqing's words, Xiangxing knew that this guy was deliberately saying these things to him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and could only stand there silently, without saying a word. Seeing Xiangxing's reaction, Feng Shaoqing was overjoyed, but his revenge plan was only just beginning. Seeing Xiangxing looking extremely troubled and unsure of what to do, Feng Xiaoqing immediately threw out some bait, pretending to be very kind and helpful. "But I plan to give you a chance." Not giving Xiangxing time to react, Feng Xiaoqing immediately opened his fan in front of Xiangxing and stated his condition: "Let us get to know each other through martial arts, spar once more." Seeing Feng Xiaoqing suddenly become so kind, Xiangxing didn't know how to react, happy that he was about to find his mother, but also worried about Feng Xiaoqing's actions. Seeing that Xiangxing was still hesitating and hadn't agreed immediately, Feng Xiaoqing looked at Xiangxing with a provocative expression and continued to entice him. That way, if people at home ask, I can say it's because of a martial arts contest. Xiangxing also understood that if he wanted to find information about his mother, there was no other way but to agree to Feng Xiaoqing's request. After thinking it over carefully, Xiangxing agreed. Without hesitation, Xiangxing carefully looked towards Feng Xiaoqing and said, "All right, please enlighten me, cousin." As soon as Xiangxing finished speaking, Feng Xiaoqing didn't give Xiangxing any time to prepare and instantly shouted loudly and raised his hand, using all his strength to continuously wave his fan. This fan was also Feng Xiaoqing's weapon. After the fan was swung, countless needles with strange shapes but extremely sharp poured out from within, constantly flying straight towards Xiangxing. Xiangxing had just finished speaking, so he didn't have any time to prepare, and now he was caught in a surprise attack by that Feng Xiaoqing. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reactions, Xiangxing was able to dodge them all. While Xiangxing was constantly moving to escape the needles, he was furious inside, using hidden weapons in a sparring match. Although he really wanted to beat up that despicable Feng Xiaoqing, he didn't dare, and could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. This guy purely wanted to take revenge for losing to him last time, but for his mother. At the moment when Xiangxing was completely focused on dodging those despicable and contemptible attacks, suddenly a foot abruptly kicked straight towards Xiangxing. Also because he was too focused on this, dodging those needles, Xiangxing didn't have time to react and took the full force of that kick from the despicable Feng Xiaoqing. Those who live together are alike, from the master to the servants, all despicable, unethical, and contemptible. Seeing Xiangxing being knocked down so easily, Feng Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel overjoyed, acting as if the victory was created from his own strength. Clearly, he used dirty tricks and still dared to act confidently that he had defeated Xiangxing. Seeing Xiangxing being kicked to the ground, Feng Xiaoqing didn't bother to put on a friendly face anymore, and immediately revealed his true colors, showing a malicious expression, and loudly mocking Xiangxing without restraint. "Junior brother Xiang, your skills are not as good as before." After the martial arts competition just now, Xiangxing also knew that the reason he lost, besides his own lack of vigilance, was mostly due to Feng Xiaoqing's extremely despicable tricks, but Xiangxing couldn't do anything. To achieve his goal, he could only pretend to be weak and flatter the hateful Feng Xiaoqing in front of him. "As expected of you, cousin. Your progress is so rapid, I'm not at your level." On the surface, that's what he said. But in Xiangxing's heart, the anger grew stronger and stronger, his jaws clenched tightly, constantly making creaking sounds. Xiangxing thought of the mother he hadn't met in so long, and felt that these sacrifices were nothing. For his mother, he had to endure. Feng Xiaoqing, who was having a lot of fun playing, couldn't possibly stop easily. Because he saw that inside Xiangxing was a very strong determination, willing to sacrifice anything to find Feng Ruping, Feng Xiaoqing had no qualms about continuously torturing Xiangxing. Seeing Xiangxing still hadn't gotten up, Feng Xiaoqing hurriedly urged him again. Deep down, Xiangxing held an immense love for the mother he'd never even met. That's why he was willing to give up everything just to find his mom, Feng Ruping. Even though Xiangxing was super determined, unfortunately, he ran into a total scumbag like Feng Xiaoqing, and this jerk, Feng Xiaoqing, kept using the info he had to trick Xiangxing into fighting him. That's why Xiangxing didn't dare fight back against Feng Xiaoqing. So, again and again, Feng Xiaoqing kept beating him up, sending him flying. Xiangxing was getting seriously hurt. After countless beatdowns from Feng Xiaoqing, Xiangxing couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed onto the ground, and blood immediately started pouring from the corner of his mouth, even though he was boiling mad, wanting to pay Feng Xiaoqing back for everything. He thought about his goal and found more motivation. He looked at Feng Xiaoqing, who was grinning like a Cheshire cat, because he got his revenge, and said some flattering stuff that was totally against his heart, praising his cousin. "You've got some skills, alright?" Feng Xiaoqing saw Xiangxing looking so pathetic, and felt totally satisfied. But damn, Feng Xiaoqing didn't realize that getting revenge would take so much effort. So he didn't want to play anymore. He took a deep breath, let it out with a sigh, and casually said to Xiangxing, "It's been an hour. I'm tired too. Let's call it a day. You should head back." After saying what he wanted, Feng Xiaoqing didn't hesitate for a second. He turned around and walked away, completely ignoring the promise they'd just made. Xiangxing saw Feng Xiaoqing leaving so decisively and quickly called out to stop him. Wait, Xiangxing was aching all over, feeling totally worn out. But as soon as he saw Feng Xiaoqing stop and turn around, Xiangxing didn't hesitate to remind him of their deal. Please, cousin, keep your promise. Tell me where my mother is. Feng Xiangxing never had any intention of telling Xiangxing anything. He just wanted to get revenge for losing face last time. So, when he heard Xiangxing say that, he immediately sneered. He'd barely turned his back when he blurted out, "Don't know her. Who knows your mother? Stop trying to climb the social ladder. The Feng family doesn't have any relatives like you."
And Feng Xiangxing didn't stop there. He kept on mocking and jeering at Xiangxing, not knowing when to quit. Also, "Don't call me cousin, it's disgusting. Mongrel!" As soon as Feng Xiangxing finished speaking, Xiangxing couldn't hold it in anymore. The anger inside him was like a volcano about to erupt, thinking about all the humiliation and hardship he'd put up with until now, only to be met with Feng Xiangxing's nasty words. Xiangxing's face immediately darkened. His eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Feng Xiangxing and questioned in an icy tone, "Is that true?"
Feng Xiangxing had no idea how incredibly stupid he was to provoke Xiangxing. He definitely wouldn't forget the horrible consequences of this. Feng Xiangxing was still feeling good, because he'd gotten his revenge, not knowing that danger was coming. He was in a great mood, always grinning, and to make sure no one could ruin it, he immediately told someone to kick Xiangxing out. "Steward!" The steward, who was standing nearby, heard Feng Xiangxing calling him, and immediately rushed over, answering respectfully, "Young master, yes?" They both didn't notice Xiangxing's strange change and didn't even care. Feng Xiangxing didn't want to see Xiangxing's face anymore, not even think about it. It made him sick, so he quickly urged the steward to kick Xiangxing out. But on the surface, he pretended to be all righteous and polite, seeing him off. The steward, after hearing Feng Xiangxing's orders, immediately ran straight to Xiangxing and politely said, "Please leave, young master." Xiangxing didn't react at all to the steward's words. He just stayed silent. His face was now filled with fury, his eyebrows tightly knitted together, causing a huge wrinkle to appear in the middle of his forehead. Xiangxing just wanted to pounce on Feng Xiangxing and beat him so bad that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. And if anyone dared to get in his way, they should be ready for it. The first one that Xiangxing would deal with was very predictable. It wasn't anyone else but the steward who was preparing to invite Xiangxing out. Xiangxing attacked unexpectedly, but with deadly precision. With just one blow, Xiangxing was able to solve everything.
Right after that, suddenly a beam of light flashed past. And it was so fast that if anyone saw it, they would think that they are just seeing things. On this side,
Feng Xiangxing, in a good mood and full of disdain for Xiangxing, was preparing to leave. Just as Feng Xiangxing lifted his foot and hadn't taken a step yet, at that moment, Xiangxing flew over and attacked Feng Xiangxing before he could react. That attack was so fast that Feng Xiangxing didn't even have time to react, and it was so strong that with just one blow, Feng Xiangxing couldn't bear it and immediately spewed out a stream of fresh blood. Feng Xiangxing couldn't even feel what had just happened to himself because of Xiangxing's unexpected attack. What the hell?
The whole person of Feng Xiangxing was punched by Xiangxing and sent flying into the air. Right after punching Feng Xiangxing, Xiangxing maintained the same posture. The more he thought about Feng Xiangxing's actions of constantly humiliating him and making a joke of him, the more Xiangxing couldn't suppress his anger. Even in Xiangxing's eyes, there was now full of resentment and out of control, only knowing to rush straight to Feng Xiangxing and continuously beat him until he calmed down. What he thought he had to do, he immediately had to do it. Xiangxing was the same way, not hesitating for another second. He put all of his strength to his ankles, and then immediately launched to fly.
Normally, Xiangxing was already strong, but now he was also made angry, and because of that, Xiangxing's speed was now 100, even 1,000 times faster than ever before, surpassing even lightning, and rivaling the speed of light.
In the meantime, Feng Xiangxing was sent flying up, and has yet to fall down to the ground or recognize the situation. Then he has to endure another blow by Xiangxing. Also because of this attack, Feng Xiangxing could fly higher and further than before. Even though Feng Xiangxing was continuously falling down because of the gravity of the earth, every attack of Xiangxing was extremely accurate, attacking straight into the weak positions of Feng Xiangxing.
In Feng Xiangxing's heart, he was terrified about this sudden twist by Xiangxing. He quickly wanted to break free and retaliate, but every attack caused Feng Xiangxing pain to the point where he can't do anything other than being at ease and act as a punching bag for Xiangxing to release his anger. He can't even speak. What is Feng Xiangxing thinking and feeling in his heart? Xiangxing doesn't even know, and has no need to know. Right after this attack just ended for not even a long time, Xiangxing immediately bend and change direction, turn his head, and give Feng Xiangxing another attack. With just 1 to 2 strikes like this, how can it be enough to remove all the resentment and humiliation that Xiangxing had to endure?
And also because of this, Xiangxing did not hesitate one bit and continued to rush and gave Feng Xiangxing another punch. Feng Xiangxing very much want to shout and call for help, but with this terrifying strength from Xiangxing, even breathing is already extremely difficult. In the meantime, Feng Xiangxing was feeling lucky because Xiangxing stopped his hands and spared his life. But the more hope he have, the more he would be disappointed. Xiangxing has no intention to let Feng Xiangxing go, but just suddenly stop and apply all of his strength and rushed to continue to attack Feng Xiaqing one more time. The punch is completely different from the last few times. This time is all the strength that Xiangxing has always been hiding. Feng Xiaqing, after enduring countless attacks from Xiangxing, and finally got to land his feet, but landed by using his entire body. But Feng Xiaqing did not reveal any pain. Instead, he was extremely happy, to the point where his tears and mucus was flowing all over his face. It is worth saying that even all of Feng Xiaqing's teeth, 32 of them, has already been removed by Xiangxing, helping for all of them to have more room to operate. However, there was no preparation. So there was no full preparation and equipment to hold and wipe the blood, and because of that, the fresh blood from Feng Xiaqing's mouth just continues to bleed. But Feng Xiaqing has no desire to bother what his image is like. Right when he saw that he was able to open his mouth and speak, and he immediately spoke out, asking for help, save. But to stop Xiangxing from releasing his anger can't be that easy.
Right when Feng Xiaqing said one word, Xiangxing in that instant has flown behind Feng Xiaqing already, not hesitating one bit, to reach out and pressed his head down to the ground. Feng Xiaqing, seeing his head was held by one hand like this, was immediately terrified. His entire body was unable to control and just continuously tremble. Xiangxing is using one hand to hold on to the head of Feng Xiaqing, so he cannot leave his other hand to be empty.
Next thing you know, Xiangxing just throws out his other hand and slowly clenches it into a fist. While Feng Xiaqing's totally panicking, Xiangxing just winds up out of nowhere and throws a punch right at Feng Xiaqing's face. The closer he sees that fist getting to his face, the more Feng Xiaqing feels trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to break free. But dang, Xiangxing's grip just gets tighter and tighter, making it impossible for Feng Xiaqing to even twitch. His eyes are wide, seeing red from sheer terror. This ain't the same cocky Feng Xiaqing from before, not even close. Now all you see is total collapse and hopelessness. This kind of despair, he'll never forget it. He's 100% sure he's going to eat this punch. Even with Feng Xiaqing freaking out, Xiangxing's fist isn't slowing down. Nope. It's hurtling forward even faster, just a hair's breadth away from smashing into that jerk Feng Xiaqing.
With every inch that fist travels, Feng Xiaqing's heart hammers harder, his eyes are bugging out like they're about to pop, showing all the fear he's feeling. But all Feng Xiaqing can do is stare at that fist getting closer. Inside, he's screaming, going crazy, with no hope of survival.
He's definitely checking out early, but right now he can't talk, can't shout for help, can't even beg for mercy.
Just when Feng Xiaqing's at his lowest, a voice cuts through the air. You just know whoever's coming wants to stop Xiangxing. Please, show mercy.
But Xiangxing's so blinded by rage right now, there's no way he's going to listen or stop. Feng Xiaqing perks up hearing someone's arrived, but Xiangxing doesn't let him wait. He slams a solid punch right into that ugly mug. The second Xiangxing's fist even grazes his face, Feng Xiaqing can't take it anymore and spews out another mouthful of blood. But hey, at least this time it's just blood. His remaining teeth are still hanging in there.
The dude who just spoke sounds like a big shot around here. He's hobbling over with a cane, so you can tell he's pretty old. Seeing Xiangxing totally ignoring him and still beating on Feng Xiaqing, the guy's instantly ticked off, but he still tries to be polite. Young Master Xiang, forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Feng Ying slowly shuffles out of the house, leaning on his cane. If any of the juniors here have offended you, I hope young hero Xiang can find it in his heart to forgive them. Xiangxing's floating in the air, clutching Feng Xiaqing's collar, and looks down. Feng Ying continues gently. This old one apologizes to young hero Xiang. Xiangxing raises an eyebrow, totally unimpressed by the old guy below.
Who are you? Feng Ying answers, without flinching. This old one is the family head's cousin, and Xiaoqing's uncle.
Feng Ying, the guy up high, is looking down at the guy on the ground. Regarding the matter of young hero Xiang's mother, that's a feud from a past life. Xiaoqing truly didn't know, but this old one is willing to help young hero Xiang. Xiangxing grits his teeth, staring at Feng Ying. You really have a lead on my mother.
This old one is willing to bet his own head on it. There's absolutely no deception. I only ask that young hero Xiang spare my grandson's life.
Xiangxing gives a little, alright, I'll trust you for now. It's no big deal if this waste lives or dies. Xiangxing lands and walks into the Feng family estate with Feng Ying. Young hero Xiang, please follow me, after you. Does my mother really have something to do with the Feng family? Feng Ying opens his eyes seriously, and explains to Xiangxing. Your esteemed mother truly has direct bloodline ties to the Feng family. Xiangxing looks confused. So, am I really Feng Xiaoqing's cousin? Feng Ying tilts his head and thinks for a sec before answering, not quite. Your esteemed mother is the previous family head's younger cousin.
So you're Xiaoqing's great-uncle. Xiangxing's jaw drops. Turning green, Xiangxing's being led through the Feng family estate, still wary, and asks, Senior Feng Ying, where are we going, young hero Xiang? Don't be impatient. This old one wouldn't deceive you.
To add some assurance, Feng Ying turns and promises Xiangxing, we're almost there. Once we get there, everything young hero Xiang wants to know, you'll know. I sure hope so.
Feng Ying, with a thoughtful look, asks Xiangxing. This old one has one more question to ask. Young hero Xiang, did your esteemed mother ever mention the Dao fruit to you? Xiang Xing looks like he's never heard of it. Dao fruit? My mother left home when I was little. I don't have any memories of her. I see. The two of them stop in front of a tightly shut door. Young hero Xiang, we're here. Going through this door will take us there.
Feng Ying raises his wrinkled hands and pushes open the cracked and ancient door. It's been a long time since anyone's been here, so it's bound to be a bit run down, young hero Xiang, please understand.
The two of them step inside. Young hero Xiang, please? Thank you, senior.
Xiang Xing blurts out in surprise when he sees the scene inside. Huge rocks bound tightly by chains, like a powerful seal. The Feng family's forbidden ground. Feng Ying regretfully tells Xiang Xing, young hero Xiang's mother is imprisoned here, but alas, I'm not the family head. I can't undo the seal to let young hero Xiang meet his mother. Xiang Xing's furious at the sight. So the rumors about my mother were all lies, but my mother, why is she imprisoned here?
Suddenly, Xiang Xing realizes something. Dao fruit, Feng Ying knew for sure Xiang Xing would recognize it, so she replied, that's right, it's behind. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open hard.
Found you. Feng Ying turned around to look at the person standing at the door. Big brother, Xiang Xing, on the other hand, got startled.
This little bastard is the one who caused Xiao Qing's injury, right? I can't believe you dared to come here yourself.
Feng Ying tried to calm the man down. Big brother, let me handle this. Feng Yi barged in without warning. You're using your soft approach again. Feng Ying, you better remember this. I, Feng Li, am the head of the Feng family. Feng Yi glared at Xiang Xing and threatened him through gritted teeth. You brat from the Xiang family. Hand over the Dao fruit if you know what's good for you. Xiang Xing was totally confused.
Dao fruit. Not letting Xiang Xing finish, Feng Lai interrupted.
Who else could it be? We searched the Xiang family up and down back then. Your mother was locked up here for decades. The only thing we missed was her own flesh and blood. Feng Ying tried to calm Feng Li before he got too worked up. Big brother, we shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. We should still.
Not accepting Feng Ying's words, Feng Li retorted immediately, Xiao Ying, have you forgotten our mission? The Dao fruit is meant to save the old ancestor, but Feng Ruping has been hiding it for decades.
Our Feng family can't wait any longer. If we don't get the location of the Dao fruit today, don't even think about leaving this place. Xiang Xing, still polite, clasped his hands and said his wish. Feng family head, this junior truly doesn't know anything about the Dao fruit. How about you let me meet my mother? I can ask her for the full story.
But Feng Li wouldn't listen to Xiang Xing at all. HMPH. So you two can run away together. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lai lunged straight at Xiang Xing. If you refuse to tell the truth, then take this. Xiang Xing was caught off guard when Feng Lai attacked him without thinking.
Feng family head, Xiang Xing, quickly leaned to the side, dodging Feng Li's punch, seeing that the situation wasn't as easy to handle as he thought. Since we can't talk, this junior will take his leave.
Feng Li immediately turned back, trying to leave. It won't be that easy, Feng Yi Tianxiang.
Feng Li reached out and summoned a huge fire phoenix. Xiang Xing, facing that fire phoenix, calmly used his move, Extreme Light Art. A large fire erupted, completely obscuring Xiang Xing's tracks. Feng Lai helplessly watched Xiang Xing disappear. Damn it, not bad at running away. But Feng Lai wouldn't give up on Xiang Xing so easily. He ordered Feng Ying, gather the Feng family's elites, immediately go and capture the Xiang family members.
Feng Ying, focusing more on the flames, said, shouldn't we put out the fire first?
Scene change. In a place with lots of green trees and mountains, Xiang Xing landed gently on the ground. Cough, cough. Where is this? Xiang Xing anxiously considered his current situation. The Feng family probably won't chase after me, right? But where should I go? I definitely can't go back to the Xiang family. Xiang Xing walked in this strange place.
This matter doesn't even bother Shifu. I know where I have to go. The next day, at the Xiang family, someone knocked on the door in front of the Xiang family's door. Open the door. Feng Li and his people stood in front of the door. If you have the ability to hide the Dakio fruit, then you also have the ability to open the door. The door quickly opened.
A person from the Xiang family came out to greet them. Everyone from the Feng family, forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. We have prepared tea and refreshments for you. Please come in and enjoy. The person also told Feng Li.
Also, Xiang Bang and Xiang Xing no longer have any ties to the Xiang family. If you are looking for someone, please go somewhere else. Feng Lai and the follower both felt unbelievable. What? Not even the family head anymore? Xiang Xing painfully screamed to ask for help,
begging Shu Xuan to save Hua elder sister.
Xiang Xing hugged Hua elder sister in his arms and cried down his cheek.
Shu Xuan asked, how did he end up like this? What's his relationship with that person? What exactly happened during Xiang Xing's trip back home this time? Xiang Xing's face fell as he recalled his return. Xiang Xing recounted the entire story to Shu Xuan.
Unsurprisingly, I ran into trouble with a fellow clan member, Xiang Xing continued, but I did manage to pick up a few clues about my mother from the family's library. Not wanting to involve my father, Xiang Xing refused his help. He could only turn to Hua Ji for help. With Huaji's help, Xiangxing met Feng Xiaoqing. After exchanging blows, Feng Xiaoqing lost to him. Xiangxing recalled his fight with Feng Xiaoqing, but Feng Xiaoqing ran away.
Xiangxing chased him back to the Feng family, hoping to find more clues, but was tricked by Feng Xiaoqing instead.
Of course, Xiangxing wasn't going to take it lying down. If it weren't for Senior Feng Ying stopping him, Feng Xiaoqing would already be meeting his ancestors. Right now, Feng Ying gave Xiangxing clues about where the Feng family's forbidden ground was, where my mother was imprisoned.
It was a rock, covered in inscriptions, surrounded by chains, Xiangxing continued. Originally, everything was progressing well,
but the appearance of the Feng family head changed the situation. A wise man doesn't take losses in front of his eyes, especially on Feng's home turf. Running was the best option. Xiangxing quickly escaped the Feng family. Saving my mother will require long-term planning. Again, unsurprisingly, the Feng family came looking for the Xiang family. The Feng family head stood before the Xiang family with a dark face.
Xiangxing was naturally not there, but unexpectedly, his father, to protect the safety of the clan, also left the Xiang family.
The Feng family, after all, are descendants of the human king. They have the numbers, and quickly found Xiangxing. A group of Feng family members came to chase after Xiangxing.
Suddenly, Huaji blocked their path. Xiangxing continued. Once again, Huaji helped him turn danger into safety, but Huaji suffered a fatal wound. The Feng family, to save their ancestor, seemed willing to pay any price. Xiangxing embraced the heavily injured Huaji in his arms, and ran. Xiangxing had to try to get Huaji away. Xiangxing held up a talisman. Desperate, he could only seek help from his Shifu. Still crying, Xiangxing looked up at Shu Xuan, pleading, "Shifu, you have to save Huaji. She ended up like this, all because of me." Shu Xuan replied. He understood the whole story from beginning to end. Don't panic. Shu Xuan sent out a stream of Ling Qi to examine Xiangxing's Huaji. The stream of Ling Qi flowed from Shu Xuan to Huaji's arm. After the examination, Shu Xuan said, "The destruction of her clone damaged her soul. Although it's a fatal wound, it's not difficult for me to heal. It can be saved." Xiangxing joyfully clasped his hands. "Thank you, Shifu," Shu Xuan continued. "First, use the mind-stabilizing pill to stabilize her 8 extraordinary meridians. Then use the greater restoration pill to replenish her qi." Xiangxing reached out and received the 2 pills. And this, Shu Xuan tossed down a cultivation technique book that she practiced. It has major flaws. Not only does the clone weaken one's own realm, but it also increases the target of attacks. Xiangxing received the book. "Just let her practice this one from now on," Shu Xuan said. The cultivation method Shu Xuan gave Sishua was the Yi Ye San Hua. Xiangxing took the manual. Xiangxing carefully supported Sishua, then slowly poured a dose of medicine into her mouth. Seeing this, Shu Xuan spoke up to remind him. "Use the Wu Hen Shui with the Ding Shen Wan first, then use the Da Huang Dan after 6 hours. A few seconds later, Shu Xuan suddenly asked Xiangxing, "Did he just say the Feng family went to all this trouble just because they want to save an old ancestor?" Xiangxing carefully held Huaji while hurriedly replying, "That's right, Shifu. My mother being imprisoned is also related to this matter." After hearing those words, Shu Xuan's face darkened, and he said to Xiangxing in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, that old ancestor is Feng Kong." As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Xiangxing couldn't help but ask back, "I don't understand, Shifu. Why would they disregard the lives of the living for the sake of one old ancestor?" Shu Xuan didn't hesitate and quickly explained, "You don't know, but that Feng Kong is the previous generation's human king." Xiangxing was extremely surprised when he learned this fact. Shu Xuan didn't bother being polite and continued, "Once the human king is saved, how will the Feng family's status in the 9 domains be elevated? Just thinking about it is enough to know." After pondering for a while, Xiangxing retorted loudly, "But how many people's lives and livelihoods have been buried because of this so-called Jianghu status? This disciple doesn't acknowledge it." Seeing Xiangxing like this, Shu Xuan furrowed his brows and slowly opened his mouth. He understands. His mother was probably punished because of the Dao fruit mark, right? Xiangxing hesitated upon hearing this. Shifu is wise. Senior Feng Ying said it was like that. Hearing this, Shu Xuan frowned even more and pondered silently. "I didn't expect the previous generation's human king to have left behind a bit of divine soul. If I save it, maybe I can use it. But, thinking to this point..." Shu Xuan turned his gaze towards Xiangxing and Sishua, then asked, "Xiangxing, you and the Feng family, you're related by blood after all. What are your plans now?" Xiangxing hesitated before replying, "Shifu, the more this disciple thinks about it, the more confused I get." So, Xiangxing resolutely closed his eyes, and then continued, "This disciple doesn't know. The human king clan has never seen this disciple as their kin. When I think of my mother..." Xiangxing couldn't help but continue, "But mother indeed has direct lineage with the human king clan. No matter the reason, the fact that they imprisoned her is undeniable." After thinking it over carefully, Xiangxing's face was full of determination. He told Shu Xuan, without hesitation, "This disciple thinks that only by rescuing mother can this disciple decide whether the Feng family is friend or foe." Seeing Xiangxing like this, Shu Xuan felt extremely satisfied, then slowly said, "Good. I know your thoughts. You don't need to have any pressure, just do what you think is right." Saying this, Shu Xuan didn't forget to carefully remind Xiangxing, "But absolutely don't let hatred cloud your eyes, otherwise, you'll be the next Feng Li." As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Xiangxing immediately clasped his hands and quickly bowed in response. This disciple will remember Shifu's teachings. After settling everything, Shu Xuan didn't linger any longer. Before leaving, he also said to Xiangxing, "All right, I'm going back now," Xiangxing quickly shouted in response, respectfully seeing off Shizun. After Shu Xuan left, a few seconds later, Hua Jiji, lying on the side, suddenly coughed a few times. Hearing that sound, Xiangxing hurriedly ran over and worriedly asked, "Hua Jiji, are you awake?" Hua Jiji slowly opened her eyes and observed the surrounding scenery, then asked in return, "Where is this?" In the vast and boundless space here, Xiangxing and Hua Jiji's voices took turns continuously echoing, breaking the peace of this place. The scene abruptly shifted to a different location. The clear blue sky, with fluffy white clouds, combined with the warm and gentle sunlight, created an extremely peaceful scene. In this place, a magnificent and solemn city was located, completely different from the outside. Inside it were countless large and heavy stones stacked side by side, without a single gap. What's worth mentioning is that on each stone, there were also extremely sturdy chains tightly binding them, creating a dark and terrifying scene. In that narrow and unusually quiet space, a voice suddenly rang out. "Feng Ruping, I didn't expect her to still have a son." After looking at those chains, he saw that behind the stones was a vast and light-filled place. The person who spoke earlier felt extremely angry after waiting for a long time without anyone responding. She continued, "Playing dumb, her son will suffer. Her mistakes will make her son pay the price. Don't think that silence will make this matter pass." The person got angrier and angrier, gritted her teeth and continued, "Everyone in the Feng family is looking forward to the old ancestors' revival." Speaking to this point, the man suddenly stopped, then looked at the massive stones in front of him and complained, "Only the appearance of that traitor of hers." Immediately after, the man resolutely turned around and left, but didn't forget to say, "Let her continue to hide here and rest. The old ancestor will definitely be resurrected." The scene abruptly shifted to another space. This place had a blue sky full of white clouds, along with the vastness of lush green trees and countless towering mountains. A man dressed like Xiangxing suddenly raised his hand to take off his clothes, then resolutely said to someone, "Let's begin." Then, the man looked at the person sitting inside the white screen and slowly said, "The time has come." What was terrifying was that the person sitting behind the screen actually had a face that looked exactly like the man from before. The man sitting behind felt extremely satisfied after hearing those words, then laughed loudly without reservation, finally figured it out. The clear and refreshing sky, combined with the white clouds drifting by, created an extremely peaceful scene. However, this scene didn't last long, because a few seconds later, a shocking sound suddenly rang out, shaking the entire world. And that sound, after being emitted, didn't stop, but continuously spread throughout the 9 regions. Because of this, even Shu Xuan's residents could hear it clearly. However, our protagonist, after hearing that sound, didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he calmly observed the outside scenery, and slowly said, "The 8th sound already. The great tribulation is coming. The heaven and earth of the 9 regions are becoming more and more chaotic." Seeing such a big change, Shu Xuan quickly took out the mirror to observe the current situation of the entire 9 regions. Wondering how the others were doing, Shu Xuan hadn't finished speaking. The scene inside the mirror was constantly changing, and soon it revealed an incredibly magnificent city. From within, a voice suddenly rang out, "Evil prisoners!" The speaker was none other than Zhao Zhiwang. Zhao Zhiwang flashed a wicked grin, spread his arms, and announced loudly, "The Daji Gong has collapsed. It no longer exists. My Zhi Gong invites all you demonic cultivators to submit. Join me, I won't refuse anyone who comes." As soon as Zhao Zhiwang finished speaking, the demonic cultivators replied in unison, Shizhe, dominate the 9 domains. Join Shizhe, learn the ultimate arts." After witnessing the scene on little Zhiwang's side, Shu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. This little Zhiwang has finally gotten what he wanted. Immediately after, Shu Xuan gave the order to the mirror in front of him to let him see another place. Then, the scene in the mirror continued to change, and a few seconds later, Shu Xuan saw the situation on Xinying's side. In the vast and boundless space, the red flag was fluttering in the wind, and Xinying was standing proudly with his arms spread, loudly announcing, "Generals, good news! Their great Qin territory has expanded by another 30 miles. As soon as Xin Ying finished speaking, the generals raised their fists high and shouted resolutely,
Great Qin will definitely succeed. Fists striking dragons, feet kicking rare birds.
Shu Xuan was also happy for them in his heart when he saw that scene, and immediately praised. The momentum isn't bad, but this Qin Ying has even more qualifications of a king compared to Qin Keiyun.
Seeing that Xin Ying's situation was stable, Shu Xuan didn't linger for even a second longer. Quickly switching to a new scene. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. Change the channel. The mirror surface instantly transformed, with rays of light twisting and turning endlessly. A few seconds later, what greeted Shu Xuan's eyes was a magnificent city.
That's the Black Moon Tower.
Next, a voice rang out, Lord Black Moon. The scene instantly changed again,
transferring to the interior of Black Moon Tower. And there, a girl with golden blonde hair was slowly walking in. When the disciples saw that it was He Yu, they immediately greeted her excitedly. You're finally back! Immediately afterward, the disciples quickly clasped their hands and bowed respectfully to He Yu.
Your subordinates have been eagerly awaiting your return. Hearing this, He Yu couldn't help but smile. No need for formalities. I've returned this time for one thing only, to expand the southern domain.
As soon as He Yu finished speaking, one of the disciples immediately looked incredibly surprised.
Unable to help but ask back, expand the southern domain. The atmosphere in Black Moon Tower became strangely quiet. Everyone was in a state of astonishment, and seeing his disciples so bewildered, He Yu slowly opened his mouth to reply, Yes, it must be done.
Seeing He Yu's decisiveness and determination,
Shu Xuan felt incredibly agreeable in his heart.
He couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. That's He Yu for you, should have done it a long time ago. After observing that the situation everywhere was still fine, our protagonist no longer showed a serious expression,
but instead, a very gleeful expression, extremely eager to wait. Who's next?
Suddenly, something caught his eye, causing Shu Xuan's excited expression to disappear abruptly,
replaced by bewilderment, his eyes wide in disbelief.
Wait a minute. This time, the mirror surface showed a completely unfamiliar face.
But what was noteworthy was that the young man sitting in cultivation was surrounded by a blue energy. This scene also made Shu Xuan feel very surprised. This young man, at the same time,
in a vast and lush location, with countless green thickets and high mountains, rays of light suddenly flashed, causing anyone who saw them to be astonished. However, the young man was now panting heavily, kneeling on the ground, his hands struggling to support himself, grinding his teeth in resentment. Damn it! As expected, I failed. It's still too forced to break through now.
Witnessing that determination and constant effort, Shu Xuan felt extremely bewildered, blankly watching the young man and constantly muttering,
He's only in the mortal realm, and he just comprehended the heavenly Tao for a moment. What kind of perseverance and comprehension is this?
While Shu Xuan was stunned, the young man didn't give up. On the contrary, he continued to cultivate with great determination. Even though he was only looking through the mirror, Shu Xuan could see the great potential in the young man. That was why he couldn't help but exclaim, If one day this little brat, even without my help, breaks through, it will definitely work.
After carefully observing the young man, our protagonist suddenly remembered something.
That's right, shouldn't I also pay attention to my disciples? The scene suddenly switched to another location. The space here was very wide and fresh. The lush green thickets combined with the towering mountains created an extremely majestic scene. At that location,
there was a young man with a scar in the shape of the number 10 on his face, walking along with his wooden staff, happily singing non-stop, The great king calls me to patrol the mountain.
Immediately afterward, an extremely eerie scene suddenly caught the young man's eyes. In front of him, a layer of hazy red mist suddenly appeared, sometimes visible, sometimes not, looking extremely eerie. However, upon witnessing that scene, the young man didn't feel any fear at all. On the contrary, he felt very curious, eager to explore. There must be something strange about the red mist ahead. I'll go see it. As soon as he entered the mist, the young man was shocked. His eyes widened, carefully observing what was in front of him, his mouth stuttering, unable to form a sentence.
This is.
While Jiyu Jiahao was feeling extremely confused, suddenly, in front of him, the figure of something strange flew up, causing Jiyu Jiahao to be terrified, quickly retreating backward. On Jiyu Jiahao's darkening face, a look of bewilderment suddenly appeared, his mouth constantly muttering, How can it be? He clearly beat it to death, but how is it still alive?
Jiyu Jiahao wasn't someone who liked to be passive, so without saying anything more, he instantly drew his saber and directly charged at the strange thing from before, secretly vowing in his heart to directly destroy the other party's physical body. However, before he could do anything, Jiyu Jiahao suddenly stopped and stood blankly in place. How determined Jiyu Jiahao was before. That's how hesitant he felt now, puzzledly looking at the thing in front of him. This weirdo's soul seems to be. Jiyu Jiahao hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, quote, non-existent, to be exact. It's fused with the physical body. Next, Jiyu Jiahao carefully observed a pile of pink goo on the ground. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the goo was still lying motionless on the ground. However, Jiyu Jiahao didn't dare to lower his guard even a little. Is it dead? If it's not dead like that, Jiyu Jiahao, will run away immediately. Before anything else, Jiyu Jiahao had already thought of running away, which was understandable. In the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. While Jiyu Jiahao was concentrating, suddenly a sound came out, startling Jiyu Jiahao. He quickly looked around. The sound hadn't completely stopped, when suddenly, from the ground, countless strange figures unexpectedly emerged. But what was scary was that the number wasn't just one, but had increased a lot. Impossible to count. After witnessing that scene, Jiyu Jiahao's face became distorted, his eyes twitching, his lips moving, sweat constantly falling. Jiyu Jiahao felt extremely uneasy. This isn't good. If this strange race has experts, their appearance will be a disaster. While Jiyu Jiahao was carefully considering, the strange black shadow couldn't wait any longer. It immediately rushed toward Jiyu Jiahao. Although its speed was very fast, Jiyu Jiahao was even faster. Without hesitation, he jumped up and constantly waved his hand to attack. Neither side was willing to give in. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Jiyu Jiahao had finally finished dealing with the strange thing. This probably won't revive again, right? Jiyu Jiahao asked himself while panting, with worry in his heart. Knowing that staying longer would lead to trouble, Jiyu Jiahao decided to retreat, walking while constantly muttering, "Can't search anymore, gotta hurry back and spread the news outside, ASAP." Thinking as he went, Jiyu Jiahao turned his back to the sun and rushed back, his figure fading into the distance. Immediately after, the scene abruptly switched to another location. Back to Shu Xuan's place. Inside the courtyard, our protagonist was frowning deeply, carefully raising his hand to calculate. The Zheju clan has appeared. Then, Shu Xuan's serious face suddenly broke into an expectant smile. So, that means the Daoyuan tribulation is almost here, huh? Afterwards, Shu Xuan looked up at the still blue sky above and secretly speculated. The chi of the 9 domains chaos, the rules of heaven and earth, have undergone some changes, and the path of fortune is hidden within the chaotic chi. Even though he knew a great calamity was about to happen, our protagonist wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he slowly calculated. Inform He Yu that the Zheju clan has appeared in the western domain. He can handle the info however he wants. Saying that, Shu Xuan suddenly grinned. Let the disciples face the tribulation. Only they can figure out how to compete for fortune. Standing before the imminent Daoyuan tribulation, Shu Xuan didn't care at all. He only showed anticipation when thinking about the sweet fruits he was about to harvest. The 30-year mark is almost here. Wonder what the reward will be. The more he thought about the future, the more Shu Xuan looked forward to it. He was certain that as long as he stayed at home, just kept staying at home, enlightenment wouldn't be far off. Not letting Shu Xuan wait any longer, the system's voice slowly rang out, informing him that he'd stayed home for 30 years, home very peacefully, consolidating non-stop, striving to create a record, and the reward was a chaotic ancient mountain. He was originally full of anticipation, but when he heard that the only thing he received was just this, Shu Xuan was a little disappointed, stroking his chin, deeply puzzled in his heart. Just this. The reward for 30 years is this simple. He kept thinking, but still didn't know what was so amazing about that chaotic ancient mountain. So Shu Xuan couldn't help but complain. A mountain? What's so special about this mountain? But after all, it was a reward from the system. Shu Xuan had no choice but to half believe and half doubt, secretly chanting in his heart to see what the system had in store. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, he was immediately met with a towering, lush green mountain. After carefully observing, Shu Xuan was able to conclude that the chaotic ancient mountain was a mountain in chaos, having endured the vicissitudes of time, having endured the calamity of chaos, and finally standing tall without falling. The intent of chaos is hidden, readily consolidating the great Tao of heaven and earth, nurturing the power of chaotic objects, and containing dense chaotic chi, capable of emitting chaotic chi. As soon as he understood the special nature of the reward, Shu Xuan couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. This treasure is indeed worthy of a 30-year reward. The more he looked at the chaotic ancient mountain before his eyes, the more Shu Xuan loved it. The mountain wasn't big, but it was extremely special. If it weren't for a reward item from the system, with his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to move such a large mountain. He was someone with the cultivation of the 7 realms, but he could see the terror of the chaotic ancient mountain. Shu Xuan was endlessly happy, constantly marveling at the awesomeness of the reward.
His face couldn't hide his joy. Afterwards, Shu Xuan opened the myriad realm mirror and looked into his small world, carefully admiring it. After considering that this place was extremely suitable, Shu Xuan decided to place it within his small world. Seeing the small world that he had created with his own hands,
Shu Xuan felt extremely proud. This time, the level limit of the small world was even higher than the 9 domains heaven and earth. It was likely that it would surpass the 9 domains heaven and earth in the future. After placing the chaotic ancient mountain, Shu Xuan couldn't wait to enter the small world. Shu Xuan floated in the air, observing the surroundings. During this time, our protagonist suddenly had countless questions. I wonder if outside the Great Tao is boundless chaos or something else. Does the Great Tao have a border, or is this still an unknown number? Shu Xuan said as he reached out and lightly touched the surrounding air. In an instant, beautiful, multicolored rays of light appeared. If anyone else encountered this scene, they would feel extremely happy. But our protagonist was not like that at all. He only slowly retracted his hand, gently smiled faintly, and reluctantly accepted. Chaotic chi is naturally not as good as even a corner of the system reward, but accumulating little by little can slowly build up. Suddenly, from all directions, countless pieces of rock with beautiful colors, called chaotic stones, were flying towards Shu Xuan one after another. Don't be fooled by their small and weak appearance, they were actually extremely powerful. These small pieces of chaotic stone, for Tao realm martial artists and enlightenment experts, were treasures that could consolidate the great Tao. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, so immediately after, Shu Xuan pointed his palm towards one of the moving stones, and gently exerted force, using his magic power to launch an extremely powerful attack. Unexpectedly, the scene of the chaotic stone shattering didn't happen, there wasn't even a scratch on it. Although Shu Xuan didn't use much force, the attack had very strong magic power. This surprised Shu Xuan greatly. The strength of this kind of chaotic stone exceeds imagination. Following that, Shu Xuan continued to take out the TG Celestial Book and controlled it to deliver a powerful blow to the chaotic stone. However, unexpectedly, the result this time was still not much better. When he witnessed that scene, Shu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Using the TG Celestial Book only barely cut off a small piece." Even Shu Xuan felt that this type of stone called chaos was truly awesome. But our protagonist wouldn't give up so easily. In an instant, a calligraphy brush flew over quickly. Now, in Shu Xuan's eyes, those small chaotic stones suddenly became extremely cute. He didn't hesitate to praise, "This small chaotic stone is a treasure indeed." After Shu Xuan looked at the chaotic stones floating in front of him, he suddenly smiled. "Let's put it in the group and ask." Thinking as he went, Shu Xuan didn't hesitate to enter the chat group and speak, "Fellow Taoists, does anyone have chaotic stones?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hongyuan Shu immediately asked back in confusion, "Chaotic stones?" But before Shu Xuan could open his mouth to answer, Hongyuan Shu couldn't help but continue,
"Hong Mu hasn't obtained it yet. Rumors say that chaotic stones are treasures."
The chat group, which was originally silent, became extremely lively just because of a single sentence from Shu Xuan.
Mo Santu and the others all shared the same answer as Hongyuan Shu. No one had ever obtained chaotic stones. Just at this moment, Long Jun unexpectedly spoke up and asked, "Shu Xuan, is it a black stone, very special, that can consolidate the great Tao?"
After hearing that, Shu Xuan smiled extremely brightly. Long Jun has seen it before. This was what truly surprised Shu Xuan, secretly speculating, perhaps he also has chaotic stones. But immediately after, Shu Xuan denied his own speculation. Impossible, he also hasn't left the great Tao. How could he obtain chaotic stones?
In the chat group, Shu Xuan continued to ask in doubt, "That's right, has Taoist Long seen it before?" Long Jun didn't hide anything, and answered honestly, "That's right, he doesn't remember. When he once met someone on the Great Tao, in his hand he had a small stone that made him walk on the Great Tao extremely steadily." Old Long Jun also added, "Listening to him say it like that, then that must be a chaotic stone."
After hearing Long Jun say that, now, Shu Xuan realized the rarity of this type of stone called chaos. Gently placing his hand under his chin and slowly asking back, "Chaotic stones are so hard to obtain."
Hong Yuan Shu, hearing Shu Xuan's question from the other side, could only manage a strained smile. He thought to himself, judging by his tone, chaos stone seems easy to get. The more he thought about it, the more irritated Hong Yuan Shu became. He had never even seen one, yet Shu Xuan made it sound like they were a dime a dozen. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Bullshit. It's all just rumors, I've never even laid eyes on one.
Hearing Shu Xuan's tone, Long Jun asked with a mix of belief and doubt, "Shu Daoyu, do you have chaos stone?" Seeing someone ask, our protagonist didn't bother to hide it, slowly replying, Not chaos stone. Shu only has a mountain of ancient chaos. Shu Xuan's boasting was unintentional, but this unintentional act was enough to silence Hong Yuanchu and Mo Zhaotu, leaving them speechless.
Hong Yuanchu truly couldn't believe what his eyes and ears were witnessing. Because of this, Hong Yuanchu wore a face of utter disbelief, his smile freezing in place. He sighed inwardly. What do you mean, only a mountain of ancient chaos? A mountain? How can a single stone compare to that? Shu Daoyu is definitely a super-duper big shot. Hong Yuanchu's admiration for Shu Xuan increased even further. At this point, only Long Jun was calm enough to ask Shu Xuan, "What does a chaos mountain look like?" Shu Xuan replied nonchalantly, as if owning a chaos mountain was no big deal.
It's just a slightly bigger chaos stone, nothing strange about it. To avoid further scrutiny, Shu Xuan quickly changed the subject. May I ask you, fellow Dao Yu, does the great Dao have an end? Does it have a boundary? This was a massive question that Shu Xuan was grappling with. Even someone as knowledgeable as Hong Yuanchu couldn't answer this question. In fact, Hong Yuanchu asked back, "The great Tao is endless." Before he could finish, the seasoned Mo Tung offered a fairly complete answer. The great Tao is formless, it's everywhere, it has no boundaries, no end.
Upon hearing the answer he desired, Shu Xuan grinned expectantly. The time has come.
Following that, Shu Xuan immediately announced to all the members of the chat group that the pioneer cultivators would open another group to discuss the great Dao Yu, so as not to affect the Dao Yu hearts of other younger members. Everyone unanimously agreed with Shu Xuan's idea, replying without hesitation, "Shu Daoyu is absolutely right." Before heading over to the new pioneer group, Mo Tu didn't forget to mock those who stayed behind. "Shu Yang, you good for nothing, continue playing with the juniors here. This old man is joining the pioneer group now." He accompanied it with an incredibly punchable, smug expression. The guy named Shu Yang was furious, but there was nothing he could do to Mo Tungtis. Seeing the exchange between the two, Shu Xuan felt utterly speechless. Yu were all adults, but why did they like bickering like children? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled Shu Xuan became. Did this Mo Tung have some major grudge against Shu Yang? After entering the cultivation chat group, Lao Gi spoke up first. He only liked to sleep and play around in the great Tao, and didn't know if it had an end or boundary. Long Jun's opinion was a bit different. He had played around in reverse a lot, but had never encountered the boundary or end of the great Tao.
After observing everyone, Shu Xuan secretly assessed, even beings born from the great Tao don't know the end of the great Tao. Could it really have no boundaries?
Shi Yao Shiming Peng Yi Yuejun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, saying that he had once been on the great Tao and saw a region of chaos. He didn't go there, and didn't know if that could be considered the end of the great Tao. As soon as Shi Yao Shiming Peng Yi Yuejun finished speaking, someone immediately asked, could the great Tao really have an end? A boundary? However, some people didn't think so. Mo Tuni hesitated and put forward his opinion. Perhaps that region of chaos is also a part of the great Dao. After carefully considering the information he had just gathered from Shi Yao Shiming Peng Yi Yujun, Shu Xuan was stunned. Perhaps they're talking about chaos. Chaos outside the great Dao. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. After a moment, Shu Xuan suddenly smiled and decided inwardly, I should just throw this problem to those pioneer cultivators to figure out. Immediately following that, Shu Xuan asked the fellow Dao Yu another question. Where does chaos lie? Hong Yuanchu could only throw up his hands at this question, standing there blankly, thinking to himself, I've only heard rumors. I've never known for sure. Not receiving an answer from this side, Shu Xuan continued to ask another equally headache-inducing question. Is there a great Dao within chaos? Does the great Dao give birth to chaos, or does chaos give birth to the great Dao? After hearing Shu Xuan's question, Hong Yuanchu's smile froze, unable to help but sigh. As expected, compared to a super big shot like Shu Daoyu, I'm still too green. While everyone was feeling confused, Shu Xuan continued to instruct, and along with that, he gave a few small hints. Does the great Dao give birth to chaos, or does chaos give birth to the great Dao? Fellow Dao, you can think carefully about it. This is very mysterious. If you understand it, advancing a level will be a piece of cake. After throwing this difficult problem to the group of Hong Yuanchu, Shu Xuan revealed an extremely bright smile. Go and figure it out. To avoid being bored with nothing to do, the mind is all about the Great Tribulation. Everyone was unaware of Shu Xuan's plans. Mo Tu, Long Jun, and Hong Yuanchu sincerely expressed their thanks. Thank you, Shu Daoyu, for teaching us. Shu Xuan wasn't overly polite and slowly continued. Fellow Daoyu, just think about it. Next time, he will discuss the Dao with everyone. After finishing the conversation, the scene returned to the familiar small courtyard. Although he had received many rewards from the system, Shu Xuan was still very much looking forward to each time. I wonder what reward I'll get when the northern region joins the heavenly Dao. When I have enough strength, I can reach out to the eastern region and start preparing to seize the eastern region. Shu Xuan meticulously calculated his plan while looking into the heavenly Dao mirror. The layout of the central region is very important. Shu Xuan, after carefully observing Qianming, who had become powerful, was holding the communication talisman in his hand.
and couldn't help but feel proud.
Xianming is already in the Saint Realm first layer.
Relying on the communication method of the refined talisman, he became an elder of a great sect in Xi'an province. Because of this, the communication talisman has been spread throughout the central region, and the implementation of the plan is considered a success. Following that, the mirror surface switched to another scene. When he saw Hu Tianya sitting proudly on the throne, his whole body exuding the demeanor of a leader, Shu Xuan could already guess that Hu Tianya was appointed as the young master of the Heavenly Tiger clan, and was also preparing for the Great Tribulation. Seeing that the situation was stable, Shu Xuan didn't linger. He continued to observe his disciples. Zhao Liang and Ding Yu were still in the secret realm, or perhaps they entered a place with a hidden small clan. Their opportunities were deep, and breaking through to the heaven realm was not far off. As soon as Shu Xuan finished observing, the mirror surface changed in an instant.
It projected the situation of another disciple. Mo Fon, through the communication talisman, was slowly bewitching some of the powerhouses of the heavenly demon clan. Perhaps they will break through their bottleneck, or their lifespan is approaching, and converting to Buddhism is their only path to survival. This guy Mo Fo, with his kind face and white monk's robe that was free of dust, was like Bodhisattva Lin Fan, but in reality he was extremely insidious, and knew how to scheme against others.
When he saw the achievements that his disciples had achieved, our protagonist felt extremely satisfied. Shu Xuan couldn't help but admire their talent. That's right, they are all sons of destiny. Born to respond to the tribulation, they must have extraordinary performances. Following that, Shu Xuan decided to find some time for the disciples to meet, to gather together and get acquainted with each other somewhere. The sky was filled with dark purple clouds, looking extremely gloomy and scary. Inside a city, a group of people from the demon race were discussing something together. A middle-aged demon race member stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the blue-haired demon race member standing in front of him, and slowly announced,
"This Mo Fo is preaching arrogant Buddhist doctrines in the demon race."
The middle-aged demon race member became more and more angry as he spoke, unable to help but complain loudly. Moreover, it is rumored that many powerhouses in the demon race are secretly cultivating Buddhism, but they are hiding too well, and we can't find their traces, Great Elder.
The blue-haired demon race member, after hearing those words, didn't show any concern at all. On the contrary, he revealed a very confident smile, and said to the middle-aged demon race member in a calm voice, "The time has not yet come. The matters of the Buddhist race should be put aside for now." Speaking of this, the great elder of the demon race slowly observed everyone, then sternly reminded, "The Great Tribulation is coming. The opportunity for the demon race has arrived. Whether we can return to the peak of the demon race depends on this tribulation." After that, the great elder turned to look at the middle-aged demon, and slowly comforted him. "There's nothing to fear from the Buddhist race right now. The first thing we need to do is compete for the Great Tribulation's fortune." Hearing this, the middle-aged demon still felt very worried and hesitated. But the Buddhist race is ultimately a disaster. The demon great elder didn't even bother with that. Curling his lips into a contemptuous smile, "Buddhist race, my ass. They used to be demons of mine. Think they can escape the clutches of the demon race by converting to some kind of Buddhist practice?" Saying this, the great elder laughed loudly without any reservation. How could the demon race's foundation be so ordinary?
As soon as he finished speaking, all the demons present responded in unison. The great elder is absolutely right. The scene suddenly shifted to another location. In the central continent, with its clear blue sky and vast, undulating mountains, nearby,
Human King Jinjia was sitting at his desk, seriously working. He suddenly stopped, looked in one direction, and muttered to himself, "Black Moon Tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Human King Jinjia suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. Good. Or not. Doesn't really matter. It wasn't that Human King Jinjia wasn't paying attention. He had already planned everything out. He still had this son, and he absolutely had to lead the Jin family back to the glory of their ancestors. Just as Human King Jinjia stood up and took a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out outside the door. Human King Jinjia stopped, looked at the door, and quickly said, "Come in." Immediately after, the door opened, and a young man with an upturned crescent moon mark on his forehead slowly walked in, smiling as he called out to Human King Jinjia, "Father." This young man was none other than Ji Shenxin, a descendant of the Ji family. Remarkably, he was not yet 150 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the heavenly realm. Seeing that it was his son, Human King Jinjia opened his mouth and asked, "Ji Shenxin, the Tao Source Great Tribulation is coming soon. What are your thoughts?" When asked this, Ji Shenxin didn't hesitate at all, giving a confident smile as he decisively said two words, "Contend." Before Human King Jinjia could say anything, Ji Shenxin continued to promise,
"Father, rest assured. I will definitely compete for the great fortune for the Ji family, and I will definitely compete for the great fortune for the human race, so that everyone will know that their human king Jinjia is the foundation of the human race."
Seeing his son's determination, human king Jinjia smiled with great satisfaction, and praised him without reservation. "Good, I believe you can definitely compete for the great fortune." Then, Ji Shenxin's voice was heard again, calling out to Jinjia, "Father," and slowly announcing, "Heavenly Moon Tower is still looking for her." Hearing this, human king Jinjia couldn't help but curl his lips and ask, "What do you think about it?" Ji Shenxin smiled presumptuously and replied, "Father, whether it was right or wrong before, how can their Ji family's affairs be interfered with by others? If she's of the Ji family's bloodline, then Heavenly Moon Tower is reaching out too far," Ji Shenxin said with a mocking tone, clearly expressing his displeasure. Then, Ji Shenxin's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he gave a calculating smile as he continued, "Father, whether you like her or hate her, Heavenly Moon Tower's rules can't apply to the Ji family. If she's of the Ji family's bloodline, then she isn't bound by Heavenly Moon Tower's rules." Hearing this, human king Jinjia raised an eyebrow slightly, and curiously asked Ji Shenxin, "What does he feel?" Ji Shenxin didn't even bother to think, and immediately said something shocking. "Chop off Heavenly Moon Tower's outstretched hand. It's time to tell some people, some forces, that their Ji family is still the overlord of the central region." Saying this, Ji Shenxin still didn't stop. If the Great Tribulation has come, their Ji family must also take action, and they must unite the people's hearts to overcome the Great Tribulation, and establish the rules of the human race. "The time has come to not have internal strife," Ji Shenxin said as he clenched his fist, showing his determination. Hearing this, human king Jinjia felt extremely satisfied, laughing heartily as he walked over and patted Ji Shenxin's shoulder a few times, praising him without reservation. "Good! My son has the demeanor of a human king. Then go and do it." The conversation between human king Jinjia and Ji Shenxin ended, and the scene returned to the familiar towering mountains.
However, seeing this scene only made people even more worried. Central region has been peaceful for a long time, but storms are suddenly coming now.
Ji Shenxin was wholeheartedly focused on raising his strength, preparing for the upcoming changes in the future. The young master of the Ji family, Ji Shenxin, suddenly entered the world. 3 punches seriously injured the newly promoted saintess of Heavenly Moon Tower, and 1 punch annihilated an elder of Heavenly Moon Tower.
At this time, the remaining heirs of the human king's family have also begun to act. Immediately after, the scene suddenly shifted to another location. This time, what caught everyone's eyes was a very familiar city, called Black Moon Tower. Inside, Black Moon, with a radiant face, slowly walked out. Unlike his calm exterior, Black Moon was carefully considering in his heart, Ji Shenxin has entered the world, which means that the Ji family has begun preparing for the Tao Source Great Tribulation. But the interesting thing is, the relationship between Black Moon and Ji Shenxin, the young master of the Ji family, is also Black Moon's elder brother. When Black Moon's grandfather learned about the movements of human king Jinjia and Ji Shenxin, he felt very worried and informed Black Moon, "Heavenly Moon Tower seems to be still looking for her." However, Black Moon was very calm, slowly turned around, and smiled softly, reassuring, "Grandfather, you don't need to worry. Heavenly Moon Tower won't find her in a short period of time."
However, Black Moon's grandfather still couldn't rest assured.
The young master of the Ji family, Ji Shenxin, the more he thought about it, the more Black Moon's grandfather couldn't help but say, "Initially, taking her out of the central region was blocked by Heavenly Moon Tower. It was that extraordinary and unruly young man who appeared, threatening Heavenly Moon Tower, that allowed her to leave the central region smoothly." Saying this, Black Moon's grandfather was very puzzled.
Does she have a grudge against Ji Shenxin?
Hearing that question, Black Moon slowly turned his head and replied calmly, "No grudge, but she has no good feelings towards the Ji family, and no sense of belonging." When mentioning their complex relationship, Black Moon remained indifferent. With his domineering nature, she and he will probably inevitably have conflicts in the end. Black Moon also knew that his grandfather was worried about him, so he quickly said, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will not lose to Ji Shenxin." Saying this, Black Moon smiled slightly,
thinking to himself, "So what if it's human king Jinjia? So what if it's Ji Shenxin? I am not an ordinary person either, especially with the support of my Shifu, and the successful implementation of the Heavenly Tao plan. Human king family and extraordinary talent are nothing."
Hearing this, Black Moon's grandfather finally felt relieved. His lips slightly curled, and he promised in a deep voice,
"If Heavenly Moon Tower comes, I will kill them all." Black Moon's aura was no less impressive at this time,
his tone full of killing intent. "I will personally settle the debt with Heavenly Moon Tower. Whatever's happening outside ain't got nothing on our main man. Shu Xuan's chillin' in his courtyard, stretching those muscles, but his brain's kinda whirrin'. The Ji family's legacy is ancient, a royal clan from way back. Wonder if their OG ancestor back in the day managed to, blaze a trail. You know? Shu Xuan paused right there. Then, he pondered carefully. All he knew about this Dao origin was that it was Chaos River, a trailblazer who rose up at the end of the previous Dao origin, opening up the initial Dao. While deep in thought,
Shu Xuan suddenly realized something, and his face showed surprise. How many of those old-school human kings actually existed, and how many have already kicked the bucket? While Shu Xuan was bewildered, from far away, Shu Tianming's super-stoked voice suddenly echoed. This old man has the aptitude for near Dao realm. Shu Xuan wasn't surprised at all, just felt kinda helpless, his mouth twitching. Faced with Shu Tianming's boasting, Shu Xuan couldn't help but silently diss him. This old geezer's a lost cause, isn't he? It's just breaking through 2 minor realms. Does he have to be this ecstatic? Over here, Shu Tianming had no idea what Shu Xuan was thinking, and just eagerly strode out, thinking to himself, looks like this old man needs to go out and show off his might. Thinking it, doing it, Shu Tianming confidently left. After a while, Shu Tianming finally returned, but his face was dark, full of anger.
Then another ear-piercing shout rang out. Damn it! Wait till I break through to the heavenly realm, I'll definitely kill that bastard Gur. At this time, outside the courtyard,
seeing Shu Tianming acting like this, the servants in the house were puzzled, and couldn't help but sigh wearily. What's wrong with the head of the family? He just randomly yells sometimes.
Even Shu Xuan had to throw his hands up at this situation. That old man went out to show off, ended up getting his butt kicked, came back and screams in anger, what a weirdo. After pondering for a while,
Shu Xuan decided, forget it, I won't help him level up anymore. If Shu Tianming heard Shu Xuan say this, he would definitely regret his own stupidity. Right then, a voice suddenly sounded. The system slowly informing Shu Xuan, you staying home triggered the Heavenly Dao counterattack plan, incorporating the northern region into the Heavenly Dao. Reward 36 Dao rules. As soon as it finished speaking, all of Shu Xuan's senses became clear. Every plant and tree in the northern region was revealed, not a single hidden corner unseen. Shu Xuan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the currents of qi constantly swirling around,
and a suspicion suddenly arose in his heart. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could know everything about any living being in the northern region.
The secret battlefield of the ancient era hid small races, and even though his eyes were closed, Shu Xuan could clearly see the scenery in front of him, the lush green trees, the sky, and the towering mountains.
Then, Shu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, and said softly, the races rumored to have long perished are all still barely alive in the secret realm. But of course, their strength can't compare to the human race. Even so, our main character didn't dare to waste another second. Quickly sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on cultivation. Countless streams of white qi continuously emanated around him.
His closed eyes suddenly opened, and Shu Xuan muttered in his heart, 8th gate of the Dao realm.
Then, Shu Xuan smiled brightly, and slowly sighed in amazement. This level up is way too easy. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Dao plan, how could my cultivation have increased so fast? Just as he finished speaking,
Shu Xuan quickly raised his hand, and murmured in his heart, receive the 36 Dao rules. Not letting our main character wait long, Shu Xuan's strength increased rapidly in just a few short seconds, reaching a new level in the blink of an eye.
After carefully sensing the changes in himself, Shu Xuan felt extremely happy. 9th gate of the Dao realm.
Shu Xuan looked up at the sky above and exclaimed, breaking through realms, leveling up is so awesome.
Then, Shu Xuan looked away, looked at the closed door, and began to carefully sort out the necessary tasks. And in that short period of time, Shu Xuan was able to create a plan for himself. Next, what he needed to do was plan the Heavenly Dao of the northern region. Strive to upgrade the Heavenly Dao and upgrade the strength of the northern region. Shu Xuan smiled slightly, slowly clasped his hands behind his back, and continued leisurely. Looking down on the northern region with the Heavenly Dao, I see many secrets hidden in the northern region, be it the ancient battlefield or the secret realm. Speaking of this, Shu Xuan suddenly looked up at the clear sky above, his eyebrows furrowed. The blood slaughter race in the ancient battlefield is the most special, able to revive by borrowing blood and slaughter qing, almost equal to immortality. Moreover, the blood slaughter race is brutal, loves to kill, loves blood, and is a race truly born for the tribulation. This 9th Dabio origin Great Tribulation is indeed terrifying. The more he thought about this terrifying race,
Shu Xuan's face became very serious, and his tone also became serious. As long as there is war, as long as people die, as long as blood flows, there will be no shortage of blood slaughter qi. Even with secret techniques and treasures, it cannot be completely purified. which also means that the bloodslaughter race will never be destroyed. Thinking of this, Shu Xuan couldn't help but sigh.
This is the gathering of 9 beings of 9 Dao origins that have perished. The Great War gathers the resentment of the 9 Dao origins, and the terrifying race of the 9 Dao origins is born. After carefully considering everything,
Shu Xuan quickly took out the primordial Dao crystal, and decided that before the heavenly Dao purified the bloodslaughter race, he needed to make some preparations first. Then, Shu Xuan continued to take out Chaos Stone.
Looking at the stones floating in his hand, Shu Xuan thought, refining the Chaos Stone into the heavenly Dao talisman can withstand the Dao intent cleansing of the Great Dao. Thinking it, doing it.
Shu Xuan reached out and took the largest stone, and carefully considered how to implement it. Directly introduced the heavenly Dao talisman into the primordial Dao crystal, connecting it to the heavenly Dao. After finding a way, Shu Xuan didn't waste another second, and quickly began to introduce the blood slaughter chi of the ancient battlefield into the heavenly Dao Go for purification. At this moment, an extremely powerful energy suddenly appeared, constantly swirling, and then quickly flew straight up to the clear sky above. Shu Xuan still didn't stop, focusing on continuing the unfinished work,
while the blood slaughter chi, after purification, turned into surging energy and poured into the northern region. The scene then shifted to another location, a place filled with towering mountains and floating white clouds. Here, 2 men were strolling around. One of them felt his strength suddenly increase and was very surprised. This feeling is. However, the other man remained extremely calm, and after carefully observing, slowly spoke. It seems like you're about to break through. Over here.
Shu Xuan stood in his courtyard, examining the situation outside through the mirror in front of him. The appearance of divine realms will bite back at the heavenly Dao, causing the heavenly Dao to leap forward. The more experts there are, the stronger the heavenly Dao will be. Although the northern region is the territory of the human race, it's not just the human race. There are also some small races hiding in the secret realm, barely surviving. Speaking of this, Shu Xuan couldn't help but smile.
Not a huge number. Moving these smaller races to the northern region with its diverse range of creatures is also beneficial for the heavenly Dao.
Meanwhile, in a place of towering mountains, lush green trees, and a clear sky filled with white clouds,
a kind-faced, middle-aged Earth Spirit race member was talking to Ding Yu. Lingzi, something feels off. What if our Earth Spirit race is forced back to the northern region? Ding Yu didn't react at all, just standing there silently. This made the middle-aged Earth Spirit very anxious, reminding him carefully, Ding Yu, you have to protect our race. You're our Lingzi.
Seeing the person in front of him getting so worked up, Ding Yu finally reacted, slowly folded his arms, and gave a confident smile, promising strongly, rest assured, going back to the northern region, Ding Yu will protect the Earth Spirit race. He said that on the surface.
But in his heart, Ding Yu was thinking, I've eaten so many treasures from the Earth Spirit race, no way I'll let them get bullied. The Earth Vein Spirit standing nearby chimed in, guaranteeing, don't worry, nothing will happen to the Earth Spirit race. The scene suddenly shifted to another location, a space covered by a massive and incredibly powerful formation. At the Yi Yuan race,
Xiao Liang was focused on his cultivation, with Liu Piao Piao in her soul form beside him, waiting and carefully on guard.
Just then, a black shadow suddenly flew quickly toward Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao from the distance. As it got closer, they could see clearly that the black shadow had a huge, burly body and black wings constantly flapping.
It was the Yi Yuan race's patriarch.
As soon as he saw Liu Piao Piao and Xiao Liang, he called out, Great King! And hurriedly reported,
something seems wrong with the northern region. Our secret realm seems to be returning to the northern region.
The person who must protect our race.
After finishing speaking, the Yi Yuan patriarch carefully observed Xiao Liang, who was cultivating.
This human strength is incredibly strong, wiping out the entire Yi Yuan race single-handedly. I wonder if he can protect our race on this side.
After hearing those words, the corners of Xiao Liang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He thought to himself, the northern region has changed. Is the great origin, great tribulation opening? It shouldn't be time yet. Could it be related to Shifu? Thinking this, Xiao Liang looked at the patriarch and slowly promised, rest assured, as long as your Yi Yuan race doesn't antagonize the human race, naturally nothing will happen. I won't let anyone disturb you. The patriarch smiled brightly. Thank you, great king. The Yi Yuan ancestor was hot-tempered and warlike, and ultimately offended a powerful figure, was beaten to death, and involved our race in such an ending. The Yi Yuan race's patriarch continued slowly with a sad expression. Now we only hope to keep our race alive and continue to reproduce. The scene returned to the familiar small courtyard. This time, Shu Xuan carefully looked into the mirror while thinking to himself, purifying this ancient battlefield will take 10 days, which shows the bloodshed race's special nature. Thinking of this, Shu Xuan blurted out, there are a few small ancient battlefields where the bloodshed race is born, but their strength is still weak. Let the disciples rescue the bloodshed race early so they can cope better when the Great Tribulation arrives.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan's face became serious, and he slowly said the names of his disciples one by one: Ding Yu, Wang Lu, Xiao Liang. After speaking, Shu Xuan suddenly thought of Shu Pingfan's ability.
And after considering it for a while, Shu Xuan decided, Pingfan is included too. The Great Tribulation is definitely about fighting for fortune with all your strength, and he's already at the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm now.
A few seconds later, the mirror's surface changed continuously, and in an instant, the space on Shu Xuan's side and the space on Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Xiao Liang's sides were connected. Immediately after, Shu Xuan slowly reminded his disciples, "Face the tribulation. The bloodshed race is inside the ancient battlefield. You can get familiar with them first." On the other side, Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Xiao Liang immediately responded in unison, "Yes, Shifu." After chatting, a member of the bloodshed race suddenly appeared in front of Ding Yu. Facing this situation, Ding Yu didn't panic or fear at all. In an instant, he leaped forward to the bloodshed race member. Then Ding Yu decisively swung his hand, forcefully cutting the bloodshed race member apart. After finishing, Ding Yu couldn't help but scoff. "Not strong at all, not even at the Emperor realm. If you have the ability to revive, then I'll wait for you to revive and see what happens." In the small courtyard, Shu Xuan was still watching intently. Seeing that scene, he said, "Through the heavenly Tao, I can sense that the bloodshed race, after being destroyed, is actually still condensing. It's just because it was annihilated into dust with one sword. Reviving will take a long time." After carefully thinking, Shu Xuan voiced his guess. Moreover, the bloodshed race, after reviving, may not be the same as before it died. Although it retains some of its special characteristics, it's still a new bloodshed race. The new bloodshed race after being born will also be a bit weaker, which can be considered a flaw of the bloodshed race. After finishing speaking,
Shu Xuan suddenly smiled. Thinking about it, being able to be resurrected is already incredibly terrifying. If you could be resurrected without paying a price, without giving anything up, then it would be too heaven-defying. In the Great Tribulation, there will still be some opportunities to survive. The scene on Shu Xuan's disciples' side wasn't peaceful at all. Bloodshed race members were rushing to attack. Xiao Liang's group hadn't stopped yet. The more they fought, the stronger the bloodshed race became. Witnessing this scene, Shu Xuan slowly rested his hand on his chin and carefully thought, "Something feels wrong. The bloodshed race can absorb other bloodshed race members while reviving." Thinking this, Shu Xuan changed his focus, carefully examining the newly destroyed bloodshed race members lying scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a guess flashed in Shu Xuan's mind. If in a great battle, countless bloodshed race members are destroyed, and a new bloodshed race member is born, then how strong will that one be? A god realm. While speaking, Shu Xuan suddenly stopped. His whole body seemed to be plunged into an ice cellar, and his tone became hesitant. Moreover, is there a limit to the number of these newly merged bloodshed race members? Only when he saw the bloodshed race member covered in purple power did Shu Xuan begin to sense the hidden danger of this strange race. A celestial realm being merges after falling to give birth to a pure realm. After a god realm falls, it merges to give birth to a Dao realm. After a Dao realm falls, it merges to give birth to a Dao opening level. The more Shu Xuan thought about it, the more he felt he'd underestimated these blood fiend race guys. He couldn't help but sigh. "I reckon the blood fiend race isn't just the destined tribulation race for the Great Daddio origin tribulation, but also for after the Great Daddio tribulation. Gotta rethink things and figure out how to deal with the big one." Right after, Shu Xuan urgently pulled out the chaos deduction mirror, muttering to himself, "Even if the blood fiend race isn't the tribulation race for the Great Dao tribulation, they're definitely the fuse that'll set it off." With that thought, Shu Xuan quickly mobilized his power, using the abilities of the Chaos Deduction Mirror to figure out their survival mechanism. The blood fiend race below the Sky Realm can fuse without limit in numbers. The fusion of those in the God Realm, while restricted, isn't a huge deal. And then there's the Dao Realm. Before he could see more, a mysterious barrier popped up, stopping Shu Xuan from observing further. "Damn it, blocked by some mysterious force. Can't keep deducing. But it's confirmed they can spawn Dao Realm beings for sure. My strength's not enough. If I had the power of a Dao opening realm, I could definitely deduce it. Gotta quickly level up and reach the Dao realm." At this point, Shu Xuan's face and tone turned serious. Hopefully, the Heavenly Dao plan can speed things up. If it can devour 7 or even 8 realms, that'd be enough for me to open the Dao. On a lush, green mountain, Ding Yu slowly gazed at the scene unfolding before him. A blood fiend race dude was surrounded by dark energy. Only when he saw the guy approaching did Ding Yu finally speak. "Half a month passed, and finally, one has been resurrected, huh?
Then, Ding Yu suddenly grinned. His tone was filled with interest, his strength got stronger. Now he is at the Emperor Realm first level. As soon as he finished speaking,
Shu Xuan's voice slowly chimed in, letting Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Zhao Liang know. This is formed by the fusion of many fallen blood fiend races, and his strength has greatly increased. Dao Realm blood fiend race can fuse limitlessly, creating even stronger blood fiend races. After hearing those words, Ding Yu's eyebrows furrowed, thinking to himself, if that's the case, the more blood fiend races die, the more powerful experts will be born. It's endless. The more he thought about it, the more interesting Ding Yu found it. Just then, Wang Luo suddenly called out, Shifu, and asked in confusion, is there no way to destroy them completely? But Shu Xuan didn't directly answer that question. He just said, the rules of a tribulation race, the tribulation of this moment, also hides some life force. Rely on them to find a way. Saying this, Shu Xuan carefully reminded his 3 disciples, if it were just the Dao origin tribulation, the blood fiend race wouldn't be so terrifying. Of course, it would be easy to resolve. But the blood fiend race, after being related to the great Dao origin tribulation, Shu Xuan didn't finish his sentence. But Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Zhao Liang all realized that if that were the case, the situation would be extremely serious. That's why Wang Luo's face showed worry, and sweat kept pouring down. After the Dao origin tribulation, what is there?
Judging from Shifu's tone, after the Dao origin tribulation, I'm afraid we will enter the next Dao origin.
Shu Xuan also knew that, for Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Zhao Liang, this was an extremely heavy and great responsibility. However, this was the only way. Therefore, our protagonist could only silently watch from behind, striving to rise in the Dao origin tribulation, fighting for great luck and great opportunities. He hoped they could break through to the Dao realm in this great tribulation. Thinking of this, Shu Xuan suddenly smiled, slowly raising his hand to the mirror, and in an instant, 2 familiar figures appeared. When Shu Xuan saw that Shu Pingfan and Yu Er still maintained their confident demeanor as always, he felt relieved. The 2 of them were fighting in this ancient battlefield. Following that, Shu Xuan carefully reminded Pingfan and Yu Er, the ghost race is quite special. Martial artists who fall, as long as they retain a little soul, can transform into ghost race. It's only natural for the ghost race to rise in this great tribulation, but they still can't cope with the blood fiend race. The door of Shu Xuan's city was still tightly closed, with no one coming or going. Just as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan suddenly looked up at the clear sky above, and after a few seconds, slowly continued, Qin Ying, He Yu, Xiang Xing, Qian Ming, Hu Tianya, and the Devil Buddha have all gone to familiarize themselves with the blood fiend race earlier. Saying this, Shu Xuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, then he gave a very confident smile. To allow the disciples to adapt to fighting the blood fiend race in the future, even to discover the weaknesses of the blood fiend race from it, find methods of dealing with it, and try not to let the blood fiend race continuously produce stronger experts. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, the clear sky began to change, and streams of green light continuously appeared, and they were constantly flashing in and out of existence. Seeing that scene, Shu Xuan immediately guessed, Heavenly Dao is now first Dongzhao of the Dong region. Only a small part of the rule power is similar or analogous to the Heavenly Dao rule of Dong region, is slowly penetrating into it. The penetration is not deep enough, still need time. The scene suddenly changed to a certain mountain, and there also appeared countless blood fiend races, but what was noteworthy was that their numbers were constantly increasing at an extremely rapid rate. All the things that were happening in this land proved one thing. The first realm where the blood fiend race appeared was the western region of the human race, and it was also the land that opened the great Dapidaho origin tribulation. When witnessing that scene, Shu Xuan's good mood was suddenly depressed, and anxious emotions kept rising. There are several places in the northern region where there is a nascent chi mechanism, and the heavenly realm martial artists of the previous generation are still advancing to the god realm. The first group of god realm experts is about to appear, and the heavenly Dako will also usher in the first major upgrade. After carefully thinking about it, Shu Xuan regained his confidence, and a smile also appeared on his face. The 9 regions of now have actually shrunk, and each time in battle, a region constantly falls into the Dao origin space. The Great Tribulation is the place belonging to the ancient battlefields, a one-time recovery of the 9 regions. Saying this, Shu Xuan was so happy that he squinted his eyes and his tone became excited. To the 9th Dao origin is to return to the ancient battlefield, gather the 9 Dao origins, and the 9 regions will recover to their original state, like a repeating cycle. On the side of Shu Xuan's disciples, the battle with the blood fiend race was still extremely fierce. Even if Ding Yu and his group destroyed them countless times, they could not completely kill them. Each time they were destroyed, the number of blood fiend races would decrease, but their abilities would also increase extremely quickly. After a long period of continuous battle with the blood fiend race,
Ding Yu's mood had begun to become tense. All of them are Emperor Realm Blood Fiend races, originally separated to kill them and prolong the speed, but no matter how they are separated, it will cause the Blood Fiend race to fuse and create stronger experts. However, previous efforts were not in vain. Ding Yu had vaguely guessed their survival mechanism, and in the darkness, the fallen Blood Fiend race seemed to have rules to maintain the population of the Blood Fiend race. On the other side, Wang Luo slowly walked up to Xiangxing and asked suspiciously, "I wonder if it is possible to refine the Blood Fiend race into pills as a material?" Xiangxing also had the same question, and without thinking, he said that he would also try some refining techniques.
In a place not far away, the Devil Buddha slowly looked at the clear sky above, and a circle of brilliant halo constantly radiated around him, and then the Devil Buddha carefully calculated, with the greatness of his Buddhism, this small ancient battlefield would take thousands, even tens of thousands of years to purify. Saying this, the Devil Buddha was sweating, and his smile became awkward, constantly muttering to himself. Moreover, the Blood Fiend race inside will not develop a method of resistance. The Buddha-light purification is too terrifying.
The scene then returned to the gate that was very familiar to everyone.
Shu Xuan stood in the courtyard, his eyes closed tightly, carefully sensing the situation of his disciples in the ancient battlefield. Right now, the Blood Demon race were all Emperor Realm and above, and even the Venerable Realm powerhouses were becoming more numerous. If things continued to develop like this, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Realm experts emerged. Saying this, Shu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he seriously considered the recent journey of his disciples. They hadn't found a way to exterminate the Blood Demon race, but they could find ways to cope. Definitely, Shu Xuan had just finished speaking, when at that moment, rays of light flew out from the mirror. Immediately after, the group of disciples who were outside suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. After summoning everyone, Shu Xuan spoke. "Senior and junior martial brothers, get to know each other a little, and exchange experiences." Hearing this, the disciples curiously observed those around them. The first disciple to attract attention was Hu Tianya, with his particularly imposing figure. Is this tiger also a disciple of Shifu? Is it a Yao race? Seeing everyone looking at him, Hu Tianya shyly grinned. Afterwards, everyone shifted their attention to the Ma Buddha monk, who, under their gazes, placed a hand before his chest, closed his eyes, and smiled slightly. Seeing this, the disciples thought to themselves, "Beneath that kind face, there's something that doesn't quite feel benevolent. Weird." While everyone was still feeling awkward, Ding Yu, as the most senior, took the lead in introducing himself. "I'm Ding Yu, your senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianming quickly clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior brother." Following that, Ding Yu looked towards the remaining junior brothers and sisters, and slowly voiced his opinion. He thought it would be best to directly enter the secret realm trial so everyone could fight a bit and get to know each other. Hu Tianya immediately agreed, saying he thought that was a good idea. Qin Ying and the others didn't raise any objections either. Following that, Shu Xuan's disciples quickly entered the secret realm trial. Right after, the group of Shu Xuan's disciples went into the secret realm for the trial. The scenery here was shrouded in a hazy white mist. As Ding Yu walked, he thought, "As the most senior brother, if I can't even suppress these junior brothers and sisters, I'll lose face." Following that, Ding Yu slowly turned his gaze towards Xiaoliang and carefully considered things. Xiaoliang was out of the question. They were always evenly matched. When his eyes met Ma Buddha and Hu Tianya, Ding Yu couldn't help but exclaim internally, "I didn't expect these Ma Buddha and Hu Tianya to be so monstrous." Seeing that those three weren't easy to deal with, Ding Yu had no choice but to look for another target. Qin Ying, of course, didn't need to be mentioned. She was once the emperor of the Great Qin, so her strength was definitely not weak. Thinking of this, Ding Yu shifted his gaze to He Yu standing beside her. But He Yu's strength was beyond his imagination. She was extremely domineering in battle, with a regal aura that couldn't be defied. Faced with this difficult situation, Ding Yu didn't back down. On the contrary, he became even more determined. Where's my dignity as the most senior brother? He must break through the three gates of Supreme Sword Dao and become a true senior brother. On the other side, after observing the strength of the others, Qianming became dejected, muttering to himself, "The strength of these senior brothers and sisters is inevitably too strong. I don't have any resistance at all. I'll be quickly eliminated as soon as I make a move." Just then, Ma Buddha suddenly stepped in front of Ding Yu, clasped his hands together, smiled gently, and slowly said, "Amitabha. Well done, well done. It's rare to gather together. How about listening to this little monk's Buddhist scriptures?" Hearing this, Ding Yu's face became serious, and he said to Ma Buddha, "We're all brothers, don't play these tricks, it won't work." Just at that moment, Qin Ying also walked over, put her hands on her hips, and offered her opinion. Let's exchange insights and discuss how to deal with the blood fiend race a bit. Hearing this, Ma Buddha replied without hesitation. My Buddha's light purifies the blood fiend race. But before he could finish speaking, he heard Ding Yu's voice. My sword intent can also completely fade the blood fiend. But at that moment Wang Luo spoke up. The blood fiend race can't be completely exterminated, so can we use blood fiend to deal with blood fiend? Or perhaps control blood fiend? Hearing this, Qin Ying asked back, how to use blood fiend, how to control blood fiend? Wang Luo said without hesitation. Formations and restrictions. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan also stepped forward and slowly said, if the blood fiend race merges after death to create stronger blood fiend, then we must come up with the most effective method to separate the blood fiend energy after a great battle. Saying this, Shu Xuan smiled slightly. Prevent as much blood fiend from merging as possible, and at the same time, set up formations in places where blood fiend merges to trap them and slowly purify them. As she spoke, Shu Xuan's face and tone became extremely serious. She thought this was an effective way, at least a decent countermeasure in the early stages of the blood fiend, so setting up purification formations was extremely necessary. After pondering for a while, Ding Yu asked, but we need to solve some problems. For example, formation masters. The problem of materials for refining formations, and how much it costs to purify the blood fiend race. Is it proportionate? Following that, the scene returned to the very familiar gate, and the warm sunlight still shone down. In the small courtyard, Shu Xuan, after looking in the mirror for a while, said, the next period of time is to wait for the opportunity to extend the heavenly Tao to the eastern region, eastern continent. If I don't reach out, a portion of the 9 regions' rules and Qi will become increasingly chaotic. Following that, the mirror showed a gloomy and terrifying scene, with countless swords of the defeated stuck straight into the ground. The experts in the wild ancient region were still searching for treasures, occasionally appearing in places with strange lights. Right after, a figure that hadn't been seen for a long time was reflected in the mirror. Seeing this, Shu Xuan wasn't surprised at all. Cao Tianyi was still crazy and deranged. Anyone unlucky enough to encounter him would be killed. After having the Myriad Realms talisman, the Divine Realm experts could communicate with each other and avoid Cao Tianyi. After observing the situation there, Shu Xuan switched to another place. Ren Chenghe began to head towards the center of the 9 regions, close to the wild ancient initial land, and arranged some things. In an instant, the gloomy and strange scene changed, replaced by a place full of lush, green trees and bushes. Shu Xuan continued to probe the situation in another place. At the same time, the small races hiding in the northern region gradually emerged from the secret realms, returning to the northern region so that Heyu Hall could spread the normal morality of the heavenly Tao, forbidding the indiscriminate slaughter of small races and the extermination of small races, otherwise it would violate the heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Shu Xuan looked at the still peaceful sky without any changes, and thought to himself, with the emergence of small races, the life forms in the northern region are becoming more diverse, and the heavenly Tao is beginning to change and upgrade in a special way. The time to open the Tao Source Great Tribulation is getting closer and closer. After taking a look around, Shu Xuan continued to examine the situation of his disciples. Qin Ying, Xiang Xing, Ding Yue, and the others had also begun to prepare to enter the tribulation and prepare to deal with the blood fiend race at the same time. The mirror then changed, and a few seconds later, Heiyu's figure appeared before Shu Xuan's eyes. Heiyu also began to act, adjusting this heavenly Tao plan, rebuilding Heyu Hall, expanding her military force, accelerating resource acquisition, and beginning to promote the southern region and the western region. Right at this moment, an extremely loud sound rang out from nowhere. At some moment, a sound echoed throughout the 9 regions. The Great Tribulation is coming! Upon realizing that the Tao Source Great Tribulation had arrived, Shu Xuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a look of anticipation appeared on his lips. It's now. The heavenly Tao is invading the eastern regions. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, 5 extremely powerful light sources appeared in an instant, flying straight up into the clear blue sky. Only after the streaks of light were no longer visible did Shu Xuan slowly speak. Directly occupied 1/3 of the eastern region's heavenly Tao rules. The eastern continent has made a huge step forward. On the western region side, northern continent, in a place with countless towering mountains and lush green trees, a group of people were standing in front of a tightly closed secret realm gate. After experiencing many challenges, they had finally found it. Thus, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Great opportunity!" As soon as they finished speaking, another voice immediately urged, "Hurry up, there must be many treasures inside." Contrary to the eagerness of the group, Jiyu Jiahao trembled and hastily retorted, "This is not an opportunity, but a disaster, perhaps even a disaster for the entire western region." But no one paid attention to the warning. Seeing this, Jiyu Jiahao secretly made up his mind, "I must escape."
deep inside some mountain, in a place with towering rocks that pierced the sky, a large group of the Bloodslaughter race was gathering. The Bloodslaughter race member with a significantly stronger aura than the others declared loudly, "Our race is eternal." As soon as he finished speaking, a Bloodslaughter race member standing behind him chimed in, "Killing our way out. Devouring flesh and blood is our race's destiny. The 9 regions belong to our race. All living things are food for our race." In the blink of an eye, it was time for everyone to fight the Bloodslaughter race.
Facing such a massive army, everyone felt a shiver down their spines. Seeing this scene, one person immediately shouted heroically, "Kill these monsters!" But contrary to that determination, the person next to him was scared witless. "We're facing monsters!" Then, a fierce battle erupted, with both sides evenly matched.
Neither side was willing to give in. At that moment, the blood that was spilled slowly gathered together, forming a stream of bright red blood. That blood suddenly surged upwards. After a while, a Bloodslaughter race member appeared, several times larger than them. Facing that gigantic Bloodslaughter race member, the human race martial artists didn't panic and run away, but instead questioned loudly, "What monster are you? How dare you invade our human territory?"
Hearing this, the giant Bloodslaughter race member laughed contemptuously, sneering, "The human race, overlords of the 9 regions, won't be for long. In the future, you'll be food for our race."
As soon as he finished speaking, the giant Bloodslaughter race member immediately reached out and directly smashed the human martial artist who had spoken earlier. Just then, a voice filled with anger shouted, "How dare you slaughter the human race!" In the high sky,
3 golden rays of light were rushing over with extreme speed. In an instant, a group of powerhouses appeared in front of the giant Bloodslaughter race member. The middle-aged human martial artist at the head said each word in a deep voice, "You deserve to be killed." Hearing this, the giant Bloodslaughter race member scorned and arrogantly proclaimed, "Our race is eternal. You're just tiny human food, yet you dare to dream of exterminating our race." Hearing this, the 3 human powerhouses immediately rushed towards the giant Bloodslaughter race member, and another fierce battle broke out. Before long, that Bloodslaughter race member was jointly annihilated by the human powerhouses. Before losing consciousness, the giant Bloodslaughter race member secretly vowed that it would return soon to kill them all. On the other side, the human race saw that the giant Bloodslaughter race member was dead, and let out a sigh of relief. "The Bloodslaughter King is dead!" Someone couldn't help but urge, "Let's go! Let's destroy the Bloodslaughter race's lair, and search for treasures while we're at it." As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately agreed. "Let's go!" They didn't know how long they walked, when a pool of bright red blood suddenly appeared in front of them, filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood everywhere. Seeing this scene, everyone hurriedly stopped. One of them hesitantly opened his mouth to wonder how many people had to die for this blood to become a blood tide. At this moment, a shout suddenly echoed from the pool of red blood,
chillingly declaring that it would kill them all and eat them all. As soon as the sound faded, the young man with chestnut-colored hair revealed a worried expression. This Bloodslaughter King's strength is much stronger than before it fell. It seems like it's only one step away from the God realm. While the young man was still thinking, the familiar figure of the giant Bloodslaughter race member, the Bloodslaughter King, suddenly appeared in the middle of the pool of blood. Seeing the human race had arrived, the Bloodslaughter King looked at them with bloodshot eyes, chillingly declaring that it would kill them all and eat them all.
Hearing this, the young man with chestnut-colored hair didn't panic,
and only slowly said one word, "Kill!" Immediately afterwards, the young man jumped up, swinging his sword fiercely to attack the Bloodslaughter King, while not forgetting to tell the others,
"Kill them all, then burn them to ashes. Don't give them a chance to revive."
The sky above seemed to be affected by the brutal battle between the human race and the Bloodslaughter race, gradually becoming gloomy, with dark clouds flocking in to cover the light. After a while, that place became a sea of blood, filled with corpses, with a strong, pungent stench constantly rising. The Bloodslaughter King, who had just emerged from the sea of fresh blood, laughed happily. "It's back, our food."
After dealing with all the humans, the Bloodslaughter King shamelessly laughed and declared that their race was eternal.
At this time, in a place with a clear sky full of white clouds, in the familiar courtyard, Shu Xuan was standing in the small courtyard, observing the situation on the battlefield on the other side.
After seeing this scene, Shu Xuan had to exclaim, "This Bloodslaughter race is much more terrifying than I expected." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan pondered, "It has evolved to the God realm in a short time." Suddenly thinking of something, Shu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "The western region can't fall, at least before the tentacles of the heavenly Dao stretch over there. We can't let it fall into the hands of the Bloodslaughter race. Otherwise, it will definitely be a huge obstacle to the heavenly Dao plan." After thinking, Shu Xuan came up with a new plan.
Therefore, we must let the martial artists of the Western region prepare earlier, especially making good preparations to hold on to a certain area. On the other side, the middle-aged man held the talisman tightly in his hand and hesitantly announced,
Other prefectures in the Western region also have the bloodslaughter race descending.
Another person, after hearing this, was worried and quickly urged, Quick! Prepare for battle. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Shu Xuan's mind. Your heavenly Tao expands, monopolizing the eastern continent's domains. The reward is Tao realm first layer cultivation. As soon as the system's voice faded,
Shu Xuan closed his eyes and smiled in his heart, feeling extremely relieved. With his hands behind his back, he slowly said, Finally, the heavenly Tao has expanded to beyond the barren domain, monopolizing the first continent outside the barren domain. Speaking of this, Shu Xuan's eyebrows furrowed, and his tone also revealed seriousness. The second goal is the Western region. After all, the Western region is very dangerous at the moment, and it might fall at any time. We must quickly create a foundation for the Western region. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared in the chat group. Yunsu is telling everyone about the situation she is encountering. She doesn't know why the fate of her and her race has changed. It seems to be about to break,
but it seems that some kind of change has occurred. Is there a senior who can answer her doubts?
Seeing that information, Shu Xuan also felt surprised.
Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Shu Xuan mused. The Yu race is gone. Well, not exactly gone, but transformed into the ghost race. Then, Shu Xuan slowly explained the solution to Yushu. Yusu, as one of the Yu race's old ancestors, now had two choices. One was to continue maintaining her identity as a Yu, completely cutting ties with the ghost race, having nothing to do with them.
The other was to continue inheriting the fortune. After the Yu race transformed into the ghost race, she would gradually, under the influence of fortune, transform into a ghost. At this moment, Old Devil 2 also chimed in, asking, The Yu race is destroyed. Her situation likely foreshadows the destruction of the 9 regions. Yu race Yusu remained silent at those words,
not knowing how to respond. Just then, Hong Yuanchu joined the fun, expressing his opinion. The great Tao origin tribulation of the 9 regions has been opened. It's a bit hard to see through. Then, Hong Yuanchu suddenly closed his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly as he continued slowly. I just feel like this great Tao origin tribulation of the 9 regions seems a little off.
Meanwhile, on this side, Shu Xuan was contemplating. Should I go out and comfort Yusu a bit, and conveniently coax her into accepting the fortune of the Yu race after the transformation,
turning the Yu race into the ghost race? Following that, Shu Xuan told the others in the chat group. The Tao origin tribulation is just a small tribulation.
Fellow Taoist Hong and the others couldn't see through it. It wasn't the great calamity of the Tao era, but the true great calamity that was being affected. If you detect anything unusual, there's no need to be afraid, and no need to pay it any mind. The great calamity of the Tao era won't affect Tao openers. What can affect Tao openers is...
Afterwards, Shu Xuan asked, How much have you Tao use opened up? Several million line is probably normal, right? Hearing this, Hong Yuanchu's face changed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Opening up several million Lai is normal. Should I tell the truth after all? What if I'm looked down upon? What if Shu Daoyu feels like I'm too useless and doesn't take me along to play?
Ruo Xian then said, It's embarrassing to say, but this little lady's talent is too poor,
and until now, I've only opened up a little over 600 Lai.
At this point, Shu Xuan realized that, for everyone else, opening up several million Lai was really difficult. No wonder they were so surprised by him. Afterwards, Shu Xuan replied, Ruo Xian Daoyu, don't be discouraged. Several hundred lik isn't bad either.
At this moment, Meng Tutu deliberately pretended to be superior, saying, Damn Ruo Xian, you really are too useless, only a little over 600. I've opened up more than 1,000 Lai already. It's just average. The Time River opened up rather late, and so far it's only 400. The shortest path opener among everyone, Hong Yuanchu, opened up more than 1,300 Lai, surpassing Mo Tu. Teng Jiaowang and Mo Tu were the same. Mo Zihan and the others were all 800 to 900 Lai, like Luo Xing.
The longest to be opened was opened to 3,000 Lai.
As for Long Jun, Gi Ran,
and Yi Yujun, because of the reason of the great Tao life forms, their paths were quite special. It could be measured by how much great Tao power was used as a standard, and not by how much was opened up to judge their strength. At this time, Hong Yuanchu hurriedly asked, Shu Daoyu, how did you manage to open up so much? You've opened up several million Lai again. Shu Xuan smiled and said, Opening up is not difficult. Just chop hard with an axe.
Hearing this, Hong Yuanchu was stunned, his mouth agape, not understanding. Opening up can be done like that.
Chopping hard with an axe. Could this be the height of a big shot?
Opening up has become so easy for him. The others had the same thought. Shu Xuan stopped talking to them, deciding to open the system's gift. A golden axe appeared, the Chaos Stage Dao Axe, with the power of 2 Daos, capable of opening paths in chaos and seizing the great Dao.
Shu Xuan exclaimed. Path-opening weapons are indeed treasures. If he had this axe, he could accelerate the speed of opening even faster and wider, with a feature to directly open paths in chaos.
The Chaos Path Opening Axe, paired with the Heaven Opening Pen and Earth Book, would have even better results. Besides opening paths, the attack power of the Chaos Path Opening Axe was also extremely strong. It could chop the Great Dacio. Shu Xuan started trying to use the Chaos Axe, thinking, if I fight against a path-opening expert, I can chop off the opponent's path opening, thereby killing them. He looked into the secret realm space, the eastern region, eastern continent. After entering the Heavenly Dafo in the rear of the eastern region had a foundation. On the contrary, there was no need to worry about the eastern region falling, leading to problems and changes in the rules of heaven and earth. The most urgent thing was still the western region and the Great Tribulation. Seeing the aggressive momentum of the bloodshed race, there was no effective way to resist. Shu Xuan then said, perhaps I can be a little more aggressive, at least before the bloodshed race appears in the western region of the western continent. The heavenly Tao occupies 1/3 of the rules of heaven and earth. With that, he took out the Chaos Stone and began to use the reduced version of the Great Tao. Surrounding the heavenly Tao talisman, blue energy began to appear around the stone, and Shu Xuan took 1/3 of the heavenly Tao power of the northern region
to seize the western region.
In West Continent, Shu Xuan opened a space and began transferring the power of the heavenly Tao into it.
At this moment, in the western region's West Continent, the heavenly Tao that Shu Xuan brought in began to surround the sky of the western regions.
Those below, seeing this, started to panic, thinking, could it be that the Blood Fiend race has appeared? Is a great calamity about to affect West Continent? On the other side, Shu Xuan thought to himself, monopolizing 1/3, I can feel resistance. Although it's not strong, it can immediately stop the progressive seizure of the heavenly Tao. What if I encounter the rejection of the great Dao again? With my current heavenly Tao power, I can't resist it. I'll definitely be scattered. Seizing 1/3 of the heavenly Tao rules of the western regions, West Continent, the place I need to be has arrived. I can slowly push it forward later. Now, Shu Xuan doesn't want to face tribulations. He just wants to stay peacefully at home because facing tribulations means lots of variables. And it's easy to be targeted by the great Tao, Shu Xuan then said. Mirror of myriad heavens, connect to demonic power. He reached out his hand, where the reflection of the western regions was, and thought, speed up the process of demonic power converting into Buddhism. The blood essence rebirth technique can be used a bit for good effect. He decided to try selecting a few powerful figures of the Buddhist race, condensing a drop of rebirth blood essences so they can continue to revive after falling in the great war with the demon race, and then appear. Just thinking about such an outrageous scene, it would definitely shock the heavenly demon race, and there would definitely be no shortage of heavenly demon race powerhouses tempted to join the Buddhist race. Time slipped away, and a year later, in the western region's North Continent, a huge rock fell, opening up an ancient battlefield. The heavens and earth shook, merging into North Continent. The Blood Fiend race swarmed out from the ancient battlefield. They were like zombies wandering everywhere in the western regions. Besides North Continent, other continents of the western regions all showed omens of the ancient battlefield's descent. Human race martial artists. Under the attack and guard of the Blood Fiend race, unexpectedly, new Blood Fiend races appeared, and they attacked together. The Blood Fiend race began to fight among themselves, and many died, so after the Blood Fiend race revived, their strength increased. In those infighting moments, a powerful Blood Fiend king was born. However, what made everyone wary was the terrifying power it carried within. At this moment, the real threat is about to descend. After the Blood Fiend king was born, the infighting immediately ended. The appearance of this king created a not-so-small change. The Blood Fiend race began to unify, and under the leadership of the Blood Fiend king, the Blood Fiend race began to implement an invasion plan.
Their attack was extremely fierce, and in a short period of time, they continuously destroyed 12 great defensive formations of the human race. Seeing the situation was not good, all human race martial artists immediately united to meet the challenge. However, the results were not very optimistic.
The slaughter became more and more intense, and the human race's front line was constantly being lost. The more they fought, the more the number of Blood Fiend race decreased, but at the same time, their strength continued to increase. The leading martial artist knew that they could not continue to prolong the battle in this situation, and finally, loudly ordered the entire human race to retreat. However, the Blood Fiend race, with the ambition to dominate, did not stop there, and as the human race retreated, they became more aggressive. A month later, the current family head of the Renwang ancient clan, died in battle. Immediately after that, the human race fell into a desperate situation.
Countless ordinary people who did not have time to retreat, and martial artists below the Emperor realm all fell into the hands of the Blood Fiend race, and they were raised as a reserve food source. In the small courtyard, Shu Xuan only stood observing everything from a distance. But when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be furious, his hands clenched tightly, gnashing his teeth, trying to calm down. Shu Xuan heir, who was nearby, hurriedly came over,
softly asking, "Shu Xuan, what's wrong?" She felt that he seemed to be uneasy. "Could it be that you want to go out for a stroll?"
After hearing those words, Shu Xuan was startled and woke up,
feeling terrified in his heart. I almost lost my composure. It must be that dog system deliberately tempting them. He almost couldn't stay at home anymore. Then, Shu Xuan pretended, as if nothing had happened, and waved his hand, denying it. "What's there to do outside? Isn't it good here?" After speaking, Shu Xuan closed his eyes tightly, constantly reciting in his heart, "Must be calm, must be calm, must maintain my composure. Don't pay too much attention to the affairs of North Continent. I should still diligently promote the Heavenly Tao plan." Seeing that the protagonist's mood was not good, Shu Xian heir quickly approached, hugged Shu Xuan's arm tightly, and happily said, "Shu Xuan, I'm about to break through to the heavenly realm." Shu Xian heir's method was indeed effective.
Shu Xuan's attention was immediately diverted. Hearing this, Shu Xuan nodded. "Go. It's just the heavenly realm, don't be too arrogant." Meanwhile, the brutal war between the human race and the Blood Fiend race showed no signs of stopping. At the ancient battlefield of North Continent, the number of dead reached thousands, tens of thousands of martial artists. Moreover, North Continent was densely covered with a layer of blood-colored gas, constantly spreading. That layer of gas accumulated more and more, causing even the sky above to be affected and gradually become gloomy. Half a year later, in the western regions, North Continent, a blood rain suddenly began to fall according to the rules.
Facing this change, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. In just an instant, countless pools of bright red blood appeared on the ground.
When they saw this scene, the fatigue and emotions that everyone had been suppressing for so long burst out. Countless martial artists cried miserably, and many people's eyes were filled with despair for the future. Before those changes, the tragic wheel of fate of the human race continued to turn. The God realm human experts are falling left and right, man. Even the great clan elder from the Renwang ancient family in the western regions, a powerhouse at the 5th level of the God realm, bit the dust against a top-tier bloodshed clan expert. Talk about a bad day. But hey, when it rains, it freaking pours, right? On the very same day, the so-called #1 prodigy of the Northern Continent, the absolute top genius of the younger generation, also kicked the bucket in the Bloodshed clan's invasion. Despair is spreading like wildfire throughout the Northern Continent. Seriously. Shu Xuan, seeing countless corpses of human cultivators scattered on the ground, was obviously having none of it. His anger was bubbling like a cauldron, his eyebrows furrowed so hard they could probably cut diamonds, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "The Western and Northern regions' chosen ones are dead. So, the Western and Northern regions' chi luck has shifted, and the Bloodshed clan inherited it? The rules of heaven and earth are changing because of it." He glanced at the brutal battlefield in the Northern Continent, and inside he was relieved. Lucky for him, he'd already laid the foundation in the Western regions and Northern Continent early on. If the Western regions had fallen, heaven would have been struggling to occupy the West. But with the Bloodshed clan around, who are the disaster response team, there are obviously going to be some special chi luck changes, and the chosen one in this great calamity will die. Just then, the system's robotic voice chimed in, announcing, "Your maidservant, Shu Xian, has broken through to the heavenly realm. Reward, a wisp of chaos chi." No sooner had the words left the system than Shu Xian shyly approached, hesitantly telling Shu Xuan that she wanted to go back to the Shu family for a bit. Without a second thought, Shu Xuan nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead." Getting the green light from Shu Xuan, Shu Xian's face lit up like a Christmas tree. She quickly promised her master she'd be back soon and dashed off. Right after their little chat, the system's announcement popped up in Shu Xuan's head again. "Your disciple, Ding Yu, has broken through to the heavenly realm. Reward, a wisp of chaos chi." Ding Yu's insane progress didn't even faze Shu Xuan. Ding Yu broke through, just as I suspected. With this in mind, Shu Xuan clenched his fist, his heart filled with determination. More chaos chi. The tempering speed of my Dao principles is progressing faster now. My cultivation base is already at the Dao realm 10th stage, only 26 more stages needed to reach Dao realm perfection and enter the Dao opening realm. Without entering the Dao opening realm, one's foundation is ultimately insufficient, making them susceptible to the great calamity's influence. Back to the western and northern regions. Things are still messed up. The bloody war rages on, leaving the land desolate. But what's even sadder is the sight of countless human cultivator corpses littering the ground. The once dominant human race is getting its butt kicked big time.
An old elder from the young race floated in the air, his heart heavy with sorrow as he witnessed the tragic scene.
Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind him, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The young race elder immediately sensed the danger and raised his guard. But when he saw who it was, his heart filled with dread.
His eyes widened in disbelief. Fengdu Ghost King. Before the Yu race elder could make a run for it, the Fengdu Ghost King spoke sternly. Join our ghost race now. The Yu race is only left with you. Can you help the Yu race become stronger?
Turns out, Shu Xuan had somehow recruited the Fengdu Ghost King, MLM style.
Then, Fengdu Ghost King spread his hands out and continued. He has also seen that the great calamity has begun. The human race is like this. How can the Yu race survive the great calamity? Only by transforming into a ghost race can we regain a new life.
After hearing those words, the Yu race elder accepted his fate,
sighing in agreement. Maybe he's right. The fate of the Yu race is truly over. Then transform into a ghost race. After that, the Yu race elder resolutely followed the Fengdu Ghost King to the mysterious door, and immediately afterwards, the two of them quickly entered another space. This is the secret realm of Fengdu, where the Yu race elder began to abandon his race. The Yu race has finally transformed into the ghost race.
From now on, the ghost race will inherit the chi luck of the Yu race, and at the same time compete for chi luck belonging to the ghost race in the great calamity. The ghost race will become a terrifying race in the 9 regions. At the same time, something suddenly appeared in the secret realm of Fengdu,
causing the Fengdu Ghost King, who was waiting outside, to pay attention.
In a land of rugged and desolate mountains,
shrouded in a hazy mist, creating a mysterious and gloomy space. Below is the peaceful, colorful scenery of rows of trees and green lawns.
In a certain area, the divine souls of the human race gathered together, and on the ground was a bloodshed clan member, with only the strength of the first level of the Emperor realm. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, planning their next move.
The divine souls of the human race were all at the heavenly realm. They were all the fleshy bodies that had fallen, and their divine souls had luckily escaped.
Without heavenly realm experts knowing how much time had passed, one of them was determined to say to everyone,
"Let's try it. If we can succeed, there may be a way out. After all, this method has never been tried before." Therefore, everyone hesitated to step forward.
Seeing this, a young man took a deep breath, trying to look unafraid, and shouted, "Hurry up and stop delaying, leave it to him."
Then, the young man quickly reached out his hand and mobilized his power, releasing flames and shouting, "Divine Soul Flame."
That powerful energy accurately shot straight into the bloodshed clan member's body.
Then the painful screams of that name kept ringing out. In the blink of an eye, the bloodshed clan member's body suddenly shrank, and then turned into an unidentifiable object, surrounded by terrifying black energy.
Seeing this, the young man manipulated the flame to absorb the object.
The martial artist standing next to him carefully observed before slowly speaking. "The evil energy is too strong, it must be purified." While speaking, the martial artist manipulated his power and released a flame with extremely strong momentum. After purification was completed, the martial artist reached out and took the small pink pearl, and then remained stunned and said nothing. Looking at the object that was getting smaller and smaller in his hand, the human race martial artist couldn't say a word. His head was full of scenes of exerting himself to purify just now, and even his face showed a sad expression, headache and muttering. "The pearl is 1/3 smaller. The purification cost is too great. Can't withstand several purifications. Must find a more effective purification method."
Right then, a voice suddenly echoed, catching the warrior's attention. "Watch him closely and strike at the right moment. He can refine the blood fiend race to restore your physical bodies. Whether to eliminate them or not depends on this moment." The young man carefully reminded everyone while meticulously adjusting the flame in front of him to minimize consumption.
Seeing this, all the human race's divine souls immediately stared intently at the flame in front of them, not even blinking once. Meanwhile, the warrior didn't forget to reassure, "Don't worry, they're watching."
After much effort, there were finally results.
The young man saw his right arm starting to condense, forming a complete limb, and he happily smiled. Not only the young man, but the remaining human race warriors were also surprised and excited, shouting, "This might actually work!" However, before the joy could last, another problem suddenly emerged. The newly formed arm abruptly emitted black smoke, quickly spreading up to the shoulder in an instant. Realizing the situation was bad, the young man panicked and yelled, "Something's wrong! It's going to corrode our divine souls."
As soon as he finished speaking, the young man used his remaining arm to desperately stop the eerie black smoke. The other warrior souls immediately stepped forward, forming a circle, and quickly mobilized their power to help. But just trying hard doesn't guarantee success. The black smoke not only didn't stop but continued to spread. Facing this situation, the human race souls were all terrified, instinctively shouting loudly, "We can't take the newly formed flesh and blood out.
While everyone was at a loss for what to do, a determined voice suddenly rang out, "We have to sever it." Hearing this, the young man didn't hesitate, and decisively chopped off the newly formed flesh and blood. Immediately, the newly refined arm fell straight to the ground. A stream of black blood continuously flowed out. What horrified people was that the eerie air still hovered around, desperately devouring the remaining divine soul fragments. Seeing everything back to square one, the human race souls revealed a tragic expression, a feeling of despair constantly rising. The method of refining the blood fiend race's flesh to restore the body failed, meaning they could only live as flickering souls. Who knows when their souls will collapse? At that moment, a strong aura of iron and blood suddenly emanated from behind, spreading in all directions. The human race souls were so frightened that they just stood there dumbfounded, feeling utterly hopeless. A sinister and terrifying breath, a process in the blink of an eye. The black air gradually formed the figure of a person. Right after that, the Fengdu Ghost King appeared with an imposing presence. After carefully observing the person who had just appeared in front of them, an understanding simultaneously emerged in the minds of the human race souls, a spirit-severing realm expert. Then, the warrior with black hair gave a friendly smile and tentatively asked, "Is he from the nether race?" Before Fengdu Giwang could answer, the warrior continued, "But that's not right. The nether race doesn't have such a gloomy feeling." At the same time, Fengdu Giwang carefully examined the human race souls, secretly rejoicing in his heart. These seeds are all suitable for ghost race. Moreover, once they transform into the ghost race, their strength won't be weak. It's a rare opportunity to strengthen the ghost race. Sure enough, great tribulations are also great opportunities.
After evaluating everything, Fengdu Giwang displayed his power and sternly introduced himself.
This king is Fengdu Giwang, and this king is a member of the ghost race.
Hearing this, the warrior was so surprised that he blurted out, "Ghost race?" The human race souls were only slightly surprised, before quickly calming down. Sure enough, another new race has appeared. Fengdu Giwang suddenly waved his hand, releasing a mesmerizing purple power. In an instant, a group of ghost race members appeared in front of the human race souls.
Before anyone could ask anything, Fengdu Giwang explained. This king was established by the ghost ancestor, who sympathized with the lack of a place to rely on. The ghost ancestor created the ghost race cultivation method. All cultivators can transform into the ghost race. At the same time, a hint of expectation crept into Fengdu Giwang's heart. From now on, divine souls are no longer weak, but can become fierce ghosts. Then, Fengdu Giwang pointed to the group of ghost race members behind him, and continued,
"They were all once humans who died, but now they have transformed into the ghost race." Seeing that the human race souls were still hesitant, Fengdu Giwang hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, your original consciousness remains, just existing in a different form. Whether they are willing to transform into ghosts or not, perfect timing." Hope for the future filled the hearts of the human race souls, their eyes full of expectation. If it's true, there might be a way out after all. We're already in this state, so transforming into the ghost race might not be so bad. Seeing that they were a bit shaken,
Fengdu Giwang continued with resolute and impassioned words. The blood fiend race is a tribulation response race, and they are precisely the target our ghost race is dealing with. Before life, they are humans. After death, they are ghosts. There is no contradiction.
Hearing this, the black-haired human race warrior immediately agreed. All right, then he will become a ghost. And the rest of us as well. Not a single person refused. Fengdu Giwang asked again.
They don't regret this choice, do they? As he spoke, Fengdu Giwang waved his hand, releasing a purple energy that enveloped the human race souls. The souls cupped their hands respectfully and bowed. After that was done,
Fengdu Giwang spread his arms wide and announced heroically, "Go forth and seek out your fragmented souls. Join the ghost race. You will strengthen the ghost race. You will compete for the fortune of the Great Tribulation."
The others immediately cupped their hands respectfully and bowed in unison. "Yes, Ghost King." At the same time, within the secret realm of Fengdu, the scenery was one of both dark beauty from the blood moon and mysterious gloom. The old man had completely disappeared. Instead, a strikingly handsome young man stood here. The nether race member had finally transformed into the ghost race. He was originally the strongest of the nether race, existing at the spirit-severing realm. Now, having transformed into the ghost race, it was no different from the ghost race gaining another spirit-severing expert.
Fengdu Giwang suddenly appeared, solemnly offering a jade pendant, and saying to the young man, "Today, this king bestows upon you the position of protector of Fengdu." Hearing this, the newly appointed Fengdu protector respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you, Ghost King. Following that, the Fengdu Ghost King didn't waste another second. He quickly approached the Protector and told him to come along to search for the Blood Fiend race.
No sooner had he spoken than the two of them immediately leapt into the air, hastily leaving. The Fengdu Ghost King and the Protector, two powerhouses at the deity realm, headed towards the infamous Blood Fiend race. Just then, the system notification rang out in Shu Xuan's mind. The ghost race you founded has completely taken over the Nether race, inheriting its fortune. Moreover, in the western and northern continents, they are expanding rampantly, turning remnants of souls into ghosts. The ghost race's population is increasing, and it has been recognized by the great Tao's fortune, granting the rewards, the Tao of Ghosts, and the Fengdu Ghost Realm. Hearing this, Shu Xuan felt a bit surprised, but didn't really care much. The Nether race had finally completely turned into the ghost race. Check the system rewards, Shu Xuan said, and immediately, a scene both demonic and mystical slammed into his eyes, along with the dark red of the Manjusaka flowers. This time's reward was a world for ghosts, unlike the Fengdu secret realm. After all, a secret realm is just a secret realm, while a ghost realm is beyond comparison. From now on, the Fengdu secret realm would be a secret realm within the ghost realm, considered a holy land for the ghost race. After examining everything,
Shu Xuan smiled with great satisfaction, thinking to himself, besides the ghost realm, the system's reward isn't the law of ghosts, but the great Tao of ghosts. One word difference, but the meaning is totally different. I thought they were one and the same, but they're actually two completely different concepts. The Daddio of ghosts versus the nascent great Daddio of ghosts, the foundational great Daddio of the ghost race. The stronger the ghost race, the deeper the understanding of this Davio will be. The Davio of ghosts will grow and level up accordingly. A great Davio, even if it's just nascent, is still a great Davio, incomparable to a mere law. This is the great Davio belonging to the ghost race. The more ghosts there are, the more understanding there will be, the deeper it will be. The great Tao of ghosts will grow and level up from this, eventually becoming a true great Tao. Immediately afterward, Shu Xuan quickly waved his hand with force,
and a powerful blue light instantly shot through the mirror, landing in the ghost world. At the same time, Shu Xuan's voice echoed,
"Change the rules of the ghost realm." Who knows how much time passed, but finally, the laws here were established.
When the consciousness of a living being, or a divine soul, enters this place, it must first enter the river of forgetfulness. Under the cleansing of the river of forgetfulness, they become a newly born ghost race member. Those who can resist the cleansing for a certain period of time can retain their original memories. After all, this applies to the strong. The strong should have some privileges. After Shu Xuan finished arranging everything, he said to the Fengdu Ghost King, "Lead the entire ghost race into the ghost realm to cultivate, to comprehend the ghost Tao."
Hearing this, the Fengdu Ghost King was also surprised.
He asked in disbelief, "The ghost race actually has an independent world now. This world was entirely created by the ghost race? It belongs to the ghost race." After chatting a bit, the Fengdu Ghost King didn't hesitate, and quickly did, as Shu Xuan said. The Fengdu Ghost King led his subordinates into the ghost realm to build cities, leaving the Fengdu secret realm in the ghost realm, making it the central holy land of the ghost race. Time flew mercilessly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Wang Luo had broken through to the heavenly realm. The reward was a wisp of chaos chi of time. Then time continued to pass, and another half year went by. On the other side, the demon Buddha broke through to the heavenly realm. Shu Xuan had accumulated quite a bit of chaos chi, and the refinement of the Tao laws was getting faster and faster.
At the same time, our main character, standing in the courtyard, also saw the demon Buddha's progress. Shu Xuan stroked his chin and said, "The demon Buddha's breakthrough means the layout of the demon domain needs to accelerate. The demon race should also come out of the historical shadows. The only thing to worry about is luring out the Tao realm powerhouses of the demon race." At the same time, on another side, the top experts of the sky demon race in the western and northern continents were gathered for a meeting. The sky demon race member with a broken horn gnashed his teeth. He angrily said, "The terror of the blood fiend race has become clear. They can't be killed, they can't be eradicated, and they get stronger the more you kill them. It's almost impossible to deal with. Even the human race has lost time and time again, surrendering with their hands tied. How do we deal with the blood fiend race?" Before anyone could answer, a sky demon race member suddenly rushed in, panting, and urgently reporting, "The Buddhist race is attacking." Hearing this, the sky demon race members present were enraged, shouting, "The Buddhist race deserves to be slaughtered. Buddhism must be destroyed. Those Baldies." Scene change. Under a purple sky filled with a bewitching aura, the demon race and the Buddhist race faced each other. The leader of the Buddhist race spoke, "Evil creatures, lay down your butcher knives and convert to Buddhism to erase your sins."
Hearing this, the demon race's blood boiled, and they shouted, "Nonsense! You're also a demon race member." At this moment, a monk standing opposite them heard what the demon race said and retorted, "Amitabha. This humble monk has seen through the mortal world and converted to Buddhism. I am a humble monk of the Buddhist race." As soon as he finished speaking, a demon race member rushed forward, shouting, "Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant it to you." Then the Buddhist race member replied, "This humble monk is devoted to Buddha and is protected by Buddha. Demons cannot kill me." With that, the land became a chaotic battleground between the Buddhist race and the demon race. One by one, the high-ranking monks of Buddhism died.
Seeing that they had victory within their grasp, the demon race member scorned, "Can't be killed, huh? Protected by your Buddha, huh? See if you can still die or not." Afterward, the land was filled with the corpses of the monks. All the Buddhist race experts who came to challenge had died. After the chaotic battle ended, in the sky demon race of the western and northern continents, that ghost shouted loudly, "Those baldies are dead." Suddenly, a group of the Buddhist race appeared below. Only by cultivating Buddha with a single-minded devotion, protected by the Buddha ancestor, can one achieve immortality. Seeing the people who had just died reappear, the demon race couldn't help but be surprised. How is this possible? Another blood fiend race member. So 3 days later, at the temple, all those demons were bowing down to those two masters. Another demon was super pissed, thinking, "No way. That Daddio realm is supposed to be for demon race kings, Buddha race. How can there be powerhouses like that here? The demon race is screwed. We're about to lose everything. Gotta bounce." Then, he turned to the other demons behind him and said, "The demon race is going down. Quick, let's get out of here." The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Clan led a few steadfast believers of the demon race and some demon race prodigies to escape from the secret territory. The demon from before was hiding in a corner, low-key sobbing, "My demon race will not be destroyed. Those traitors, wait till the kings get back. They're so gonna pay." Matu, chilling in his cave, was like, "Something's definitely up with the demon race." So, he messaged Shu Xuan, Shu Dao brother, "I've been feeling weird lately. The demon race's luck seems to be taking a turn, like it's being cut off and then reconnected. What the heck is going on?" Shu Xuan saw this and smirked. "Here we go, time to mess with Matu and those demon race powerhouses." He messaged back, "Matu Dao brother, you're experiencing a heart tribulation, influenced by the Great Tribulation. The demon race is probably dealing with it, hence the luck fluctuations. The Great Tribulation's influence is messing with powerhouses like you, causing all this weirdness." Matu read Shu Xuan's message and thought, "Influence from the Great Tribulation, huh?" He asked, "Shu Dao brother, so what's the play here?" Maltu, Hong Yuan Chu, and the others were all shocked. "The Great Tribulation is affecting the demon race. Looks like it's only a matter of time before it hits us," Shu Xuan advised. "Hold on to your Dao hearts, don't get distracted. Because of the deeper influence, you demon race powerhouses might even be having illusions that the demon race is about to be wiped out." Then, Shu Xuan posted in the group, "Except for the Dao creators of the demon race, all Dao realm cultivators must hold onto their Dao hearts and not be invaded by the outside world. Otherwise, the demon race is in danger, and so are you." Matus asked, "Shu Dao brother, is Dao realm also affected by this great tribulation?" Shu Xuan replied with a smile, "Even Dao creators are in danger of Dao collapse and fall, let alone Dao realm, Matua, Dao friend. This great tribulation is a great tribulation for all living beings, and Dao creators also have the danger of death." Matua was surprised. "It's that kind of great tribulation again," Shu Xuan messaged. "If you are not careful with this great tribulation, all living beings will be destroyed, so be careful." Senior brother Matu, if the demon race has been affected by the chi mechanism of the Great Tribulation while the luck is declining, then it is absolutely impossible for the same clan in the Dao realm to be free from external interference. Once you enter the tribulation at this time, then the demon race will become the first race to respond to the tribulation, and you are also the first group of people to enter the tribulation. All the first group of people who enter the tribulation will almost be destroyed, so you need to maintain your state of mind. As long as you get through this time of inner demons, then the next crisis can also be passed, which is also beneficial to your future tribulation. Maltud respectfully thank you, Shu Dao brother, for answering my questions. We will work together to restrict Dao realm martial artists from leaving the desolate ancient land and not entering the 9 regions, Shu Xuan said. Forget it. It is fate to be in the group. I will pass on a method to you that can be passed on to the younger generation in Dao realm to inherit the declining luck of the demon race, maintain the state of mind, and even have the opportunity to transform from it. Ma Tu immediately said, "It's me, Shu Dao brother," Shu Xuan instructed. Reciting it occasionally can maintain your state of mind and also have a certain ability to overcome tribulations. Shu Xuan passed on the method of luck inheritance and the Buddhist mental method to Mao Tu. Shu Xuan smiled slyly, thinking, "Fortunately, I have a layout early on.
This time it is stable, the demon race is destroyed, and the entire transformation into the Buddha race, those Tao realms of the demon race, are afraid that they will not go out to cause trouble. It is impossible for the demon race to be completely destroyed. After all, the demon race is not the Yu tribe, but also a very special race. It is certain to fall into a small tribe and live in despair. A few days later, Ma Tu said to Shu Xuan, Shu Dao brother has finished teaching, and the little guys in Dao realm, after learning it, really inherited the declining luck, and at the same time, the state of mind was also maintained. Then, thinking, Shu Dao brother is unfathomable,
Shu Xuan smiled happily. That's good. But inside, he thought, this Ma Tu's action is still very strong. Ma Tu asked sadly, Shu Dao brother, my demon race is not the strongest in the 9 regions. Now why is my demon race affected first? Mao Tu asked himself. The human race is so strong, why not take the lead and target the human race? Shu Xuan then explained.
Mei Tu Yu Dao, although you are the Dao creator of the demon race, but the demon race now is not a pure-blooded demon race. The demon race used to be extremely powerful, but it has disappeared from the 9 regions, and now the demon race in the 9 regions only has the bloodline of the demon race that was initially left behind. Ma Tu was surprised when he heard this. Is the demon race so mysterious? Giran messaged in the group. Oh, so Matua, you are a mixed blood? Or a hybrid? Matua didn't care, asked Shu Xuan. Does Shu Dao brother mean that our demon race is the remaining bloodline of the beginning, which is why it is affected by the Great Tribulation? So where did the original demon race go? Shu Xuan messaged back. It is indeed affected by the bloodline, so it is affected by the Great Tribulation earlier. That is a very distant story, the demon race. And some powerful races have disappeared from the 9 regions. Disappearing does not mean extinction. Maybe there will be a day when it reappears. 9 regions. Suddenly Yu Jun appeared and asked, Shu Xuan, Shu Dao friend, I encountered a dark and strange power on the Great Dao a few days ago. It seems that it can pollute the Great Dao. I don't know what it is.
Shu Xuan was also puzzled.
What is that? Could it be a sign of the Great Dao tribulation? Yue Jun's intention is more strict than Giran and Longjun. He is more lively, and of course he sees more in the Great Dao than Longjun and Giran.
So what's that dark, strange power anyway? Shu Xuan, acting all mysterious, messaged back, can't say, Yi Yujun, Dao friend, you gotta be careful, can't say too much, just, you and I need to know.
Demonic path Hong Yuan my ass, Giran thought at the same time. Putting on such a mysterious act, what's really going on? I'm a freaking Daio opening realm cultivator for nothing. I'm like some small fry martial artist, don't know any secrets. 3 years later, inside the temple, the Grandmaster was sitting, kneeling below the steps. Moji approached, clasping his hands respectfully. Shifu, the Grandmaster, saw him and said, Moji, you've returned. How is it? The Demon King still refuses. Moji replied, This disciple is incompetent. The Demon King remains stubborn. Scene change, in another room.
The king threw a vase straight onto the ground
and loudly berated. You've been out for half a month and not a single reinforcement. The great calamity is approaching.
Where are you going to put so many of the demon race? The subordinate hurriedly knelt down to admit his mistake. This subordinate is incompetent. Those royal soldiers who usually have good relations with the demon race are dragging their feet at this critical moment of life and death. The king sighed. This is not your fault. Step down.
That subordinate suggested, Your Majesty,
I see that Dharma Master Junyi of Great Way Buddhist Temple sincerely wants to help us. Why not? Before he could finish speaking, the king roared, Shut your mouth. Then he commanded, On this great hall, if anyone dares to mention the Buddhist temple again, execute them immediately. The subordinate respectfully took his leave. Great king, please calm your anger. This subordinate takes his leave. Afterwards, the king asked, Is there anything to report today? Suddenly, the king noticed, Wait, why is the number of people attending court today not even 60% of usual? Immediately, a subordinate stood out, reporting to the great king, Yesterday you issued a decree forbidding anyone from mentioning that religion again, and over half the court has been worshipping it. The king furiously said, How can there be such a reason? The demonic Buddha and Buddha are mortal enemies since ancient times, and today that bald donkey dares to run rampant before my eyes. Then he shouted loudly, ordering his subordinate, Bring my blade here. The king held the blade in his hand and said, Today. Suddenly someone entered the room and spoke up. Your Majesty, where are you going? The king gritted his teeth and said, Who dares to barge into the court without permission? He greeted, Amitabha, it's been a long time, Your Majesty. The king saw clearly who it was and was shocked. Royal uncle? Even you, the royal uncle advised. Your Majesty, please don't be stubborn. Don't remain lost and unrepentant. You and the Buddhist sect have neither affinity nor enmity. Now is a time of crisis. Your Majesty should abandon your prejudices and think for your people.
the king said decisively.
Royal uncle, if you're also here to persuade me on behalf of that bald donkey, then please leave. The demon and Buddha have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Before he could finish speaking, the royal uncle spoke.
Since ancient times, the demon realm has also never encountered a calamity like this before.
The king immediately ordered everyone out. This king is sleepy. Court dismissed. The king's uncle stubbornly said, Your Majesty is still stubborn. I will still come again. The king sighed. Suddenly a voice rang out. Brother king. The king, hearing this, replied,
Little sister, why are you up? Hurry and rest. The king's sister coughed. Cough, cough.
The king said worriedly. Little sister, focus on healing, the king's sister said firmly.
Brother, now is the time of our clan's demise. We can't be swayed by personal feelings. The king gritted his teeth. No way. If I also join that Baldy's sect, chanting scriptures all day, how will I take care of you?
The king's sister, though tired, still tried to persuade the king. Brother, cough, cough. Why won't you listen to me, cough, cough? The king coaxed her worriedly. Okay, don't rush.
Scene change. In some desert, the wind howls. A Yao spirit was standing high up, observing the whole scene. Suddenly seeing a figure approaching, the Yao loudly asks, Who is it? Who is it?
Report your name. Anyone who dares trespass into the borderlands will be killed without mercy. The figure doesn't react. The Yao uses a horn to alert the other Yao.
Someone is attacking.
Draw bows. Get ready. Hearing this, they all simultaneously draw their bows and shoot at the monster.
The monster is immediately hit by the Yao's arrows.
The captain steps forward and orders, Report from the lookout tower.
The Yao says, Crap, the intruder got hit by 2 arrows and fell to the ground.
The captain, hearing this, sneers in disdain.
One person causing such a big commotion. Dismiss the squad. Suddenly, the monster that was shot slowly stands up. The Yao, unaware of anything, is still calling for the captain. Captain,
the intrude. The Yao turns around, sees 2 monsters,
and says in shock, When did you guys?
Then screams, Ah! The captain, hearing the scream, turns back and asks,
The Yao soldier shouldn't be affected, right? Before he can finish his sentence, a bunch of hands reach out and grab him tightly. On the other side, a subordinate reports to the king. Report, Your Majesty. There's an emergency at the border. The king orders. Speak. The subordinate presents.
The dry water pass has fallen. An enemy is invading. The number is unknown and their identity is also unknown. Only one heavily injured guard escaped. The king hastily asks, Where? Take me there now. Then goes outside, inquiring about the situation. What's the situation? A subordinate respectfully replies, Your Majesty, the injured person's condition is temporarily stable. It's just superficial wounds. But the wounds can't heal, and his mind is unclear. The king observes and thinks to himself, These wounds are exactly like when my little sister returned. What exactly is it? Maybe this is a chance to figure out my little sister's wounds, the king says sternly and orders. Transmit my order. Soldiers follow, yes. The king continues. All right, gather all the troops, battle stations, everyone. Scene change. In the misty plains, a bunch of purple monsters are scrambling up some craggy rocks. Suddenly, they spot the demon race army and get spooked. The leader yells, Charge. Protect the demon realm. And just like that, they're all going at it, duking it out. These monsters, even when slashed, regenerate super quick. They're swarming the demon race from behind. Blood is flying everywhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, a minion is rushing to report to the king. Report, Your Majesty, the city gates have fallen. The king's like, That fast? What happened? The minion stutters, Those things, they can't be killed. The king thinks, I knew something was up. No matter what, we gotta hold the demon palace. My little sis is still there. Then the king orders, Royal Guard, with me. We'll meet the enemy head on. And with that, the king jumps into the fray, hacking at the monsters with his blade. One swing, and he cleaves a monster right in 2. But bam! Another monster lunges at the king from behind. The king whirls around and shouts at his men, Hold the demon palace, don't let them through. But hold on. The monster he just sliced in half is slowly reforming. The king's jaw drops. What? The monster pounces. The king's frozen, thinking, Crap. Too slow. He grits his teeth, closes his eyes, bracing for impact. But then, out of nowhere, Uncle Wang steps in and takes the hit. The king stunned. Uncle Wang, why would you? Then, all worried, he asks, Uncle, are you all right? Uncle Wang calmly says, Don't worry about me. Look at the demon palace. Hurry and save the demon palace. Towards the demon palace. The monsters are swarming in like crazy. The grandmasters are standing guard at the entrance, protecting the demon palace. The grandmaster says, Everyone, the safety of the demon realm rests on our shoulders today. Get in formation. Everyone starts chanting together. Om Ba Tai, Ma Zhen, Duo, Mian, Ni Rui La Niu. Om Ba La Tuo,
Badan mi niu. A blinding light engulfs the grandmasters.
Forming a protective barrier, they keep chanting, Om batai majen duo mian ni rui la niu. Om ba la tuo badan mi niu. The barrier expands, incinerating the monsters.
The chanting, Om ba la tuo badan mi niu, makes the barrier grow even bigger, enveloping the entire demon palace. The king is awestruck. Uncle Wang, what's this light? It can actually destroy these monsters. My blade can't do that, Uncle Wang replies. This is Blood Fiend, born from tribulation, a child of heaven and earth. That's why it is not mortal flesh, only the slaughtering light can destroy it. The king's like, born from tribulation. Uncle Wang elaborates, yep, that's why their bodies aren't flesh and blood but resentment condensed by heaven and earth. You can't just kill them to wipe them out completely.
You can only save them through enlightenment, which Buddhism happens to be good at.
The king continued asking.
So can Buddhist teachings heal the wounds caused by the blood slaughter? The royal uncle replied. Of course, I know why you're asking.
You're worried about Maji's wounds, aren't you? The king answered. Yes, uncle, the royal uncle continued. You've been guarding the demon palace to heal Ma Shi, refusing to cooperate with the Buddhist path. Do you know how many innocent lives of your clansmen have died in vain?
If Master Jun Yefe hadn't spoken up in advance, the demon realm would probably be in deep trouble. Master Jun Yefe deployed the 7 great demon Buddhas to set up the Golden Light Grand Array in the demon realm for 3 days to get through this tribulation.
The king admitted his mistake. This junior knows I was wrong. This junior is willing to follow the Buddhist path from now on, serve the state faith, and transform the demon domain into a Buddha domain. Scene change. At Shu Xuan's place. The system popped up a notification, beep beep, your disciple has turned from demon to Buddha, inheriting the chi luck of the demon race, reborn in the Jungian Great Tribulation, reward as a first-level cultivation. In the Tao realm, Shu Xuan was eating, and thought to himself, what's going on? A great master stood talking to Shu Xuan through the power circle. The gist of it is like this. Shifu Shu Xuan understood everything after listening for a while. I see. It's okay to turn from demon to Buddha, but you have to remember,
the Great Tribulation has only just begun. Don't be careless.
The great master replied. This disciple will listen to your teachings.
Shu Xuan. Goodbye, great master. I have to go now. The great master respectfully bid farewell to Shu Xuan and saw off Shifu. Then Shu Xuan disappeared from the courtyard of Shu Xuan's house. Sighed.
Shu Xuan said, so that's how it is. Then, Su Xian served tea to Shu Xuan.
Mister, the tea is ready, Su Xian suddenly said.
Mister, after I came back this time, I feel like you're not happy.
Could it be that you've encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Shu Xuan then said. It's not about cultivation, I just leveled up yesterday. It's just that the Great Tribulation is coming, Su Xian asked in confusion. Great Tribulation?
But just now, I saw good news coming from the Buddhist realm.
Shu Xuan frowned slightly. That's just a coincidence. Buddhism happens to be able to suppress the blood slaughter race, but what about the other continents?
Su Xian then said. But this Great Tribulation is a matter for everyone in the world. Why does Mister have to worry about it alone? Shu Xuan replied. Xian there's something you don't know. The reason I brought out the ancient battle demon land was to control the rules of the heavenly Dako. If the heavenly Dako lets me use it, then the affairs of the world are my affairs.
Su Xian suddenly understood.
Oh, I see. After the ancient battle demon land, I realized that cultivation is unusually easy. Is it because of Mister's gift? If you can change the rules of the heavenly Dao, why not weaken the blood slaughter race a bit? Or just change it directly, Shu Xuan helplessly said.
Xian
as expected. Understanding comes easily with intelligence, but that's also the problem. The blood slaughter race is born in response to the tribulation and is not governed by the heavenly Dafio.
If you want to govern the blood slaughter race,
you must first bring them under the heavenly Dao.
But once the blood slaughter race is incorporated into the heavenly Dabo,
it will inevitably cause a part of the heavenly Dabo to escape my control, or even completely lose control of the heavenly Dao. There is also this possibility.
Su Xian stroked her chin upon hearing this. Oh, it seems really difficult to deal with.
Right. Isn't there still the Buddhist path? Let them deal with the blood slaughter. Shu Xuan frowned and sweated. I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue. Just relying on the blood slaughter vanguard of the Buddhist realm has already consumed 70% of the Buddhist realm's magic power. Su Xian frowned in a panic. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then what are we supposed to do? Shu Xuan said, sighing. This wasn't originally Xian problem anyway, making her worry. Luckily, the great calamity has only just begun. We still have time to figure something out.
3 days later, at a doctor's house, someone yelled loudly,
Young Master Yu Shu. Young Master. That was a month ago. Before the door, someone was shouting loudly, calling for young Master Yu Shu. Uncle Chen, his son is seriously ill. He's barged in. Yu Shu didn't believe it. Uncle Chen was knowledgeable about medicine, so why would he come here for treatment? Uncle Chen entered, holding his young son, whose face was flushed with fever. He sobbed. Yu Shu Xianche, please save my son, Ba Yu. He's had a high fever for 3 days straight. I really don't know what to do anymore. In this town, your clinic and mine are the only two. Please, quickly save my son. Usually, I, as an uncle, have done many things poorly. I hope Xianche, Yu Shu, interrupted. Why would Uncle Chen say such a thing? If you've come to my clinic, then you're all my patients. How could I possibly discriminate?
Afterwards, Yun Shu took his pulse while asking Uncle Chen,
What happened to little brother Ba Yu? Uncle Chen sobbed and explained.
A few days ago, he and Zhang Gong from the pharmacy went into the mountains to gather herbs. On the way back, they said they were attacked by wild beasts, and Ba Yu was injured. Then, upon hearing this, Yu Shu immediately asked, Wild beast attack, where's the wound? Uncle Chen pointed to Xiao Yu's calf. There was a bleeding wound there. He said, On the left leg, this wound is very strange. I've changed the prescription 7 or 8 times, but it hasn't gotten any better. When Yu Shu saw the wound, he thought this couldn't have been caused by a wild beast attack. Then he said caringly,
Uncle Chen, I understand now. Just leave Ba Yu here, and you should quickly go back and rest. You've probably been tired these past few days, Uncle Chen assured him. Xianche, I'm fine. As long as my son's life can be saved, a few more days of tiredness won't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chen felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Jiannu, upon seeing this, said, Young master, could these two be here to freeload? Yu Shu explained. He was anxious to save his son, plus he's overly tired, that's all.
Prepare a room for Uncle Chen and his son. Help them to rest. Jiannu was indignant.
Young master, in my opinion, Chen Lao Tao usually smears others to steal business, so there's no need to bother with him. Yu Shu glared at him and said, I opened this clinic to save lives. How can I not save someone in need of treatment? Go prepare quickly. Your skills aren't good enough. You need to study the classics.
The next day, Jiannu brought food to Yu Shu's room. Young master, time to eat.
He placed the tray of food in front of the room and sighed. It started again. It's still better to put it in front of the door.
Every time he encounters a difficult illness, the young master will go into seclusion mode, forgetting to eat and sleep.
On the 3rd day, Jiannu saw that the tray of food from yesterday was still untouched and worried. The young master didn't eat yesterday.
Sigh. But the young master said he's in the study and absolutely shouldn't be disturbed. Oh well, the young master is also a cultivator. Missing 1 day of food is probably fine. I'll just change the food for him. Time passed until the 5th day.
Jiannu knelt outside the door, crying out, Wah, young master, this can't go on. Usually 2 or 3 days is fine, but it's already the 5th day.
Suddenly the door opened.
Jiannu was overjoyed to see the door open. Young master, you've woken up. Yu Liu handed a piece of paper to Jiannu from inside. Take this. Jiannu was puzzled. What's this?
Yu Liu ordered, Quick, follow this prescription, and prepare the medicine for Bao Yu. Before I could finish speaking, Yu Liu lost his balance and collapsed. Jiannu asked worriedly, Young master, are you all right, someone? In the room, Jiannu had already prepared a kettle of boiling water.
Yu Liu lay on the cushion, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing this, Jiannu said, Young master, you're finally awake. Yu Liu sat up, rubbing his head with his hand, asking, How long was I asleep? Jiannu quickly replied, 2 Shishinchen. The prescription you gave me was brewed and given to Ban Yu. His fever has gone down quite a bit, but he hasn't woken up yet, Yu Liu commanded. Good.
Quickly go to the east side of the city and invite Master Huang here.
Hearing this, Jiannu was surprised. Master Huang? Isn't he just some Jianghu charlatan? Yu Liu urged.
Go quickly. It's extremely urgent.
You absolutely must invite him over. Yu Liu frowned, blaming himself.
To fall asleep at a time like this. Suddenly, Jiannu called from outside.
Young master, Yu Liu asked him. Why are you back already? Didn't I tell you to go invite him? Jiannu explained. Gongzi, Master Huang has been waiting outside the door for a long time. Yu Liu was surprised. Waiting for a long time. Could it be? Before Yu Liu could finish his sentence,
Master Huang stepped into the room, saying, Nephew Yu Xuan, this is urgent, so I won't bother with formalities, he asked. You've probably sensed it too, haven't you?
Yu Liu asked back. Senior Huang, did you come here because of this matter? Master Huang replied. Naturally. Danger is right before us. Let's begin. Outside the door,
Jiannu grumbled with a frown. This old geezer came uninvited. He won't cause any trouble for the young master, right? 1 Shinshin later, Jiannu, holding a paper charm, asked in surprise. This is, Master Huang instructed you to quickly go to the southeast, west, and north corners of the town
and stick a talisman on each corner. This is extremely urgent.
Stick them up a minute sooner, and the town gains another layer of safety, Jiannu asked again.
But what exactly is this? Yu Liu ordered. Listen to Master Huang. We are facing a disaster right now. Jiannu immediately complied, dashing off. Yes, young master. I'll definitely be back within half a Shinshin. Beside Yu Liu, Master Huang said. We should start preparing too. Master Huang turned away, replying, "Next, I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, Yu Liu was surprised. Huh? What? Master Huang explained. This blood qi was born to correspond with the tribulation. This old bag of bones is already old. This calamity needs young, maturing people like you to deal with it. Passing the torch, this old man's duty ends here. Yu Liu called out, "Senior." Then, clenching his teeth, he said, "Looks like I can only risk it all." On the other side, Jiano, while sticking the talismans, said, "Young master, wait for me." Yu Liu, back in the room, closed his eyes, chanting. Swiftly, as the laws command, Jiano stuck the last talisman onto the final wall. Over here, Yu Liu chanted intently, "Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, root of myriad qi, cultivate through myriad tribulations, witness my divine power." The talisman Jiano had just stuck up suddenly lit up. He was astonished. What's this? What did the young master do? The entire town was enveloped in the light from the talismans. In the room, a powerful force radiated from around Yu Liu's body. Yu Liu continued chanting, 10,000 gods heed the call, commanding thunder and lightning. Demons and ghosts lose their courage. Spirits and monsters lose their form. The lights merged, forming a shield surrounding the entire town. Exhausted, Yu Liu said. Formation complete. It's a success. I wonder if it'll work. Another servant came in to report. Young master, Chen Ba has woken up, Yu Liu inquired. Uncle Chen, how are you feeling? Are you all right?
Shu Xuan had barely woken up before he anxiously asked about his son. Ugh, did I fall asleep?
Where's Ba Yu? How is Ba Yu? Yu Liu replied. Ba Yu is still unconscious for now, but he's stable. I've been poring over tons of ancient texts these past few days, but haven't found a solution yet. This matter is even more serious than we thought. Suddenly, outside the town, a group of monsters stood on a cliff. Someone saw them and exclaimed in surprise. Who are they? They feel so strange. Then, the monsters jumped off the cliff and landed on the barrier created by Yu Liu.
Over there, Shu Xuan said painfully. Ba Yu, my son, Yu Liu consoled him.
Uncle Shu, don't worry, the treatment is showing initial results.
A servant rushed in to report to Yu Liu.
Young master, there are a lot of red monsters. Yu Liu was surprised. So fast. We're one step too late, I'm afraid, in the town, the servant asked. Young master, what exactly is this? How did you know in advance and set up the formation? Yu Liu explained. This has to start from Ba Yu's wound. After a while of talking, both Shu Xuan and the servant were shocked. A great calamity, Yu Liu replied. That's right, a great calamity in the world. Seeing Ba Yu's wound, I had a premonition that a great calamity wasn't far from us, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fortunately, the Golden Light Formation was set up in time, but that's not a long-term solution. We still need to quickly find a way to deal with it.
Shu Xuan said, if you need my help with anything, just tell me. Yu Liu thanked him. Thank you in advance, Uncle Shu.
Suddenly, a voice called out. Young master, Yu Liu, young master. Yu Liu frowned and asked, is there a problem with the formation? The servant happily reported. Young master, Ba Yu is awake. Hearing this, Yu Liu replied, is that so? Quickly go and see how he is.
Over there, Ba Yu grimaced and said,
Dad, this medicine is so bitter, and it has a strange smell too. Shu Xuan fed Ba Yu medicine while coaxing him. Ba Yu, you just got better, you can't stop drinking it. Yu Liu smiled and asked Shu Xuan, Uncle Shu, how does Ba Yu feel? Shu Xuan gratefully clasped his hands.
Thank you, Xianjie.
It's lucky that someone could put aside previous disagreements. I really am not a human being. Yu Liu laughed it off. Ha ha, Uncle Shu, there's no need to mention the past. Then he turned to Ba Yu and said, Ba Yu, let me see your wound. Ba Yu grimaced and said, Brother Yu, can I not drink this? Yu Liu observed the wound, thinking to himself, it's really starting to heal. Huang Xian Shifu was right. This isn't a wound, it's a calamity medicine. The prescription plus the talisman can heal it. That's great, it's working. Yu Liu asked Shu Xuan, Uncle Shu, how much medicinal material do you have left? Shu Xuan replied. Oh, 3 warehouses. Yu Liu was surprised. 3 warehouses, Shu Xuan explained. Hey, I wanted to sell them at a high price before, so I kept them.
Scene change. Uncle Shu Xuan urged the servants who were carrying goods.
Hurry up, pull it into young Master Yushu's mansion. The servants followed his orders. Everyone was busy. Some grinding medicine, some drawing talismans.
Bei Yu lamented. Brother Yu, how long are you going to draw? I've been grinding ink all morning, my hand is about to break, I'm your patient, you're bossing me around like this. Is that okay? I'm mainly afraid of it getting out, affecting your status in the cultivation world.
Yu Liu smirked and asked, Tired? Yeah? Ba Yu replied, I haven't asked you since I woke up, how did you get the wound on your leg? Ba Yu sweated and replied, the leg. That day, my Shifu and I went to pick herbs and got separated. And then there was a weirdo. Red, very scary. Yu Liu immediately called out to Ban Yu to stop. Okay, Ban Yu, you go rest first. Then she thought to herself, I don't know how much medicine will be enough. I have to try to prepare a bit more. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Is Yu Shu Lang here? Yu Shu recognized the voice. The door opened, and a group of high-ranking and powerful people appeared. Yu Xianxi, the sect leader of the Kangling sect, Shi Jingling, the alliance leader of Dongshan, and Li Feiming, the general of Tianwu. Yu Shu was surprised to see them. Senior predecessors, Yu Xianxi said seriously. Yu Shulang, we know everything you've done for the common people. We can't just ignore it. Shi Jingling grinned and echoed, that's right. Otherwise, where would we old geezers put our faces? Yu Shu cupped his hands respectfully. I'm ashamed. This junior's abilities are limited. I've only done a few small things. Please, senior predecessors, come to the front room to talk. The teacup on the table gave off a wispy of steam. Yu Xianxi, after understanding everything, said, if that's the case, the Golden Light Formation is just a delaying tactic, Yu Shu replied. Yes, Senior Yu. The urgent matter now is still to find a way to eliminate the Great Calamity. Shi Jingling spoke up. Let's fight them. Can we, combined, really lose to those things that aren't even human? Li Feiming calmly said.
Reckless. Shi Jingling was furious upon hearing this and shouted, then tell me what to do. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Yu Shu spoke up.
I propose, senior predecessors, that this junior has a method. Perhaps we can try it. Scene change. Everyone went to the medicine preparation room. Yu Xianxi picked up a prescription and asked, can this method treat injuries caused by monsters?
Yu Shu replied, yes, this is what this junior found in ancient texts, combined with the methods Huang Xian said, and created. Shi Jingling asked, Huang Xian, a wandering rogue cultivator. Can this really be used? Yu Shu immediately assured, Senior Shi, please rest assured it's been verified. My little brother, Ba Yu, was injured by a monster and was treated with this method. Ba Yu became fearful after hearing someone mention his name. Why are they mentioning me? Could it be that my faking illness has been discovered? Yu Xianxi said. If that's the case, we should still trust Yu Shu Lang. But with a calamity of this scale, how much medicinal material will we need? Yu Shu smiled and replied, Senior, please rest assured, the owner of the Chenji medicine shop, Uncle Chen, has already opened the storage of medicine. Yu Xianxi sighed in admiration. Usually shopkeeper Chen bickers with you, but unexpectedly he's helping so enthusiastically now. Then he asked, regarding the monsters, does Yu Shu Lang have any good countermeasures? Yu Shu quickly replied, this junior has not yet come into contact with the monster. Ba Yu was too frightened and doesn't remember the details about the monster, so at this moment, Li Feiming spoke up. I know a little. Yun Xianxi was surprised. Sect leader Li, you were hiding something, Li Feiming continued. My disciple, Yu Ji, used to encounter them while patrolling the provinces. It is said that this monster doesn't have strong combat power, but it doesn't seem to be afraid of external injuries. Yet it can recover from injuries. In the blink of an eye, Shi Jingling gnashed his teeth and said, then let's kill it 100 times, and see if it can still harm the common people. Yu Xianxi agreed. Although it's crude, there really isn't a better method than Alliance Leader Shi's right now, Yu Shu Lang. The supply of herbs is all up to you. We can only rely on our advantage in combat power to delay and find another method to deal with the enemy before the herbs are exhausted. Yu Shu then replied, got it, Senior Yu. The commoners are making a huge fuss. Everyone wants to snatch the herbs for themselves. Yu Shu is trying to convince them that these medicines are for coping with the Great Calamity. But it seems like no one wants to accept that. Everyone wants to grab some for themselves. Seeing things getting out of control, Shan Jingling roared, damn it, you want medicine? Fine, you gotta be on the front lines with us when we fight. Yu Shu thinks this approach is too rash, and wants to advise Shan Jingling, but what's the point of advising someone with more guts than brains? If they let this crowd go unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Yu Xianji steps forward and says to the commoners, fellow villagers, I understand how you all feel, I'm also doing this for everyone. It's not that we don't want to distribute the herbs to you, but this calamity is no joke. We don't know what lies ahead, and every bit of herb we lack means one less warrior, one less hope. Everyone, please rest assured and return home. Protect the town and leave everything to us. Trust us, we'll do everything we can to ensure your safety. We share the same hatred. We advance and retreat together. And I will live and die with you all. Shan Jingling smirks from behind. After so many years, your silver tongue has become even sharper. Sect leader Yu is too kind. Without your dark face, my white face would be useless. The commoners then start rearranging the herbs. Usually, everyone calls themselves heroes, but when a calamity strikes, how many heroes are there really? Truly, heroes emerge in chaotic times, and in peaceful times they are all crazy. Today, a Yu Shu Lang appeared. They are really lucky. 2 days later, The Blood Fiend clan is still trying to break through the town's barrier.
But no matter what they do, they can't shake the barrier. A Blood Fiend king steps forward, wanting to attack the barrier. He looks at the barrier and takes a deep breath, looking up at the sky. Then he lets out a sonic boom, shaking the entire town.
Shan Jingling hears the tremor and asks Yu Shu,
"Did you hear that?" Yu Shu replies, "Yes, senior."
Shan Jingling asks, "What happened?" Yu Shu answers, "Senior, don't worry, let me calculate." Yu Shu calculates that the event originated from the direction of the south gate.
Li Fei Ming rushes over. "No need to calculate anymore. Your disciple came to report that the south gate's formation has a crack. Monsters are pouring in, and everyone is panicking and running in all directions." Yu Shu is furious. On the way, he only sees commoners running away. Are there still no blood fiends yet? Yu Xian leads the way.
"Hurry, we absolutely can't let the blood fiends break into the city." At the edge of the barrier,
a battle breaks out, with many Blood Fiend clan members being killed, only to be reborn, each time becoming stronger. Huang Xianxi takes a deep breath, looking at the bunch of Blood Fiend freaks. Everyone has caught up by now. Huang Xianxi stands in front and speaks up.
"Everyone, long time no see."
Yu Xian points a finger at Huang Fengzi, accusing, "It was you who destroyed the south gate's formation." Yu Shu speaks up.
"Senior Yu, perhaps it's a misunderstanding. If Huang Xianxi wanted to destroy the formation, why aren't there any blood fiends inside the city yet? Plus, the Golden Light formation was taught to me by Huang Fengzi himself. If he wanted to break it, it'd be a piece of cake, no need to wait until today." Yu Shu then turned to Huang Fengzi and asked,
"But Huang Fengzi, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" He replied, "Because the only person I can truly trust is you, Yu Shu."
Old Huang and Old Yu are fellow disciples from the same school, the Kangling sect. Back then, the fight for the sect leader position caused division within the sect. To protect the foundation of the Kangling sect, Old Huang chose to go into seclusion. Over the years, he's been watching Yu Xiangqi. Although he's power-hungry, he hasn't done anything truly evil, so Old Huang didn't intervene.
Alright, no time for reminiscing. The pressing matter is dealing with the Blood Fiend clan. After Old Huang's investigation, the Blood Fiend clan isn't made of flesh and blood. Any severed limb can regenerate and revive using air as its foundation. This is exactly what they suspected.
Knowing this, Old Huang revealed his latest discovery. The leader's strength must be above the deity transformation realm.
But this person hasn't made a move easily. Old Huang guesses that, although the Blood Fiend clan can regenerate their physical bodies, they can't inherit their souls, so the higher the realm, the more they fear death.
Shi Jingling, with his temper as hot as ice, said, "Huang Fengzi, enough with the rambling. I just want to know how to completely eliminate the Blood Fiend clan."
Old Huang said, "Little man, you sure know how to grab the main point?" The sect leader then spoke up.
"Senior brother, with this disaster upon us, I hope you won't hold back. I'm willing to invite you back to the Kangling sect."
Old Huang's heart was already cold. Forget it. Inviting a madman into the sect, we'd become a laughingstock. He has a way to counter the enemy, but he only figured it out right before everyone arrived. He'll demonstrate it only once, and told them to watch carefully.
Fan Yu Shu was dumbfounded, not understanding what Old Huang was doing, as he charged towards the Blood Fiend clan.
Old Huang muttered, "Blood Fiend is like water, ceaseless and unrestrained." Ignoring the Blood Fiend's encirclement, he continued to chant, "What if the water runs dry, and the river is depleted?" And the old Taoist staff shone. Yu Shu then realized that the way was mutual destruction with the Blood Fiends. He felt his heart ache and tears stream down his face. A massive explosion erupted, illuminating the area. This explosion reached all the way to the heavens. Yu Shu fell to his knees. Around Old Huang, everyone perished together, leaving nothing behind. The Blood Fiend clan was now afraid. It was the first time they saw their advantage of infinite revival being countered. The Blood Fiend king was also shocked and said, "They can die too."
Shi Jingling smirked. "HMPH, that old geezer said we could only see it once." Yu Shu was now furious, gradually losing his mind and wanting to perish with them. But Shi Jingling stopped him in time, urging him to save his life. After all, he was their hope. Shi Jingling had never seen the great sects so united. This was something they'd never done in their entire lives, and it was all because of him. Yu Shu was still young,
and the hope of saving humanity, leaving mutual destruction to the old fogies like them, was the right choice.
Shi Jingling called out to Yu Xiangqi, but old Yu avoided it, unwilling to sacrifice himself. At this moment, Shi Jingling understood why Huang Fengzi didn't want to compete with Yu Xiangqi.
In the end, he was just a cowardly sect leader. Jingling roared loudly, "Your grandpa Shi is here. Which little devil dares to come and fight?" The Bloodshed race folks saw another guy wanting to play suicide bomber, and got scared. No one's dumb enough to run in and get blown to smithereens.
Shi Jingling, seeing the small fries not daring to charge, pointed his finger at the Bloodshed King.
"Your subordinates don't even dare to come out and fight." The Blood Crimson King spoke up. "Nothing to be afraid of, I'll show you." Then, he shouted.
Shi Jingling thought, this guy's not bad. Shi Jingjing felt this bloodshed king wasn't afraid of death. At least he's better than some sect leader who's already enlightened to death. Come on, let's make bombs and play, buddy.
Just as he was planning to perish together, something shot over from afar in the sky. A sword flying at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A young man, one hand holding a sword, stood coolly on the rock, looking down. It was Ding Yu. The bloodshed race folks were dumbfounded.
Ding Yu strode forward, taking down one with a single move. This immediately sent the bloodshed race scattering like frightened birds. The crowd watched the scene in utter shock. Ding Yu stood amidst the bloodshed race, his whole body enveloped in a small whirlwind.
The bloodshed kept charging towards him. Ding Yu shouted, "Earth Spirit Race!" The Earth Spirit Race folks rushed out from who knows where. They formed formations, each small group forming a small array. Ding Yu raised his sword. "Today, I, Ding Yu, will slaughter the bloodshed race, to appease the spirits of my race." With that, he charged towards the bloodshed race, hacking and slashing without mercy. Seeing Ding Yu's terror, the bloodshed race felt fear in their hearts, but they still attacked Ding Yu together. Ding Yu was both the fear and the threat of the bloodshed race. They had to eliminate him. The area that saw hope followed Ding Yu's words, joining in on dividing up the bloodshed race, not letting them revive. Seeing Ding Yu's jaw-dropping handsomeness, the girls from the western regions practically lost their minds vying for his attention. It really goes to show, being boy crazy is something even reincarnation can't fix.
One bold girl stepped forward, looking straight into Ding Yu's eyes. "Oh my god, how can someone be so handsome? Sending hearts, sending hearts. If only Ding Yu were paying attention."
"Hey you, don't affect my sword drawing speed. Move aside so I can go save the world." And with that, Ding Yu tossed the girl aside without a second thought. Well, Ding Yu's never been one for cherishing flowers or admiring jade anyway. The tossed-aside girl was stunned. "Am I not pretty enough to move his heart or something? I just don't understand."
Shu Xuan was totally chillaxing at home, sipping afternoon tea and vibing to some Trin Kong Sun tunes, when the system announced, "Your disciple Ding Yu gained the upper hand, repelled the Tribulation Response Clan, obtained the Dao Source Grand Tribulation Providence, and his cultivation base has increased. The reward is an upgrade to the Providence Dao Principle." Shu Xuan had received rewards so many times, his face barely registered any excitement anymore. Hey, if a reward comes, you just take it.
In the eastern region, West Continent, the Blood Crimson race continued to invade relentlessly.
The southern region had also seen the appearance of the bloodshed race. Xiangxing's main goal right now was still to save his mother.
Wang Luo had already set off for the southern region.
Xiao Leng was still on his way to the western region. The situation in the western region was the most tense, so the opportunities would naturally be even greater. The chaos region was truly chaotic. He Yu had already gone to the chaos region. Shu Xuan manipulated the heavenly Dao talisman in the chaos region. The Yao region had also established a foundation, beginning to invade the rules of heaven and earth. Currently, of the 9 regions, only the ancient wilderness region and the central region had yet to be penetrated. Shu Xuan frowned, thinking
he had to change his strategy and arrange more heavenly Dao below, not just starting with the 8 regions and expanding the arrangement with the other 8 regions. Taking the 8 regions as a starting point to expand outwards could naturally be done silently, without attracting attention, but the speed of penetration was too slow. He needed to quickly upgrade his cultivation. The Yao region had already started to become chaotic. Thousands of blue-green lightning bolts shone down from the sky, but the blood armor race of the western region wasn't like that. The blood armor race of the Yao region was even more beast-like, with wild animals suddenly transforming into beastmen.
Shu Xuan looked into the two-way mirror and thought, the central region is the strongest region in the 9 regions, and also the central region of the silver race. Its strength is undoubtedly strong. Ji Shenxin was a bit extraordinary. Shu Xuan saw a long-haired man in black clothing. Ji Shenxin, the young master of the Ji family, the leader of the younger generation in the central region, was an incredibly monstrous individual, a majestic man with a smile that made women's hearts drop. With a flower mark on his forehead, Shu Xuan thought for a moment. He said, could he be the child of destiny of the 9 regions, or the one destined to inherit the great fortune of the human race? Shu Xuan pondered. Ji Shenxin is unbelievably strong. Among my disciples, no one in the same realm can surpass Ji Shenxin. He frowned and muttered to himself, that's not right. The 9 regions probably don't have a child of destiny right now. Then it's necessary to compete for it. But this Ji Shenxin is a bit interesting. Shu Xuan looked at the message from the Devil Cultivation chart. Brother Shu, my race has a Dao Realm Junior, who somehow turned into a bald monk. Something feels off. Shu Xuan was delighted to see the message from Ma Tu saying there was a Dao Realm Junior. He chuckled and thought, so quickly there's a demon race Dao Realm cultivator? Because he inherited the fortune of the Buddha region and is cultivating Buddhist techniques, he's starting to transform into a Buddha? Shu Xuan replied to Maotua, this is a normal phenomenon. The demon race is transforming. If they've inherited the fortune of the demon race, of course some changes will happen after the transformation. Even though he shaved his head, did he also become stronger? Ma Tu on the other end had an epiphany upon hearing Shu Xuan's words, and slapped his hand, saying, "His strength has indeed increased a bit." Shu Xuan smiled and said, "That's right then. Even a bald head can become stronger. Other Dao realm cultivators will change later, don't panic. This is a tribulation phenomenon. Once the Great Tribulation passes, they'll naturally recover." Shu Xuan texted, "This kind of change is beneficial. It can avoid the influence of the Great Tribulation, and might even help in surviving it. This change can be considered a tribulation sign." Ma Tu respectfully replied, "Thank you, Brother Shu." Ma Tu rubbed his head, thinking, "No wonder I feel like I'm balding. And I occasionally chant Amitabha. So it's because of the tribulation sign." Shu Xuan messaged, "Taoist Ma Tu, you must tell these juniors to remain calm. Adapt to the tribulation. Don't resist it. Giving rise to tribulation signs is a good thing, increasing the chances of surviving the Great Tribulation." Meng Tu replied, "Brother Shu, rest assured, I will definitely remind them not to resist the changes. They must adapt to the Great Tribulation." Ma Tu sighed in his mind. "So, my demon race is sure to survive the Great Tribulation. Luckily, there's Brother Shu, or else my demon race would have been in danger." Yi Yuejun messaged Shu Xuan, "The eerie black power on the Great Tao has become a bit stronger." Shu Xuan broke out in a cold sweat, frowning and thinking, "This eerie power is indeed related to the Great Tao Tribulation." Slightly deceiving Yi Yuejun, Shu Xuan messaged, "You can try out this eerie power to see what it is." Yi Yuejun followed Shu Xuan's instructions and replied, "Okay, I'll try it right away." Shu Xuan frowned worriedly, thinking, 3 days have passed and Yi Yuejun hasn't replied. Could something have happened? In the primordial Tao star, Yi Yuejun's aura is still there, proving that he's still alive, but I don't know if he's imprisoned or what else. In the Bloodfiend race, after Ding Yu and Xiao Liang arrived, they obtained strategies to target the Bloodfiend race, leading a group of martial artists to comprehend intent and constantly deplete the Bloodfiend race's experts. After achieving stage victories, Ding Yu and Xiao Liang joined forces to attack the Bloodfiend race. The Bloodfiend race changed its strategy. An extremely powerful genius appeared within the Bloodfiend race, targeting Ding Yu and Xiao Liang. Within the Bloodfiend race there was an unusually different demon, with countless tattoos on his body and a long blade on the battlefield. Xiao Liang, holding the god-slaying spear, was engaged in a great battle with a blood armor race member. Surrounded by the corpses of Bloodfiends, Xiao Liang frowned, fighting with the spear, when that demon wielding a large blade attacked. The two fought evenly matched for a long time without a conclusion. The demon leaped up, and Xiao Liang pointed his spear to counter. Xiao Liang was panting, sweating profusely, frowning and thinking. Using the power of the Mantang at a crucial moment consumes a lot of energy, and the Mantang's power can't last long. I must eliminate the opponent before the Mantang's power completely disappears. Xiao Liang unleashed his limitless battle technique, and an enormous, emerald-green armored figure materialized, enveloping him completely, pointing his spear directly at the demon, unleashing a very powerful move that stirred the heavens and earth. The demon gradually disintegrated, screaming in pain. To be absolutely sure, Xiao Liang used a destruction palm to strike another blow. A loud bang rang out. Xiao Liang gasped for breath, saying to himself, "Finally killed the Bloodfiend race's genius." The system notification sounded. "Your disciple Xiao Liang killed the Bloodfiend race's first genius. Winning tribulation fortune. Cultivation increased. Reward is an upgrade to the fortune laws." Shu Xuan smiled happily and muttered to himself, "My disciples indeed don't disappoint me. Again they've won a great tribulation, and the fortune laws have increased by another level. The human race's morale has increased once again." Ding Yue and Xiao Liang have become famous in the western region of the human race, their early fame already surpassing that of Gongzi Yu Shu. Everyone is gradually spreading the word. If you ask, who is the strongest in the western region, it's Ding Yu's sword and Xiao Liang's spear, unparalleled. Shu Xuan heard the increasing fame of his disciples, rubbed his chin, and frowned, thinking, the Tao origin world tribulation is indeed a great opportunity. Ding Yu and Xiao Liang rely on seizing the great tribulation fortune, and their cultivation has improved very quickly. Now they are already at the 9th level of the heaven realm. Qin Ying is still conquering in the eastern region. His fortune is getting stronger and stronger, and his strength is also getting stronger and stronger. The style of the Qin emperor is once again being displayed. Qin Ying and his soldiers fought fiercely and valiantly. He Yu watched silently. But her arrangement in the chaotic region is getting deeper and deeper, cooperating with the promotion of the heavenly Tao plan. Now the heavenly Tao rules have penetrated into the 3 continents of the chaotic region. He Yue looked down from above, her expression extremely gloomy. Hu Tianya of the Yao region is also preparing. He didn't make a move first, but waited for the opportunity. Having once seized the great fortune,
Hu Tianya quietly sat on the mountaintop cultivating. The great Buddha Devil War of the Buddha region is still continuing, with monks wielding knives, fighting against ferocious demons. The central region, Qianming, took no action. The central region was really too quiet. Spaces of peace without any war. Shu Xuan stared intently at the two-way mirror.
Shu Xuan frowned, saying, "Could the first wave of the bloodshed Dao realm be descending in the central region?" Then, the system's voice chimed in again. "You haven't left your house, stayed put for 40 years, maintained a stable mindset, used high-level tactics, promoted the heavenly Dao plan, and nurtured outstanding disciples. Keep up the good work. The reward is the myriad Dao reincarnation scripture." Shu Xuan squinted at the system's notification.
Frowning, Shu Xuan asked, "Hey, system, show me this myriad Dao reincarnation scripture."
Dao arises, Dao perishes, Dao arises again, endless cycles of birth and death, only the Dao is eternal. A book with a light blue cover appeared. Shu Xuan frowned, lost in thought.
The essence of the myriad Dao reincarnation scripture isn't the scripture itself, but the structure of reincarnation. The 9 regions don't have a concept of reincarnation, so does that mean there's no reincarnation Dao in the Grand Dao? If I could create a reincarnation Grand Dao, Shu Xuan muttered, furrowing his brow.
He reached out, and from the void appeared a hole, spitting out the book Myriad Dao Reincarnation Scripture. Shu Xuan began to study the cultivation method, closing his eyes to sense the balance between yin and yang. Reincarnation. Suddenly, Shu Xuan's eyes snapped open. He exclaimed in surprise.
My cultivation has broken through to the first level of the Dao realm. Comprehending the reincarnation principles at the 15th level will lay the foundation for opening the reincarnation Grand Dao.
Shu Xuan's frown turned into a delighted, thoughtful expression.
In the southern region, Wang Luo and Xiangxing stood atop a mountain peak. Wang Luo turned to Xiangxing and asked, "Are you really going through with this?" Xiangxing frowned and declared,
"No matter what, I absolutely must rescue my mother."
Wang Luo inquired, "Aren't you rescuing your clan's ancestor?" "Actually, you don't necessarily need Shifu to take action. I can concoct pills that can save your ancestor."
Xiangxing was a little surprised and asked,
"The Phoenix Sky Human King, a former expert above the God realm, you can concoct pills to save my mother." Xiangxing thought that Wang Luo's alchemy skills were indeed extraordinary, but he was only at the goodness realm. How could he save a Dao realm expert? Wang Luo raised an eyebrow and smiled smugly.
"Are you looking down on me?
I am the pill god, you know. Maybe even the pill ancestor in the future. Saving one person is nothing. Plus, I'm using Dao-grade spiritual herbs as medicinal guides to treat Dao realm cultivators. It's just a small matter," Xiangxing asked in amazement.
"You can use Dao-grade spiritual herbs to concoct pills," Wang Luo grinned, saying,
"Of course."
Xiangxing sighed in frustration. "We'll talk about it later. Let's see the Phoenix clan's attitude first."
He pointed to a large estate in the distance. Wang Luo told Xiangxing, "The bloodshed race is a bit scary. The western region has almost fallen." Xiangxing frowned and continued, "The western continent has already lost more than half of its territory. The great calamity is approaching. Yet the Phoenix clan still refuses to release her." "It's infuriating." Xiangxing frowned, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists.
Seeing Xiangxing's anger, Wang Luo tried to soothe him, placing his hand on Xiangxing's shoulder and saying, "The Phoenix clan's human king is their savior. With the great calamity approaching, and the Phoenix clan's human king still sleeping, they'll only resent your mother even more." Lightning suddenly struck a distant mountain peak,
and a bloody aura leaked from afar, indicating an ancient battlefield where a bloodshed race invasion was imminent. The sky above the bloody aura glowed red like fresh blood. Wang Luo and Xiangxing began to draw a formation,
standing on a small circle facing each other. When a girl with light purple hair approached, she placed her hand on Xiangxing's shoulder and asked, "Are you really going to do this?"
Xiangxing whispered, "I absolutely have to do this. I've thought it all through." The girl asked again,
"Doing this will bring great disaster. Won't you become a sinner of the southern region, seen as an enemy by the southern region?" Hearing the girl's words, Xiangxing
grinned and said, "A sinner? So what if I'm seen as a sinner? Xiangxing will have no regrets after doing what needs to be done." The three stood closer together. Wang Luo stepped forward, patting Xiangxing on the shoulder with a teasing expression, saying, Your heart is still not calm and clear. No more explanation needed. You must remember, if you do not have women in your heart, you will naturally become a god in Qi."
Refining, do not be swayed by beauty. Wang Luo glanced at Xiangxing, laughing.
Xiangxing and the girl felt amused and stunned.
Xiangxing forced an awkward smile, scratching his head, thinking helplessly. Senior brother Ding Yue is the most peculiar one, and then there's Wang Luo, who always acts like women don't exist in his heart. Suddenly,
The sky turned blood red, and a massive rock jutted out from underground. From the shadows, tons of blood fiend race members crawled out.
Xiangxing frowned and yelled, "They're here, Wang Luo."
Wang Luo raised his hand. Instantly, countless puppets appeared on the ground. Wang Luo leaped up. With a serious frown, 8 beads materialized in his hand. Wang Luo threw them out, and they hovered in the air.
Xiangxing and Wang Luo stood outside the circle.
They chanted seriously, trapping the blood fiend race members inside a small barrier. Then, they dropped fireballs into it. The blood fiend guys frowned, gritted their teeth, and fought back, but they couldn't break through the barrier.
Xiangxing directed the puppets forward, arranging them around the magic circle.
Activate. As soon as the puppets were in position, they slumped down. The blood fiend race screamed in agony.
Xiangxing and Wang Luo both frowned and shouted together,
"Refined fiends!" A fireball appeared, ghostly figures of the blood fiend race swirling on its surface. The fireball grew larger and larger. Wang Luo and Xiangxing both flew up, supporting the sphere, controlling it. This colossal blood fiend sphere, brimming with Wang Luo and Xiangxing's true qi, pulsed as they controlled the blood fiend essence within. They roared in unison, "Go!" What a spectacle! At the same moment, on the other side of the mirror, 1,000,000 system prompts chimed.
"Your disciples Xiangxing and Wang Luo have refined 100,000 blood fiends, destroyed a branch of the Calamity race,
obtained great Calamity luck, their cultivation bases have increased, and they are rewarded with upgrades to their Slaughter Dao principle and Luck Dao principle."
Receiving this news, Shu Xuan stared in surprise at the reflection of his 2 disciples in the mirror, thinking to himself, "Refined 100,000 blood fiends, wiped out a branch of the Calamity race. Xiangxing and Wang Luo are actually that strong." Xiangxing and Wang Luo set up that great formation in the small world, using quite a few resources. Looks like they laid out a fiend refining grand formation. Meanwhile, in the tense atmosphere of the Feng clan's back mountain forbidden ground, a man's hoarse, grumpy voice roared out,
"The great Calamity is almost here. Are you satisfied now? If the ancestor could recover, he could definitely lead the human race through the great Calamity, lead our Feng clan to rise again. It's all because of your selfishness that the human race lacks a peerless expert to turn the tide during this calamity. The entire western region has fallen, countless humans are dead or injured, more than half of the southern region and northern continent are lost. Are you satisfied yet?" He practically spat fire as he yelled at a woman with pale blue hair. Iron chains bound her waist, but her calm, hazel eyes stared defiantly back. She glared fixedly at him, her mind already made up. Regret, remorse, never felt it. Not since father, grandfather, and big brother all died trying to save the ancestor.
"Either while searching for treasures or just disappearing afterwards, I don't feel remorse or regret for anything I've done." Seeing her silent yet unyielding defiance, the old man in strange purple robes lost his temper and bellowed, "Feng Ruping, you are a sinner." Feng Ruping let out a sarcastic laugh. A sinner? Was the ancestor really that strong? Could he really turn the tide? If he was truly invincible, why did things end up like this? Then, holding back no longer, she accused loudly, "You people! You just can't accept the ancestor's failure, can't accept the Feng clan's decline, can't accept your own incompetence. That's why you're so obsessed with reviving the ancestor. If the current generation of the Feng clan surpasses the past generation, we'd definitely be stronger than the ancestor ever was. You're just looking for an excuse for your own powerlessness and uselessness." Hearing this, the old man in purple gritted his teeth furiously and yelled, "Don't you dare insult the ancestor!" Just then, the massive blood fiend sphere was also hurtling closer. Sensing a powerful true qi approaching rapidly, the old man froze instantly. He whipped his head around to see the blood fiend sphere soaring through the clear blue sky over the small capital city. An incredibly striking sight. Suddenly, a young man yelled, "The Feng family, release our people, or today, I'll wipe out your entire Feng family." Turns out, it was Xiangxing and Wang Luo. The purple-robed old man saw Xiangxing and immediately started cursing. "Insolent brat." Then he turned to Feng Ruping and shouted, You really have a good son." However, Feng Ruping remained silent and watched as the disciples of the Feng family emerged from behind the purple-robed elder, facing the swirling carnage of Wanshui Sha. They were so shocked they just stood there, mouths agape and speechless. Xiangxing, high above, channeled down a menacing aura. "Feng family. Either release our people, or I'll unleash this bloodlust and destroy your Feng family." The old man gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do you even know what you're doing? Do you want to betray our race?" But it was just bravado. Inside, he was panicking. That bloodlust was terrifying. How could Xiangxing gather so much of it? Hearing this, Xiangxing chuckled and retorted sarcastically, "Betray our race? Are you trying to pin that on me, just because your Feng family claims to be a royal human family? You're not the only royal human family, or I'll just wipe out your Feng family." Amidst this tense standoff, an immortal elder suddenly appeared, beard and hair all white,
flowing cyan robes fluttering in the wind, he approached the purple-robed royal human elder.
He immediately knelt and respectfully said, "Great Ancestor."
The great ancestor turned to Xiangxing, face grave, slightly bowed his head, and said with a dark tone,
"Feng Ruping committed a grave offense and has been punished. If you act against all reason and bring about your own destruction, this bloodthirst is indeed terrifying, but it is not enough to destroy my Feng family, especially since your mother is down there too."
Facing these words from the great ancestor, Xiangxing still mocked. What grave offense, for the so-called human sovereign of your family? Instantly, the great ancestor immortal became angry,
gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What do you know?"
Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he revealed golden qi around his body. Wang Luo secretly observed, "He's at the peak of the divine realm, huh?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then loudly declared, "Old man, you release my Shidi's mother, and I'll save your ancestor. How's that sound?" Hearing this, the great ancestor snorted and sneered. "Based on you, are you looking down on someone?" Wang Luo smirked and replied, "So what if Feng Kong, the human sovereign, is injured? You all know that a fire Dao fruit alone can't save him. Don't look at me like that. These so-called secrets of yours are nothing to us. There are more secrets in the 9 regions that we know than you do. Even if Feng Kong, the human sovereign, is lucky enough not to die, the original Demon King and Yao King have all long perished." The great ancestor listened in silence, his eyes darkening as he looked at Wang Luo and Xiangxing. He thought to himself, "The Feng family's human sovereign's failure is the Feng family's pain, and now a young man is directly tearing open that wound and rubbing salt into it." Just then, Hua Ziying also appeared, joining the tense negotiation between the Xiang family and the Feng family, but she only watched silently. The great ancestor's power is too strong.
Below, the Feng family's purple-robed elder also saw her, and couldn't help but be surprised and confused. Hua Ziying's strength has not only recovered but is even stronger. What's going on? Then Xiangxing threatened loudly, "Release our people, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Even if this bloodthirst can't destroy your Feng family, I, Xiangxing, can. You want to kill me? Your Feng family isn't qualified. Even if Feng Kong were to be reborn, he wouldn't be qualified." Wang Luo remained silent beside Xiangxing, rubbing his chin as he pondered. The Feng family is determined not to release our people. Even threatening them with the bloodthirst formation won't work. The Feng family's old geezer is at the peak of the divine realm. His strength is too overwhelming. If he really attacks, even Hua Ziying won't be able to stop him. He turned to ask Xiangxing, "How about we ask Shifu to exterminate the Feng family? Easy peasy." Hearing this, the great ancestor snorted coldly, retorting, "Exterminate my Feng family? Do you know the significance of my human sovereign family? Who can bear the consequences?"
Wang Luo replied, "So what if you're a human sovereign family? My Shidi Qin is also a successor of a human sovereign family. My senior sister He Yue is also of human sovereign bloodline, and the vegetables my Shifu buys at the market are also sold by a human sovereign family. What's so special about the Feng family?" Wang Luo spoke with arrogance, continuing, "In this world, strength speaks. Old geezer, don't you understand? Besides, we are currently in the Dao origin calamity, and there is an even more terrifying calamity behind it.
The reputation of the human sovereign family is not easy to maintain, if you're not careful. Not to mention the human sovereign family, even the beings of the 9 regions could be wiped out." The great ancestor and the purple-robed elder behind him fell into contemplation upon hearing this, uncertainty and doubt whether what he said was true or just empty bluster.
At this moment, Wang Luo shook his head and said sarcastically, "The foundation of your Feng family is so shallow that you don't even know about the Dao origin calamity. Release our people, and I might consider saving Feng Kong, the human sovereign, for the great contributions he made to the human race."
These words were like pouring fuel on the fire of the great ancestor's rage. He shouted angrily, "You're not qualified, you arrogant fool! Don't even think about insulting the Feng family's ancestor."
Then, the old guy quickly got into a fighting stance and unleashed a divine palm technique, firing out a phoenix fire spiritual chi blast,
which spread its wings and flew towards Xiangxing and the others.
Hua Ziying was mentally prepared at this point, ready to risk her life to block the attack. But unexpectedly, someone else did it for her.
Xiangxing stared, dumbfounded,
and the Elder Zhang was just as surprised. They witnessed someone neutralizing Elder Zhang's phoenix fire spiritual chi attack. It gradually dissipated until it vanished like smoke and dust. Not only that, but he even damaged Elder Zhang's meridians, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide as he stared at the middle-aged man who had just appeared,
whose appearance was 8 parts similar to Xiangxing, but with a much more mature and composed air. It was Xiangbeng, the head of the Xiang family, leisurely waving his fan as he said, Why bother doing this? The Phoenix family's foundation is really thin, they're just wearing the label of a kingly family. The purple-robed elder Zheng exclaimed in shock, Xiangbang. At this moment, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing suddenly exchanged a look, before Wang Luo chuckled and said, "Is this your dad? He's kind of fierce, just doesn't look like a good guy, got a very scheming look." Hearing this, Xiang Xing was silent, and looked at Xiangbang. He turned to look at him and said, "You've grown up, and actually got some tricks up your sleeve, not bad." Xiang Xing retorted irritably. "You actually have this kind of power," Xiangbang chuckled lightly, replying helplessly to his son. He only said this now, then turned to Elder Zhang, "Let them go. For Ru Ping's sake, I won't make things difficult for your Phoenix family." Immediately, the purple-robed Elder Zhang angrily shouted, "Xiangbang, you are nothing but a despicable villain. You must have tricked Ru Ping." Seeing this, Xiangbang sighed tiredly and replied, "If that's what you think, then just take it as that." At this moment, Wang Luo suddenly spoke up. "I initially held Feng Xiaoqing in high regard, assuming the Phoenix family was very strong. But now, looking at it, they're all just a bunch of dimwits. I've said it before, strength is the most important thing in this world, yet they're wallowing in the so-called reputation of a kingly family. How pathetic." Wang Luo's words quickly struck a nerve with Elder Zhang. He laughed loudly and said in a strained voice, "Very well, it's true that our Phoenix family has declined." Then, Elder Zhang suddenly took out a command token and raised it high, saying, "I also want to know if the king's command token still works. Why don't I try activating the king's command token and see if the other kingly families, the experts who respect the king, will come out to deal with Xiangbang?" Xiangbang responded with no less imposing manner, "The Great Tribulation is coming, yet your Phoenix family wants to cause internal strife within the human race. Xiangbang, I want to see how much of a difference there is between me and the king from back then." Suddenly, in the distance, a giant phoenix was shining brightly, and inside it was Feng Ruping. She flew down closer to Xiang Xing, her eyes full of love. "My son has suffered." Seeing her, the Phoenix family couldn't help but be surprised. Feng Ruping immediately stood in front of Xiang Xing and said resolutely, "Being trapped in the Phoenix family is considered repaying the Phoenix family's kindness. From now on, the Phoenix family and I have nothing to do with each other." Feng Ruping wondered to herself, was it worth it? This sentence seemed to strike at the Phoenix family's mind, causing him to be stunned. Seeing that things seemed to be calming down, Wang Luo also told the people behind him to move to North Continent. "We don't need them here anymore." Feng Ruping turned to question Xiangbang. "He treated your son like that." Hearing this, Xiangbang hurriedly explained, "He was just forced to. He was afraid of attracting the Feng family's attention. With Xiangbang's situation back then, he couldn't possibly stand against the Feng family." Feng Ruping just snorted coldly, too bored to continue the conversation. Wang Luo, on the other side, immediately responded, "Xiangbang is half a step into the deity realm." Hearing this, Xiangbang narrowed his eyes in appreciation and praised, "Little Yu is extraordinary." Wang Luo remained unfazed. "You think this isn't much of an achievement?" "It's mainly thanks to my Shifu's excellent teaching," Xiangbang curiously asked. "Who is your Shifu?" Wang Luo flashed a mysterious smile, advising Xiangbang not to ask so much. He just needs to know that someone with Xiangbang's strength could be blown away by his Shifu with a single breath, and he could annihilate thousands upon tens of thousands. He knew that he didn't believe him. "This isn't important, I'm just kindly offering a reminder." Wang Luo advised him not to think about any conspiracies, especially concerning Xiang Xing, or he wouldn't have an easy time, even if Xiangbang was in the half-step deity realm, compared to that Shifu. Even if it's the Dao realm above the deity realm, it's nothing. Afterwards, Wang Luo went over to Feng Xiaoqing to talk. Feng Xiaoqing, who was initially shocked by the news of Wang Luo and the others in the northern region of southern continent, had his strength left far behind after a few years. He was ultimately no match for Wang Luo. Ending those thoughts, Wang Luo smiled and said, "I can teach your ancestor, I'm not lying." Then, Wang Luo added, "Now the Daoyuan Great Tribulation is showing mercy due to the previous merits of the Feng family. Your human king is even willing to save him, but we need to see if the Feng family trusts me or not." Wang Luo smiled, confident that every human king is a brilliant talent, a freak of nature. If Feng Kong can be revived, he will definitely be able to lead the martial artists of the southern region to resist the Blood Fiend race. Now that I'm saving Feng Kong's counterattack against the Blood Fiend race to fight for luck also has a part for me. Moreover, I still have to go become a Pill King and need a strong person to accompany me, and Feng Kong is the first choice. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoqing said, "I am, instead, the first to call you brother. But I am not the one in charge." Wang Luo immediately questioned, "Can I meet your old ancestor?" Feng Xiaoqing immediately agreed. Wang Luo said, "Then there's no problem. Taking out a medicine bottle. The elixir inside can save your old ancestor, but it can't restore him completely. After he wakes up, tell him to come find me." Feng Xiaoqing happily accepted the elixir bottle and reassured Wang Luo,
Asserting that there was no need to worry, he had no intention of harming his old ancestor.
Feng Xiaoqing sighed and said, letting go of the burden of thought is also a good thing, no matter what method is used to let it go. If Wang Luo really wanted to harm the first ancestor, he would have already done it. About being hunted down by the Feng family, he also let go of the burden.
If he really saves the old ancestor, he will also let go of the burden.
Hearing this, he was a little uncomfortable. It turned out that his faith in saving the first ancestor human king was not firm.
Wang Luo turned around.
As he left, he said, the Dao Yuan Great Tribulation, if the tribulation is also fate, he should seize it. Then, he flew into the sky and disappeared,
leaving Feng Xiaoqing to his thoughts. The strong men in the clan are all outside. Now is the best time to meet the first ancestor, save the first ancestor, save the first ancestor, otherwise those old guys will let the old ancestor use medicine at will.
At the Xiang family,
Xiangxing felt that now that he had been rescued, he should let go of the responsibilities in his heart and focus on entering the tribulation,
competing for great luck. Thinking this, Xiangxing turned to his father and said, I have to go to the northern continent. Hearing her son say this, Feng Ruping replied immediately, Mother will go with you. He immediately indicated that there was no need, because this time he was going to enter the tribulation, to compete for the opportunity of the Great Tribulation. Saying this, he looked at his father with regret. Father has such plans. Is it because he wants to break through the shackles of the deity realm? It's a pity, it's just a little short. Hearing these words, he also replied gently,
no pain, no gain. Among his brothers and sisters, Xiangxing is the one he values most.
Originally, he was planning to wait for Xiangbang to step into this step before going to the Feng family to find the cultivation method of the fire elemental body and the secret art of the Feng family. But he didn't expect him to have other opportunities.
When Xiangxing heard him say this, a sinister expression gradually appeared on his face. In his heart, he thought, whether it's true or false, it doesn't matter to Xiangxing anymore. Thinking this, Xiangxing's expression returned to normal. He looked at Xiangbang and said, also a born evil, not a fire elemental body.
He wants to break through the shackles. Now is the opportunity. The Great Tribulation is also an opportunity. It depends on himself. After saying that, he flew up and disappeared. Feng Ruping could not help but turn to Xiangbang and blame,
all because you underestimated her son. Xiangbang couldn't say anything, as his wife complained. He could only let the boy become a useless piece of trash. Xiangbang added, the thing you wanted to return to the Feng family has been returned. Let's go.
At the same time, at Shu Xuan's house,
he said to himself, the northern region has changed. The ghost realm is also changing, and the Buddhist realm too has some changes. In the Yellow Springs River, ghostly energy occasionally appears, drifting and floating, transforming into creatures of the ghost race.
The ghost race's composition is becoming more diverse. These newly born creatures are weak, like wild beasts, and can be called ghost beasts. These ghost beasts are all reincarnated from the northern region's dead, thanks to the heavenly Dado's reincarnation grass. Because the reincarnation Dao principles are incomplete, dead souls are being transferred into the Yellow Springs River after reincarnation, lacking the bridge to rebirth. Shu Xuan felt it needed further refinement,
but he couldn't perfect it right away, at least not until the reincarnation Dao laws evolved into the reincarnation Grand Dao. Right after saying that, he looked into the divine mirror and asked, how are the 8 states of the southern region? In the mirror, Wang Luo and Xiangxing's images immediately appeared. They had arrived and were activating the refining slaughter formation, preventing the invasion of the blood slaughter race, and weakening the blood-killing energy of the western region. In Central Province, Ding Yu and Xiao Liang were leading the martial artists of the nation in fighting the blood slaughter race, constantly weakening their blood-killing energy. At the same time, Ding Yu appeared in the mirror, dashing around.
Seeing this, Shu Xuan felt something was off with the blood slaughter race of the western region.
They were changing again. No longer just reckless slaughterers, but with consciousness beginning to evolve into a true race. It turns out they also wanted to compete for the great fortune of the 9 regions, wanting to become the overlords of the 9 regions.
Perhaps the blood slaughter race's consciousness had understood the meaning of the Great Yuan calamity. They still wanted to become the overlords of the 9 regions, implementing and planning their arrangements. Shu Xuan was lost in thought, interrupted, because he smelled something unusual. Shu Xuan believed someone was plotting behind his back. If someone was truly plotting behind him,
able to influence the blood slaughter race, their strength was absolutely terrifying, definitely an opening Dao realm cultivator. Moreover, within the opening Dao realm, there were extremely strong existences like Hongyuan Chu and Mo Tu. These Dao openers couldn't directly interfere with the calamity responding races.
Shu Xuan muttered to himself, must stay calm, can't be reckless. Whether the opponent was only influencing the western region's blood slaughter race, or the blood slaughter race of all 9 regions,
he absolutely had to be stable. He absolutely had to lay low for now. Before reaching the opening Dao realm, he absolutely couldn't be shaken. Shu Xuan thought that the heavenly Dao should also conceal itself a little. not revealing differences in the heavenly laws that were too significant, not resisting the great calamity, following the trend of the great calamity, concealing the changes after the replacement of heavenly laws. He looked into the mirror, frowning slightly. Give each disciple a heavenly Datio imprint talisman. If the disciples compete, then the great calamity heavenly Dao talisman imprint can be used as a fuse, monopolizing all the rules of the heaven and earth after obtaining the heavenly Dao talisman. Imprinting the disciples also allows them to use a portion of the heavenly Dao's power, using the heavenly Dao as a backing, to respond to the great calamity and compete for fortune. The great calamity will simultaneously add fuel to the fight for the heavenly Dao, and also use it to level up. However, interfering with the outside world too much, inevitably there was a chance of being noticed by someone behind the scenes, being upgraded, expanding the heavenly Davio, and letting the disciples complete it. While meditating,
Shu Xuan then spoke about the outer realms and central province. Perhaps the blood slaughter was about to affect the central province,
and the time for the blood slaughter to approach the central province was also the time for the heavenly Dao to penetrate. He smiled, because the chaotic region had He Yu controlling it.
After the arrangement in the chaotic region had a certain foundation, He Yu would begin arranging for the central province.
At this time, there was a long overdue message in the Great Dao chat group. Hongyuan Chu and the others, especially the demon race powerhouses like Munyu Tua, were all very well behaved, not caring too much after learning about the terror of the great calamity for the 9 regions. He wondered again. Yi Yu Jun went to search for the strange black energy on the Great Dao, and has been out of contact for a while.
Could she be imprisoned?
Suddenly, a black energy appeared, floating in the air. Shu Xuan believed this was the source of the Great Dao calamity. Sadly, Shu Xuan had no way to go onto the Great Dao.
But even if he went onto the Great Dao, he could only stand in place, unable to stroll the Great Dao. After all, he couldn't leave the area of this small courtyard. Everywhere was covered in red, black currents of air swirling in the air.
A large building appeared, with 2 large ancient trees on either side, their branches laden with apples covered in swirling red streams of air.
2 demons stepped out with their hands behind their backs, their bodies emitting dense, black energy. They suddenly clasped their hands and knelt down. Then 2 apples fell.
One demon thanked the venerable master for the reward and put the gift into its mouth. Immediately, the surrounding black energy intensified. The demon felt, "This is what you call living." Unlike before, not like a living being, but a violent monster. That voice resounded, asking, "Can you occupy the western region?" "No," the kneeling demon replied. "Venerable master, there are extremely powerful human race geniuses. They cannot gain the advantage for now." The demon continued. "That heavenly prodigy is incredibly powerful. They can't gain the upper hand for now," the demon added.
"Sect leader, rest assured, they've already started nurturing prodigies.
They'll definitely take back the western region." That other sect leader chimed in. "Humans, born weak, physically frail, and with short lifespans, but they can become stronger." The demon respectfully reported to the sect leader. "The human race is now the overlord of the 9 regions. The sect leader ordered, if they can't reclaim the western region, they can't even hold on to the northern continent." The 2 demons obeyed. The sect leader added, "The 9 regions are about to change. Tell them to seize the overlordship, the future will be theirs. This way, let them just cultivate diligently." With that, 2 streams of golden energy appeared.
The 2 demons clasped their hands in obedience to the sect leader.
They thought, "The sect leader's gift is definitely incredibly powerful." Before disappearing, the sect leader said, "They mustn't be reckless. Wait for the opportune moment." A golden mark appeared on the foreheads of the 2 demons. Ding Yu crossed his arms and said, "Something's off with the blood demon race." Xiao Liang chuckled and corrected him. "It's the blood demon race of the western region that's acting strangely." Ding Yu asked in confusion. "Could it be that the blood demon race, after entering these 9 regions, acquired these special characteristics?" Zhao Liang continued. "Perhaps that's the case. Right now we're barely holding on to the northern continent, we can't reclaim it. Conversely, the southern and eastern continents were just lost not long ago," Zhao Liang seriously analyzed.
"Moreover, there are still some human cultivators struggling to resist. They might even be able to counterattack," Ding Yu said.
"Let's counterattack the southern continent.
The western continent is quite special. Having merged with the heavenly Dao, reclaiming the southern continent could form a unified entity with the western continent." He then spoke to Yu Shu, instructing her, "They will hold on to the central continent. The 2 of them will lead a group of people to counterattack the southern continent. The central continent is restraining most of the blood demon race, so the defenses of the southern continent are naturally weak," Zhao Liang added. "Taking advantage of this opportunity to counterattack, there's a good chance we can reclaim the southern continent."
there's no time to delay.
Directly counterattack the southern continent. Ding Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "System, notify Shu Xuan over there."
His disciples, Ding Yu and Xiao Liang, are leveraging the power of the heavenly Tao to counterattack the blood demon race, achieving a great victory, vying for great fortune, and increasing their cultivation levels. Shu Xuan's heavenly Tao has exclusively seized the qi mechanism of the great Daoyuan tribulation, rewarding and upgrading the fortune and Tao principles. Shu Xuan, sitting in meditation, replied,
Ding Yu and Xiao Liang are counterattacking the blood demon race, and the heavenly Tao exclusively seized the qi mechanism of the great Daoyuan tribulation, rewarding and upgrading the fortune and Tao principles. Shu Xuan chuckled. Not bad. They've got some skill. They live up to their reputation as my combat disciples.
Now the two of them are already at the peak of the heaven realm, half a foot into the spirit realm. The speed of their cultivation level advancement is so fast, no wonder in every great Daoyuan tribulation, there will be geniuses rising rapidly, even breaking through to the Tao realm and stepping into the creation realm in one go.
Feng Xiaoqing looked into the distance. At a place where someone was sitting in meditation with their eyes closed. It turned out to be human Emperor Feng Kong. The Feng family has sacrificed many prodigies, one after another,
just to survive. To save him. Feng Xiaoqing looked at the barrier in front of him, lost in thought.
From a young age he had been instilled with the idea of saving the ancestor, and he had always lived a tiring life. He looked at the pill in his hand, expressing all his feelings. He also wanted to live in his own way, not carrying the burden of his predecessors on his path. Feng Xiaoqing touched the barrier, life or death. It all comes down to this moment. No matter what the outcome, the burden on his shoulders has been lifted. Feng Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and said that he must try once for himself. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Feng Xiaoqing sat in meditation, and faint golden streams of qi swirled around him. Wang Luo's pill doesn't seem to be working. Feng Xiaoqing walked into the barrier, looking around and sighing. Suddenly, the barrier fluctuated, and a stream of blue ling qi descended. Human Emperor Feng Kong appeared, holding a shimmering stone in his hand. Feng Xiaoqing clasped his hands and paid his respects to the ancestor.
Feng Kong asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" Feng Xiaoqing bowed and replied, "I don't know," Feng Kong suddenly asked.
"This pill is extraordinary, Feng Xiaoqing. Where did you get it?"
Feng Xiaoqing smiled and said,
Then he told Feng Kong the whole story.
Feng Kong frowned. Ugh, what a pain. Why do they have to do this? Making things difficult for us descendants. Then Feng Kong said, "I'll borrow Feng Xiaoqing's body for a bit."
He transformed into a wisp of energy and entered Feng Xiaoqing's body, saying, "Don't freak out, okay? Old Feng Kong isn't going to steal your body or anything. I promise." Feng Xiaoqing was kinda embarrassed. "Sorry for the trouble, ancestor," he muttered. Feng Kong then headed into the Feng family's courtyard. He told Feng Xiaoqing, "Come here for a sec." Feng Kong went first, Feng Xiaoqing followed. When they appeared, everyone looked up in surprise.
Someone yelled, "Ancestor, you're back from the dead." Feng Kong looked at them all, thinking he didn't recognize anyone. "Are all my descendants from back then dead already?" Feng Kong mumbled. "But still, how many years has it been between the current Zhu Yu and the past?" Xuanzun greets the ancestor, then answered, "The current Zhu Yu." He told him everything about the current situation, the Dao origin, Grand Tribulation.
Feng Kong sighed, totally bummed. "I used to be so awesome. A supreme being of the southern region, the only human king of the entire human race. But who would have thought,
after fighting out from Tuang Dao, when I wake up, it's the Dao origin Grand Tribulation," Feng Kong told them.
"Face the tribulation.
The Feng family descendants must all face the tribulation, protect the human race, protect the southern region, rise up in this Grand Tribulation."
After giving his instructions, Feng Kong turned into a wisp of energy and told Feng Xiaoqing, "Go find that little friend Wang Luo." Right now he was only temporarily awake, and it wouldn't last long. Feng Xiaoqing obeyed, leaping up and flying off. Shu Xuan muttered to himself,
"Yi Yu Jun hasn't sent any news. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Yu Jun's aura is still there, I'd suspect he's already dead."
Shu Xuan touched his chin, wondering, "That black energy on the great Dao, what exactly is it?" Shu Xuan looked in the mirror, checking out the ominous energy of the ghost region of Western Continent.
The central continent of the Western region has already merged with the heavenly Dao, and the southern continent has been infiltrated by the heavenly Dao. Its integration into the heavenly Dao is only a matter of time. But the northern continent of the heavenly Dao is incredibly strange. A hazy area I can't see through, Shu Xuan said seriously.
The northern continent of the western region.
There's definitely a dark hand manipulating things in secret. Gotta be careful. Shu Xuan suddenly looked up, asking, "Feng Kong has awakened. Wang Luo wants to save Feng Kong, huh?" Shu Xuan looked into the mirror, saying, "Let's see how Feng Kong is doing." Feng Kong's strength is at the first level of the Dao realm. It's like guessing that the original human kings were all experts who entered the Dao realm for the first time. Feng Kong sat on an iceberg, surrounded by raging flames. Shu Xuan's disciples were standing outside. Feng Kong's current state was that of a remnant of the original divine soul, and at the same time, he was being haunted by killing intent, continuously weakening.
If it weren't for the supreme treasure protecting him,
It was feared that his original divine soul would have been annihilated.
the extreme Tao of killing of Tu Wang Dao is indeed powerful and special, Shu Xuan said with a smile.
The original Yao King and Demon King are already dead, leaving only Feng Kong, relying on treasures to continue living.
Shu Xuan put his hands behind his back. Looking into the mirror, Feng Kong is a bit extraordinary. Being able to awaken in this Tao origin Grand Tribulation can also be considered a great fortune. If it's not beyond expectations, he will rise in this path. This crystal building is very extraordinary.
It's definitely a treasure, and at the same time, it's different from the treasures of Juyu. Even its shape and aura are different from the items of the Tao origin, and it's not even an item of this era.
Shu Xuan thought,
How about taking Feng Kong into my own power? Maybe I can let him test out who is behind it. The more he looked, the more he felt that the crystal house in the divine soul was extremely extraordinary.
Shu Xuan used the heavenly secret art, probing origin technique, and information about the treasure appeared. The Jade Star Palace, 8th rank Tao origin. It's the cultivation chamber of a sage from the extinct Saint clan, nurtured from a sliver of Tao origin, containing remnants of the Saint clan's immortal energy. A beautiful, azure crystal ball radiating powerful spiritual energy. It survived the great calamity of the 9 regions, lying dormant and slightly damaged. Shu Xuan grinned. Excellent.
Feng Kong is truly someone with great opportunities, though his luck really sucks. He was practically MC material, but got abused by Tu Wang Dao instead. If I'm not mistaken, Feng Kong will activate the Jade Star Palace next. By sheer coincidence, he'll obtain the remaining immortal energy of the clan's Tao originator, thus gaining a portion of the immortal clan's inheritance.
If things went normally, Feng Kong would rise, then kill Tu Wang Dao for revenge. Not gonna happen. Tu Wang Dao is Shu Xuan's loyal dog now. No way he's getting killed. Shu Xuan made up his mind.
I'll recruit Feng Kong, not as a disciple, but as a subordinate. As for the grudge between him and Wang Dao, that's a problem for later.
Wang Luo looked at Feng Kong, thinking,
Feng Kong's injuries are unbelievably severe, beyond my expectations. The pills I prepared won't fully heal him. I'll have to think of something else.
Wang Luo suddenly jumped away from Feng Kong.
He said, no way, I thought it was just some residual killing intent in his body. He actually suppressed it. How many years has it been? That killing intent hasn't been worn down and dissipated, Feng Kong frowned. Wang Luo clenched his fist. This won't do. If this killing intent isn't removed, it will affect you even after you recover. Feng Kong held the crystal ball in his hand. He said to them, I can get rid of it after I recover. It'll just take some time, Xiangxing replied. Senior Feng, you can't get rid of all of that killing intent even after you recover. Feng Kong thought, I was a peerless powerhouse. And now even these youngsters doubt my strength. Feng Kong chuckled. This isn't ordinary killing intent, it's extreme Tao killing intent, it's different. Feng Kong's original strength suppressed the Yao race's king. That was his opponent's extreme Tao. Wang Luo and Xiangxing exchanged glances. It's certainly not an ordinary killing intent. His cultivation really is extreme Tao, although it wasn't the extreme Tao of killing. The power and uniqueness of extreme Tao is truly terrifying. Wang Luo cupped his hands and said to Feng Kong, if Senior Feng wants to recover to his peak and eliminate the killing intent, he might have to find my Shifu. Feng Kong frowned, but he still asked, what are the conditions to ask your master for help? Feng Kong thought, the past is like smoke. Now I just want to recover, even if it means bowing my head to ask for help, Wang Luo continued.
It depends on my Shifu's mood. Whether or not there are conditions isn't important. Perhaps Senior Feng needs to become one of my Shifu's subordinates. Doing some errands, a vortex appeared, and Shu Xuan emerged.
Wang Luo and Xiangxing cupped their hands and greeted their Shifu.
Feng Kong warily looked at Shu Xuan.
Then he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting.
Senior Shu Xuan looked down at him and said, meeting is fate.
He died at the hands of Tu Wang Dao, and was lucky to survive until today. Being able to meet Shu Xuan can be considered his luck and opportunity, Shu Xuan continued. Tu Wang Dao's path went astray.
Shu Xuan has already helped him correct it. The grudge between Feng Kong and Tu Wang Dao, the two of them can resolve it themselves.
Feng Kong asked Shu Xuan in surprise, who are you, Senior? He wondered if this terrifying senior was Tu Wang Dao's Shifu.
Shu Xuan replied, I'm not Tu Wang Dao's Shifu, it's just that Tu Wang Dao's opportunity led him into Shu Xuan's group of great Daos.
At the same time, Shu Xuan transmitted a stream of spiritual qi to Feng Kong.
Spiritual qi surrounded and healed Feng Kong. He closed his eyes, and after it was over he cupped his hands to thank Shu Xuan.
Whatever Senior wants me to do, Feng Kong will jump through fire and water to get it done, Shu Xuan chuckled.
Feng Kong was once a human emperor, did a lot for the human race. I'm not going to be too hard on him. If he wants, he can become one of my followers.
If not, he can do 3 things for Shu Xuan. Feng Kong was surprised. Be a follower? I was a human emperor. Tons of people wanted to be my follower back in the day. Now Shu Xuan wants me to be his. What the heck? Seeing Feng Kong hesitate, Shu Xuan continued, don't worry. These 3 things won't be beyond your capabilities. Whether he can grasp the opportunity depends on Feng Kong himself, Feng Kong pondered. If I choose to do these 3 things, am I missing out on a great opportunity? This senior is clearly super strong. Can I really become a powerhouse like him? Can I really catch up to Tu Wang Dao? Can I really rely on myself to rise up and reach even higher realms? Finally, Feng Kong sighed, cupped his hands, and bowed to Shu Xuan. Feng Kong, though I was a human emperor, I was a failure. To be valued by senior and given a new life, Feng Kong is willing to become an ordinary follower under Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan was pleased. Feng Kong letting go of his past status was a good start. Shu Xuan raised his hand and created a space just for the 2 of them. Shu Xuan told Feng Kong won't regret this choice. You don't need to call me anything specific, just whatever feels natural. Feng Kong cupped his hands respectfully and replied, yes, thank you, Venerable One. Shu Xuan continued. Feng Kong, you've just entered the Dao realm. How much do you know about it? Feng Kong replied. Reporting, Venerable One. I just broke through the shackles of the divine realm and entered the Dao realm not long ago. I don't know too much about this realm, except that before Wang Luo ambushed me, something seemed to be drawing me. Forging ahead, Shu Xuan figured that quite a few powerhouses broke through to the Dao realm, only after entering the desolate ancient land and obtaining the secrets of the Dao realm. Shu Xuan explained to Feng Kong, the Dao realm is divided into 36 gates, each gate a new heaven, used to temper the Dao rules. And only by comprehending the Dao rules can you perfect the fundamental Dao rules. You might be able to enlighten a few people. The Dao realm's 36 gates have stopped countless martial artists. The path Feng Kong is taking is still very long. Feng Kong looked at Shu Xuan, thinking he'd made the right choice. Secretly guiding you forward is the desolate ancient land, the center of the desolate ancient region. Rumor has it that it's the origin of the 9 regions and recently the place to get close to the great Dao. Now that the great calamity has arrived, the Dao realm will also face tribulation. Shu Xuan advised Feng Kong. Seize the opportunity. Increase your strength. Feng Kong cupped his hands. Yes, Venerable One, Shu Xuan thought. Feng Kong is a Dao realm martial artist, and will inevitably face tribulation to fight for great fortune, which can naturally accelerate the infiltration of the heavenly Dao. Shu Xuan gave Feng Kong a Dharma artifact. This is Chaos Qi, which can temper the Dao rules and accelerate the evolution of Dao rules. Feng Kong cupped his hands. Thank you, Venerable One, Shu Xuan continued to instruct. The Jade Star Palace in Feng Kong's soul is of extraordinary origin. Make good use of it. If you can activate it, Feng Kong will gain something. Feng Kong wondered. The Jade Star Palace. That crystal house, Venerable One. I accidentally got this Jade Star Palace when I was traveling in the desolate ancient region before. Although it has some mysterious elements, I still can't figure out how to use it specifically. Feng Kong took out the Jade Star Palace. Shu Xuan continued. That's the cultivation chamber of some ancient enlightener from a long time ago. Of course there are some extraordinary places, Shu Xuan told Feng Kong to explore it, and the time would come to activate it. Leaving this Jade Star Palace in the 9 regions is probably not as simple as an accident. It may be that the immortal race wanted to leave inheritance in the 9 regions. Even if the latter has any purpose, if it is in Feng Kong's hands, then the secrets inside will eventually be inherited by Feng Kong. Feng Kong respectfully cupped his hands. Yes, Venerable One. Shu Xuan left and instructed the 3 of them. Pay attention to the blood fiend race. In the great calamity, fighting for great fortune can speed up their rise. Work hard. The 3 of them replied, yes.